Chapter 61 Professor Wayne is really missing. Do you know the identity of the person in the secret? Sharon could tell that Hastur had something on his mind. It's just a guess. I wonder what Miss Sharon knows about the Aurora. Crazy people. A bunch of crazy people. Life-threatening lunatics. It's an apt description. It seems that Miss Sharon has also dealt with people from the Aurora Society. Asta said with a wry smile. Yes. They are all a group of lunatics. And I may have provoked them. You are a noble. It will be safer if you are in this city. Has MS. Sharon heard of Mr. A? Sharon nodded, and her expression became more solemn. There were not many places where Backlund had extraordinary gatherings. She had heard other extraordinary people mention the extraordinary gathering organized by Mr. A, and it had a pretty good reputation. I attended an extraordinary party held by Mr. A. Hastur did not hide anything and told everything about his participation in that extraordinary party, focusing on the fact that Mr. A was inexplicably optimistic about him. Sharon listened quietly and gave her own judgment. Perhaps you have characteristics that you don't understand yet, and only people related to them can see them. Is that really the case? Hastur sighed. He had also made this guess before, but he felt it was a bit unreliable. After all, apart from the Palace of Stars, he should have no other special place. Based on the specifications of the Palace of Stars, it is obviously not possible for Mr. A to see through it. At least he has to have a king of angels to get to know each other face to face before he can feel the existence of the Palace of Stars. If there is something special about you that he values, then he won't attack you easily. You are still safe for now. Maybe being targeted by a crazy person like Mr. A. Asta did not dare to bet that the other party would always deal with the problem calmly. What if Mr. A suddenly goes crazy or comes to find him on a whim? Sharon thought for a while, but said nothing. Her situation in Backlund was not very good either. So the scene became quiet for a while. The wood in the campfire crackled, and the silence was not broken until Merrick's return. Sharon, you're here too. Tonight is such a good day. 1,000 gold pounds per person. Noble money is easy to make. Merrick was very happy to give 1,000 gold pounds to Asta, which was a check representing 1,000 gold pounds. A thin piece of paper, but it has a very heavy weight. Asta carefully took the check, glanced at the expressionless Sharon, coughed lightly and said, Miss Sharon, if you hadn't held the battle for us tonight, Merrick and I would have been in danger. This 1,000 gold half of your reward is in the pound. Sharon's eyes lit up. She didn't speak. She just nodded calmly. Merrick looked stunned. Finally, after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm also willing to pay half of the reward. Sharon narrowed her eyes and nodded calmly. Asta, who had been secretly paying attention to Sharon's expression, smiled secretly in his heart. He clearly noticed that Miss Sharon's breathing became a little faster for a moment. She didn't even have to ask for it, but she could get a huge reward of 1,000 gold pounds. And she didn't even take action from the other party. So she got a huge sum of money in vain. This made Sharon look at Hastur a little more kindly. She knew that Hastur did this, firstly, to sincerely thank her for blocking Mr. A for him tonight, and secondly, to give herself a favor. If you need help, you can ask Merrick to notify me. Sharon thought for a moment and made a commitment. Asta smiled and said, Okay. Thank you, Miss Sharon. What happened? Merrick stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He always felt that something was wrong with these two people. A week later, at the lake, a new cabin built of wood was built. The small wooden cabin had 2 windows and 1 door. People would not feel bored at all inside. In front of the door of the wooden house, there are 2 bamboo poles with a pole crossing them, with more than a dozen fish hanging from them. Outside the door, Hastur sat on a piece of bluestone, using earthworms as bait and patiently fishing in the watery lake. Also acting as a fisherman like him is Merrick and his zombie team. Although living zombies are not very intelligent, their unparalleled patience makes them good fishermen. In the 2 fishing competitions that have been held, Merrick's zombie team won both times. Hastur leisurely enjoyed the beautiful time alone in nature, but secretly sighed in his heart that such a barbarian performance was still a bit lacking. During this period of time, he tried his best not to use modern tools, and lived here in a more primitive way. He also built a small wooden house on a whim. But the barbarian's magic potion digestion speed is not fast, even a little slow. This made him realize that it would be very difficult for him to digest the barbarian potion through such a performance. I need to find new ways to play. He once again summarized the barbarian playing rules and felt that his current situation was that he did not interact with the rules and order. Living in the wild all the time can only make you a savage. Not a savage. The true barbarian shows his disobedient, rebellious side when faced with the inherent rules and order. To successfully play as a barbarian, you need the help of rules and order. Only in downtown Backland, in crowded places, and in aristocratic circles, the stricter the rules and order, the faster the barbarians can digest the potion. Still have to go back. Asta sighed and flicked his hand. And a crucian carp weighing about 2 kilograms was caught and was struggling. You didn't get as much as I did today. Merrick smiled and patted the fish basket beside him, which was simply woven with bamboo strips. There were already 7 or 8 big fish in it. I have to let you go once in a while. Otherwise it would be too boring to win against you all the time. And it would make me lose any sense of accomplishment. TSK. My skills are not good. But my tone is not bad. You can't even compare to your own living corpse. So you have the nerve to mock me? While he was talking, a group of zombies all turned around and stared at Merrick, seeming to agree with Haster's words, which made Merrick embarrassed. Just the two of us? Within 1 hour? Let's see who can catch more fish, Merrick said, pouring all the fish in the fish basket into the lake. There were too many fish caught recently, and it was impossible for him and Asta to finish them all. Come! Let me show you how powerful the fishing master is. Faced with such an invitation to fight, Haster had no reason to refuse. Just as the gambling game between the two was about to begin, Butler Neal hurriedly came through the dense forest path. Merrick swung the fishing rod, knowing that today's bet was a no-win. What happened? Is it another invitation from Earl Richard? Haster slowly put away the fishing rod and fishing line. In the past few days, Earl Richard had been trying to invite his neighbor to his manor. After being declined, he repeatedly offered to visit. Regarding this generous Earl, Haster does not want the other party to know his identity for the time being. And who knows if his so-called master has met him in his dream recently. There are 2 letters. One from Mr. Greco and one from Lecturer Fullen of Backland University. They are very urgent. Let me see. Haster took the 2 letters handed over by Butler Neal, placed one on his lap, and opened the other. There was nothing serious about Greco's letter. It just asked him what he had been busy with recently and why he hadn't come back yet. At the same time, he was informed that his working week at Bavard Bank had been increased from £10 to £15 per week. Asta had just received a huge sum of 500 gold pounds not long ago, and he was already somewhat immune to this salary increase. Put away Gleick's letter, and then open the letter from Professor Foran. The letter is long, but has only one main message. Professor Wayne went to the Sunrise Workhouse and disappeared. There has been no news for 3 days, and he needs to seek his help. Haster's face was solemn. He stood up and told Butler Neal to go back and prepare the carriage. He wanted to go back immediately. Has something really happened? Merrick cast a curious look. Well, it's indeed quite big. Are you interested in following me to the Sunrise Workhouse in the dock area? Haster issued an invitation. And with Merrick by his side, it would be easier and safer to resolve matters in the workhouse. If the matter hadn't been too urgent, he would have really wanted to teach Professor Wayne a lesson. If he insists on going to the almshouse, he has already told him that it is not a good place. And the Deputy Dean Bard is not a good person either. Well now, this time it is really missing. Okay, I am idle, but I have to arrange my guys first. Merrick nodded in agreement and watched Asta leave. After spending this time together, the two of them have become more and more friendly, and he will not refuse anything he can help. Soon, Haster was riding alone in the carriage. He had already told Merrick his destination this time, and Merrick would go there in his own way. The two made an appointment to meet at a tavern in the dock area. As for Lecturer Fullen, others are already waiting at the workhouse. I didn't expect to have to go to the workhouse again. Haster has always been wary of the Sunrise Workhouse. The last time he visited the workhouse, he noticed something strange there. It's just that at that time, he was just a Sequence 9 lawyer. He didn't have much ability to protect himself and didn't dare to investigate too deeply. This time with Merrick as his companion, and his Sequence 8 self, he should be able to completely solve all the problems in the workhouse. Haster slowly closed his eyes and began to deduce in his mind the various possibilities of the abnormality in the workhouse. According to the information he received, Dean Don, who escaped into the secret passage, was dead, holding a box of gold coins in his arms when he died. After investigation, the police believed that Dean Don was too afraid of being scared to death. He did not believe this statement. Dean Don is most likely to be silenced. Just like old Jeff before. The reason for their deaths was because they knew too many secrets. The person who can do all this behind the scenes is most likely Vice Dean Bard. And Dean Don's dream about planting gold coins and growing a golden tree may have a deeper meaning. If you plant gold coins, a golden tree will grow. But if you plant a child, what will it eventually grow into? Just thinking about it makes my head tingle. Chapter 62 Secret Passages and Chambers. A Corner of Destiny. Docklands. Sunrise Workhouse. Professor Folan stayed in the house where Professor Wayne lived the night before he disappeared. And there were 2 police officers nearby who were investigating various suspicious places. Teacher, where are you? Are you kidding me? Or are you really missing? Lecturer Falun was worried. He only received news from the police on the second day after the teacher disappeared. It was said that someone from the workhouse went to the police station to call the police. And then the police notified him. After receiving the news, he rushed to the workhouse quickly. After fully understanding the information the police had, he quickly sent a letter to Mr. Haster on the 3rd day. As a lawyer, he often interacts with the police. He knows that in cases such as disappearances, if the missing person is not found within 5 days, it is basically a disaster. Now, there are only 2 days left before the 5-day time limit. And I hope it's not too late. The sun was setting in the distance, and darkness began to cover the entire workhouse. Several police officers responsible for the case left 2 police officers to investigate in the workhouse, while the other officers went back to rest first. At night, the night breeze was slightly cool. Lecturer Fuluin stayed alone in his room, locked the door, and did not dare to go out at will, for fear that he would suddenly disappear accidentally. Boom! 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 There was a knock on the door, and Lecturer Falun in the room immediately stood up from the bed, clutching a silver-plated cane, staring in the direction of the door with caution and panic. Trying to calm down, he said with a trembling tone, Who is outside? Boom! 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 The other party didn't speak, and there were 3 more knocks on the door, making Lecturer Falun tremble and uneasy again. He was even more afraid to open the door. When he wanted to call out, someone outside said, Lecturer Falun? It's me. Open the door. Is this voice Mr. Haster? Lecturer Falun's tense spirit relaxed. He took 2 rough breaths and hurriedly opened the door. Outside the door, besides Mr. Haster, there was another person, a man with a pale face and cold eyes. Mr. Haster, you are finally here. Lecturer Falun was about to cry with joy. Being here alone was simply torture. Waiting for a friend. So I came a little late. Ahem. Everything happens for a reason. Merrick looked away in embarrassment. He came 2 hours later than the expected rendezvous time. Come in first, and we'll talk after we close the door. Lecturer Falun stepped aside and waited for Haster and Merrick to come in before closing and locking the door. Asta sat on the edge of the bed and said solemnly, I have obtained the basic information from the police. I would like to know if Professor Wayne has mentioned anything to you in advance. 5 days ago, when my teacher and I were discussing the law at home, he once said that he wanted to come to the Sunrise Workhouse to see if everything here was developing in a good direction under the leadership of Vice President Bard. Only in this way? Haster frowned slightly. The teacher is a very decisive person. The next day, he came here alone. He even wrote me a letter that night. Here's the letter. Show it to me. Here I was carrying it with me, and not telling anyone else. Lecturer Falun carefully took out the letter paper folded into small squares from his coat pocket. Asta took it and spread out the letter. Merrick came over and started reading. Falun, my good student, I am now writing to you in the room of the Sunrise Workhouse. By the dim light, a lot has changed here. Vice Dean Bard, who was successfully elected as the dean, is very good to the children here. Both the food and clothing are much better than before. My arrival was warmly welcomed by Dean Bard, who took me to visit many places. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction, but I felt deeply uneasy. It was too quiet here. The natural and innocent smiles on the children's faces gradually lost their natural and innocent smiles. The look in their eyes made me feel scared. The eyes were so calm and indifferent, as if they could see through everything, and as if there was another mature soul inside the body. In short, those eyes should not be the eyes of a child. I began to realize that there might be something weird here, and I also thought about pretending that nothing happened and leaving as soon as daybreak. Folan, my good student, but you should know my character. I will not leave easily, even if it may require fighting. Well, What I am saying is that if the situation changes, you should ask Haster for help. He should know how to solve the problem. Haster finished reading it and reread it twice to avoid missing any important content. The anomaly mentioned by Professor Wayne in the letter had already been speculated by Haster last time. But this time it was only confirmed. What puzzles Asta more is that Vice Dean Bard, who should now be called Dean Bard, seems to have no problem with his performance. Even this time when Professor Wayne disappeared, he was the one who reported it to the police. TSK. This teacher of yours is really reckless. The weirdness that can affect an entire workhouse. How can he, an old professor who studies knowledge, possibly solve it? Asta deeply believed what Merrick said. If it were him, he would never let things develop to this point. If you know something is weird, of course you should leave here first, and then find a solution instead of directly disappearing yourself. Professor Wayne is definitely a master at seeking death. Asta put away other thoughts and asked, You stayed here last night. Did you hear any bells ringing at night? Yes. Lecturer Falun looked shocked and hurriedly lowered his voice. It's still about that time. Didn't you take a sneak peek? No. I don't dare to take risks casually. Lecturer Falun shook his head and sighed. He didn't dare to fall asleep last night, especially after hearing the sound of the bell. Jingle bell? Merrick became interested, and Asta asked Lecturer Falun to explain it to him. He took out his pocket watch and checked the time. It's still relatively early now. 8:43. Which is still a long time before the bell sounds. Perhaps we can no longer sit here and wait, but should take the initiative to investigate. If Professor Wayne was simply in prison, where would he be? In 2 days, the police should have searched the entire workhouse several times, but still found nothing. Secret passages? In the secret passage where Dean Dawn died? Haster thought carefully for a long time and finally made a decision. I may know where Professor Wayne is. Let's go out now. It's getting so late now. Lecturer Falun was frightened by Asta's sudden decision. Well, it's hard to catch the ghosts hiding in the dark in broad daylight. They only come out at night. Do I need to call Dean Bard and the others? No. It's just the 3 of us. Facing the weird clock tower. Merrick noticed this problem immediately, and his expression became much more solemn. You can ask your good friend to help you. No problem. They've been waiting for a long time. Haster had a brief conversation with Malik, and Malik left for a while, and then came with 4 living corpses. Before entering the workhouse, Haster asked Merrick to place his zombie squad nearby. There are dense forests all around, so it is easy to hide a few living corpses without being discovered. This is why Asta does not want to alert the police and Dean Bader. If there are living corpses, let them clear the way in front. Haster and Lecturer Foran each followed behind with a kerosene lamp in hand. The living corpse opened the door to the basement, and the group of people entered the basement under the dim light. Then they asked the living corpse to close the door to the basement. At the same time, they asked a living corpse to guard here to prevent outsiders from entering. The 12 confinement rooms here have been cleaned out, and no one is being held in them anymore. The group soon arrived at the middle lounge, which was the room where the secret passage was discovered. The originally well-hidden secret passage had been blown open by the police with gunpowder, revealing a small passage. The end of the passage was blocked, and Dean Dawn died here holding a box of gold coins. There is no road here. Why is the teacher here? Lecturer Falun asked his doubts. Haster approached a wall with a kerosene lamp, and the dim yellow light illuminated the dark stone wall. He observed it for a while and said, Don't you think the secret passage is too short? Building such a short secret passage means nothing except hiding a few people. There is a secret room inside the secret passage. Lecturer Falun's breathing suddenly became rapid. Such a wonderful plot and an adventure story was being played out in front of him at this moment. So he was also a protagonist in the adventure story? The secret passage connects the secret room. This is a very reasonable guess. Let me try. Haster stepped aside, and Merrick looked back and forth several times, and asked his living corpses to tap on the surrounding walls, as if they were sensing something. Something's wrong here. After several attempts, Merrick finally found a relatively weird place. The stone walls here are very cold. Much colder than the surrounding stone walls. Ordinary people can't detect this temperature difference. But he can. Can you break it open? You should be stronger than me now. Right? Merrick turned to Haster and motioned for him to try. The power of the living corpse is not small. But Haster, who is in the barbarian sequence, is even stronger. There are no suitable weapons here. Without a suitable weapon, Haster did not want to use his fist to punch a stone wall. Merrick had no choice but to let his living corpses work harder. He picked up the exploded rocks on the ground and threw them at the stone wall. Boom, boom, boom. After dozens of hits, a hole the size of a head was really made in the stone wall. A disgusting, foul smell wafted out of the dark cave. This is the smell of a severely decomposed corpse. Merrick was most familiar with this smell. So he quickly put the living corpse in front and asked Hastur and Lecturer Foran to retreat to a safe area behind. Lecturer Folan exclaimed, "There really is a secret room. Mr. Hastur, it's a pity that you don't become a detective. This is just a very reasonable speculation." Hastur would not say that he had a glimpse of the fate before arriving at the workhouse. The place where fate is revealed is a stone wall. Right here. Chapter 63 Demonic Ritual. Terrifying Monster. Boom, boom, boom. The living corpses picked up stones and followed the edge of the cave, smashing the nearby stone walls one after another. The nauseating smell became stronger and stronger. Asta was a little better, but his face was ugly. Lecturer Falun couldn't hold on anymore, and was retching while holding on to a stone wall. Does it smell like corpses? Yeah. And it takes a lot of corpses to create such a strong smell. Merrick gave an affirmative answer. According to his estimate, there were at least dozens of corpses inside. Maybe close to hundreds. He couldn't imagine what kind of things could be born in such a place. Within your limited knowledge of mysticism, do you have any relevant knowledge about burying people in the soil to nourish them? Merrick glanced at Asta speechlessly, not forgetting to insult himself in this situation. It seemed that his mentality was quite good. Things related to Earth are generally only Earth pathways. Such bloody massacres and piles of corpses are more in line with the behavior of demons. Merrick said. His pupils dilated. Demon? Could everything here be caused by demons? Hastur did not speak. He also thought about the devil. The Abyss Path is undoubtedly the most bloody and cruel extraordinary path. Extraordinaries on this path are essentially different from normal human species. Whether they are playing daily roles or being promoted to high-level sequences, they are required to exterminate humanity and pave their own extraordinary path with blood and cruelty. Devils often use fresh life to perform sacrificial rituals to gain extraordinary power from the Lord they worship. If the situation goes bad, you too should be careful. Merrick gave a serious warning before leading the two living corpses into the cave. Hastur and Lecturer Foran followed behind with lamps, leaving one living corpse to guard the entrance. Entering the cave, passing through a narrow corridor about 10 meters long, you arrived at a relatively spacious secret room. Click, click. People walked across the ground, and from time to time, there was the sound of bones breaking. Lecturer Falun's face turned pale. The soles of his feet were numb, and he did not dare to lower his head to look at the ground. This is not so much a secret room as a large burial pit. Merrick took the kerosene lamp from Lecturer Falun's hand and looked around with a wary face. The soil here is very loose, and there are many oral burial pits on the ground. Merrick tried to let the living corpses open a few burial pits, but they were not buried deep. Inside were white skeletons with their heads severed or missing. Judging from the size and shape of the skeleton, they should all be children under the age of 14. Hastur and Lecturer Falun both thought of what Professor Wayne said before, that there were people burying children in the soil in the workhouse. This is where children are buried. I scanned around and made a rough estimate. There are at least 70 or 80 children buried here. Compared with the corpses that convicted Dean Don before, there is simply no comparison with this place. Lecturer Falun suddenly said, 50 meters further from here. Is it right below the workhouse cemetery? During the day, he followed several police officers to search the workhouse, and also passed the area near the bell tower. What impressed him most was the cemetery not far from the bell tower. Merrick stopped and asked in surprise, "You mean someone moved the corpses in the cemetery here to bury them?" If the distance is not far. As Lecturer Falun spoke, he suddenly felt a chill in his body. He couldn't help but get closer to Asta, and reached out to hold the wall of the kerosene lamp. The warm feeling made him panic in his heart. Relieved a lot, Asta secretly rubbed his fingers, opened his spiritual vision, and after scanning a few times, he frowned and said in a deep voice, "Merrick, with so many corpses usually gathering together, shouldn't their spirits after death also stay here? The church has specialized personnel to deal with this problem. Generally, there will be no undead after death. What if there are no church personnel to handle it? Then there will definitely be." Merrick's expression changed suddenly. He held the oil lamp and quickly approached Hastur and Lecturer Foran, while keeping the two living corpses on guard. Coming to Hastur's side, he lowered his voice and said, "Their spirits after death were eaten by something. Devil's sacrifice. Merrick is now certain of this. In this dark environment, There might be something staring at them from the dark. Leave here first, and dig directly from the cemetery tomorrow to bring in the sun. Asta's face was also solemn, and he walked towards the entrance while protecting Lecturer Falun. At this time, a bell sounded in the depths of darkness. Jingle bell. Jingle bell. The sound is very urgent, and it is getting closer. Bah! Something seemed to be opening its mouth in the darkness, exposing its fangs. Boom! The living corpse responsible for guarding the front was hit by a huge force, and was sent flying and hit the wall. Come on! It's coming! Merrick gave a low shout and asked Hastur and Lecturer Falun to leave here quickly. They quickly entered the narrow corridor and gradually approached the entrance under the dim light. Boom! Another dull voice sounded in the darkness. This time, Merrick used the kerosene lamp in his hand to vaguely see what the thing looked like. Grass. Merrick's face turned blue, and he swore a curse word. Asta didn't hear the specific words. They quickly passed through the 10-meter corridor. Lecturer Falun walked out of the entrance and glanced at the living corpse still guarding here, and his nervousness relaxed a little. Take off your top. Give it to me. Hastur opened his mouth, and Lecturer Falun immediately obeyed, taking off his shirt and handing it to Hastur. I saw Hastur smashing the wall of the kerosene lamp and setting fire to the jacket worth 1 gold pound and 4 soli. The blazing flames ignited, and Hastur waited for Merrick to exit, then threw him into the tunnel. The fire was bright, illuminating the short corridor and clearly illuminating the things that had been following. Heads. Vivid and immature heads. They are integrated into the head, back, and body of a creature like a panther. This creature is covered with black hair, is about 2 meters tall, and is about 3 meters long. At this moment, it is showing its gleaming fangs, and saliva is dripping from the corners of its mouth. Around the neck of this creature was a string of bells with a dark yellow luster. The jingling sound just now came from this bell. Hastur recognized 2 of the heads, one named Amy and the other named Simon. This was the last time they came to the workhouse, when they caught 2 children ringing bells one after another in the middle of the night. I didn't expect that they were already dead and turned into such terrifying monsters. Now, many problems can be explained. The bells with truly extraordinary power are the string hanging from the monster's neck. The bells that Amy and Simon shook were just ordinary bells. The meaning of shaking that bell was to notify the monster that this child was the chosen sacrifice, and he could go hunting. The devil lurking in the workhouse deliberately threw the bunch of bells on the road where children must pass. Whoever is lucky enough to pick them up, and whoever can't help but shake the bells at night, will be the next victim to be sacrificed. Bloody and cruel. Hastur rarely felt angry, but he soon calmed down. There are still some things he hasn't figured out. Why the children here have become indifferent and quiet, as if they are gradually losing their humanity. Is it the extraordinary ability of that string of bells? Who is planning these things secretly? Is burying a child in the soil just to cultivate such a monster? Watch out for that string of bells. Hastur gave Merrick a warning so that he would not be plotted by the bell later. Lecturer Falun, please hold the lamp and stand farther away. Hastur gave an order, twisted away the cane he carried with him, and pulled out a long sword from the cane. Before coming to the workhouse, he went back to his home and got this special cane. Now the sword and the cane could finally be put to use. Malik glanced back curiously, then focused all his attention on the monster on the other side of the corridor. Perhaps it was accustomed to being out at night, so it was a little wary of this dazzling fire, and it didn't dare to pounce on it. But after only a moment of hesitation, dozens of heads on its body opened their mouths and exhaled, and the thick fishy smell blew along the corridor along with the cold wind, suppressing the flames of the clothes. Can't wait for it to extinguish the fire, Hastur reminded. Malik understood, and leaned down slightly. His face and arms were already covered with wolf hair, and his fingers turned into wolf claws. He roared and took the initiative to kill the monster. Hastur followed behind with a staff sword in one hand and a kerosene lamp in the other. In the narrow corridor, Merrick fought head-on with the monster, while Asta waited for the opportunity to hit him from the side. In the first confrontation, Merrick relied on his wisdom to dodge the monster at the same moment, and at the same time drew a bloody mark on the monster's body with his claws. Hastur knelt down and took the opportunity to slash the monster's leg. The sword and the staff was sharper than he expected, and it almost broke the monster's bones with just one strike. The monster's front legs were injured. Its body shook, and it screamed, and the heads on its body also let out mournful screams. The mournful sound waves spread like ripples, and Hastur and Merrick's minds were affected by the sound, and their ears were shaken. For a time, All kinds of strange feelings came to my mind, and I became dazed, sluggish, and unable to move. No sound is allowed here. Hastur bit his lip hard. The pain of bleeding gave him a moment of clarity, and he forced himself to formulate this rule. The screams dissipated, and Hastur and Merrick were able to recover from that strange state. The monster also took advantage of the gap just now to escape some distance. It shook its head, trying to shake the bell on its neck, but it still couldn't make a sound. Its eyes showed a trace of confusion. A bit silly. Merrick would not give it a chance. Relying on his werewolf physique, he jumped directly towards it. Hastur also followed, seizing the opportunity and stabbing twice. There were 2 bloody holes, although they were not big. The blood flowed horizontally and was difficult to stop. After being injured again, the monster seemed to understand that fighting in such a narrow corridor was not conducive to its flexibility. So it actually changed its direction and escaped from the corridor area. Hastur and Merrick naturally wouldn't let it escape like this. Merrick chased after him first, and Hastur ordered Lecturer Falun to return along the original route and followed him with a kerosene lamp. Chapter 64. The script written by the devil. Am I the only one? Lecturer Falun held the kerosene lamp and was stunned for a long time. Then, he carefully held the kerosene lamp and returned to the direction he came from. Before leaving, he took a look at the living corpse. In the dim light, the living corpse's face became increasingly pale and terrifying. If you look carefully, you can see that the eyes of the living corpse are as black as a penetrating black crystal, which is in sharp contrast with his face. He shuddered and hurriedly walked away. When he came to the secret door in the basement, the living corpse left here could not detect his presence because he was in the darkness. When the light of the kerosene lamp shone on him, Lecturer Falun's heart stopped for half a beat on the spot. His face turned pale, and he was almost frightened to the point of sitting on the ground. Fortunately, he remembered in time that there was a person who stayed here to guard the door, and he seemed to look like this. Why can't you say something? Does it have to be so scary? Lecturer Falun swallowed his saliva, with a scared look on his face, and was very speechless in his heart. The 4 people who followed tonight were like ice sculptures, and they didn't even say a word. He tried to communicate with the other party, but the other party ignored him at all and just stared at him, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Lecturer Falun shrank back and held on to the kerosene lamp in his hand. He didn't waste time here. He had to go out to help move the reinforcements. Although Mr. Osta did not explain, he felt it was necessary to ask the police officer for a favor. After leaving the bell tower, Lecturer Falun ran all the way to the room where the 2 police officers lived and knocked on the door. As for the others, he couldn't trust anyone now, especially Dean Bard. The 2 police officers were soon awakened by Lecturer Falun's knock on the door and opened the door. Lecturer Falun quickly gave a brief summary of what had just happened. He only mentioned that there was a secret room in the secret passage in the basement, and that there was a very scary monster in the secret room. He did not mention Hastur and Marikajan, an unusual place at night. The 2 police officers listened carefully, then followed Lecturer Falun to the clock tower, entered the basement, and came to the secret passage. Sure enough, they found an empty secret room. The 3 people held the lights and entered the secret room one after another. Lecturer Falun glanced around curiously and found no one who had been guarding here before. The dim kerosene lamp could hardly illuminate the dark secret room, and could only barely dispel the darkness of about 3 meters around. As they went deeper, the sound of sword blades slicing sounded. The 2 police officers took out their pistols and moved forward cautiously. Vaguely, a small group of dim light from a kerosene lamp appeared in front of him, which was the source of the sound of the sword. It's Mr. Hastur. After getting closer, Lecturer Falun could barely recognize Osta's figure through the light. He shouted excitedly and signaled to the 2 police officers not to shoot casually to avoid accidental injuries. In the dim light, every time Frost's sword blade passed by, a head fell to the ground. One of them rolled and came to the 3 of them. It was the head of a child. His face was covered in blood. His eyes were open, and his teeth were exposed. It was very scary. The 2 police officers were startled, and they quickly raised their pistols, pointed them at Hastur, who was constantly waving the sword, and shouted at the same time, "Baron Campbell, please stop your ridiculous behavior. Otherwise, we will shoot." "Don't get too close yet," Osta replied calmly, then moved away from his body and held the kerosene lamp in front of him so that the 3 instructors behind him could see clearly. I saw an indescribable beast lying on the ground at the moment, with the heads of children on its body. A large gash was pulled out in its abdomen, dripping with blood, and everywhere on its body, a series of sword marks. It was not completely dead yet, and was still panting. Every time Haster cut off a child's head with his sword, its body would tremble slightly, and let out a very weak cry. This. The two young police officers were greatly frightened by this scene. Although Lecturer Folan emphasized to them many times along the way that a terrifying monster appeared in the secret room. Although they were nervous, they were not very afraid. He was probably just a wild beast in his mind, and his pistol could handle it. But they have never seen such an unimaginable monster. Just looking at the pile of heads on the monster's body can make your whole body feel itchy and numb. It's hard to imagine how much courage this young Baron Campbell, must have to stand here and kill this monster with one sword, and one sword with no expression on his face. When the heads of all the children on the monster were chopped off, it also lost its last bit of vitality. Finished? The two police officers looked at each other and shuddered. On the other side, Lecturer Falun had already come to Haster and asked in a low voice, "Where is Mr. Merrick?" "He's fine. He just doesn't like to see too many outsiders." "Oh." Lecturer Falun nodded and let go of his worries. He didn't see Mr. Merrick just now, and thought he was eaten by this terrible monster. After a moment of silence, Lecturer Falun asked again, "Have you found the teacher?" Haster said calmly, "No. But he should be fine." There was a puzzled look on Lecturer Falun's face. He wanted to know how Haster came to this conclusion, or whether he was simply comforting him. This monster doesn't like to eat adults. It only likes children. But what if someone else wants to murder the teacher? Lecturer Falun thought of another possibility, and Asta glanced at him. Then be prepared to lose a teacher. Haster did not talk to Lecturer Foran for too long. He walked over and asked the two police officers to report what happened here. He also asked them to invite clergy from the Church of the Goddess of Evernight to comfort these souls, who could not rest in peace after death. The next day, just after dawn, a group of police officers followed 5 clergymen of the Church of the Goddess of the Night and hurriedly arrived. Before a large number of police officers turned the entire workhouse upside down, Professor Wayne appeared with Vice President Bard. Lecturer Falun was very happy to greet him, while Haster sighed, without any overly happy expression on his face. Professor Wayne is still alive, which is naturally a joyful thing. But he has been staying with Vice Dean Bard. If he guessed correctly, Professor Wayne was really in danger this time, and it was a life-and-death crisis. At the critical moment, Vice Dean Bard must have been like a magic weapon descending from the sky, and saved Professor Wayne. After that, everything fell into place. The secret room was discovered. The monster was killed, and the cause of the death of the children could also be attributed to the dead Dean Don. It was precisely because Dean Don died, and no one could control the monster, that what happened last night happened. Vice Dean Bard, who saved Professor Wayne and had an alibi and motive, could naturally take this opportunity to sever all ties. In this way, all the hidden landmines in the workhouse will be removed, and a new era for Dean Bard will begin. This is a pretty good script. Well, yes, this is just a script. A script arranged by someone. While Haster was thinking, Professors Bard and Wayne cast their eyes over. One is curious, the other is embarrassed. "Asta, you are indeed my most proud student. You can always use your courage and wisdom to solve all problems in times of crisis." Professor Wayne walked over with a smile and wanted to give Haster a close hug, but Haster held out his hand to block it. "Professor Wayne, as a teacher, you disappeared twice in the same place. How can you set a good example for us students? Don't you know that too reckless behavior can make others worry?" Professor Wayne had an embarrassed and ashamed expression on his face. Before he could say anything, Haster stepped forward, hugged Professor Wayne gently, winked and smiled. "Welcome back, my teacher." Lecturer Folan on the side couldn't help laughing. Professor Wayne also had a helpless smile on his face, and Bard looked away. What happened next turned out exactly as Haster expected. Dean Don, who is dead, bears all the blame for this bad case. Haster said nothing about this, and left the workhouse with Professor Wayne and Lecturer Foran under the watch of Bud. That night, a letter of report was sent to the Church of the Goddess of the Night. What do you think of this report letter? Using children as sacrifices and feeding evil monsters is indeed consistent with the behavior of demons. I think we should investigate. I heard from church members in the dock area that something like what is recorded in this letter did happen in the Sunrise Workhouse recently. The authenticity can be guaranteed. Hidden so well, he is indeed a devil known for his cunning. Leave it to the Nighthawks. Act quickly. We'll set off tonight. You can bring sealed objects with you if necessary. Can you find out who wrote this report letter? It's been found out. Hastur Campbell, a young and promising baron. At sunrise in the aunt's house. Bud stood on the 3rd floor, looking in the direction of the bell tower, with a hint of ridicule on his lips. A bunch of idiots didn't even think about how they could quietly cause so many things in the workhouse with that stupid pigs like you. Professor Wayne is also a good person. He always appears in the workhouse when he needs it most, allowing him to escape safely with his help. His strong sense of justice helped a demon escape from trial. Will he collapse when he knows the truth? Bard was very satisfied with the script he had written. The real devil should be as cunning and deep as himself. For some reason, the figure of the young baron appeared in his mind at this time. Obviously, I didn't detect any dangerous aura from him, but I always felt that he was a little weird. Am I too worried? Bud murmured, looking at the dark night in front of him. His eyelids suddenly twitched wildly. His whole body seemed to be struck by lightning. His cerebral cortex itched crazily, and an unprecedented sense of danger came over him. Without any hesitation, he jumped directly from the 3rd floor, preparing to abandon his identity as the new director of the workhouse and stay away from this place completely. There was a click. It seemed like the sound of something breaking. When Bud saw that he was still on the 3rd floor, his expression suddenly changed. Nightmare. The Nighthawk of the Church of the Night. Damn it! Where did I expose my flaw? He had no time to think about it, because he was already surrounded. At night, Hastur looked in the direction of the Sunrise workhouse in the dock area and murmured, I will also write a script for you, which should be enough to bring this story to an end. Chapter 65 A Kind Gift from Mr. A. The next day, Asta went to the Bavard Bank. In the letter, Greco specifically mentioned that his weekly salary had been increased by £5 and asked where he was. The implication was to ask if he had time to come over and reminisce, after settling the matter between Professor Wayne and the workhouse. In order to avoid being visited by the Nighthawks, he had to go to the night church and pray devoutly. The two things happened to be done together. He came to Bavard Bank and found the Harley manager, and he confirmed that his weekly salary had indeed been increased by £5. Then he took a carriage to St. Samuel's Church, where he prayed silently for half an hour under the gaze of the priest, and then donated 2 10-gold banknotes into the donation box. After leaving St. Samuel's Church, it was already 12 o'clock at noon. Greco arrived after finishing what he was doing. After a while of pleasantries, Greco asked about Hastur's current situation. I have heard about the incident in the dock area. If we encounter such dangerous matters in the future, we should directly let the church handle it. Professor Wayne is an excellent and competent teacher, and I need to contribute to that. No matter how good the teacher is, it is not as valuable as your own life. There are many ways to solve the problem. A qualified noble will not take risks easily. Well, I will stay in the West District recently, and will not go out easily. Greg has been very busy recently. After inviting Hastur to have a meal, he went to deal with things again. Looking at his hurried pace, Hastur knew that a change in the Kingdom of Loan was about to begin. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Hastur arrived at the Braid Bar, where Merrick was already waiting in the billiards room. After closing the door, 2 living corpses guarded both sides to prevent irrelevant people from entering. Here, your guess is right. This is indeed a sealed artifact. Merrick threw a bell over, and Asta caught it smoothly, spread it on the palm of his right hand, looked at it twice and said, what specific effects and negative effects does it have? This bell was what he and Merrick pulled off the monster last night. In order to avoid trouble last night, he asked Merrick to leave with the living corpse first, while he stayed alone to deal with the aftermath. It has 3 main abilities. The first is that it can create a silent space and prevent the spread of sound. The second is that it can expand the scope of influence of the rules, which is very suitable for arbitrators and lawyers. The third is that it can confuse people's minds and make people deeply trapped. It's hard to extricate yourself from it. Its negative impact is as you have guessed before. If you wear it for a long time, or hear its voice for a long time, you will gradually lose your mind and lose your mind. Over time, you can completely lose all emotions. Don't shake it casually except at critical moments. As long as it doesn't make any noise, its negative impact will be very small. Merrick explained the bell's abilities and negative effects one by one. This was the answer he came up with after consulting Sharon. How powerful is it equivalent to a sealed object? In my hand, it is equivalent to a level 3 sealed object. In your hand, it should be able to exert the ability of a level 2 sealed object. Having said this, Merrick glanced at Hastur and reminded, we generally refer to these types of things as extraordinary items. according to the concept of sealed items classified by level. Only the clergy of the church often use this term. Hastur understood the reminder in Merrick's words, which was to tell him not to use the term sealed object casually in the future, because many extraordinary people are very resistant to it, and even hate church personnel. Hastur put the bell away and said with a smile, "The matter has been resolved. How about I buy you a drink?" Merrick said calmly. That Vice Dean Bard escaped. Hastur's expression froze slightly, and he felt uneasy in his heart. He may be much stronger than we expected, or he may have stronger extraordinary items in his hands. Otherwise it would be impossible to escape from the Nighthawks. Merrick is not afraid of a demon who is alone and is being targeted by the Church of the Night. But Hastur, a young noble who is only sequence 8, is very dangerous to be targeted by a demon, because the devil is a sequence 6 beyonder. Hastur sighed. He had clearly stated in the letter that Bard was a demon. But the people from the Church of the Night Goddess still let Bard run away. Wasn't this leaving trouble for himself? As long as Vice Dean Bard is not stupid, he will definitely target him. Merrick sat lazily, with his legs crossed on the table, and chuckled. Devils are very vengeful creatures, and they have a strong sense of danger. After this failure, I will look for opportunities to kill them again. It's very difficult. If I were it, I would definitely hide and recover from my injuries, and won't come to trouble you in a short time. And if there is such a big mistake, the Nighthawks will definitely protect you in secret, and at the same time open a snare and wait for the demon to come to your door. Hastur listened silently, stood up and said with a smile, "Let's have a drink first. You have a good attitude." At night, Hastur returned home, went to the study, opened the window, admired the moonlight outside, and then closed the window again. Although the Nighthawks' tracking skills are very good, they are still not perfect. They can't even fool themselves, let alone a demon who was injured just now. This situation made Hastur even more reassured. As long as Bud knows that there are Nighthawks watching here, he will not dare to come to the door casually, and his safety factor will be indirectly improved a lot. I got a book and sat at the desk to read it quietly. I didn't go back to my room to rest until around 11:30. My schedule was the same as before. After locking the doors and windows and going to bed, Hastur entered the Palace of Stars through Dreamland. He would not dare to recite the honorary name casually while being watched by the Night Watchers. "Let me see where you are hiding now." Hastur slowly closed his eyes and began to spy on the fate of Bard and himself. Although he can also activate the ability to spy on fate in the real world, the restrictions are relatively large, and once he spies into existence involving high sequences, he will suffer backlash. In the Hall of Stars, the ability to spy on destiny will be enhanced, and possible backlash will be severely weakened. Soon, a picture emerged in a dark world. In the blood-soaked scene, a head floats quietly, with unwillingness and madness in its eyes. This is Bud's head. Hastur opened his eyes and began to think about the meaning of the scene just now. There is no doubt that Bard will die in the future and be beheaded, but his own image does not appear in the picture. Could it be that the future Bard did not die by his own hands? Was it possible that the Nighthawks came to the door and killed him for resisting? Hastur just thought about it for a while, and didn't think about it any further. It doesn't matter who kills Bud, as long as they don't bother him. After settling this matter, Hastur turned his eyes to the star where the Mother Tree of Desire was, took a look at it, and did not choose to whip him. He is different from the Jinn. If he is too promiscuous, he may catch his flaw and invade the Palace of Stars. The last trial was enough. In the next few days, Asta stayed on the balcony inside the house reading, drinking tea and sunbathing during the day without going out. He had to wait until Bud was killed before going out. Otherwise it would be unsafe. If a demon who is good at detecting danger really wants to lose his mind and seek revenge, Hastur does not think that the Nighthawks can appear in time to save him. At the same time, he was also testing his fate a little. If he stayed in the house all the time, would Bud's fate of dying change? After all, he chose not to go out because he had a glimpse of the future, which to a certain extent could be regarded as changing his destiny. Every night, he would enter the Hall of Stars and try again to pry into Bard's future destiny. And every time he would see the same scene. Until, this night, Hastur was lying on the bed as usual, entering the Palace of Stars through dreams, closing his eyes skillfully, and spying on Bard's future destiny. But this time, he saw nothing. Only darkness. Does this mean that Bard has died today? Hastur opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. According to his limited knowledge, only this explanation is consistent. This is undoubtedly a good thing for him. I can finally go out and hang out normally without having to stay at home all the time. And once Bard dies, the Nighthawks will no longer be watching him. While Hastur was thinking, he suddenly felt that danger was approaching, and his spirit was warning frantically. He stood up and scanned the sky full of stars. The fallen Mother Goddess, the Desire Mother Tree, and the Jinn God were all staying in the stars where they were, without making any noise. Then the danger comes from reality. Hastur quickly cut off the connection with the Hall of Stars and let his astral body return to his physical body. He had just opened his eyes when he heard a crash, and the locked window was blown open by the strong wind. He hurriedly opened the quilt and got out of bed, holding the cane placed beside the bed, and stared at the window with great vigilance. Suddenly, a big box as big as your head flew in through the window and landed firmly on the table. On the top of the big box, there is a note. The strong wind howling outside gradually stopped and then became calm, and the windows were closed again. Only the big box on the table and the note confirmed what had just happened. Hastur waited for a while and found nothing unusual, then walked over and carefully opened the big box with the bottom end of his cane. The lid of the box was lifted open, revealing the contents inside. A bloody head. Bard's head. His eyes were full of unwillingness and madness, just like the scene I saw when I peeked into my destiny. Chapter 66 Bounty. Nightmare. Grass. Asta's eyelids twitched twice. His blood flowed faster, and his heart beat rapidly. He really didn't expect that Bud's head would appear in front of him in such a bizarre way. Who killed Bard and threw his head to him? Hastur's thoughts were racing in his mind, and he held his cane tightly, with great vigilance. Is he really dead? Is this head really Bard's head? Thinking of this, Hastur drew out the sword in his staff and pierced the eye of the head with the sword to confirm whether he was really dead. At the same time, he turned on his spiritual vision and scanned the surroundings. He found nothing strange, which made him feel relieved. He stepped forward and flattened the note with the tip of his sword. A friendly gift. A big letter A was written at the end of the signature. Mr. The expression on Hastur's face became strange. This kind of behavior is indeed in line with his understanding of Mr. A as a lunatic. Who in their right mind would give a bloody head to show kindness? And it's still in the middle of the night. This magical brain circuit is truly worthy of the crazy beauties from the Aurora Society. What exactly does he want to do? Asta thought a lot, but it was difficult to figure out what Mr. A's purpose was. After all, he is not a madman, and it is difficult to be on the same page as a madman. Judging from the current situation, Mr. A seems to be showing favor to himself? Does he really want to join the Aurora Society? Or is there some characteristic in him that deserves his attention? Could it be that when Earl Richard held a ceremony last time, he appeared there because he wanted to protect himself? Another terrible thought came to Hastur's mind. According to Mr. A's level of madness, if he really wanted to take action, he would never give up because he was afraid of Miss Sharon. He really didn't want to take action that night, so he and Miss Sharon could always get along peacefully. Hastur frowned slightly, and the more he thought about it, the weirder he felt. Is Mr. A's behavior simply the behavior of a lunatic? Or does it have a deeper meaning? Can't figure it out. Hastur sighed, put away his messy thoughts, and looked at the head in front of him with a headache. Mr. A killed Bud? No matter what the reason, it was a good thing for him. But Mr. A wanted to send this head to him. What can he do? It's impossible to pretend that nothing happened. Right? After thinking for a while, Hastur destroyed the small piece of paper, called Butler Neal and others in panic, pointed to the head on the table, briefly explained what had just happened, and asked them to go to the police station to call the police. Pretending that nothing happened would be the easiest option. But he was a nobleman and had a clean fortune. When faced with such a ridiculous thing, calling the police was the most normal option. In addition, the Nighthawks have been watching here. Although they don't know where they were led by Mr. A, they will definitely come back to investigate afterwards. He couldn't show anything too unusual. The police were called, and it was Sergeant Reed who came. He simply asked a few questions, took notes, and then asked the accompanying police officers to leave the room first, leaving him alone with Hastur. The murderer who secretly sent the head is most likely trying to intimidate you through this crazy behavior. You need police protection recently. Well, you're right. I do need protection. This was a really bad night. Carefully think about what happened during this period and see if there is any grudge against anyone. I don't think so. I rarely go out, let alone make grudges with others. Hastur did not tell anything about Mr. A, He was going to wait until the night watcher fell asleep to explain everything. Only the truth and lies can deceive those night watchers. Sometimes, appropriate deception is to better win people's trust. After Chief Reed learned everything, he asked the 2 police officers to stay and place several hidden sentries around the house. At 3 or 4 o'clock in the night, Hastur was sleeping. Suddenly, I felt that a figure appeared in my sleep. He was wearing a black trench coat and was about 1.75 meters tall. His face was blurred and his facial features could not be clearly seen. The Nighthawks are coming. Hastur suddenly woke up. But he quickly put on a confused look. Peter walked over slowly, transformed into a sofa and a seat, and raised his hand to signal Hastur to sit down. Hastur walked to the sofa and sat down blankly. Peter was startled for a moment. He clearly invited him to sit on that chair, and the sofa was reserved for him. Baron Hastur Campbell, I want to ask you a few things. I hope you can answer truthfully, and don't be deceptive. Hastur just nodded blankly. Peter sat on the chair and spoke calmly. How did you find out that Dean Bard was a demon? I once came into contact with some extraordinary knowledge, and I know that demons like to use human sacrifices. There are so many children dead there. What else can he be if he is not a demon? Peter raised his eyebrows slightly and said, What I want to ask is how did you find out that Dean Bard had a problem? I have never trusted him. Dean Don is stupid and greedy for money. He cannot be a cunning devil. Only Vice Dean Bard, who likes to pretend to be a good guy, best fits the description of a devil. When Asta said this, he paused, smiled blankly and said, Actually, I'm not sure if he is a demon, but I think you should have a way to identify his true identity. Is this using our Nighthawks team as a tester? It is really in line with the consistent style of the nobles. Peter went on to ask, What exactly happened tonight? I was sleeping. I didn't know who opened the window and threw a big box into the house. Inside the big box was a head. Bud's head. I was very scared and asked Butler Neil and others to go to the police station to call the police. Did you lie about anything in this matter? Yes. There was originally a small note on the big box. I didn't want to ruin the small note by causing trouble. What's on the note? This is a gift. Signed with an A. Peter suddenly became more vigilant. A word? Do you know who the other party is? I once saw a special party. The organizer of the party was called Mr. A. I thought it might be him. Why did Mr. A give you this gift? Have no idea. Hastur showed a puzzled expression. He had no idea what Mr. A's purpose was. Why did you hide the note when you called the police? I'm afraid of getting into trouble. It's better to do less than to do more. Peter then asked a few more questions, and Hastur tried his best to cooperate with him in completing this interview. Don't try to deceive yourself if you encounter something like this in the future. Otherwise you will cause real trouble for yourself. With one last warning, Peter stood up and left Hastur's dream. Hastur was still pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, and his breathing was steady. He knew that after this trial, he would no longer attract the attention of the Church of the Night Goddess for the time being, and they would probably focus more on Mr. A. As for whether doing this will offend Mr. A, he has already taken care of them, and it doesn't matter whether they offend him or not. But if he dared to show up like this tonight, he was probably ready to be discovered, and it would be difficult for the Nighthawks to catch him. Hastur didn't think for too long and actually fell asleep. The next day, news about Bud's death came out, and Professor Wayne and Lecturer Follin made a special trip. The news they received was that Bud wanted to break into a baron's house last night to assassinate him, but was shot dead by police officers who had already set up a trap nearby. At the same time, the police also convicted Bud and listed him and Dean Don as accomplices, who together caused a series of tragedies in the Sunrise Workhouse. The police report did not mention Hastur's name, but only mentioned that a baron had made a significant contribution to the case. Professor Wayne and Lecturer Follin, who knew the inside story well, naturally understood that this baron was referring to Hastur. After class in the morning, they came together to visit. I believed in Bud too much. I didn't expect that he was the real culprit. Professor Wayne blamed himself very much. In order to express his apology, he gave Hastur the plantation land deed worth tens of thousands of gold pounds. This time, Hastur did not refuse. After all, this matter was all because of Professor Wayne from beginning to end. Otherwise he would not have gone to the workhouse and been targeted by a demon, leading to what happened last night. In one adventure, I earned a plantation title, which is quite worth it if you think about it. Hastur showed great tolerance for this, and easily moved Professor Wayne and Lecturer Foran with just a few words. After seeing off Professor Wayne and Lecturer Falun, Hastur asked Butler Neil to send someone to investigate the current status of the ancestral property. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chief Reed came again. In addition to asking some small questions, he also brought a reward from the police department. 2,000 gold pounds. This time, the Sunrise Workhouse case, in which nearly 100 children died, caused a sensation throughout Backland. Because their police station handled the case quickly, they discovered Bart's true identity in time, and shot him to death on the spot. They did not let the tragedy continue to happen, and showed their face to the entire Backland. Even received a commendation from the king. As the biggest contributor to this case, Hastur naturally received a reward that belonged to him. According to Sheriff Reed, the king is even considering granting a reward directly, but he couldn't be sure whether it was true or not. He just heard it mentioned by his immediate superior. Having received another bounty in vain, Hastur was naturally very happy. But then, he looked stunned. Half of the credit for such a bounty was given to him by Mr. A. Otherwise, with the ability of the Nighthawk, it would be difficult to kill a hiding demon in a short time. If Bud hadn't died, this case wouldn't have been finalized so quickly. All gifts given by fate have already been marked with a secret price. He didn't think he could accept the gift from Mr. A with peace of mind. If you can't figure out Mr. A's purpose as soon as possible, you will definitely pay the price for it in the future. The Hall of Stars. Hastur appeared as the Lord of the Stars, looking at the star where the Jinn was, and waved out a chain of order to lead the Jinn to come. Skipping Chapter 67 does not affect viewing. Chapter 68 Mother Tree of Desire. Witness. C. On the dawn, in the captain's cabin, a familiar starry sky appeared and disappeared again. Bernadette looked at the scattered starlight with an incomprehensible expression. The starlight falling from the sky above was like an insurmountable and uncontestable Milky Way. No matter what kind of seal she uses, she can't fix the starry sky, let alone trace the source. This is the power of the stars. Go and search. Fighting his followers is the easiest and safest way for you to understand him. The Jinn sighed and looked at the starry sky above his head without saying a word. His clone has passed through the starry sky and arrived at the Palace of Stars. Arriving at this palace again, he was much calmer, glanced at Hastur, and then moved his gaze to the starry sky above his head. The first time he came, he had already made a guess. This time he looked at it seriously for a long time and became more and more sure of his thoughts. Every star in that starry sky represents an alien god and the old days. And he is one of them. The fallen mother goddess, the mother tree of desire, the superstar lord, the ring of destiny, the original hunger, etc. may all be in those stars. This Lord of the Stars, whose true name is hard to know, stares at the stars and watches their every move when he is idle and bored every day, looking down at other existences from a higher latitude. Is he really not a high-dimensional overlooker? The Jinn looked at Hastur again, looked at it quietly, and felt that it didn't look like it. He has been in contact with the high-dimensional overlooker more than once, and is quite familiar with him. Who are you? The Jinn asked his doubts again. Don't you want to find out the answer yourself? Hastur glanced at him lightly. The Jinn replied directly, I don't want to. Admitting one's own incompetence sometimes requires courage. Haha. I just don't want to waste this time. Too bad. I'm interested in playing this game. Hastur will not tell the Jinn. After all, he does not know what identity he has at this moment. The only thing he can be sure of is the master of the Hall of Stars. Humph. The same bad taste. The Jinn sneered, which reminded him of mystery. And he also likes to be a riddler. What he dislikes the most is these beings who like to talk half-talk. When he sees one, he wants to beat him up. There are not many things that can arouse interest in this long time. If it ends too early, it will be too boring. Are you avoiding talking about it on purpose? The Dane God's eyes became much sharper. Instead of testing, it's better to turn your brain and think of the answers to the questions yourself. Humph. You brought me here after half a month just to ridicule me? Faced with this question, Hastur smiled and did not answer. He stretched out a finger and tapped it lightly in the void. A chain of order dropped down and snaked along the direction of the finger. The Jinn God's heart trembled unconsciously. He had been beaten by this chain of order for countless nights. What you up to? Don't be so excited. You should be familiar with it. The chain of order rotated gently around Hastur's finger, like a very docile and harmless little snake. Oh, do you finally want to take action on me? The Jinn sneered, not panicking at all. What arrived here was just one of his clones. So even if it was destroyed, it wouldn't be a big deal. If the other party wants to target his true form, he must first break through the mysterious seal left on the magic lamp. When you regain your freedom by then, you may not be able to fight. Just wanted you to meet a new friend. Hastur's thoughts turned, and the chain of order reached outside the star where the Mother Tree of Desire was, and then began to enter the time and space where the Mother Tree of Desire was. The black light flashed, and the Mother Tree of Desire, which had been waiting for the opportunity, immediately took action. It took the initiative to stretch out a few branches to wrap around the chain of order. At the same time, countless human-faced fruits fell from the branches, converging into a vast ocean and spreading. Come! He wants to erode this starry sky. The chain of order still shines, and the starry sky has not been melted, as if there are different time and space, or different latitudes, between the two. When everything dispersed, a clone of the Mother Tree of Desire had been led by the chain of order, passed through the starry sky, and came to the Hall of Stars. Everything is back to normal again. High-dimensional overlooker? In the starry sky, a dark and lightless world, there seemed to be a voice coming out. The Hall of Stars. The Jinn God witnessed the chain of order pulling out a clone from a star. This made him even more sure of his guess. Every star in the sky above here represents the old days of an outer god. The clone of the Mother Tree of Desire arrives. She still looks like a big tree, with dark green branches wrapped around the tree body, and the branches are covered with light green human-faced fruits. However, the shadow of the bound god cannot be seen in the center of the tree. With just one glance, the Jinn recognized the identity of this clone. The Mother Tree of Desire. He has always existed in this image outside the starry sky, but he is usually hidden in the dark and lightless world. Very few beings can know his true appearance. The Mother Tree of Desire was also looking around at this unfamiliar environment, and it easily recognized the origin of the God of Light. The deeds of the Son of Chaos, who were plotted by secrets and sealed into the wishing lamp, were seen by many outside gods outside the starry sky. Naturally, he was also one of the witnesses. What concerned him was not meeting the Jinn here, but the figure sitting at the top. And where exactly was this mysterious palace? He stared at Hastur for a long time without saying a word. The roots at the root of the tree spread in all directions, like a peacock spreading its tail. He wants to try to occupy this palace of stars. The genie of the lamp chuckled, and sat consciously in his seat, silently watching all this without saying a word. He has always wanted to test it, but he didn't want to anger the other party. After all, he still needed the other party to help him unlock the seal. The arrival of the clone of the Mother Tree of Desire is simply too wonderful. With his temperament and being outside the starry sky, he has no scruples and will not just let others manipulate him. Just take this opportunity to take a look at the mystery of this palace of stars. As for who wins or loses, he doesn't think that a clone of the Mother Tree of Desire can subvert everything here. The clones of the Mother Tree of Desire should be similar to himself. Around Sequence 8. It is only because of his high rank that he has abilities far beyond those of the sequence. But this is, after all, someone else's home field. Sequence 8 is too insignificant. Faced with the Mother Tree of Desire's initiative, Asta still sat quietly in his position, without the need for him to take the initiative. Here, the Hall of Stars will suppress any existence that dares to offend him. The Mother Tree of Desire's action at this moment has already met the suppression conditions of the Palace of Stars. A patch of starlight fell from the starry sky above our heads, and each ray of starlight was like a mountain pressing down on us. Any roots of the Mother Tree of Desire that stretched beyond the limits were shattered one by one. At the same time, his body was as if it was carrying a starry sky on its back, making it difficult to move at all. One to the left and one to the right. Two chains of order shuttled through the body of the Mother Tree of Desire, turning into starlight shackles, completely suppressing it. The Mother Tree of Desire just watched all this quietly, without feeling any panic or nervousness. It's just an insignificant clone. He doesn't care. The Mother Tree of Desire looked at Hastur calmly and said slowly, "Are you a high-dimensional overlooker?" Seeing that the Mother Tree of Desire could no longer take action, the Jinn God secretly said a pity, looked at the Mother Tree of Desire, and chuckled. He is not a high-dimensional overlooker. It seems that you rarely deal with that guy. Facing the Mother Tree of Desire, which had just arrived and offended people as soon as it arrived, the Jinn God felt a sense of superiority in his heart. You are also a clone. Here, the power of the stars. The Mother Tree of Desire felt silently for a while, then looked at the star that represented where she was. It was only recently that he had the feeling of being spied on. He had never felt like it before. The aura here was ancient and mysterious, and its existence was absolutely extremely long. In other words, He has been living under the gaze of others without noticing. Choose a spot. Hastur dispersed the suppression of the desire tree in the palace of stars, and the chain of order retracted, allowing the desire tree to regain its freedom. The mother tree of desire glanced at the long table, went straight to Hastur's left side and sat down, very close to Hastur. Hastur tried his best to behave naturally, and not pay attention to the eyes of the desire tree. The Dane god's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling that sitting in this position didn't seem very good. There is a feeling of being isolated and judged. But the position was chosen by himself, and he would not rush to find a new position. The mother tree of desire asked, "What do you want to do?" An attempt. Asta's tone was still very calm. Under the close gaze of the mother tree of desire, the pressure was really quite high. He is more aggressive than the jinn. You also want to enter the initial barrier and plunder the source of matter? I'm just a witness. Witness. The mother tree of desire read out once, and the human face fruit on her body opened its mouth, seemingly letting out a burst of laughter. Chaos and madness are eternal. Can you completely restrain the desire from the depths of your soul? Hastur tapped his fingers on the table, suppressed the uncomfortable laughter of the human face fruit, and said calmly, "Everything is possible. Send this clone of mine within the initial barrier, and I will believe in your ability. I never had to prove myself." Hastur will not send the clone of the mother tree of desire into the first barrier and reach the earth, although this is only a clone equivalent to sequence 8. Once it leaves the suppression of the Hall of Stars, the mother tree of desire will definitely be able to set off a storm with its high status. At that time, even if the 7 gods descend, they may not be able to subdue him. Maybe, one day suddenly the mother tree of desire will appear directly in front of her and reveal her true identity. He would never do such a thing. As a witness, maintaining neutrality is the position he feels best suits his needs. In this way, the Palace of Stars is equivalent to the transit station between the outer gods and the earth. What kind of business is best to do? Of course, it's a platform. Skipping chapter 69 does not affect viewing. Chapter 70, Jinn, I have a pact with mystery. Oh, it's been a long time since I met someone who maintains a neutral stance. The Jinn also joined the topic. Excessive greed is often a recipe for disaster. Hastur still maintains his enigmatic attitude. When faced with questions that are difficult to answer, he will throw out a few words that sound reasonable and compelling, but are actually useless. The mother tree of desire said, "Who are the other attendees?" Asta chuckled and said, "Do you want to meet the fallen mother goddess?" The joke wasn't funny, although the mother tree of desire's tone was calm. Both Hastur and the Jinn heard wariness and hostility in his answer. The fallen mother goddess and the desire mother tree are consistent in breaking through the initial barrier, but in other respects, the relationship between the two is not very good. The Jinn god chuckled and said, "Look at God and mystery. Excessive greed has led to their downfall. Before the fallen mother goddess has retrieved the source of essence and path, she will not dare to devour you even if she wins." The mother tree of desire did not speak, and the Jinn god continued to strike. It would be more like his style to make you surrender, or turn you into a puppet. He is no longer what he used to be. The mother tree of desire said with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, among all our beings, he is the most severely damaged. The mother tree of desire glanced at the Jinn and sarcastically said, "Are you sure that the most severely damaged being is not you?" The Jinn wanted to curse, but found that the two beings in front of him were in much better condition than him. One controls the power of the stars, and can gather people together across the distant time and space and the original barrier. The other occupies the starry sky and is eyeing the doomsday events. Even the fallen mother goddess, with her essence damaged and her dual pathways torn apart, is still the most terrifying existence in the starry sky, standing at the top of all the outer gods. Only he, the son of chaos, is now secretly imprisoned in the wishing lamp by most of his true spirit, and cannot be freed. When it comes to the current situation, he is definitely the worst foreign god. You shouldn't get involved in this topic. The Jinn snorted coldly. I was indeed severely damaged, but I successfully broke through the initial barrier and was one step ahead of you. I may not lose to you in the doomsday battle. Hastur, who sat in the top position and seemed not to care much, had been a serious bystander, waiting for the mother tree of desire and the Jinn to chat about more inside information about the outer gods. Hearing the words of the Jinn god that were seriously lacking in confidence, he really wanted to laugh. The genie of the Jinn was sealed in the wishing lamp and controlled by Bernadette. As long as he did not make a wish to him, he would basically be unable to interfere in real matters. Were you deliberately sealed by the secret? The mother tree of desire looked at the Jinn with a more serious look. Hee. The Jinn just sneered and did not answer the question. He couldn't say that he was deceived into the wishing lamp. Right? That would be too shameless. Take the initiative to step into the trap of mystery. Then wait for the mystery to fall. And then wait for the opportunity to take action to gain the greatest fortune. This kind of image is suitable for you. As for whether he would be discovered, he wasn't too worried. At the beginning, many outer gods only knew that part of his true spirit was sealed into the wishing lamp by mystery. Only he and mystery knew the specific situation. He was sure that the mother tree of desire could not confirm the situation he was in at the moment. Thinking of this, he felt more and more that coming here to attend the party was the right thing to do. As long as you make good use of the information gap and your innate advantage of being within the initial barrier, you may be able to get foreign gods like the mother tree of desire to proactively seek deals with you. In this way, he will definitely be able to return to the starry sky and regain his integrity before the end. Once he regains his integrity, even if he is exposed for what he is, he will have nothing to fear. At worst, he will just flee deep into the starry sky. The only one who can see through his own reality in advance is the master of the stars, who cannot guess the depth. Hastur looked at the Jinn with a smile and remained silent, signaling that he would not take the initiative to reveal his true situation. The Jinn understood and felt more confident. I struggled with the mystery for a long time, and I knew that his plans were too big. He wanted to try to devour other sources of matter in order to transcend to a higher level, and this would bring destruction to him. When the war situation was unfavorable, I was secretly sealed into the wishing lamp. I took this opportunity to escape, and was able to pass through the initial barrier and remain here until today. Now that the mystery has died, although I have been sealed, my identity is still there. Even if the true God comes, he can't do anything to me, except for the falsehood of being sealed. The rest of these words are true and can withstand verification. It is easiest to deceive others with words that are both true and false. The Jinn has learned to be smart. Hastur silently raised the Jinn's IQ to another level in his heart. The mother tree of desire, which also has no idea how many years it has survived, will naturally not believe the words of the Jinn God easily. With his mysterious wisdom and power, it is impossible for your little thoughts to be hidden from him. Haha. How do you know that I am not the secret resurrected backup man? The Jinn knew that he needed to drop a bombshell to arouse the interest of the mother tree of desire. This time, the mother tree of desire rarely thought for a moment, guessing the feasibility of this news. Although he could not believe the words of the Jinn, he believed in the mysterious wisdom. With his mysterious wisdom, it was impossible not to leave a backup plan. Judging from his later behavior of sealing the Son of Chaos into the wishing lamp, there was indeed the idea of letting the Jinn serve as a backup plan for resurrection. Perhaps the Jinn God had already reached some agreement with Wei Ni at the beginning. I can't believe what you said. Oh, you think I need to prove it to you? Transactions only exist between two parties of equal strength. And you are not enough now. TSK. TSK. I don't mind making your followers suffer a little. Facing the mother tree of desire, the Jinn has no fear. When he was complete, he was one of the most powerful alien gods in the entire universe. Although it is not as good as the three pillars of the fallen mother goddess, God, and mystery, he has never paid attention to other external gods. They roam across the starry sky, and the mother tree of desire is not worthy of being feared by him. Soon, I will perform a miracle in West Balam. If you can prevent the completion of the ceremony, I will recognize your ability. The mother tree of desire's condescending attitude made the Jinn very unhappy. He said coldly, "Aren't you afraid that I will destroy all your believers? If you cannot bear God's grace, your life will be of little value." Okay, I accept this challenge. The Dane God's attitude was very tough. He knew that he had to show his strength in order to gain corresponding respect. This challenge is an opportunity for me to show my fangs and show my worth. They must understand that they have enough power to cause chaos within the initial barrier. The transaction needs to be equivalent. If I complete this challenge, what price will you pay for it? A demonic tarot card. Haha. You want to take this opportunity to contaminate Bernadette? You can choose to refuse. The Jinn shouted softly, "She is my favorite. Please stop trying to figure her out." TSK. The favored one. Jinn, you are quite thick-skinned. Bernadette is clearly your prison guard, and she has suddenly become your favored one. You are clearly bullying Bernadette into not being able to know what is going on here, and deliberately telling lies to give yourself a golden face. Hastur silently cursed a few words in his heart, but he did not want to expose the Jinn, but was happy to see the result. What do you want? Oh, of the tarot cards drawn up by Russell. Only the Black Emperor card and the Judgment card are of some use to me. But can you find them and trade them? This is just an attempt, not a gift given to you. Okay. I want to control the cards, the Dane God said in a relaxed tone, even with a hint of a smile. He has been staying with Bernadette and has some understanding of what is happening within the Rose School. According to his speculation, the Mother Tree of Desire should not be able to fully grasp the path of control. Otherwise, there would be no civil strife in the Rose School. The Mother Tree of Desire wanted to test him. And he also wanted to test the Mother Tree of Desire. Although a Temperance card is nothing to the Mother Tree of Desire, to its believers, it is a sacred object. Good. The Mother Tree of Desire agreed to the deal. The stars will bear witness to this. Hastur is happy to be a notary and witness the first bet between the Jinn and the Mother Tree of Desire. At the same time, I also want to see what means the Jinn will use to complete this challenge. The Jinn asked, would you like to place some bets? I have no objection. The Mother Tree of Desire also wanted to know the details of this mysterious existence. Hastur said calmly, I am just a witness, not a participant. Neither the Jinn God nor the Mother Tree of Desire said anything. This was just a simple temptation from them. That's the end of today's party. I hope that in 15 days, the bet between you will have a winner. Hastur announced the end of the party and drove the two chains of order to send the Jinn and the Mother Tree of Desire back to their respective stars at the same time. Hastur leaned back on his chair and took a few deep breaths before he recovered. The Mother Tree of Desire had been staring at him just now when nothing happened, trying to find out his secrets, which put him under a lot of pressure. Fortunately, the power of the Palace of Stars helped him cover it up, so that the Mother Tree of Desire could not see the truth. The Jinn's performance tonight was quite conspicuous. It seemed that he was already a little anxious. This is the benefit of competition. If there are only two of you, and the Dangshan all the time, then the Dangshan will definitely wait for the price, and will not give in easily. But the arrival of the Mother Tree of Desire was enough for him to put away his petty thoughts, and take the initiative to reveal his value. If the Temperance Tarot card falls into your hands, it will be a huge asset, and you can make several deals with Miss Sharon. Such a pity. No. The Jinn clearly rejected the Devil card and didn't want the Desire Tree to take this opportunity to pollute Bernadette. So why did she dare to accept the Temperance card? With the personality and methods of the Mother Tree of Desire, it can also leave behind the Control card. Maybe there is some occult knowledge that I don't understand. Or maybe the Jinn has some other plans. Hastur quietly considered the possibilities. Chapter 71 The Oracle of the Mother Tree of Desire. The Sea. The Dawn. In the captain's cabin, the Jinn's clone was sent back to the Wishing Lantern by the chain of order. Bernadette just watched all this quietly. She couldn't stop it from happening. She could only calm herself down. The ghost of the lamp appeared from the wishing lamp, looked at Bernadette and said, tonight, I met a familiar being there. The Mother Tree of Desire. Bernadette's expression was solemn and guarded. Don't be so nervous. He is still trapped outside the starry sky and cannot enter this world. Why can he appear there? The power of the Lord of the Stars has increased again. In front of me tonight. He crossed the distant time and space to guide the Mother Tree of Desire. Speaking of this, the Jinn God sighed, in the Hall of Stars. Foreign gods gathered together. How incredible and shocking this is. Bernadette was also shocked by the words in the Palace of Stars. The outer gods gather. According to what the Jinn said, the Lord of the Stars is constantly recovering his power. Once his power is fully restored, won't he be able to guide all the outer gods in the entire universe? Can't think about it anymore. Bernadette cut off her thoughts about this in time, and did not dare to think about it any further. Otherwise, she is afraid that she will be contaminated by the knowledge and mystery contained here. The secrets related to the outer gods of the entire universe are not something she can pry into now. The Jinn also understands this truth. He doesn't want anything to happen to Bernadette now. After all, this is his favored one. I heard a message from the Mother Tree of Desire. In the recent period, he will hold a divine descending ceremony in Zibelang. He did not bluntly say that this was a bet between himself and the Mother Tree of Desire. Otherwise Bernadette might not help him. God's descending ceremony? Yes. The Mother Tree of Desire has reached an agreement with the Lord of the Stars, and is preparing to make an attempt. If you don't want his power to interfere with the real world to increase again, then inform the Church of the Seven Gods of this news, and ask them to stop it. Seeing that Bernadette did not agree immediately, the Jinn God continued, I didn't lie about his plan to descend. If he doesn't stop it, Zibelang will be completely ruled by his power. Why did you choose to betray the Mother Tree of Desire? As you said before, I have the same relationship with the group of alien gods outside the starry sky. That's not enough reason to convince me. Haha. I just don't want the power of the Mother Tree of Desire to destroy the balance too early. What I want is to maintain a stable situation until the end. Finally, the Jinn god reminded you. Go find believers in the stars as soon as possible. Otherwise your world will not be able to support the predicted doomsday. And he will be the biggest variable. The phantom of the lantern merged into the wishing lantern. And Bernadette stayed alone in the cabin to think. Judging from her many years of experience in getting along with the Jinn, he did not lie about the Mother Tree of Desire asking God to descend. Even if there was a lie. In the end it was the people of the Seven Gods Church who were busy. And she would not go to West Bawang to join in the fun. Well, there have been too many things to worry about recently. And she has been having trouble sleeping. So she misses Backlund's delicious food. After a long time, Bernadette wrote a letter, summoned her own messenger, and revealed the news to the people of the Church of the Seven Gods. After confirming the authenticity of this divine, descending incident, she will inform the Church of the Seven Gods about the existence of the Lord of the Stars, and ask them to go to find the believers in the stars on her behalf. The headquarters of the Rose School. Under the dim moonlight, a hill was hidden in the cover of the woods. Deep in the dense forest, a huge black tree rises from the ground. Under the canopy, which is enough to block the light of the sun and moon, countless vine branches are entangled, and fruits with human faces are hung on the branches. Close your eyes and follow the breeze. Swaying slightly, at the main tree trunk, a figure whose facial features could not be seen clearly stretched out his arms to hug the tree trunk, letting hundreds of them stand. Dark green branches wrap themselves up to sleep. At the root of the tree, a group of people gathered nearby, forming a circle around the big black tree. Their eyes were full of madness and admiration. The leader among them is a middle-aged man with light yellow and slightly curly hair, obvious sunken eye sockets, and a skinny face. The brown eyes were full of irrepressible malice and madness, and the thicker lips were covered with golden nails covered with fine patterns, sealing the entire mouth, giving people an evil and terrifying feeling. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing the crimson moon. The crowd's madness and shouting reached its highest point. At this time, wisps of black light emerged from the big tree, startling the human face fruit with its eyes closed, one after another. Finally all the face fruits were awakened, and the whole tree began to tremble, making a dull and dry sound that resounded throughout the hill. Zibalang, hold a divine sacrifice. Go find the apostles of the stars. Beware the power of the stars. 3 voices sounded, and the devout believers were already prostrate on the ground, trembling with excitement. Their God, their only Lord, had once again set down an oracle. After a while, the oracle's voice dissipated. The thick black light also dissipated. The human face fruit closed its eyes again, and everything returned to calm. The figure that had been hugging the big tree retreated one branch after another. He stood in the air, with his back to the believers below, and his whole body was filled with a gloomy and evil aura. His back was covered with black viscous liquid, and his arms and shoulders had strange protrusions, as if something could grow from those protrusions. Mahums, you go and be responsible for the coming of God. Others, send a message and ask all members to go all out to find the star apostles. After the 2 orders were issued, the middle-aged man named Mahams respectfully led the believers out of here. The power of the stars. Mother, are you afraid of this power? With a murmur, a bloodshot, black and white eyeball fell from him and rolled to the ground, followed by a second eyeball, and a third. Finally, hundreds of eyeballs covered the ground below, and the black light began to flicker, as if they were searching for something. After a while, his body trembled slightly, and he bowed down. Blood oozed from his eyeballs, and then they shattered and turned into lumps of sticky, fuzzy flesh. Ho, an existence that cannot be explored. A starry sky that blocks all prying eyes. He trembled, and there was blood flowing out of the corners of his eyes. After a long time, his body gradually returned to calm. On the ground, the lumps of flesh with exploded eyes turned into bloody maggots, crawling along the trunk of the tree, onto his body, and integrated with his body again. Backlund, it's a new day. Asta got up from the bed, stretched his muscles, walked to the window, opened the window, and admired Backlund, who was not yet shrouded in gray fog. The matter in the workhouse has been completely resolved, except for Mr. A and the destiny path extraordinary hidden in the dark. He currently has no other dangers. He had an idea in his mind about the extraordinary people who had the path of destiny. As long as he did not look for the golden box hidden by Voltaire, he should not touch the juncture of destiny. This is a guess he made based on his understanding of fate, and the accuracy rate should be quite high. He has always had a vague feeling since he was born. So he has never been to the third floor of this house since he lived there. It should be his spirituality that keeps reminding him that once he gets to the third floor, bad things will happen to him easily. Now he somewhat understood that the golden box related to fate must be hidden on the third floor. As long as he went to the third floor to look for it, he would definitely find it. And this will attract the extraordinaries of the path of destiny lurking in the dark. Therefore, before he becomes stronger, he will not go to the third floor to find the so-called golden box. Now, only the crazy Mr. A is the most unpredictable. He is really a little afraid of this Mr. A. Who knows what more surprise gifts he will give himself. The last delivery of Bard's head attracted the attention of the Nighthawks, who required him to act to pass the nightmare test. Hey, now I kind of understand why the people in the Aurora Society are basically crazy. It's hard for a normal person to predict what a group of lunatics are going to do. And it's even harder to catch them. 20 minutes later, Hastur closed the window, went to the bathroom to wash up, and then went downstairs to eat. After dinner, Butler Neal came to report on the situation of the ancestral property. The manor where the Campbell family started is not too big, but it has been passed down to the Campbell family because of its special meaning. Today, flowers are still planted on the ancestral estate, including roses, tulips, phalaenopsis, and asters. Its normal annual income is between 3,000 and 4,000 gold pounds, which is not as good as the only large plantation left by the old butler. The income of that large plantation in half a year can exceed 4,000 gold pounds. Without any unexpected circumstances, the income for the whole year is more than 10,000 gold pounds. This is Asta's biggest source of income. Hastur listened silently and asked Neal to handle these matters. The annual income increased by 4,000 gold pounds, plus the income from the large plantation and his salary as a legal advisor to Bavard Bank. The total added up to almost 15,000 gold pounds a year. Although this is not as good as the wealthy nobles, it is far better than ordinary people, and it is enough to live a very wealthy and luxurious life. It seems like a lot, but if you compare it to Miss Audrey, the gap becomes clear. Even if he doesn't eat or drink, and saves 15,000 gold pounds a year, it will take him at least 20 years to catch up with Audrey's wealth. The gap is too big. Hastur sighed and stopped thinking about these easily sad things. Thinking that he had made a lot of money recently, he felt happy again. With a wave of his hand, he asked Butler Neal to take out 100 gold pounds and give a bonus to all the servants according to their positions. At the same time, ask Butler Neal to prepare 2,200 gold pounds, and he will return it to Viscount Greylint personally. The extra 200 gold pounds is considered interest. It has been almost 3 months since he was born, and the interest rate of 10% for 3 months is already considered very high. After settling these matters, Hastur was ready to go out. As he walked to the door, he suddenly remembered the aster flower. If he remembered correctly, the manor left in the suburbs was called Aster Manor. Right? Chapter 72 The Jinn God Small Victory. Aster Flower. Aster Manor? Could such a coincidence happen? He paused in his steps and looked solemn. Any coincidence could be the prelude to a conspiracy. Moreover, he has recently provoked extraordinary people from the destiny path. Any coincidence or chance may contain something terrible. Aster Flower. Hastur stopped in front of the door and thought for a long time before he remembered the record about the aster flower. The aster flower represents elegance and mystery. Many people believe that it has magical powers. It was considered a sacred flower in ancient Rome and Greece. Among them, the star-shaped aster flower is used to represent the stars in the sky. Represent the stars? Hastur subconsciously looked up. Gray mist covered the sky above Backland, and the bright sunshine struggled to shine through. The stars that are clearly visible at night are hiding behind the scorching sun without a trace. Asta stared blankly for a while, then laughed and whispered, "Too many coincidences would seem too deliberate. Today is another beautiful day." Hastur called the carriage, got in, and headed to Greylint's house. Greylint looked shocked when Hastur returned the 2,200 gold pounds in the form of 220 10-pound notes. As far as he knew, Asta's financial situation was not good. So how could he spend this money all at once? "Asta, are you the Baron who assisted the police in detecting the workhouse case?" Greylint said in surprise. "It just happened to happen." No, you are too modest. even though it is a good virtue. The police station gave me a reward, which is quite generous. They have been complaining to the king about poverty, but they can still come up with such a sum of money. It seems that you played an important role in this case. Graylint asked the butler to collect the money while leading Hastur to the study. You should ask Lord Greg to help you. Maybe you can get a reward from the king. With no one else present, Graylint spoke much more directly. The king doesn't like us Campbells very much. Hastur was sitting on the sofa, sipping a cup of Marquis black tea, and his tone was more casual. Your father Voltaire. Well, it is true that he is not very popular with the king. Otherwise, he would not have his title reduced by the king because of those ridiculous behaviors. Didn't his title come from gambling? It's not all because of this. Your father lost too much land in gambling and refused to correct his evil behavior, which caused the king's dissatisfaction, which eventually led to the title being reduced from Earl to Baron. Asta thought for a moment and smiled, just helping to detect a case. This little credit is not enough to make the king look at me differently. Graylint chuckled. It's enough if you add Duke Negan's weight. Graylint, you are still too young. Hastur shook his head and smiled. Except for the king's lineage, the Negan family is the most noble. Their influence is already too great. Duke Negan will never express his opinion easily on this issue of title promotion. They even take the initiative to avoid suspicion. That's right. Duke Negan has kept a low profile in recent years. The king is now more optimistic about Earl Hall, and even intends to let his son marry Audrey. Graylint thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed what Hastur said. So he did not continue the topic. The two chatted for another 2 hours in the study. During this period, Hastur told Graylint a lot of mystical knowledge and asked him to learn some ancient Hermetic and giant languages. After leaving Graylint's house, Asta went to Backland University, and in the evening went to the Brave Bar to chat and play cards with Merrick. Another solid day. West Balam. The warlords here are divided, and behind them, there are the shadows of many other countries, turning this half of the southern continent into a colony. Tonight, in an unknown town, a black light surged from the center of the town. The black light spread in the wind, covering the entire town in the blink of an eye. The residents of the town walked out of their houses one after another, and came to the huge square in the center of the town. Their faces were filled with happy smiles, and their eyes were full of desire. All of them, men, women, old and young, took off their obstructive clothes and exposed themselves naked under the crimson moon. The crimson light falls on the snow-white body, adding a hazy aura. Reproduction is the instinct of many living things. Even plants that cannot move still show an extreme desire to reproduce. Reproduction is the continuation of new life, and the truth that the world continues to this day. To resist reproduction is to go against human nature. Only by breaking away from the constraints of ethical dogma and indulging the desires from the bottom of your heart can you gain true freedom and happiness. Indulge desires and multiply life. As more and more townspeople participated, the atmosphere of desire in this place became stronger and stronger, and wisps of vitality spread out from the men and women, converging on an altar in the center. Muhammad stood in the middle of the altar, using calm and bewitching words to lure the townspeople to take off their restraints and join this grand event. His eyes were full of enthusiasm, and a smile appeared on his lips. He could feel that their God was watching here, and he was watching him. Previously, he had always believed that sexual intercourse between men and women was a violation of sanctity. Only by restraining desires can we awaken our divinity from this confrontation and struggle and see the gods. But it wasn't until he truly met God that he realized that he had gone in the opposite direction. Desire needs to be indulged. Indulging desires is a way to love yourself most. Only by being honest with yourself first can you face the world with the same mentality. Restraint and moderation of desires are nothing but self-deception. This is the instinct of human beings, and the reason why all things can reproduce. If everything in the world restrains itself, and no longer reproduces life, then how dead this world will be. Here we are. God's gaze is penetrating through the layers of starry sky. My hands was trembling with excitement. Every time he witnessed a miracle, his soul would be baptized, gathering people together for lewdness. You are indeed the scum of humanity. A deep drink broke the tranquility of this place. My hands looked up and saw a large figure surrounding him in the dark night. You lackeys of the church. You are trying to destroy the coming of God. The sea. The dawn. In the captain's cabin, the phantom of the lantern appeared from the wishing lantern and said with a smile, "Now do you believe I didn't lie to you?" He was in a good mood. This time, the Church of Storms joined forces with the Church of the Eternal Sun and the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom to destroy the divine descendant ceremony of the Mother Tree of Desire in West Balang. Help him win the bet with the Mother Tree of Desire, so that he can have more confidence to negotiate and trade with the Mother Tree of Desire. It was a small feeling of pride. Bernadette stared at the Jinn god and said, according to the news I got, the evil god did not personally preside over this divine descent. And the entire divine descent ceremony seems much simpler than before. This is just a try. You are definitely hiding something from me. The Jinn thought for a while and said, I did hide part of the news. I made a bet with the Mother Tree of Desire. If I can destroy his divine descending ceremony this time, he will give me a tarot card. Bernadette's expression moved slightly. She knew that the tarot card spoken by the Jinn god must be the pair of tarot cards with mysterious power left by her father Russell. The Mother Tree of Desire originally wanted to use the Devil card as a bet, but I refused. The Devil card is too dangerous for you. So I asked it to replace it with a Temperance card. I'm not going to take the Temperance card. Bernadette refused directly. Things from the Mother Tree of Desire are not that easy to get. The Devil card is very dangerous. Are the Temperance cards safe? The genie looked at the roof of the cabin. His eyes seemed to penetrate the obstruction, and saw the stars twinkling in the sky. That Temperance card. I never prepared it for you from the beginning. Off. The Church of Storms teamed up with the Eternal Sun Church and the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom to destroy a large-scale cult sacrifice ceremony in West Balong. Outside. The dawn of the mysterious queen across the sea appears near Demir Port. Extra. The mysterious baron, who secretly helped the police solve the Sunrise Workhouse case, turned out to be him. On the street, a child selling newspapers holds a pile of newspapers in his left hand and shakes a newspaper in his right hand to attract the attention of customers. He loudly sells today's newspapers to passers-by. Give me one. Hastur, who was passing nearby, asked the coachman to stop the carriage and buy a newspaper. In the carriage, Hastur opened the newspaper and read it carefully. Judging from the news revealed in the newspaper, the Jinn has won the bet. I wonder if the deal between the Jinn god and the Mother Tree of Desire has been completed privately. Bernadette's dawn appeared near Demir Port. Could it have secretly entered Lone and come to Backland? Based on the abnormality shown by the Jinn during this period, Bernadette will definitely carry the wishing lantern with her to avoid accidents. It seems that I have to be careful of the prying eyes of the Jinn, and it is best not to meet Bernadette. Asta looked at another news item, not knowing which kind-hearted person told the story about how he helped the police solve the case. The newspapers were full of praise for this young, promising and handsome baron, and they did not hesitate to praise him. Asta put down the newspaper, feeling a little headache. He didn't want to be so famous. Chapter 73 Corn Laws. Royal Gala. Who is behind this? Greg? That's not his style. Grillant? He shouldn't have such great courage and motivation. It wasn't until Hastur went to Backland University and met Professor Wayne that he realized that Professor Wayne was behind all this. After many years of teaching and educating people, Professor Wayne has not only gained a lot of students, but he still has many students, many of whom are outstanding. After learning about Professor Wayne's request, the newspaper, Backland Daily, placed the news about Hastur in a more prominent place on the front page. The joint operation with the Church of the Three Gods and the latest news from Dawn successfully occupied the home page. Backland Daily is a large newspaper covering the entire Lone, and its content is extremely high. In this regard, Hastur could not say anything except sighing silently. After all, Professor Wayne also has good intentions. Sure enough, on the evening of the next day, Greco personally came to visit and said that after the king learned of his heroic deeds, he wanted to reward him and let him attend the party this Saturday. Hastur asked tentatively, "What is the general reward from the king?" Greco said with a smile, "It is a bit difficult to be promoted to a title. I will probably reward you with some land. After all, the royal family also won a lot of real estate from your father." Hastur no longer knew how to describe Voltaire. At the same time, he was also curious about how much property the Campbell family had back then. Greco looked around and lowered his voice. The kingdom is about to begin to change. If the king asks you to choose between land and gold pounds, you must choose gold pounds. Hastur was shocked and asked in surprise, "Is the kingdom going to start repealing the corn laws?" Greco did not speak immediately, but just looked at Asta up and down for a while, and then sighed. "Asta, you are indeed my best friend. You are very keen on politics and very smart." "No, I just knew in advance that the corn laws would be repealed before Klein was born. I just didn't know exactly when." Hastur murmured in his heart and said with a smile, "I have always been very concerned about Roan's future. A baronetship is too low. It is not worthy of your intelligence and wisdom. Reviving the glory of the Campbell family has always been my goal. The two talked about the situation in loan for a while. And then Hastur mentioned investment matters. The wheel of fortune has begun to turn. And he should make some plans early, so that he can obtain more benefits in the future. He has now paid off Clarence debt of 2,000 gold pounds. And with the upcoming reward from the king, he has a lot of spare money to use. Investment is the best direction. Especially when the corn laws were about to be repealed and changes began. The good old days of the landed aristocrats sitting at home collecting money were about to pass. Followed by the rise of the bourgeoisie, such as steel, banking, coal and other fields. That's what Greco and Hibbert are currently doing together. Greco told Asta tactfully that if you want to enter the banking field, you need to have very strong funds, at least 100,000 gold pounds to start. Although the threshold for steel is lower, Asta currently does not have that kind of funds. As for coal, if he could raise 10,000 gold pounds, he could help Hastur get started. Asta thought about it, and still felt that buying related stocks was more suitable for him. With my current financial resources, I cannot become a banker, and can only be a small retail investor. Gleck said with a smile, this is the wisest choice. Through stocks, it is easy to earn 100,000 gold pounds from 10,000 gold pounds. But it is difficult to earn 1 million gold pounds from 100,000 gold pounds. Asta understood the meaning of Greg's words. He wanted to help him buy stocks and increase his wealth in a short time through inside information and operations. Hastur really couldn't say no to such kindness. In the end, he could only lament that retail investors were cut off from their fortunes. Saturday night, 7 o'clock. Asta put on her dress, sprayed on expensive perfume, and spent half an hour dressing up with the help of 3 maids before she barely met Butler Neil's requirements. Participating in a party organized by the royal family is troublesome, and you have to pay attention to every aspect. Butler Neil also specially told him that he must show the elegant side of the nobles at the dinner tonight. And it must not be like at home. Recently, Hastur has been very casual at home due to the need to play a barbarian. And he does not look like an elegant and decent nobleman when he goes out. This made Butler Neil very worried about his performance at the party tonight. Hastur felt that Butler Neil's concerns were correct. The party organized by the royal family can be said to be the most cumbersome and rule-based place in the lone noble circle, which just meets the needs of Hastur Barbarian. If you want to digest the potion as quickly as possible, this is a good opportunity. But he will try to be as subtle as possible to avoid getting into an uncontrollable situation. He himself also knew that playing a barbarian should be bold and fearless, ignoring these restrictive rules and order, in order to better digest the magic potion. But on this occasion, if he was too unruly, his noble reputation could easily fall to the bottom. He could only try to play it by ear. Slow down. It's better than causing a big trouble. At 7:30, Hastur came to the place where the royal family was hosting a dinner tonight. This place is similar to his Astor Manor on the outskirts. They are both manors with a large area. The only difference is that this place is in the center of Backland instead of in the suburbs. Hastur's arrival attracted a lot of attention. And with the appearance of the report in Backland Daily, many nobles also knew about him. The heir to the Campbell family, coupled with the aura of Voltaire, a famous celebrity, he naturally became the target of many nobles. Hastur kept a decent smile and looked around, finding Viscount Greyland, who was also attending tonight's party. He walked over holding a glass full of wine. Greyland also smiled and came over with a toast, touched Hastur's glass lightly, and said with a smile, Asta, I heard that the king intends to reward you tonight. Maybe? Hastur did not continue to talk about this topic, but walked to a quiet corner with less people to chat with Greyland. The whole person felt much more relaxed. Asta, you can't have such a temper. As a qualified noble, it is very important to learn to communicate with others. Seeing that Hastur was unmoved, Greyland continued, for example, Miss Audrey. Her temperament does not like to attend noisy banquets. But as long as she participates, whether it is dealing with others or communicating elegantly, she will. It's so perfect. You're right. Hastur nodded, walked toward the crowd with his wine glass, then walked around them, and came to the corner alone, sipping the wine and admiring the so-called aristocratic elegance. After witnessing this scene, Greyland was stunned for a long time, and finally walked into the crowd with a glass of wine, and skillfully communicated with the familiar nobles. Audrey was naturally invited to tonight's banquet. She came relatively late, arriving at the party around 8:20. Her arrival naturally attracted a lot of attention. Asta used her light to taste tonight's dessert in his free time. It is worthy of being produced by the royal family. The taste and texture are both excellent. It is difficult to evaluate the advantages and disadvantages between them at the moment, mainly because he ate a little less. If he had tasted it for a while, he would have been able to prioritize the dozens of desserts tonight. Audrey, who was among the crowd watching, naturally saw Hastur, who was far away from the crowd and enjoying desserts. Mr. Hastur is obviously not in the same world as the other nobles. Well, he seems to like desserts, especially the chocolate cake. He tasted it 3 times. Audrey interacted with other nobles appropriately, and took a look at Hastur when she was free. I'll try it too. Audrey came to the chocolate cake, took only a small spoonful, put it in her mouth, and tasted it silently. It has a soft taste with a bit of bitterness in the mouth, followed by a mouthful of fragrance, and a continuous sweet taste emerging from the bitterness. The taste is rich, sweet but not greasy, and the slight bitterness adds a lot of flavor. It is indeed much more delicious than what is made at home. She tasted another small spoonful and left the place, not tasting the same food too many times, which was the default rule at parties. Otherwise, people will think that you have not seen the world. By the lakeside, Hastur was quietly admiring the moonlight in the lake. Baron Campbell, you are more handsome than the newspapers describe you. A middle-aged man, about 35 years old, with a smile on his face, approached with a glass of wine. His eyes were like a ruler, constantly measuring Hastur. The unabashed gaze was like seeing a beautifully packaged product, full of greed and disgust. Hastur frowned and said, "You are? Viscount Shelf Baron." The middle-aged nobleman is obviously very proud of his surname. Hastur had no intention of talking to him, so he just said some polite words and prepared to leave. Chelf stopped Hastur, leaned close to his ear and whispered, "As long as you are willing to follow me, I can help you restore the glory of the Campbell family." Hastur stopped, looked at him, and said calmly, "Say what you just said again? Young and handsome nobles like you are a very scarce resource in the circle." "Thank you for the compliment." Asta had a smile on his face, and Chelf looked proud. Just as he was about to say a few more words, Asta grabbed his neck and lifted him up. With Chelf's horrified eyes, he threw him into the artificial lake. With a plop, Chelf's obviously fat body crashed into the lake, causing a large ripple. "It's better for you to go down and clear your head." Chapter 74 Lone's Future Core Power Circle. Chelf looked terrified and struggled to swim ashore while shouting for help. He was fat, but his swimming skills were pretty good. However, when he almost reached the shore and climbed up, Hastur kicked him into the lake again. He was worried that he couldn't find anyone to mess with him, so that he could speed up the digestion of the potion. This Viscount Shelf Baron is good. He wanted to make himself a rabbit master when he came here. He was just looking for a beating. Hastur glanced around, but it was a pity that he did not have any suitable long weapons, such as bamboo poles or wooden sticks. Otherwise, he would have let Viscount Shelf Baron experience what it means to have a blooming brain. Soon, the movement here attracted nearby nobles to gather around. When they saw someone falling into the water, they all called their attendants to go into the lake and fish them out. Hastur stood on the shore and did not make a move to stop him. When Shelf was helped from the lake to the shore by 2 attendants, he walked over, smiled, raised his right foot, and hit the target with a kick. Wolf's heart kicked him into the lake again. Shelf wanted to curse and took another swig of lake water. The surrounding nobles came to their senses and realized that Shelf's fall into the water was not an accident, but a conflict with someone. Hastur was very conspicuous in the circle of nobles, and he was quickly recognized. The smarter nobles slipped away first, not wanting to get involved in this muddy water. The nobles who were friends with Shelf shouted to accuse Hastur of trying to murder the nobles. Audrey and Graylin also came nearby and saw that Hastur was causing trouble. Audrey was slightly surprised and blinked. It was really bold to kick a viscount into the lake in front of so many nobles. Tonight is a party organized by the royal family. Even the nobles have to restrain their tempers and at least appear to be in peace. Graylin quickly stepped forward and pulled Hastur away from here first, lest Hastur be kicked into the lake again. That Viscount Baron is indeed nothing. But this is a royal party, so it's better not to make it too ugly. Otherwise it will easily leave a bad impression. Graylin carefully analyzed the pros and cons for Hastur to prevent him from acting impulsively. Hastur just listened silently and didn't care. Even if the person who said that just now was a prince, he would still kick him. After finally catching an opportunity for self-defense, he would not miss it easily. After a while, Shelf was finally rescued from the lake. He coughed up a lot of lake water Obviously he had drank a lot just now. But he didn't dare to come directly to Hastur to settle the score. He just gave Hastur a resentful look and left the party early in despair. It is indeed shameful to kick someone. But the person being kicked will only be more embarrassed. And if you are soaked all over, staying here will only become a joke. After the small episode, everything returned to its previous liveliness. When Greco and the royal prince appeared, it symbolized that the party was halfway through. This eldest prince is deeply loved and trusted by the king. And he is very likely to become the new king in the future. Graylint's voice was low. It's not possible. When George III fails to be promoted to Black Emperor in the future, he will be Govington too, the new king of Lone. Hastur was thinking in his mind, seeing the friendly exchange between Greco and the big prince. He had to feel that the Negan family was indeed very good at betting. After Greco greeted the surrounding nobles, he led the eldest prince in the direction of Hastur. Graylint quickly adjusted his clothes and straightened his back to make himself look more energetic and elegant. Then he led Hastur to greet him first and said "Lo." Greco introduced, "This is Baron Hastur Campbell, now the last heir of the Campbell family." This time, it was him who helped the police detect the Sunrise Workhouse case. And he is also a good friend of mine. The eldest prince smiled and said, "You are young and promising. And the kingdom needs nobles like you who are full of wisdom and courage." Hastur also returned a few polite words. And after a brief chat, the eldest prince left first. Greco glanced at Graylint, who understood and turned around silently to leave. "How did Viscount Baron offend you tonight?" "It's just a small thing. And he will get the punishment he deserves." Greco nodded, revealed the matter, and said, "After the party is over, don't leave yet." "The king's reward?" "Well, the king asked the eldest prince to come forward. And he obviously thinks highly of you." Hastur understood the meaning of these words. The king asked the eldest prince to come forward so that he could be grateful to the eldest prince in the future. This is indeed bullish behavior. Yes, I am still young, possessing both wisdom and courage. The Campbell family was once a hereditary earl, and I will indeed have a bright future in the future. Only people like Shelf, who are short-sighted and have no IQ, dare to offend him blatantly. Greco did not stay long and left after saying a few words. But his arrival sent a signal to the surrounding nobles. Hastur Campbell is his good friend, Greg Negan, and he has a good relationship with him. With Greco's shock, some nobles, who originally wanted to stand up for Shelf, tacitly revealed the matter. Asta, who was not disturbed, came to the small circle of Graylint and Audrey with a glass of wine, smiled and exchanged a few words, blended into their circle, and waited quietly for the end of the party. He was curious about what kind of reward the king would give this time. At least it won't be less than 2,000 gold pounds. Right? If he was given 10,000 gold pounds directly, he would let Greco help invest in stocks and make a profit first. With Graylint and Audrey present, Hastur showed the elegance and propriety that a nobleman should have, especially when chatting. He always impressed every interlocutor, especially the girls who were not yet married, looked at him with eyes filled with admiration and curiosity. Curiosity is the beginning of downfall. Fortunately, Hastur is not a person like Graylint. As soon as there are signs of this, he will stop radiating charm in time to avoid being disturbed by this group of noble girls in his peaceful life. At around 11 o'clock, the nobles attending the party left one after another. Graylint originally wanted to leave with Hastur, but in the end, he could only leave alone with Envy. The crowd gradually dispersed, and soon an attendant came to Hastur and led him into the private space inside the manor. The eldest prince, Greg, and Hibbert were already sitting on the sofa chatting. This is the core power circle of the future Lone Kingdom. Greco represents the Negan family, and behind Hibbert is Earl Hall. These two are now important ministers of the Lone Kingdom, and are great nobles with power and wealth. Hastur just glanced around and walked over naturally, saying "Lo" to everyone. In the future, he believed that he would also enter the core circle of power in the Lone Kingdom. After chatting for a while, the eldest prince asked someone to bring a small tan box and placed it in front of Hastur. This is a reward for courage and wisdom. The party is over. On the carriage, Hastur placed the small yellow box on his knees, reached out, and slowly opened it. There were so many people just now, and he was embarrassed to open it directly in front of the eldest prince and take a look. I can only hold back my curiosity. Now I can finally get a closer look. There were 3 pieces of paper lying quietly inside the box, 3 land deeds to be precise. One of the deeds was for a large house in Queens that originally belonged to the Campbell family and was exported by Voltaire. The other 2 land deeds are noble lands, located in South Wales. with a combined area of about 1,000 acres. Converting this, it's almost 400 hectares. Compared with the real noble territory, 1,000 acres is only about 1/6 of the Earl's standard territory. This has to mention the talented man Voltaire. He divided his territory into 15 parts. That is, 15 land deeds, each of which was about the same size. Normally, nobility's territory is not allowed to be bought and sold without the king's permission, let alone used for gambling. But Voltaire was very resourceful. He did not directly say that this was a bet, nor did he sell it directly to others. He just asked the nobles who owned the title deeds to help him manage the territory. As for the output, taxes, etc., in the territory, it is the cost of managing the territory. Hastur silently put the land deed away, put it back in the box, and then closed the box. It is a pity that the king did not give him a chance to choose. Otherwise, he would directly choose the equivalent gold pound. With the abolition of the corn laws, the land of nobles will become increasingly worthless, and the economic benefits that can be produced in the territory will also be greatly reduced. He could have first taken a large sum of gold pounds and made a fortune in the stock market, and then purchased a large amount of land that had become cheap. Back and forth. There is a huge difference in gold pounds. Fortunately, the house in Queens was not bad, and living in Queens was safer than living on the west side. As for the territory, he has no intention of managing these things for the time being, and it was still far away in South Wales, so he didn't have time to go out for a walk. We can only ask Butler Neal to send someone to investigate first and consider other things later. The Hall of Stars. 15 days later, Hastur appeared as the ruler of the stars, stretching out 2 chains of order to lead the arrival of the Jinn and the Mother Tree of Desire respectively. Chapter 75. Are you the Jinn? Or am I unable to lift the knife? The Hall of Stars. Hastur sat at the top of the table, holding a star in his palm, silently watching the Jinn, who was obviously in a happy mood. The Jinn transformed into 2 golden arms and legs. A pair of long legs rested on the table. The slender arms lay flat, and the body swayed gently. A wish-making magic lamp is acting like a smug person at the moment. After watching it for a while, Hastur felt that the genie of the Jinn should be very similar to Medici in his early years. He had the image of a naughty child, who did whatever he wanted and didn't need to be taken care of, compared with the lantern god who needs to be taken care of. The Mother Tree of Desire is very stable. Perhaps it is rooted in the earth, making it appear extremely calm. Even if he loses this bet, he doesn't care at all. The Jinn said in a brisk tone, "Are you ready for the temperance card? This is my trophy. I asked the believers to leave it at Baron's Port, and you can pick it up yourself. Are you trying to lure me into taking the bait? Whatever. We have to find another way of trading. I can't trust you." The Mother Tree of Desire did not speak, and just let the Jinn god make his own decision. He had already seen the Dane god's methods and knew his true and false. This time, it was the joint action of the 3 churches that destroyed his divine descending ceremony. This was by no means an accident. It must have been the genie of the lamp who revealed the news to the 3 churches. Use their hands to win the bet while avoiding being targeted by yourself. The idea itself is very good, but the wisdom of the Jinn has not improved much even if it suffered a big loss from the secret. Based on his understanding of the Jinn god, if the Jinn god is really that powerful now, then he will definitely go to destroy the god's descendant's ceremony in person, and sneer at himself through the initial barrier. But the Jinn god did not come forward directly, which proved that his current state was not good. Bernadette did not go either, which could explain 2 problems. First, Bernadette was not his true favored one. And second, the Jinn god was not sure that he could protect Bernadette during the divine descending ceremony. No matter which possibility it is, it can prove that the current situation of the Jinn god is not optimistic. A temperance card can test out the reality of the Jinn. This transaction is worth it. I can let the believers directly hold a ceremony and chant your honorable name. You only need to open the door of the kingdom of God, and you can easily take away the temperance card. Facing another temptation from the Mother Tree of Desire, the Jinn looked a little unnatural. He sneered on the surface and said, "My kingdom of God does not want to accept a dirty thing with your consciousness." The Jinn turned to look at Hastur, and said with a smile, "I originally planned to give this temperance card to you. Do you dare to accept it?" Hastur, who was watching the play, was startled by the Jinn's words, but he reacted equally quickly. "I am just a witness, and a small temperance card is not enough to please me." The Jinn smiled and said, "Then consider it a small gift from me to your believer. Grass. The old ghost of the Jinn is waiting for me here." As soon as he started the bet with the Mother Tree of Desire, he had already planned to divert the trouble to the east, so that he could no longer sit on the sidelines and watch. This is obviously an attempt to test one's own truth, just like the trap set by the Mother Tree of Desire for the jinn. As long as you take any action in the real world, you will definitely be able to see some of the reality. Unless he admits that he cannot intervene in the real world and has no followers or followers who believe in him. But in this way, his deterrence is seriously insufficient, and he will no longer be able to straighten his back when facing the Desire Tree and the jinn in the future. According to the strong character and attitude he showed, he should accept this gift with a smile and easily, and at the same time let the jinn's plan go to waste. This is in line with your own settings. But this is obviously difficult. When it comes to the real situation, I am worse than the jinn. After all, there is a Bernadette beside the jinn god, and he does not have any high-sequence powerful people beside him. The Mother Tree of Desire also cast its gaze, which doubled Haster's pressure. Asta's thoughts changed quickly, and he said with a smile, I don't mind informing the Church of the Seven Gods and being a fisherman behind the scenes. I do not mind. The jinn tapped his fingers on the table and said with a smile, just think of it as a small reward for driving them to destroy the ceremony of the gods descending. The Mother Tree of Desire said nothing. This time it was her turn to sit on the wall and watch. At their level, few beings can threaten him. But he couldn't completely see through this palace of stars, which was a terrible thing. The unknown brings fear, and more unknowns bring greater fear. He was on the same page as the jinn when it came to revealing the true identity of the Lord of the Stars. Testing often comes with a price. Haster gave the jinn a thoughtful look. This is just a gift. You can choose not to. The genie showed no fear. In this case, no matter which approach you choose, it is inappropriate. The most appropriate thing to do is to flip the table. Turn over the table? Barbarian play? Haster's eyes brightened slightly. An outside god like the jinn must be able to speed up his role as a barbarian very quickly. Right? TSK. Are you too proud to be a lamp god? Or am I too weak to lift the knife? Haster glanced at the jinn again, and the jinn's heart trembled inexplicably, as if something bad was about to happen. This is the Palace of Stars. Why can't you always find your place? With a murmur, 2 chains of order flew out. Just as the jinn tried to dodge, the power of the stars suppressed it. The jinn was pinned to his seat and unable to move. He could only let the 2 chains of order penetrate his body. Then he was hung under the towering palace. The jinn wanted to curse, but found that he could not open his mouth to speak. Apparently there was an additional rule that prohibited him from speaking. He tried to influence the rules of the Hall of Stars, but was unable to do so. The other party's rules only belonged to the stars, and were not under his control. Not only is he unable to modify the rules of the Hall of Stars, but he is also restricted by the rules here. This is undoubtedly a shame and a great threat to him, who claims to be in charge of rules and order. He couldn't help but think of the relationship between the fallen Mother Goddess and the Desire Mother Tree. They had the same authority, but the fallen Mother Goddess was the pillar and contained wider and greater authority. It can be simply understood that the fallen Mother Goddess is the superior of the Mother Tree of Desire. Right now, the relationship between himself and the Lord of the Stars is similar to that between the fallen Mother Goddess and the Mother Tree of Desire. You are the inferior person, and the other person is the superior person. If the other party wants to, he can completely devour him. And the price he pays is to add some more madness. Thinking about his performance when he arrived at the Hall of Stars tonight, it was obviously because he had won the Mother Tree of Desire that his mentality was a little wandering. So he dared to be so presumptuous. He regretted his impudence just now. The opponent obviously gave me a step to step down, but I insisted on kicking the step away. The Mother Tree of Desire just glanced at the jinn and did not intercede. He also felt that the jinn tonight was too presumptuous and did not know how to advance or retreat. This is other people's territory. They are just clones. A Sequence 8 dared to show his claws to a being who stood at the top of the outer god, and he really needed to be dealt with. When he first arrived and chose to take action, didn't the jinn also laugh at him? Now, the tide has turned. Stop your little thoughts. There is no shortage of you and an outsider here. When Haster spoke, the starry sky and the dome flashed, and the stars shone with their own light. Suddenly the stars shone brightly, making the entire Palace of Stars even more sacred. The usually calm Mother Tree of Desire was also moved and fell into deep thought. Each star in the starry sky represents an outer god, and there are only 11 seats here. Apart from the Lord of the Stars, there are only 10 seats left, although it is still unclear what these 11 seats represent. They must have extraordinary significance. Every foreign god who can come here is definitely better than the foreign gods who cannot. This may be a chance encounter or a blessing. Only recognized powerful alien gods have a chance to sit at the table. The power of the stars. Is it the existence that controls where the stars belong? In this universe, is there really a being who controls the fate of the stars? There was an inexplicable fear in the heart of the mother tree of desire. The Jinn was also shocked by this scene. He had been guessing about it, but after seeing it, he was still excited. In the entire universe, there are many outer gods like stars. But here there are 11 seats, which can overlook the ups and downs of their fate. What kind of transcendence is this? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying he felt that this palace of stars was. Sitting at the top of the table, Hastur relaxed a lot when he saw that the mother tree of desire and the Jinn were both silent, and their attitudes were much more upright than before. He had just thought that if he failed, he would send the Jinn and the mother tree of desire out of the Hall of Stars in time, and then tightly close the Hall of Stars to prevent them from entering again. Anyway, without the outer gods meeting, he can still take charge of the Palace of Stars and gain great power. Tolerance and forgiveness only happen once. Hastur's tone was calm and majestic, and the 2 chains of order were pulled out of the Jinn's body, allowing the Jinn to sit back in his position. Chapter 76: The New Deal between the Jinn God and the Mother Tree of Desire. Silence. The Jinn was embarrassed and didn't know what to say, so he silently retracted his 2 golden thighs from the table and straightened his sitting posture. The Mother Tree of Desire obviously has no intention of opening her mouth to rescue the Jinn. Hastur stared at the Jinn with great interest, trying to set a trap for himself, but instead asked him to clean it up. He must be in a wonderful mood. We need to let him feel this awkward and helpless atmosphere. Let's see if he dares to test himself casually next time. Can't you learn from Miss Justice? You need to have a sense of ownership. You are the first foreign god to come to the Hall of Stars, and you have not played your due role and value at all. And he was still sitting so far away, showing no courage like the Mother Tree of Desire. When more foreign gods come to meetings in the future, don't you think your position will be awkward? Asta silently cursed in his heart, really wanting Miss Justice to teach the Jinn a lesson. The class title is On Ownership and Conscious Service Spirit. Facing the gazes of Hastur and the Mother Tree of Desire, the Jinn was embarrassed for a while, and had no choice but to take the initiative and said, recently, I feel that the mystery is about to return. Really? The Mother Tree of Desire became serious, and no longer sat silently watching the Jinn's jokes. This is just a feeling. You should be able to understand that at our level. Any feeling may be a reminder from fate. The Jinn was not sure. He just suddenly had such a feeling. After encountering the Palace of Stars, if nothing happens, he always likes to look up at the starry sky, trying to find out the existence of the Lord of the Stars from the vast starry sky. Recently, he suddenly had a feeling that the mystery was about to return. The magical wishing lamp is a mysterious cage that imprisons him, and at the same time, he can vaguely detect the mysterious state through the magical wishing lamp. Otherwise, he who was sealed in the wishing lamp would not know that mystery had fallen a long time ago. Hastur looked normal, and showed nothing about it. The only thing he found strange was that Klein hadn't been born from Sapphire Castle yet. So how did the Jinn god notice? With his original mysterious ability, it shouldn't be difficult to cut off the connection between himself and the wishing lamp. The Mother Tree of Desire said, before the mysterious return, if you cannot return to the starry sky, then you will be imprisoned in the wishing lamp forever, and will not be able to regain your integrity and freedom. You don't need to remind me. Let's make a deal. The Jinn who was punished now has only one idea: to return to the starry sky as soon as possible. As for other battles of will, he no longer cares. Help me complete the true divine descent, and I will help you return to the stars. A true divine descent? Hastur's heart skipped a beat when he heard it. The true divine descent mentioned by the Mother Tree of Desire could mean that his true body broke through the initial barrier and arrived on Earth. Right? Can the Jinn's wish come true? The genie was silent for a while, and said, unless you can snatch the wishing lamp from Bernadette's hand, I will not be able to fulfill this wish. This wish cannot be fulfilled with the power of the wishing lamp itself. But Bernadette has accumulated 2 wishes. As long as she makes a 3rd wish, the twisted wish can exert a power that far exceeds the power of the wishing lamp itself. Plus, the personal influence can exert a power beyond the true God. This power, combined with the Mother Tree of Desire, may allow him to come to Earth in his true form in advance. Tell me Bernadette's location. The Jinn smiled and said, Bernadette is my favorite. She is very important to me. The Mother Tree of Desire was silent. Seeming to be thinking about the meaning of the lamp myth, Hastur understood the subtext in the myth of the lantern. Bernadette was his favored one, and if he wanted to deal with her, he would have to pay more. Well, he needs to raise his chips. Only with enough chips can he choose to betray Bernadette. What do you want? The Mother Tree of Desire also understood the meaning of the fairy tale. The genie sighed with emotion. You all should know that when I was secretly sealed in the wishing lantern, there was another part of me deep in the starry sky. Send that part of me to the earth, and I will help you complete the true genie. Drop. It can't be done. The Mother Tree of Desire refused directly. He knew that what the Jinn god was talking about was referring to the uncertain mist floating deep in the starry sky, which was also equivalent to an external god. If the uncertain mist can be sent to the earth, then he himself can descend directly, without the need to seek help from the Jinn god. Moreover, he still has his own favored ones on earth. And since he has polluted the bound god, his influence is far greater than that of the Jinn sealed in the wishing lamp. He is still unable to truly descend from the gods. And the Jinn is even less able to do this. No. You can. The Jinn put away his relaxed tone, and spoke in a deep voice. I only need you to send a part of the uncertain fog. And I don't need a complete divine descending. And the uncertain fog has another characteristic. It is far easier than you to penetrate the initial barrier. The Jinn did not elaborate on the characteristics of the uncertain mist, and still had reservations. The Mother Tree of Desire thought carefully for a while, and said softly, Oh, the other part of you has already escaped into the depths of the starry sky to protect itself, and has not been seen for a long time. Facing a group of hungry hunters like you, any act of self-preservation is normal. As long as you agree to my conditions, he will naturally appear from the depths of the starry sky at the right time. One Bernadette is not enough. The Mother Tree of Desire moved. The Jinn god leaned back, and said in a relaxed tone, One of us must give in first in order to better break the deadlock. If we want to come to the earth before all the outer gods and plunder all creation, this is already the case. Best deal. After saying that, the Jinn looked up at the starry sky above his head, and scanned the stars. Now, there are only two outer gods in this palace of stars, him, and the Mother Tree of Desire. Once the Star Lord recruits more outer gods, the situation will become complicated. For the Mother Tree of Desire, it would be difficult for her to seize the opportunity. Cooperate with yourself in advance and form an offensive and defensive alliance. Not only can you better face the Master of the Stars, but you can also face the foreign gods who come to the party next. This is also very beneficial to the Mother Tree of Desire. However, he had to give in first and pay part of the price in advance. As the Desire Mother Tree said before, they are not equal. If the Desire Mother Tree is in better condition, it can only give in first. Okay, I can help you regain some of your strength first. Make a deal. The genie was in a very happy mood, and unconsciously formed a pair of long golden legs, which he lifted to the table and overlapped them. But when he caught a glimpse of Hastur's gaze, he retracted his legs again. His joyful mood was poured with cold water, and he returned to his usual calmness. Tell me what you think. The Jinn god said seriously. First of all, you must let your believers get a judgment card or a Black Emperor card, or a related sealed object containing no less than sequence 2 level. After all, the Kingdom of Disorder has been sealed in the west by the mysterious guy. You will definitely not be able to find the mainland, let alone access it, with the help of the power of rules and order, and then performing the ceremony according to the method I provided. You only need to help send a part of the uncertain fog into the earth at the critical moment, and the deal is completed. As long as the mist of uncertainty enters the earth, it will naturally merge with me. Even if the so-called 7 gods come, they cannot stop this process. Fusion is instinct, and their personalities are not enough to affect me. The Mother Tree of Desire took a deep look at the Jinn. Will you use this to get rid of the seal of the wishing lamp and regain half of your old strength? Don't worry. I will definitely guide you to the earth first, and then go to find the sealed country of disorder. I need to take a big risk for this. You should believe my promise. In the starry sky, no outside god can value transactions more than me. The genie's voice was majestic, and golden light shone all over his body, as if some kind of rule was being generated. As if his words were golden rules that would definitely come true once spoken. Hastur glanced at him lightly, and the rays of light from the stars scattered, shattering the dazzling pretentious light of the Jinn. The Jinn god coughed lightly and said, Besides, with the stars as witnesses, there is no way I can break today's agreement. Hastur did not speak. He was positioned as a witness, witnessing everything. Good. The Mother Tree of Desire thought for a long time, and finally agreed to give in and help the jinn regain its strength first. After all, compared to other ways of coming, finding a tarot card is indeed very simple. The only thing to pay attention to is whether the jinn will violate the deal. But this is the palace of the stars. Under the gaze of the stars, if the jinn really dares to go back on the deal, it will not only violate his own rules and order, but also suffer backlash from the stars. Happy transaction. With hope of getting out of trouble. The jinn was obviously in a good mood. He thought for a moment and said with a little respect, "This is an excellent gathering place. A place of hope." Hastur glanced at the jinn and said calmly, "While time is giving birth to miracles, it is also brewing endless changes." The jinn was startled for a moment. "You don't like the cooperation between me and the Mother Tree of Desire? Can I see it? Once any one of you achieves your goal, the earth will inevitably be destroyed. Even if there is no change, I will create changes, and will not let your plan succeed. At least until I can leave the starry sky. I won't let you get out of trouble first." Hastur cursed, and then slowly said, "The existence of awakening is not only mysterious. Time is not on your side." The jinn asked subconsciously, "Who else is about to wake up? I am just a witness. You need to find out the answer yourself." Hearing such ambiguous and nonsense words, the jinn clenched his fist slightly. If he couldn't beat him, he would really want to beat this master of stars. He was originally in a good mood, but after being said a few words like this, his mood became heavy again. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Chapter 77: The Indescribable. The stars are awakening. Haha. If you are in a happy mood, won't I be in a distressed mood? Seeing the jinn's angry look but not daring to punch him, Hastur felt much better. Sure enough, only the jinn can divert his worries. Not long ago, I felt an unusual aura deep in the starry sky. The sudden opening of the desire tree made Hastur and the jinn stunned for a moment. Is there really an unknown entity awakening? Hastur's mind was also full of questions. The reason why he said that just now was so that he could find a scapegoat when he destroyed the plan of the jinn and the Mother Tree of Desire in the future, so as not to reveal that he was meddling in the dark. Unexpectedly, the Mother Tree of Desire had already sensed the awakening of other beings in the depths of the starry sky, indirectly helping her to resolve this topic. Have you never felt the breath before? The Dane god also became more serious. It should be an existence that has just woken up. He is indescribable. He is like a star wind blowing by. I only had time to feel his breath for a short time. Indescribable? The jinn was startled for a moment. Another part of him was called the uncertain mist. In a sense, it could also be called an indescribable one. Could it be that the awakened existence has something to do with him? The jinn looked at Hastur again, and saw that he was just smiling and saying nothing. And his mood became a little heavier. You didn't go say hello to him? He only stayed briefly outside the initial barrier before disappearing into the depths of the starry sky again. According to human timing, it stayed for about 3 days. 3 days? That was short-lived indeed. It is estimated that more than 3 days have passed since the desire tree opened its eyes. The jinn thought for a while and said, "When will he appear in the starry sky?" Hastur is also very interested in this question. The Mother Tree of Desire looked at Hastur and said solemnly, "Before you show up." Asta's expression was as usual, unmoved at all. Who knew if this was a test from the Mother Tree of Desire? The jinn also turned his attention to Hastur, and then waited for the next words of the Mother Tree of Desire. It's not like his breath here. The words of the Mother Tree of Desire disappointed the jinn, who thought he could pull out the fox's tail this time. The stars are awakening. Hastur calmly said something enigmatic. The Riddler again. The jinn secretly clenched his fists. The Mother Tree of Desire said thoughtfully, "Will God also wake up?" Now, except for the fallen Mother Goddess. The other 2 of the 3 pillars have all fallen a long time ago. Now the mystery is about to wake up and return to its place. So what about God? Didn't he leave any means of resurrection? Perhaps he had begun to awaken in more distant times. Hastur smiled and said nothing, which made both the desire tree and the jinn feel a lot heavier. The initial barrier can last for more than 10 years. If either mystery or God fully awakens during this period, it will be much more difficult for them to regain their own path and source of energy than it is now. Even they themselves may be threatened. Time is indeed not on their side. The jinn said solemnly, "Hurry up and complete the deal. Otherwise we will have to make wedding clothes for them." The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Hastur glanced at the 2 of them and said with a smile, "Let's end the party here." Neither the jinn nor the Mother Tree of Desire objected, and Hastur waved the chain of order to send them out of the Hall of Stars. In the empty Hall of Stars, the starry sky above was bright and bright, and the stars seemed to be waking up from their deep sleep. Hastur looked solemn, thinking of the mysterious existence that the mother tree of desire had just mentioned. The nameless person came galloping in the star wind, appeared before him, appeared quietly, and disappeared very quickly. This should not be a simple coincidence. That existence may be the king in yellow. Could it be that the person who was supposed to be born was the king in yellow? But somehow, by coincidence, he was born instead of the king in yellow? Is it possible? Hastur shook his head, feeling that this idea was too whimsical. The other party is the king in yellow. Why can't I be born in his place? It would be more credible to say that he is his clone. Alas, I still don't think about it anymore. The most important thing is to improve your strength as soon as possible, no matter whether the other party is the king in yellow or not, and whether he carries any destiny. Holding on to power is the most practical way. Saturday, June 23rd. In the study, Hastur finally finished reading the large number of legal articles that he had to memorize during this period. According to Professor Wayne's standards, he can now become a lawyer, equivalent to a law student who has just graduated from Backland University. Hastur closed the book, leaned back on the seat, took a sip of marquee black tea, and closed his eyes slightly. Today is June 23rd, and there are only 5 days left before Klein is born. He originally thought about making a special trip to Tingen to witness the birthday of the future Mr. Fool. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. Going to Tingen for no reason could easily arouse suspicion. And right now Zangwill is writing a not-so-good script there with a 0-08 in his hand. If he breaks in suddenly, he may alert 0-08 or cause unnecessary changes. In addition, Mr. A has been secretly watching him, so it is safest to stay in Backland. Speaking of Mr. A, he has not shown up during this period. According to the news from Zio and Forsey, the extraordinary party there has not been held yet. Maybe Mr. A is being watched by the Nighthawks and being chased around. Hastur felt it was a pity. Mr. A's extraordinary party was of a higher level, and it was difficult for Mr. I of Wisdom to help him now. Fortunately, he still has Sharon and Merrick. Of the Sequence 7 Bribers extraordinary materials, he now only has the most critical one left, the Crying Baby Flower. This is a very magical and rare extraordinary material that is basically not available on the market. According to Sharon's speculation, this extraordinary material is basically in the hands of the lone royal family or the great nobles. His best breakthrough is to seek help from Greco. But Hastur has always regarded looking for Grek's help as a last resort. Now his barbarian has only digested 2/3. And there is still about a month before it is fully digested. There is still a lot of time to continue searching. Originally, according to the steps he expected, he would be promoted to Sequence 7 before Klein was born. But the barbarian was very inconsistent with his compatibility, and the potion digestion speed was relatively slow. Boom, boom, boom. Butler Negan knocked on the door. Hastur straightened his posture and asked Butler Neal to open the door and come in. Butler Neal seemed to be in a good mood, with a slight smile on his usually calm face. Asta smiled and said, "What good things happened today? The plantations are sending us the first half of this year's earnings." Asta suddenly became serious. He finally waited for the money. During this period, in order to purchase extraordinary materials and renovate his house in Queens, he basically used up all his extra money, leaving only 200 gold pounds in his bank account. For a nobleman, this was on the verge of bankruptcy. Butler Neal stepped forward, placed a small brass box on the desk, and opened it facing Hastur. Inside lay a stack of banknotes with a face value of 10 gold pounds. Just by looking at the thickness, you could tell that the stack of money was very heavy. Butler Neal smiled and said, "The total is 6,780 pounds. Good." Asta looked at it for a while before slowly spitting out these 2 words. "Yes, this year seems to be a good year. The income in the second half of the year may exceed 8,000 gold pounds." Butler Neal's tone was equally relaxed and cheerful. As a butler, he knew how difficult the financial situation of the Baron in front of him was. With such a sum of money, the family can hire a dozen more maids and workers, buy a better carriage, and make a few more new clothes for the Baron. This is a gift from the goddess to devout believers. Hastur was very satisfied and drew a crimson moon on his chest. After feeling happy and excited, Asta made plans for the use of this huge sum of money. Among them, he planned to give 5,000 gold pounds to Greco and let him help him invest in stocks. He believed that he would be able to earn back his principal soon. He left 800 gold pounds and deposited it in the bank, so that the bank deposit amount reached 1,000 gold pounds. This money was regarded as his own private money, and was a reserve fund. The remaining 980 gold pounds were used for household expenses. It just so happened that it would cost a lot of money to renovate the house in Queens during this time. You could also hire 2 more chefs. As for the other workers and maids, let Butler Neal decide for himself. After Hastur made the arrangements, Butler Neal took 980 gold pounds from the small box and left. Hastur looked at a box of gold pounds for a long time, stretched out his hand, and touched it gently a few times before closing the box. Feeling happy, he tapped his fingers on the table. With the finances improving so much at once, should we invite Greco and Grey Lint to have a banquet at our house? Since his birth, almost 3 months have passed since he was born. He has attended dinner parties held by Grey Lint, Greco, and the royal family. He has not invited anyone to be a guest, which would be too rude. Well, we can wait until the new house in Queens is renovated, and then we can invite them together. This way, we can have a good name when we treat them to dinner. Sharon and Merrick will not attend this kind of banquet. Then you can invite them to come here for a small gathering in advance. If there are only 3 of us, they probably won't refuse. There happens to be something I need to tell them. Hastur thought for a while, and felt that this method was more suitable. He will go to the Brave Bar tonight to inform Merrick and Sharon. Chapter 78 Sharon and Bernadette. Sunday, June 24th. At 8:30 in the evening, Asta asked the chef to prepare special dishes, and at the same time asked someone to buy some drinks and vintage wine. According to Merrick, Sharon likes to drink drinks, which tend to be sour and sweet, while he likes to drink wine, whose blood-like color can make him feel his face turn rosy. Hastur thought for a while, but still didn't hit him. It was obviously due to alcohol. Around 9 o'clock, there was a knock on the door. Hastur went out to greet him personally. There was no one else in the hall except him. He dismissed the servants and maids in advance, and asked them to go down to rest. Even Butler Neal did not show up. Asta, your house is really nice. It's bigger than the one we live in. Merrick walked in naturally, while Sharon lifted the hem of her black silk skirt, and gave a slight bow before walking through the door. Sometimes, Hastur really felt that if the mother tree of desire hadn't caused trouble, Sharon would have been a delicate and elegant princess. Everything she says and does is always full of elegance and calmness, as if nothing can cause waves in her heart. She looks to be a few years younger than Merrick, but she is calm and is the one responsible for making decisions. Of course, it may be that Merrick's IQ is really not that good. The 3 of them sat down, and Merrick poured himself wine naturally, swirled the glass to appreciate the color of the wine, smelled it again, and then took a sip. Well, it's a level better than the wine in the bar. Not bad. After Merrick finished speaking, he drank it down with satisfaction. Hastur said regretfully, the time is too hasty. Otherwise we can prepare better wine. Most aristocratic homes would have underground wine cellars or other places to store wine. The Campbell family originally had one, but they all ran out. Asta doesn't like drinking very much, so he doesn't have any good wine in his collection. Only some common wines, which are used to entertain ordinary guests. The wine tasted very ordinary, so he asked people to go out and buy some good wine. It's okay. I can wait for your next banquet. You won't be disappointed. Speaking of which, wouldn't it be boring for you to live alone in such a big house? If you and Miss Sharon are willing to move in, I will welcome you. Forget it. I'd better not cause you any trouble. We are not suitable to settle down now. Sooner or later, we will have a peaceful life. Asta and Merrick were eating food, drinking and chatting. Sharon just watched quietly, silently drinking the specially prepared drinks, and rarely spoke. After half the wine, Asta suggested going up to the study to chat. This is the hall after all, so it's not easy to say something more private. Neither Sharon nor Merrick refused. In the study, the bronze mirror was still there, and Sharon chose to sit directly opposite the mirror, occasionally looking at herself in the mirror. Hastur sat at the desk, and Merrick sat on the other side of the desk, facing Hastur. You should know that I am a very good friend of Greg from the Negan family. I learned a lot of news from him. Seeing that Hastur looked very serious and Merrick also became serious, Sharon also cast her gaze over. During this period of time, you'd better not go to the Brave Bar again and try to find a safe place to hide. What exactly do you know? Your enemies, the indulgent sect of the Rose School of Thought, may have high-sequence powerful people coming to Backland. This is Hastur's guess based on the messages communicated between the Desire Tree and the Jinn. Now Bernadette should have come to Backland. She has been targeted by the Rose School of Thought, and it is very likely that the evil one has also come to Backland. He probably won't enter Backland, but he will definitely hang around nearby to see if he can have a chance to catch Bernadette and take away the magical wishing lamp. The transaction between the Mother Tree of Desire and the Djinn involves the Judgment card and the Black Emperor card. As the daughter of Emperor Russell, Bernadette may know the relevant whereabouts even if she does not master one of the tarot cards. It is certain that the Rose School will take action against Bernadette. Merrick frowned and thought for a while, then said, if the people coming are only sequence 4, it will be difficult for them to catch me and Sharon in Backland. Hastur glanced at Sharon and said, what if the person coming is above sequence 4? Merrick shook his head and said, impossible. My Hams and Zatwin are the main leaders of the Highland resistance. They should not be able to leave the southern continent. Sharon thought for a moment and said softly, there is another sequence 3 silent disciple. Jax. But Merrick and I are not strong enough for a sequence 3 to chase Backland. Hastur thought for a while and said, Emperor Russell has this saying, when the city gate is on fire, it affects the fish in the pond. Maybe you are the little fish that was affected. He did not directly say that the sequence 1 god CA might be watering near Backland. Even if you want to force Bernadette out of Backland, there will be sequence 3 or sequence 2 angels coming to help. This is a major event related to the arrival of the Mother Tree of Desire on the earth. And it is the Supreme Oracle. It is possible for the Rose School to mobilize in full force. Asta, what kind of news did you get? Merrick stood up, his face ugly and a little excited. Even if a sequence 4 demigod came to Backland, he and Sharon would have to stay far away. If it were a stronger Beyondor, they would basically be unable to avoid it. I don't know the specific situation. You should be careful and try to live near St. Samuel's Church during this period. Asta still didn't tell the truth frankly, mainly because Sharon and the others had a relationship with Bernadette, and the relationship might be pretty good. He couldn't bluntly say that the Rose School was for Bernadette. In this case, Bernadette will definitely keep an eye on herself. Even by revealing just this bit of information, he had already taken a lot of risks. Thank you. Sharon looked at Hastur and thanked him sincerely, her eyes softening rarely. Merrick sat back in his seat and said in a serious tone, Sharon, how about we leave Backland now and go out to hide for a while? I think it's safer for you to stay in Backland now. Asta rejected the proposal. The god CA is wandering outside, and if you are not careful, Sharon and Merrick will be taken care of easily. By this time, no matter how stupid Merrick was, he knew that Hastur knew more information, but it was just not convenient for him to tell them. Sharon nodded and said, we will be careful. After leaving Asta's house, Sharon asked Merrick to go back to her residence and wait. She was going to meet a friend. Near the Backland Bridge, the Taysok River meanders past. There are abundant water and grass on the shore, and few people visit it. Under the crimson moonlight, Sharon floated in like a ghost. The black Gothic palace dress looks even more mysterious in the night. After waiting quietly for a while, Sharon suddenly looked up at the sky. In the world invisible to the naked eye, green pea vines hang down from the sky, intertwining into a dense forest. Such a scene that belongs to nature is incompatible with the chimneys of nearby high-rise buildings. It is like a beautiful fairy tale imaginary. Although this was not the first time she saw the scene, Sharon still felt a little envious. There is no girl who has not imagined that she is a princess living in a castle when she was a child. They outline a beautiful fairy tale kingdom in their childhood fantasies. Before her eyes, a fairy tale kingdom has opened its door to her. A pair of feet wearing black leather boots hung from the pea vine, and a soft voice came from the same time. Little Sharon, are you in such a hurry to come to me? Is there something urgent? Or, we haven't seen each other for a long time, and you specifically want to catch up with me? Sharon glanced at the pair of black leather boots. Their temperament was seriously inconsistent with the surrounding fairy tale kingdom, instantly breaking her beautiful fairy tale fantasy. Someone from the Rose School is chasing Backland. I need a safer place. Come up here. It's really not safe here. Sharon took 2 steps and held a pea vine with one hand. She saw the pea vine flying up and down. The scenery in front of her changed, and she was already in midair. At the foot is a cloud platform woven with green pea vines. In front of it is a small house made entirely of pea vines. Some of the vines have small flowers, either white or pink, which are as beautiful as a fairyland. There, a figure was standing at the door of the small house, looking at him quietly. This person is the mysterious Queen of the Sea. The bounty in Lone Kingdom alone is worth hundreds of thousands of gold pounds. This is a huge amount of wealth that can provide a person with food and clothing for a lifetime. But neither the navies of various countries nor the ferocious pirates could obtain this bounty, but instead made her reputation resound across the sea. She met this mysterious queen at an extraordinary party. After several contacts, the two got along very well, and their relationship gradually became closer. I just met you people from the Rose School, and I was just thinking about telling you. But I didn't expect that, little Sharon. You are also very well informed. Bernadette walked forward slowly, reaching out to touch Sharon's head. Sharon habitually took half a step back, turned her head slightly to avoid those slender hands, and said calmly, "Just call me Sharon. Little Sharon. That sounds so nice. It sounds like we are very close." Sharon was too lazy to waste any more time correcting the problem and asked seriously, "Who are the people from the Rose School this time?" Bernadette put away her smile, frowned slightly and said, "There are quite a few. And the strongest one should be the cursed King Baranka." Chapter 79. Hastur, I never like to eat soft food. Baranka. The cursed king. Sharon's heart sank, and her face became solemn. She knew that Baranka, the cursed king, was one of the leaders of the Rose School along with her teacher. He is the angel of indulgence. Sequence 2. Ancient evil object. It was he, and that godly sinner who teamed up to overthrow the Rose School of Thought. And even her teacher died in that catastrophe. An angel came to Backlund secretly. No wonder Hastur kept reminding himself to be careful and stay in a safe place and not go out. At the same time, she also understood that the Rose School's target in coming to Backlund this time was definitely not people like herself. This is what he said: "The city gate is on fire, and the fish in the pond is affected. Don't worry. Their target is not you. You just need to be careful and hide. If it doesn't work, go to the Church of the Goddess of the Night for help. I believe they don't dare to be too presumptuous. Especially the King of Curses." Bernadette asked Sharon to relax and not be too nervous. "Do you know why they came to Backlund?" Some time ago, they held a divine descending ceremony in West Balong and were destroyed by the Church of Storms, the Church of the Eternal Sun, and the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom. Now they may have come to Backlund to find trouble with the Church of Storms. Sharon thought for a moment, shook her head and said, "I know them. They won't come to Backlund for a simple reason like revenge. There must be other more important things. Maybe they are also looking for believers in the stars." Bernadette sighed. "Believer of the stars?" Sharon looked at Bernadette in confusion. That cute look with a hint of confusion and curiosity made Bernadette extend her sinful hand again. But Sharon dodged it one step ahead. Bernadette waved her hand and said, "You don't need to know too much. It's very dangerous here. If you hear relevant information in the future, don't inquire about the truth. Just send me a message." "Is this why you came to Backlund?" "Part of it is partly because I came to Backlund to relax, thinking of what happened some time ago." Bernadette sighed again. Fortunately, the Jinn has been much quieter recently, and the Lord of the Stars rarely disturbs her in the middle of the night, which makes her feel much more relaxed. After these people from the Rose School leave, little Sharon, you have to accompany me to take a walk around Backlund." Bernadette smiled and extended the invitation. But Sharon refused expressionlessly. "I still have a lot of things to do, and I don't have that time. I don't know you yet. Apart from being an exquisite doll, you also like to listen to stories every day." Bernadette joked, "The weather is nice tonight, but I still have a lot of fairy tales here. Do you want to stay and listen to them for a while?" "No, I don't have time." Sharon refused directly and was about to leave. Bernadette shouted, "I have a few more suitable dresses here. Do you want to try them on?" Sharon left much faster. Little Sharon isn't any cuter than she was before. Bernadette sighed and stretched out her hand to disperse the fairy tale world around her. A pea vine escorted Sharon away from here. After Sharon left, the gentle expression on Bernadette's face softened, and there was a faint layer of frost. She did not tell Sharon that this time the people from the Rose School were most likely coming for her. Just this afternoon, the first maid who stayed on the Dawn sent word that people from the Rose School were searching everywhere for the whereabouts of the Dawn and its crew, using extremely cruel methods, thinking that there are angels from the Rose School infiltrating Backlund. There are 80% to 90% guesses about him. It was normal for the Rose School to target her. She was just curious. Was the divine descending ceremony in Zibalang really that important? Otherwise, how could the Rose School of Thought adopt a posture of targeting itself at all costs? She thought again about the temperance card that the Jinn said. It was definitely a trap. Even the Jinn advised her not to go there, lest she fall into the trap. In what way is he valued by the Mother Tree of Desire? How could he be so targeted? Is the Jinn hiding something? When he attended the last gathering of stars? Did the jinn make another deal with the mother tree of desire? Bernadette thought about it seriously, feeling more and more that the magic wishing lamp was a time bomb that might explode at any time. Giving it to the Church of the Seven Gods is the best option. But she is currently the owner of the wishing lamp. Once the wishing lamp falls into the hands of the Church of the Seven Gods, all they have to do is make a wish, and she will be doomed. This is also the reason why she has only threatened the jinn, but never actually took action. Compared to the jinn, the angel from the Rose School seemed less threatening. Not to mention that this was Backland. Even outside, that angel might not be able to defeat her. It's better to stay in Backland for a while first. Even if the evil god really comes, he can still protect himself in Backland. The next day, Hastur had breakfast, took a small box containing 5,800 gold pounds, and took a carriage to the Bavard Bank. He successfully deposited 800 gold pounds, and looked at the 1,000 gold pounds lying on his account with a satisfied smile. At noon, he met Greg at Backland Bank and handed Greg a small box filled with 5,000 gold pounds. Greco asked his men to put away the gold pounds and said with a smile, "By collecting this amount of money so quickly, it seems that your financial situation has improved a lot recently. In the past 2 days, the income from the first half of the year has just arrived. And this is how we have this spare money." "Uh-huh. When are you planning to entertain me?" "When moving to a new home." Hastur revealed his recent move to Queens. "No. 3. Kings Avenue. I remember your original address was over at No. 1 Street. Right. Well, the house there can't be exchanged for helping the police solve a case. The title deed to that mansion should currently be in the hands of Earl Hall." Hastur was slightly startled. A nobleman like Count Hall would gamble with Voltaire? "Aren't you afraid of affecting your reputation?" Greco saw Hastur's thoughts and explained with a smile. "Earl Hall bought the mansion from other nobles and let it increase in value. This is just a normal investment." Hastur was relieved and asked curiously, "How many gold pounds does that house cost?" Greco held out a finger and said, "Starts at 100,000 gold pounds." Asta immediately had no idea of buying back this ancestral house. That was 100,000 gold pounds. He didn't know how long it would take him to save so much money. Unless he goes out to burn, kill and loot, it will be difficult for him to earn this amount of money through his own efforts. "Don't be so anxious. You're still young." Greco thought for a moment, and then lowered his voice and said, "If you can marry Miss Audrey, I think Earl Hall wouldn't mind giving you that mansion as a gift." Asta coughed lightly and said, "Greg, you know, I never like to eat soft food." "Asta, Miss Audrey is our most dazzling pearl in Backland. Are you really not tempted?" Hastur did not want to continue discussing this issue with Gleik, and instead talked about his plan to open a law firm in Hillston. Regarding this matter, Gleik was very generous, saying that he had already helped him find a law firm in the Hillston area, and he only needed a lawyer in place to open it immediately. "Gee, it's nice to have a rich and powerful friend." Hastur looked at the time and invited, "It's getting late. Let's go out for a meal together. I don't want to make you poor all at once." "Well, that makes sense. Then I'll go have lunch alone. You will lose me as a friend if you do this. A friend lost because of this is not a true friend." Greg laughed and let Hastur lead the way, getting ready for a good meal. After lunch, Asta went to Backland University and borrowed 2 language books from the library. One is in the ancient Hermes language, and the other is in the Giant language. They are both the works of some old professors from Backland University who devoted their efforts. After checking the time, it was still some time before Professor Falun finished class. So Asta stayed in the library and read quietly. It was close to 5 o'clock in the afternoon when Lecturer Falun finished his lecture. The two went to the restaurant together. And when Hastur mentioned that he wanted to open a new law firm in Hillston District, Professor Falun's eyes were full of envy. When he just graduated from Backland University, he also wanted to open a law firm in Hillston District, the most prosperous business district in Backland. But the fees required are too high, and money alone is not enough. You also need connections. The court will not allow an ordinary lawyer to open a law firm in such a place. Asta spread his hands and said, "There is no way. That friend of mine is very good at money making." Lecturer Falun came closer and said, "Aren't we 2 friends too?" "Well, I think you overestimated my financial situation. If we really count the current available funds, Lecturer Falun is definitely richer than him. Lecturer Falun wears many hats, including a lecturer at Backland University, his own law firm, and 2 other law firms, and is a legal consultant for at least 5 companies. Even if the annual income is not 10,000 gold pounds, It must be 5,000 gold pounds or more. The two talked for a while. And finally lecturer Fullen said that he could find 2 suitable lawyers for the newly opened law firm. Adding him and Asta, there would be 4 lawyers. Enough to get through the early stages of a law firm. Gee, this is the horror of connections. Chapter 80. Mr. A. The night has never protected you. Boom. Late at night, there was a roar from the dock area. The sound was loud, as if thunder had come to the world and kept hitting the sea. Hastur woke up from his sleep, calmed down for a while, then got up and got out of bed, turned on the brightest light, walked to the window and opened it, looking towards the dock area with a solemn expression. The weather is fine tonight, and the light of the crimson moon shines, covering the houses as far as the eye can see with a thin, light red blanket. But in the distance, there seemed to be black clouds gathering in the sky in the direction of the dock area, and thunder exploded, making people's hearts beat like drums, making it difficult to sleep. It looked like it was thundering and raining down there in the dock area. But Hastur understood that this phenomenon was unusual. That was a vision caused by the fight between high-sequence powerhouses. His spirit was trembling slightly, as if to remind him not to approach that place. Did Bernadette fight with people from the Rose School? There may be more. The wind and thunder are so fast. Maybe the people from the Church of Storms have also gone to join the battle. Based on his understanding of the Church of the Seven Gods, they would first be hostile to the current Rose School of Thought, and then target Bernadette. I hope Miss Sharon and the others are not with Bernadette at the moment. Otherwise they will definitely be affected. Hastur is a little worried about the current situation of Sharon and Merrick. The action of high-sequence experts from the Rose School may cause corresponding changes in the path. The auras on Sharon and Merrick's bodies may no longer be hidden. All it takes is one powerful demigod to notice them, and it will be a fierce battle. But he couldn't do anything at the moment. He could only pray that Miss Sharon and the others would stay not far from St. Samuel's church. After watching the battle silently for a while, Hastur discovered that the battle in the dock area tonight was not too fierce, and the fighting location might be on the sea. Hastur looked at it for a while, and could only see black clouds and lightning twining and flickering, and nothing else could be seen clearly. He gently closed the window and prepared to lie back on the bed and continue to rest. When he just reached the bed, the window was blown open with a bang, and the 2 windows kept making a rattling sound. Unusual wind. It feels like déjà vu. Hastur sensed that something was wrong, so he quickly took 2 steps, held a cane, and at the same time drew out the sword in the cane, staring at the window with an evil look. The wind was still howling like a normal natural phenomenon. Hastur did not step forward to close the window, but still maintained the highest vigilance, and at the same time retreated towards the door. I was thinking rapidly in my mind about what rules I should make to ensure my own safety. Suddenly, a figure came with a strong wind and floated outside the window. With the help of the light in the room, Asta could clearly see the figure outside. He looks very handsome, with delicate facial features, fair skin, a thin figure, and a temperament that looks a bit like a clerical worker. Only his eyes were particularly noticeable. There was enthusiasm in his eyes, and he looked at everything around him unscrupulously. Mr. A. The first name that came to Hastur's mind. He really didn't expect that Mr. A would come to his home at this time. It is estimated that the Nighthawks were transferred to the dock area tonight to maintain order and participate in the battle, which gave Mr. A the opportunity to move freely. Seeing Mr. A not speaking, he just stared at himself, as if he was admiring a piece of porcelain in excellent condition. Hastur has retreated to the door. If Mr. A makes any movement, he can break out of the door immediately and shout for help. If that didn't work, he shouted out the Lord of Storm's honorable name. Maybe tonight's battle has made the Storm Lord turn his attention to Backland. Mr. A. Long time no see. What's the matter with my late night visit? Hastur felt that he needed to say H. Low first. After all, Mr. A had shown kindness first last time, even though that gift of kindness was a bit overwhelming. You are indeed extraordinary. When Mr. A spoke, his tone was calm and not at all crazy or irritable. I'm just an ordinary little nobleman. I was also wearing a mask when I attended the last party. How did you recognize my identity at first sight? It was difficult for Hastur to answer, and he was so nervous that he forgot this point. So that Mr. A caught the flaw in his words. By the way, isn't Mr. A crazy about beauties? How can you speak with reason and evidence? I have been good at observation since I was a child. I can roughly imagine what a person looks like based on his appearance. This is nonsense. And Haster himself doesn't believe it. So that's it. Your talent is indeed very good. Asta was stunned again. He no longer knew what level Mr. A's IQ was. And he would even believe such an obvious lie. It's just a little trick. Not worth mentioning. Asta laughed, hoping to get rid of this topic. I came here to ask you something. What's the matter? Would you like to join us? I am already a believer of the goddess of the night. Asta declined again. He couldn't guess Mr. A's purpose, and how he could choose to join the Aurora Society. The night has never protected you. Mr. A's words were bold, but seemed to have a hidden meaning. I will not waver in my faith easily. Maybe, Mr. A took a deep look at Haster, then rode away in a gust of wind, closing the window smoothly. In terms of closing the window smoothly, Asta can give Mr. A big 5-star rating. Call. Haster took a deep breath and relaxed the tension in his heart. He thought Mr. A came to his door late at night to settle a score with him. But he didn't expect that he just said a few words. This is too strange. Even if Mr. A is really crazy, he would behave like this. Right? Come here late at night just to ask yourself if you want to join the Aurora Society? Was he such a zealous preacher? Asta is confident in his appearance. But his appearance alone is not enough to make Mr. A do such a thing. Right? And what does Mr. A mean by the night has never protected you? The goddess of the night has never protected me. So has the true creator ever protected me. This is no joke. Wait. The protection of the true creator? Haster's heart moved inexplicably. And he frowned and thought for a long time. But he could not remember which being the original owner was praying to when he held the resurrection ceremony. The memory of that night seems to have been partially erased. Otherwise, with my own memory, it is impossible that I would not have remembered such crucial information. Could it be that the original owner held the resurrection ceremony to pray to the true creator? Moreover, the true creator also provided certain protection to the original owner? Impossible? There were waves in Asta's heart. This was even more exciting than when Mr. A came to his door tonight. The original owner is just an ordinary person who has not even entered the extraordinary world. Even if he prays to the true creator, there is a high probability that he will go crazy and a small probability that he will die directly. It is impossible to attract the attention of the true creator, let alone obtain his protection. He must have been made suspicious by the appearance of Mr. A. So he made random guesses. Haster took a few more deep breaths to slowly calm down his irritable mood. After taking a look at the lamp that was continuously emitting bright light, Haster chose to keep it on. He walked to the bed, placed the sword and the staff within easy reach, and then got into bed and lay down. Being disturbed like this by Mr. A, he was not sleepy at all. Well, if this continues, I don't know whether Mr. A is crazy or not, but I will definitely go crazy. Is Mr. A's true purpose to drive himself crazy? Wow. Mr. A is so scheming. It is better to move to Queens as soon as possible. I believe that by then it will be difficult for Mr. A to knock on the window in the middle of the night. Haster was in a state of reverie, and it was not until dawn that he fell asleep. But he didn't sleep for long when he was woken up by the maid's knock on the door. He yawned and stayed on the bed for another 10 minutes before getting up. I went to the bathroom to freshen up and took a bath before I felt refreshed. After going downstairs to eat, Butler Neil came to report what things the family had done recently and how many maid workers they had hired. Asta originally wanted to interview the new maids and workers in person, but felt it was too troublesome. So he ultimately left all these matters to Butler Neil. Now that things at home are on track, it doesn't matter even if a few moths with malicious intentions appear. He just needs to find a time and make a rule to make them all appear. At around 9 o'clock, Haster went out in a carriage. He needed to go to Hillstown and find someone to renovate his law office. For example, the style of the law firm, the charging standards for ordinary cases and commercial cases, and whether there should be a big reward when opening the business, etc. All need to be handled by him personally. He originally wanted to ask Professor Falun for help with these matters, but Professor Falun has been busy giving lectures recently and has very little free time. It is said that Professor Wayne assigned him a lot of extracurricular homework, which kept him busy every day. With no one to turn to, Haster had to do the work himself. When I was busy working until the afternoon, Manager Harley heard that he was planning to open a law firm here, so he passed by to take a look. You're usually not busy in the afternoon, right? If there are no customers, it's usually very leisurely. It's good to have some leisure time. Asta's face was full of smiles. And then the Harley manager stayed here to help until he got off work at 7 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 81. Sharon is in danger and seeks help from Storm. Wednesday, June 27th. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Hastur stayed in the study and had not fallen asleep. Nor did he open the window. It was windy and rainy tonight, and there was a sound of raindrops hitting the windows outside. The sound of rain can always calm people's irritable mood. Rainy days are the best time to read a book. Reading books at this time has the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort, because people's thoughts can easily enter the world inside the book. The old professor who wrote this giant language is really amazing. Although he has never seen a giant in his life, let alone talk with a giant, he can rely on scattered knowledge to organize the general framework structure of giant language, so that it is easier for latecomers to learn giant language. Hastur sighed and slowly turned the page. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden sound made Hastur instantly alert. He closed the book, picked up the sword on the side, and stared at the window. Did Mr. A knock on the window again? After listening carefully for a while, I found that the sound did not come from the window, but from the knock on the door downstairs. Mr. A will also come through the main entrance to visit now. Hastur put the sword back into his cane, tightened it, thought about it, and decided to go downstairs to have a look. He left the study with his cane in hand, and just as he walked down the stairs, he saw Merrick staggering from the door with his clothes torn and bleeding all over his body. Problem occurs. Hastur hurriedly stepped forward and supported Mariki, who was already seriously injured. What happened? We were discovered by them. Hurry and help Sharon. She is at the junction of the North District and the East District. Merrick spoke very quickly and looked even more excited, not caring at all that he was seriously injured. You rest here first, and I'll go help Sharon. Hastur asked Merrick to calm down, and then asked Butler Neal, who was standing by to take care of Merrick, and asked him to call a doctor to treat Merrick's injury. After arranging everything, Hastur got into the carriage and asked the carriage driver to rush to the place Merrick mentioned in the heavy rain. Merrick looked at the direction Asta left, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but think of what happened tonight. After Barranca, who is known as the King of Curses, used his extraordinary abilities to conduct a large-scale search tonight, he and Sharon, all the extraordinary people in the alien path, were not able to escape the search. Soon, a sequence 4 demigod noticed them, the fish in the swarm net. In order to cover the others, he and Sharon left behind, leaving Duan behind. He was not strong enough and was soon seriously injured. I'll stop him. Get out of here quickly. You alone are no match for him. Let me help you. You have been seriously injured. Staying here will only drag me down. Me? Leave quickly. Maybe you can find Hastur's help. Okay. You must hold on. Thinking of the scene that just happened, Machi's heart trembled. It was hard for him to imagine how Sharon could escape from being surrounded by a sequence 4 and 2 sequence SIXS. So he placed his final bet on Hastur. As he got acquainted with Hastur, he felt more and more that Hastur was something special. Maybe he really had a way to save Sharon. On the carriage, Hastur took advantage of the opportunity when the carriage arrived to where Sharon was, thinking about how he could help Sharon. The opponent is a sequence 4 demigod, in a head-on conflict. His role is about the same as that of Merrick. One more person is not enough to change the situation of the battle. If he wants to help Sharon, he needs to find a way to invite outside help. The Church of the Seven Gods is the best choice. Just before arriving at Sharon's place, you will pass near the Holy Wind Church. At that time, you can turn to the Holy Wind Church first, and then go to help Sharon. But, what reason should I use to invite the extraordinary people from Holy Wind Church? How can we try to distance ourselves from this incident as much as possible afterwards? How can we ensure that the extraordinaries of Holy Wind Church will not take action against Sharon? Time passed quickly while thinking, and the carriage driver dutifully drove the carriage outside the Holy Wind Church. Hastur took off the big black umbrella inside the carriage, got out of the carriage, and walked towards the Holy Wind Church. After stepping on the muddy and waterlogged road, Hastur arrived at the door of the Holy Wind Church. The lights were still bright inside, and he did not choose to close the door because it was a rainy night. Hastur's arrival soon attracted the attention of the people staying at Holy Wind Church. After Hastur revealed his identity, a bishop with white hair and a loose golden beard came forward. I am seriously concerned about Backlund's security issues. Hastur's first words made the bishop stun for a moment. This person came to the Holy Wind Church in the middle of the night just to say this? My friends are being hunted under the watchful eye of the storm. Hastur's tone was gentle, But the words he spoke made the bishop's heart skip a beat. He quickly said, "These matters are outside our jurisdiction. Baron Campbell, what you need is to seek help from the police station. A group of dirty rats have infiltrated Backland. As the apostles of the storm, shouldn't you hang the rats and make Backland clean again?" "Baron Campbell, do you know what you are talking about?" "Of course, I know that people from the Rose School have secretly infiltrated Backland, and they are hunting down my friends everywhere. Not only am I worried about the safety of my friends, but I am also sad for Backland's future." Before the bishop could speak, Hastur continued, "You allowed those rats to wreak havoc in Backland. It is no longer worth it for people to pin their hopes on this place." The bishop's face darkened, and he said solemnly, "Any words that slander the gods will be punished by the storm. Even if you are a noble, you cannot avoid it." Asta sneered and said, "A friend of mine was seriously injured by people from the Rose School of Thought. He came from the East District to the West District to seek my help. But you are just waiting here. You seriously lack understanding of the situation. It is you who are here, the place of blasphemy in our hearts. Who's after your friend?" Sequence 4. A demigod. The bishop's expression suddenly changed. A Sequence 4 heretic was wreaking havoc everywhere in Backland. But they were not aware of it. This is absolutely dereliction of duty. They betrayed the trust placed in them by the gods. I came here because I firmly believe that the majesty and bravery of the storm are enough to cleanse all dust. Hastur also expressed that he had no disrespect towards the god Lord of Storms. He had thought about many plans on the carriage just now. But in the end, he felt that it was better to tell the truth directly, which would make it easier to move reinforcements from the Holy Wind Church and have the least impact afterwards. As a noble, isn't it normal to meet several extraordinary people? Although Sharon and Merrick belong to the Rose School of Thought, as long as no one investigates them further, they are just like ordinary extraordinary people. Moreover, the Rose School has been divided into two factions, and the senior leaders of the Church of the Seven Gods, who truly understand these situations, will not do anything to Sharon and the others. At most, the information about Sharon and Merrick is recorded in the file, and the freedom is slightly restricted. As long as they don't do evil, it doesn't matter. Compared to Sharon's safety, this disadvantage is nothing. Soon, the bishop hurriedly went to report, and then walked back quickly, saying that the storm would severely punish any rats who dared to wreak havoc in Backland. Hastur expressed his gratitude to the Lord of Storms, and promised to donate 500 gold pounds. After hearing the words of donating 500 gold pounds, the bishop's face improved significantly. After settling these matters, Hastur returned to the carriage and headed to where Sharon might be. The demigods from the Holy Wind Church are dispatched. As long as they block the demigod from the Rose School, Sharon will have a greater chance of escaping. The carriage arrived near the area Merrick mentioned, but no trace of Sharon was seen, and Hastur did not sense any Beyonders fighting nearby. He thought for a moment, and asked the coachman to circle back and forth around the large area nearby. If Sharon did escape, she would most likely go into hiding. It is difficult for him to find her, but she can easily find him. After probably 3 or 4 large circles, Sharon's weak voice sounded in Hastur's ears. "Turn left. You will see a candy house. Then go right. There is a third alley on the left." After hearing this, Hastur ordered the coachman to move forward. He opened the curtain, faced to the left, turned twice, and when he reached the third alley, he asked the coachman to stop the carriage. He got out of the car with a cane in one hand and an umbrella in the other. It rained heavily tonight, and the rain washed away the trash cans in the alley, giving off an unpleasant and pungent smell. Fortunately, there was rain cover, so the smell was bearable. Hastur walked into the alley and saw Sharon at a corner ahead. At this moment, her face was pale. Her small black soft hat was blown away. Her whole body was soaked by the rain, and her long pale gold hair tied in a bun was hanging down, making her even more fragile. Asta took 2 steps at a trot, using his umbrella to cover the rain falling from the sky. "You're here." Sharon smiled reluctantly. "Well, let's go. It's not safe here." Hastur leaned closer and motioned for Sharon to put her hand on his arm. Sharon shook her head. "No need to bother." As she spoke, she took out a palm-sized mirror and placed it in the palm of Hastur's hand. "Just protect it." Then, in Hastur's slightly shocked eyes, the whole person melted into the mirror like a wisp of light smoke. Sharon was in the mirror, holding the hem of her skirt with both hands, and gave a slight bow. Even though her face turned pale, and she was severely injured, there was still nothing to fault about this etiquette. "Don't worry. You are safe," Hastur whispered and put the mirror into the inner pocket of his coat. The pocket watch that was originally placed inside was taken out and hung on the handle of the umbrella. Asta glanced at the still rainy night sky, left along the original road, got on his horse, and returned to the West District. Chapter 82. Sharon in maid costume. No malicious prying is allowed here. Inside the carriage. Hastur faced the carriage and formulated the next rule. Although Sharon was hiding in the mirror at the moment, it didn't mean she was safe. People from the Rose School may still be looking for Sharon, and he needs to make some preparations in advance. It's safer to make a rule first, and leave another rule in case you need it. In the mirror, at such a close distance, Sharon could vaguely notice that the surrounding space seemed to be covered with a layer of golden light of rules, making people unable to help but obey. Make rules? Isn't he a Sequence 8 barbarian? Sharon only needed to think about it for a moment before she knew that Hastur had many secrets. But she did not say anything to disturb him. Everyone has their own secrets. Respecting other people's secrets is also respecting yourself. This is a little knowledge that you need to remember when walking in the extraordinary world. As the carriage rumbled forward, Hastur clenched his cane and looked wary. He could feel that there were malicious eyes looking at this place. But the eyes just glanced past and did not stay here too long. But after waiting for a while, that gaze glanced over again, and then moved away again. Hastur sighed in his heart. On such a rainy night, it was indeed very suspicious for a carriage to appear here for no reason. Even if he has made a rule against peeping, a person's normal judgment will turn his eyes here. I hope I can get away with it. The carriage traveled a certain distance, and that gaze came over again. At this time, the carriage suddenly stopped, and the coachman outside said, "Sir, you have to be careful. On a rainy night like this, it is easy for me to drive over you with the carriage." "Sir, what do you want to do?" snapped. The carriage driver seemed to have been slapped, and did not dare to say anything anymore. The carriage shook slightly. Then, the carriage door curtain was lifted, and the lights hanging on the top of the carriage gave off a dim light, illuminating the appearance of the visitor. His face is pale and bloodless. His temperament is sinister, and his eyes reveal a fierce light. Apart from the difference in appearance, he feels similar to Merrick in other aspects. This should also be a Sequence 6 living corpse. If it really comes to a fight, their side is 2 against 1, and has a great chance of winning. But this can easily attract that Sequence 4 demigod, and the risk factor is too great. Asta collected his thoughts and said, "Sir, if my carriage hit you just now, I am willing to apologize for it, and compensate you for some losses." The man didn't speak. He looked around all the places in the carriage with his eyes. After searching probably 3 or 4 times, he looked at Hastur. "Did you just see a woman wearing a black palace dress?" "Sir, are you kidding? On a rainy night like this? Except for an unlucky person like me, where else would anyone go out? Especially a beautifully dressed woman?" The man leaned in and said coldly, "Did you really not meet a suspicious woman just now?" "Sir, I was in a hurry to go home, and I didn't even close the carriage curtain. How could I meet other people?" The man stared at Hastur for a while before he looked away, lowered the carriage curtain, and walked away under the angry and silent gaze of the carriage driver. "Lord Baron, this person is too rude. We need to call the police and give him the punishment he deserves. Let him understand that nobles cannot be offended easily." The coachman's voice was loud, and it was obvious that he had suffered a lot just now. Asta said with a smile, "Perhaps he was affected by the heavy rain, so he did such a reckless behavior. We should forgive others for the inconvenience." He asked the coachman not to worry about this trivial matter, and promised to give him a bonus after returning. This is recognition and reward for his work. The carriage driver said nothing more, and continued to drive the carriage toward the West District. Hastur suggested that the carriage driver pass by the Holy Wind Church later. Perhaps because he was afraid of the extraordinaries of the Holy Wind Church. The member of the Rose School never appeared again. The carriage was able to return to the West End without incident. After getting out of the car and returning to the house, Hastur was truly relieved. Upstairs, Merrick, who had undergone a simple healing bandage, was waiting anxiously in the study. After Hastur left, he gradually regained his composure, and wanted to slap himself more and more. Hastur is only Sequence 8. No matter how capable he is, he can't influence the demigod level beyonders. Right? Maybe. Not only would he not be able to save Sharon, but he might even put himself in danger. As time went by, this premonition in his heart became stronger. When there was a knock on the door, Merrick immediately stood up from the sofa, walked quickly to the door, and opened the door. When he saw Hastur standing outside the door, He turned slightly red-eyed, punched Haster and said, "As long as everything is all right, just come back." "Well, everything's fine." Asta walked into the room with a smile, closed the door, and joked, "Merrick, your eyes are red. Did you cry just now? You saw it wrong?" Merrick would not admit that he was too worried just now. Asta smiled and said, "About Miss Sharon. It doesn't matter. She will be fine." Asta paused and then said, "What should you do if something happens to Miss Sharon?" I will avenge them." Merrick's eyes changed from confusion to determination. "But you are only Sequence 6. I will become stronger one day. Are you sure you will be promoted to Sequence 4 and become a demigod?" "I believe I can definitely do it in the future." Merrick almost said this through gritted teeth. Seeing this, Haster stopped teasing Merrick, took out the small mirror from his arms, and spread it out in the palm of his hand. "Miss Sharon, you can come out now." There was a ripple on the mirror surface, and Sharon emerged like a wisp of smoke, and then returned to her original appearance with Merrick's astonished look on her face. "Sharon, you're okay." "Well, he helped me escape from there." After Merrick was overjoyed, he stared at Haster with flushed cheeks. "How dare you tease me? I just followed your words." "Hey, my head hurts so much. I need a good rest." Merrick covered his head, opened the door, and left quickly. He really couldn't stand the playful glances from Haster and Sharon. Sharon said with a slight smile, "If you tease him like this, be careful of getting beaten up by him later." "It's okay. Merrick is a very generous person, and won't keep such a small thing in mind." "That's not certain. Didn't you hide and make no sound just now?" "I didn't hear what you said." Haster looked at Sharon and felt that Sharon was in a good mood tonight. Sharon suppressed her smile, looked at the hem of her skirt soaked by sewage and rain, frowned slightly and said, "Do you have a change of clothes here? Can I wear a maid outfit?" Sharon was stunned for a while, then finally turned sideways and nodded slightly. This was not because Haster wanted to tease Sharon, but what he was wearing here matched Sharon's outfit, and indeed only the maid outfit was left. "I'll have someone bring it to you right now." Haster stood up and left the room, asking a maid to fetch a maid outfit that she had not yet worn. He glanced at it and saw it was a classic black and white model. After delivering the maid uniform to Sharon, Haster introduced the bathroom here to her, and dispersed the nearby maids to prevent them from disturbing her. To solve Sharon's little trouble, Haster smelled his own smell. It did have a bit of a peculiar smell, and his hair was also wet. After saying hello to Merrick, he also went to the bathroom to take a bath. When Haster came out of the bathroom and went to the study, only Merrick was there, with no sign of Sharon. May have left early. Haster felt a pity that he had not seen Sharon put on the maid uniform. Merrick, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't wait to ask, "How did you save Sharon from a demigod?" "Of course, I have to use my wisdom. I don't have the strength to compete with a demigod." Haster told him how he went to the Holy Wind Church to seek help, and how he contacted Sharon and avoided the member of the Rose School. Merrick listened silently, and finally sighed, "You must be very good at using the power of wisdom. I am weak, so I can only rely on my wisdom. I also want to push through it all the way." Merrick thought for a moment and said worriedly, "Will Holy Wind Church come to trouble you? Interrogations should be inevitable. Don't worry about anything else. I am still a baron no matter what. As long as I don't commit treason and commit any bad deeds, the church can't do anything to me. The Kingdom of Loan has always been very active in protecting the nobles. Even the church cannot easily break the rules that have been established." Furthermore, he helped the Holy Wind Church point out the traces of a Rose School demigod. As long as he is caught, it will be a political achievement. It should be able to offset the merits and demerits. "Right." After chatting for a while, Haster asked Merrick to rest early. "Now, it's already past 4 o'clock in the night." After Merrick left, Asta was also about to leave. He came to the door, thought for a while, and then walked to the mirror. He probed, "Miss Sharon, are you still here? Or have you left?" There was no response. Haster waited patiently for a while, and saw shallow ripples on the smooth mirror surface. Sharon flashed past in a maid outfit. "This suit suits you very well." Haster smiled, turned and left, his steps brisk. "It's raining really well tonight." Chapter 83 Mr. Fool's Birthday. Thursday, June 28th. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Haster got up from the bed, stretched, went to wash up, and then went downstairs to eat. Merrick and Sharon didn't like dealing with people like Butler Neal, so they didn't come down to eat. Not eating for a few days didn't have any impact on him. After breakfast, Hastur asked butler Neil to send someone to buy 2 or 3 sets of Gothic clothes, which were prepared for Sharon. We can't let Sharon wear a maid outfit all the time. Although it's fun. But Sharon wearing a maid outfit would not appear in front of him. In the study, Merrick's injuries improved a lot after a night's rest. The living corpse sequence has a strong recovery ability. As long as the head is not cut off, it is difficult to truly die. Asta and Merrick talked for about half an hour. And Sharon, who had changed into new clothes, finally appeared in the mirror. Merrick said in surprise, "Sharon? I thought you had left last night." "It will be safer here," Sharon replied briefly. Asta said, "You can live here with peace of mind for the time being. When the Rose School group leaves, you can go back." "Yeah. Okay." Sharon nodded and disappeared into the mirror. Hastur was curious about how Sharon could heal while hiding in the mirror. Merrick explained to him, "The resentful souls are a very special kind of existence. No matter how serious their physical injuries are, it doesn't matter. As long as their spirituality is not lost, their physical bodies will gradually recover as their spirituality recovers. Similar to nourishing the physical body with spirituality." Hastur made a simple analogy in his mind. The two chatted for a while, and butler Neil came to knock on the door, saying that someone from the Holy Wind Church came to visit. Hastur understood that they came because of what happened last night. He had already prepared for this matter, and was not panicking. "You handle it carefully yourself. Don't worry. I know how to deal with them." Hastur walked out of the room, and asked butler Neil to prepare 500 gold pounds before slowly going downstairs. The people who came to visit today were headed by the bishop from last night, accompanied by 2 priests. Hastur politely invited them to sit down, and asked the maid to prepare tea and snacks. After exchanging a few words, Bishop Ron directly explained his intention. "Baron Campbell, regarding your behavior last night, I hope you can give the church a reasonable explanation." Asta did not hide anything and said directly, "I have recently made 2 friends. They are from the temperance sect of the Rose School. Last night, one of them was injured by a group of rats, and came to seek my help. I am just an ordinary person. Humans are unable to fight against those rats. So we can only seek help from the church along the way, and use your power to clear out the rats in Backland, and at the same time save another friend of mine. Drop by?" Bishop Ron's eyelids twitched, but he still said politely, "I want to meet your friends. Unfortunately, they have already left this morning. They have probably left Backland by now." Bishop Ron did not believe what Hastur said, but he did not dwell on the issue. He emphasized his tone and said, "Baron Campbell, when you deal with those people again in the future, you must be careful not to be deceived by them." Asta said with a smile, "Thank you, Bishop Ron, for the reminder. I will definitely keep it in mind." When the two were almost chatting, butler Neil sent 500 gold pounds at the right time. Asta smiled and said, "This meager donation cannot express my gratitude to the church. I hope Bishop Ron will not refuse. The gods will not reject any devout believer. Through what happened last night, I also believe that the gods have been protecting us." Hastur's tone was respectful, which was very helpful to Bishop Ron. "Yes, God is everywhere, and he is always watching us," Bishop Ron said piously. "I wonder if those rats were completely eliminated last night, under the majesty of the storm. They were frightened and fled away. Praise the storm." Hastur finally understood. The battle last night was not very fierce, but more to show the attitude of the Holy Wind Church. Before leaving, Bishop Ron gave Hastur a few more words before leaving with 500 gold pounds. As for what happened last night, it has been revealed in one stroke. That's 500 gold pounds. Hastur felt a little distressed. The last time he and Merrick rescued Earl Richard, each of them only received 1,000 gold pounds in reward. However, if you can hire a demigod for 500 gold pounds, it's quite worth it. Last night, if it weren't for the demigods of the Holy Wind Church, Sharon would never have been able to leave safely. Hastur sat in the hall for a long time. It was not until he drank 2 cups of Marquis black tea and made sure that no one from the Holy Wind Church was staring at this place that he got up and went upstairs. In the study room, Merrick and Sharon felt a little weird when they saw Hastur coming back so soon. "You sent the people from Holy Wind Church away just like that? You haven't done anything wrong. And I'm also a baron after all. It's just a routine matter for them to come here." Asta was thinking in his mind that if Bishop Ron came so quickly, could he be urging him to fulfill his promise to donate 500 gold pounds last night? In loan, nobles enjoy privileges, Merrick said with emotion. Hastur corrected him. No matter which country they are in, nobles are a group of people who enjoy privileges. Merrick remained silent. Sharon appeared in the mirror and asked about the performance of Holy Wind Church last night. No one was caught. But the other party didn't dare to show up blatantly again. The Holy Wind Church only dispatched one demigod, and its intimidating power was far greater than a real battle. Sharon nodded, hesitated and said, "There seems to be some incongruity on the third floor here." Asta was silent for a while, then said with a smile, "Ignore it. Just pretend it doesn't exist." Before he figured it out, he didn't want to go to the third floor and come into contact with the so-called things involving fate. God knows whether this change is good or bad. For him now, everything is gradually going on the right track. There is really no need to take risks unless it is really necessary, and there is no choice. What's the trouble? Merrick's expression became serious. You should be fine if you ignore it. After Hastur finished speaking, he looked at Sharon and told her not to explore the issues on the third floor out of curiosity. What exactly is there on the third floor? Asta's performance made Merrick more and more curious. Sharon said calmly, "There is no way to avoid it after all. If we don't deal with it, it may create even bigger troubles. You may be right to worry. But I'm planning to move recently." Hastur smiled and revealed that he was about to move to Queens. Merrick was very envious of this. The Queens district was the area where the real lone nobles lived. If they lived there, no one from the Rose School would dare to cause trouble at will. Seeing that Hastur had left the topic of the third floor undisturbed, Sharon did not continue to ask further questions. But she had a feeling that Hastur would definitely go to the third floor in the future, as if this was his inevitable fate. Destiny. Even if she was about to be promoted to a high level, it would be difficult to understand the word destiny. Even her teacher probably did not expect that the Rose School would become like this. Relax. You should believe in my luck. Seeing that Sharon seemed still worried about the third floor issue, Asta smiled and offered some guidance. He is the darling of fate, the exception of fate, and the wise man of fate. Sharon stared at Hastur for a while, nodded, and disappeared from the mirror. At night, several decorative lanterns were hung on the balcony. Asta sat here drinking some fruit wine, tasting delicious food, and looking towards Tingen. Today is June 28th, which is also the birthday of Klein. He still has a good impression of this future Mr. Fool and fellow countryman. He didn't mind providing some help to the early Klein and rewriting the tragedy of Tingen. After all the gifts given by fate have their prices secretly marked. No matter how many gifts he gives, Mr. Fool will return as much kindness in the future. As for how to guide and help Klein, he already had a preliminary idea. And now he was just waiting for Miss Audrey to come to his door. Hastur raised his wine glass, pointed in the direction of Tingen, and whispered, "This glass of wine is for your birth. The future Mr. Fool." Tingen. In midair, above the black velvet curtain, a crimson full moon hung high, shining peacefully, under the crimson light. Inside an ordinary house, Zhou Mingrui was covering his head, gradually getting used to the severe pain coming from deep inside his head. After he calmed down and accepted the memory, he looked at a notebook on the desk. On the yellowed paper, it was written in Hermes, "Everyone will die, including me." Chapter 84 Audrey's first tarot session. A few days later, because the extraordinary battle some time ago had too great an impact. Recently, the Church of the Goddess of Night, the Church of Storms, and the Church of Steam have joined forces to investigate Backland. People from the Rose School of Thought basically left Backland first to avoid the limelight. After Sharon and Merrick learned the news, they chose to leave. Hastur felt it was a pity. Sharon would guide him in learning giant language during these few days, which benefited him a lot. "Get ready to move." Hastur asked butler Neil to go down and prepare first. 2 days ago, the house in Queens had been completely decorated and ready for move-in. Since Merrick and Sharon were still hiding from the Rose School of Thought here, Asta was not in a hurry to move. Now that the two of them have left, it's time to move. Don't touch the things on the third floor. Seal them as much as possible. Hastur also gave a special warning to prevent the servants from taking the things on the third floor to their new home. It's better to leave that thing here. In the afternoon, butler Neil had arranged everything, and also hired many maids and workers at the new house in Queens. The main items carried during this move were basically Asta's personal belongings. For example, he collected several drawers of pocket watches, walking sticks, clothes, books, etc. 3rd Street, Kings Avenue, Queens. The new house faces the street, is a single-family house, and covers an area about twice that of the original house. The decoration style tends to be light and luxurious. There are all kinds of supplies inside, except for valuables such as collectibles that can show your identity. It is already perfect. Haster went to the second floor and chose the largest master bedroom. The third floor was also uninhabited. The main reason is that he feels that it is more dangerous to live on the top floor, while the second floor in the middle is safer. It is also more suitable for escaping or jumping directly from the building. Asta asked the two newly recruited chefs to cook some new dishes and have a delicious meal. But he didn't eat too much because there was a banquet in the evening. It is similar to a banquet for moving into a new house. The invitations were also sent to the guests as early as 2 days ago, mainly including Greco, Graylin, Audrey, Professor Wayne, Lecturer Fullen, Manager Harley, and other familiar people. There are also several neighbors living nearby, such as Viscount Wade and his wife, Earl Richard, and others. Haster also did not expect that Earl Richard would still be his neighbor. At night, about 7:30, Professor Wayne and Lecturer Foran arrived first, followed by the neighbors, and then Manager Harley, Gray Lint, and others also arrived one by one. Asta entertained them warmly for a while, then felt a little overwhelmed. He greeted and chatted with each guest with a smile on his face. After chatting for a while, his expression almost froze. Finally, he asked Butler Neil to help entertain the guests. And when Greg and Audrey arrived, he would come out to greet the guests. Haster was sitting on the sofa in the hall, taking a glass of fruit wine and taking a break. He rubbed his cheeks and rested for a while before he finally recovered. Not long after resting, Graylin led Earl Richard to arrive. Baron Campbell, we finally meet again. Earl Richard was obviously very happy to see Haster. Graylin asked curiously, when did you meet? Haster invited the two of them to sit down, and then talked about his experiences at the manor, only slightly omitting part of it. Earl Richard lamented, if it hadn't been for that encounter, I might have gone further and further down the wrong path. Everything is guided by the goddess. Haster smiled and praised the goddess. Unexpectedly, Earl Richard also praised the goddess and drew a crimson moon on his chest. Haster's surprised eyes made Earl Richard explain, I am also a believer of the goddess now. It was the goddess who enlightened me out of the confusion during this period and showed me the way forward. Could it be that he went to the church many times and was influenced by the goddess's teachings? It's not necessarily that the Lord he believes in can point to the goddess by slightly modifying the description, and it is normal for him to worship the goddess instead. Haster thought for a moment and did not take this matter to heart. It is better to believe in the goddess than to believe in other messy gods. The three of them chatted about the extraordinary world. Gray Lindy was a newbie, so everything he heard felt new. After the last incident, Earl Richard worked hard to study, and he talked about some extraordinary knowledge with great clarity, which quickly attracted Gray Lindy's attention. Haster just listened quietly. Only when Earl Richard made serious mistakes in his speech, he would correct him slightly to prevent Earl Richard from taking Gray Lindy into the ditch. The three of them chatted for about half an hour before Greg and Audrey arrived, accompanied by Hibbert. Haster left the hall and went to greet the reception. Audrey is still the most dazzling pearl tonight. Her arrival has eclipsed many noble ladies. Asta, you are finally willing to move to Queens. You can no longer refuse when drinking. Greg was obviously very happy and patted Haster on the shoulder. Hibbert said with a smile, this is not far from where I live. Please keep in touch in the future. Audrey showed a decent smile and said, it is really a blessing to be able to live in Queens with Baron Campbell. May luck be with each of us. Haster said, looking at Audrey thoughtfully. Klein should have held his first tarot session. Right? The meeting between Miss Justice and Mr. Fool indirectly pushed the wheel of history. After a few words of greeting, Audrey, who didn't like too much excitement, also entered the hall and joined the conversation between Gray Lint and Earl Richard. She just listened quietly, acting like she was curious about everything. Clarence, who was relatively familiar with Audrey, suddenly realized that Audrey seemed a little different tonight. She looks more confident and calm than before, although she was also very confident and calm before. That was when facing ordinary people. When facing extraordinary people, Audrey's confidence and calmness will be compromised. But tonight, when Audrey listened to the extraordinary knowledge, her attitude showed that she was already an extraordinary person. But she is clearly not an extraordinary person yet. Did Audrey go through something during this time? Audrey naturally noticed Graylint's curiosity and confusion, but she still maintained a decent smile and did not want to explain Graylint's confusion. In the past few days, she had indeed encountered her own adventure, a fantasy adventure story belonging to Audrey. June 29th was originally an ordinary day, but it turned out to be the beginning of the adventure story of Audrey. No, Miss Justice. She remembered that she was in the bedroom at that time, sitting in front of the dressing table, rubbing the bronze mirror with ancient patterns and cracks on the surface. According to her father, Earl Hall, this mirror was a treasure of the Black Emperor of the ancient Solomon Empire and was an extraordinary item. So she's using it as a magic mirror, praying and doing various shameful tests. Well, how to test it, that's not really the point. The important thing is that the bronze mirror placed on the table suddenly bloomed with a deep red light, which enveloped her and then brought her to a gray mist. There, she met Mr. Fool and Mr. Hangman. When she first arrived above the gray fog, she was panicked at first, but she still managed to stay calm so as not to let anyone notice the panic and fear in her heart. Mr. Fool is a very capable, mysterious being. His single thought caused a huge change in the gray fog in front of him. A magnificent and towering palace, like the legendary Giant King's palace, stood in front of us in an instant. Under the huge dome, there is also a long bronze table with 10 seats on each side and 2 at the front and back, for a total of 22 seats. Mr. Fool sat at the top, and she and Mr. Hangman sat at the 2 positions closest to the top. At this time, her curiosity defeated her fear, and everything here was mysterious and extraordinary in her eyes. This is even more mysterious and unpredictable than the extraordinary world that Gray Lint and the others said. In this situation, she did not dare to speak first. Mr. Hangman was the first to break the silence. He should be an extraordinary person with rich experience and proficient in occult knowledge. Mr. Hangman told a lot of valuable and extraordinary knowledge, and she listened attentively at first. But after listening for a while, I felt that the knowledge was very familiar. In the past exchanges with Mr. Haster, he introduced a lot of relevant extraordinary knowledge, and his explanation was more detailed and easier to understand than Mr. Hangman. As a well-educated noble, she would not behave impolitely by interrupting others. After listening for a while, she secretly looked at Mr. Fool. I don't know if it was her imagination, but Mr. Fool seemed to be listening very carefully. This discovery made her feel ashamed. Even a mysterious being like Mr. Fool appeared to listen carefully when faced with Mr. Hangman's story. Instead, she looked around. Not seriously at all. He quickly corrected his attitude and acted like he was listening carefully. Occasionally, he spoke actively so as not to embarrass Mr. Hangman to speak alone. It wasn't until Mr. Hangman revealed that he had the recipe for the audience potion that she really cheered up. Chapter 85. Audrey. Is it difficult to become a high-sequence person? She listened patiently to Mr. Hangman's description of the characteristics of the audience sequence, which was similar to what Mr. Haster described. Remembering that Mr. Haster had said that the spectator route was most suitable for her, and that she also liked being a spectator, she requested a deal with Mr. Hangman. The transaction process went smoothly. There were many things in the treasure house at her home, and she also collected a lot of extraordinary materials. The main thing she lacks is a spectator potion recipe. Unfortunately, Mr. Hangman has to receive the ghost shark's blood before he can send the audience's potion formula back to him. Otherwise, she should have prepared the audience potion by now, become a real audience, and officially enter the extraordinary world. Now she can only look forward to the next party coming soon. After the transaction, there was a brief exchange, and Mr. Fool agreed to hold a meeting every Monday at 3 p.m. Mr. Fool is codenamed by Fool, which is one of the 22 main cards in the tarot. She felt that she should also have a resounding code name. It's definitely not because I have always dreamed of such an adventure storyline. She simply felt that a qualified party should allow every member to feel involved. In the end, she chose the Justice card for herself, which was also one of the 22 main cards. She was calm on the surface, but in her heart she wanted to shout loudly, "Audrey is getting justice. Miss Justice is the most perfect." Strange words such as justice judging sin and so on. Before the party ended, Mr. Hangman mentioned that Emperor Russell had seen the profanity slate and created a deck of tarot cards that contained the secret of becoming a god. These are also known as the 22 paths to God. This reminded her of Mr. Haster, who talked to them about sequence 9, the starting extraordinary paths. Counting carefully, it seemed that there were exactly 22 different extraordinary paths, but she revealed nothing. Finally the party ended, and she returned to her room. If it weren't for the broken bronze mirror, She would have thought that what she had just experienced was just a dream. A dream of a large-scale adventure story that she imagined herself. If you have the opportunity later, you can ask Mr. Hastur for advice. His knowledge should be able to answer my questions. Audrey showed a smile on her face, calmed down her thoughts, and stopped thinking about things. Graydlin, who was sitting opposite her, felt more and more that Audrey was weird tonight. If you have a chance later, you can discuss Audrey's matter with Hastur. Graydlin had some thoughts in his mind, and soon he was attracted by Earl Richard's words. Outside, Hastur saw tonight's guests, drank a lot of wine with Greco and Hibbert, and walked slowly to the hall. Seeing that Earl Richard was instilling extraordinary knowledge into Graydlin, he smiled knowingly and did not stop him. With an inexplicable smile in Greg's eyes, Hibbert chatted with Audrey for a few words, then walked to Hastur and said, "My sister heard that you have learned giant language and wants to ask you for some relevant knowledge." "It's my pleasure." Hastur chuckled and responded. He knew that Audrey definitely came to him because of other things. It just so happened that he also wanted to talk to Audrey alone. "Now Baron Campbell is yours." Hibbert joked and watched Audrey and Hastur go to the study upstairs. The study room is 1/3 larger than the original study room, and is also equipped with a bronze mirror and sofa. As soon as Audrey came in, she glanced at the bronze mirror, then pretended to be nonchalant and sat on the sofa opposite the bronze mirror. Hastur was sitting at the desk. He chuckled and said, "Miss Audrey, do you know anything about giant language? That's the language used by the legendary giant clan. That is not a legend, but a real existence. Because it really existed, it was recorded and passed on to future generations." "Has Mr. Hastur ever seen a giant?" "No. They live in the giant king's court," Audrey said with a smile on her face. "Then why is Mr. Hastur so sure that giants really exist?" "Because there is nothing in the extraordinary world." Audrey pondered for a while, and then said, "Is there really everything in the extraordinary world? This is just a relative concept, and it does not mean that the extraordinary world really contains everything. Is there any extraordinary item that can transport people to mysterious and unknown places in an instant?" Asta gave Audrey a thoughtful look and said with a smile, "Yes. And there are quite a few. For example, do you know the pathway MS Furs is on? Apprentice? Well, when this extraordinary path reaches a higher level, you will have the ability to roam the world." "What a convenient extraordinary ability, ah! It's really magical." Audrey's eyes were bright, and she showed great interest in this extraordinary ability. If she had known that the apprenticeship path was so powerful, she might have chosen to become an apprentice in advance. Of course, she also enjoys being a spectator. For example, there is a book. There is a world in the book. When you enter the book, it is equivalent to entering a new world. Any more? Facing Audrey's eager gaze, it was difficult to say no. But knowing too much knowledge was not a good thing for Audrey now. Of course, when you become a high-sequence being, you will naturally be able to know the existence of these things. Is it difficult to become a high-sequence? Audrey didn't have much idea about this issue. It's very difficult for some people, and they will never be able to advance in their lifetime. For some people, as long as they have enough luck, they can easily become a high-sequence being. Oh, all right. Audrey was very satisfied with this answer. She always felt that she was very lucky. If she was not lucky enough, she would not have met Mr. Hastur and Mr. Fool. They are all friendly people who are happy to help others. Asta smiled and said nothing. Audrey was indeed very lucky. If you are not the protagonist of this era, it is impossible to become a member of the Tarot Society. It is indeed not difficult for her to break through the high sequence, because her end is an angel. I heard from Graylin that Mr. Hastur likes to collect the manuscripts left by Emperor Russell. Audrey remembered what the hangman mentioned about Emperor Russell creating tarot cards, which contained 22 extraordinary paths. Emperor Russell changed a lot of things. His knowledge and wisdom transcended the limitations of that era. It was as if he was someone who had returned to the past from the future. It is hard not to admire him. I heard that the text was created by Emperor Rosella himself, and no one can decipher it. Is that also Mr. Hastur's goal? That's right. Asta didn't finish his words. Audrey laughed. I really hope Mr. Hastur can decipher this kind of writing. Don't have too much hope. This kind of writing is very difficult and mysterious. Only those ancient beings can decipher it. Ancient existence? Audrey keenly captured the key words. Mr. Fool is mysterious and powerful. Like a fog. Visible but difficult to understand deeply. Is he an ancient existence? Like the palace of the King's Court of Giants. The mysterious gathering method. The more Audrey thought about it, the more she felt that Mr. Fool was the legendary ancient existence. In the following time, Audrey asked about some extraordinary knowledge and talked freely for about half an hour. Audrey stood up and saluted slightly. Thank you, Mr. Hastur, for answering my questions tonight. It was an honor to speak with Miss Audrey. The two looked at each other and smiled, then walked out of the study and came to the lobby on the first floor. Hibbert looked as usual, but Audrey's personal maid, who had been guarding outside the study, looked at Hastur with a wary look. Baron Campbell's knowledge is like the ocean. Talking to him always benefits people a lot. Audrey came to Hibbert and praised her from the bottom of her heart. Graylin also said with emotion, Asta's knowledge is indeed extremely profound. Every time I communicate with him, I can feel my own ignorance. Hibbert said with a smile. Emperor Russell once said that knowledge is power. Only by constantly learning and accumulating knowledge can we discover our ignorance and climb to higher peaks. I just prefer reading some miscellaneous stories, so I appear to be more knowledgeable. Although Hastur sounds very useful, people still need to be humble. I guess Emperor Russell once said, humility makes people progress, and pride makes people fall behind. A few people chatted for a while, and Audrey left first, followed by Earl Richard, who didn't want to stay up late. In the end, 4 people, Hastur, Greco, Hibbert, and Graylin, stayed. Oh, I knew you wanted to get me drunk tonight. Hastur sighed, asked someone to prepare some food, and then took out the wine that had been prepared. Greco smiled and said, I didn't have a great time drinking last time, but this time I came prepared. Hibbert also looked at him with a smile. He was also a veteran of the wine industry. As soon as Greco invited him, he also came to try Hastur's drinking capacity. At the same time, he also wanted to see how Hastur would behave when he was drunk. Drinking words may not be true, but when you are drunk, you can tell at a glance how the drink tastes. Emperor Russell once said, the taste of wine reflects the character of a person. Having been in the wine shop for many years, he believed this sentence deeply. Glarin, who was standing on the edge, was a little nervous. Did he think he should leave early? Chapter 86 Gift, War Emblem and Golden Box. Late at night, the Taysok River trickled through in the dark night. And on the bank, Sharon came again. She looked at the calm river with a calm expression, wondering what she was thinking about. After waiting for a few minutes, a pea vine drooped from the sky. Sharon stretched out her hand, and she was above the clouds. She is still the same person, the mysterious queen. Her dress tonight is much more conservative than before, less personalized, and her elegance contains majesty. She looks more like a princess who has been in a high position for a long time. Just from a brief look, Sharon knew that the Queen of Mystery was in a bad mood tonight. If she was in a good mood, she wouldn't dress up like this. Little Sharon, your dress is not bad, but don't you like black clothes? Bernadette looked at Sharon in front of her with a smile. She still wore the small black hat, and the Gothic palace dress had a little more lively elements than before. Sharon did not answer the question, but said calmly, is this action of the Indulgence faction directed at you? Well, the evil one has also arrived. Bernadette put away the smile on her face, and was targeted by a Sequence 1 god. Her situation was much more difficult than before. Fortunately, this was Backland, and the evil being was afraid of triggering a divine descent, and did not dare to enter rashly. Otherwise, she would probably have to pay a heavy price to escape from him. Sharon's expression moved slightly. What exactly did you do? They just revealed to the Church of Storms that they were going to hold a divine descending ceremony in West Balong, which led to the failure of their divine descending ceremony. When Bernadette said this, she paused slightly and said in a deep voice, but this is not enough to make that evil creature keep an eye on me. He is still lingering outside Backland and refuses to leave. He only obeys the oracles. Have you ever known this god? I don't know. My teacher knows better. But she didn't tell me. She didn't want me to be contaminated. Very right choice. Bernadette did not continue to talk about this topic, and did not even mention the temperance card. She knew that Sharon and the others needed the temperance card, but it was a trap set by the Mother Tree of Desire. Even she did not dare to go there, let alone Sharon and the others. Don't worry about my situation. I'll just take a vacation in Backland. The food here is very good, much better than at sea. Sharon looked at her and said calmly, I'm never worried about your situation. What I'm worried about is that people from the Indulgence faction will always stay in Backland. Bernadette laughed. Then there's nothing I can do. It's you who caused the trouble. Little Sharon, what you say is a bit too heartless. You need to compensate me for my losses. It turns out you came to me. If you have something to do, tell me. Sharon was silent for a moment. Then slowly said, I need a crying baby flower. Bernadette took 2 steps closer and said with a slight smile, I remember that this extraordinary material is used to prepare the Black Emperor Path Sequence 7 bribery potion. Why do you need this? I owe a favor, and I need to pay it back. Bernadette just glanced at Sharon without going into details. She stretched out her hand, and a wooden brocade box emerged from the void. Take it. This box contains what you need. Thanks. Sharon was not polite, and put the brocade box away. Then turned to leave. Little Sharon. It's so sad that you came to me at night for someone else. Sharon stopped and asked, Is there anything else? No. Sharon looked stunned for a moment, and left without looking back. Bernadette watched Sharon go away, looked at the stars above her head, and whispered, Are the stars really watching everything? She is now certain that the series of hunts she encountered by the Rose School must be related to the Jinn. The source of the changes in the Jinn came from the mysterious meeting above the stars. Thinking about the meeting of the outer god in the past makes people's scalp numb. She didn't dare to think deeply. But she was more afraid of the stars. If you are afraid of the stars and careful of the moon, you also need to be wary of the stars. Bernadette sighed and stopped thinking about these annoying things. It was better to think about which restaurant to go to tomorrow to enjoy delicious food. Headache. The dizziness is rising. And even my thoughts are starting to wander. Asta woke up, covered his head, and lay on the bed to rest for more than half an hour before gradually regaining consciousness. Last night, Greco and Hibbert seemed to have an agreement and made him drink a lot of wine. Fortunately, there was a grey lint beside him to block him for a while. Coupled with his savage physique, he was able to stay awake during last night's drinking battle without losing his temper while drunk. Grey Lindy couldn't do it anymore, and he was finally helped upstairs by 2 servants. Greco and Hibbert were still in the same state, almost 70 to 80% drunk. So they got into carriages and went home to rest. According to them, they have to get up early to deal with business today. Well, I still need to practice my drinking ability. Hastur sighed. In the circle of nobles, socializing is normal, and drinking is even more common. In order not to make a fool of himself when he was drunk in the future, he felt that he needed to increase his drinking capacity. After resting for a while, Hastur got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. The considerate butler Neil has already prepared sweet soup for sobering up and food suitable for drunkenness. Hastur enjoyed the food for a while and asked, Where is Grey Lint? Still resting in the guest room upstairs. I thought he had gone back. It seems that his drinking capacity is not good. Hastur smiled, then thought of a good way to prevent drunkenness. Grey Lint is now a pharmacist. It shouldn't be difficult to develop a medicine to prevent drunkenness. Right? I just took advantage of his drunkenness to convince him to concentrate on his research. Seeing that Hastur had almost recovered after eating, Butler Neil came to report on the reception of gifts last night. Yesterday was the day he moved to his new home. Most of the people attending the dinner brought a gift. Each gift needs to be recorded so that the next time someone moves to a new home, a gift of similar value can be given. Hastur closed his eyes and listened silently. Among the gifts sent last night, the gift from Greg was the most valuable. He must have known that his family's background was shallow, so he specially sent 10 antiques so that he could temporarily act as a front. According to Butler Neil's estimate, the total value is at least 5,000 gold pounds. This is a great gift. Gifts from other people are normal and fall within the normal category. The same goes for Hibbert and Audrey. The value of the gifts they sent was about 100 gold pounds. This was a normal gift for human relations. Professor Wayne did give him some good things. 3 ancient books that were not collected even in the library of Backland University. They were considered unique books. What surprised Hastur was that in addition to the people who attended the banquet last night, he also received 3 additional gifts. One came from Mrs. Jimani. If he hadn't suddenly heard Butler Neil mention it, he would have almost forgotten this person, even though she left a deep impression on him. The other 2 gifts were unsigned, and even Butler Neil couldn't tell who sent them. It was as if they appeared out of thin air in the pile of gifts. Normally, there will be a dedicated person to record these gift lists. But Butler Neil asked the person in charge of this matter last night, and he insisted that he did not receive an unsigned gift last night. Hastur asked Butler Neil to carry the 2 gifts to the study upstairs. He wanted to open them himself and see what was going on. He estimated that one of the gifts might be from Mr. A. As for who sent the other gift, he had no idea for a while. I went upstairs and came to the study. After waiting for a while, someone brought the 2 gifts. Gifts? one big and one small. The small gift was wrapped in a small light gray box, somewhat similar to a box containing a ring. Hastur first scanned the area with his spiritual vision and frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "The resurrection of extraordinary items is prohibited here." After setting the rules, he opened the box and took a look. Inside the small box lies a coat of arms painted in gold and silver. The front of the coat of arms is engraved with carvings of sword blades and bows and arrows. His vision had told him that this was an extraordinary object. At this moment, the surface of the coat of arms is covered with a layer of spiritual seal, and it is also tied with silver thread into the shape of a cross star. As long as the silver thread seal is not damaged, this is an ordinary coat of arms. Hastur stretched out his hand and turned the coat of arms over. The entire back was black iron, but in some places, it was stained with light blood. Put it in the palm of your hand and weigh it gently. It is very heavy, as if it is polished from a piece of pure iron. The smell of war. Hastur turned the coat of arms back to the front again, and touched the carvings of the sword blade and bow and arrow with his fingers. There seemed to be a war hidden in them. Even if Mr. A gave a gift, he would not give such a gift. Who sent this gift? He must have good intentions. Although Hastur could not pinpoint the specific information of this extraordinary item, he could feel that it was more extraordinary than the rule bell he obtained some time ago. After thinking for a while, Hastur put the coat of arms into the box and put it away, then took out another gift. This gift is a long iron box, about 30 centimeters long, and about 5 centimeters wide and high. Hastur opened the outer packaging, and the golden light shone slightly. After it was completely opened, there was a golden box hidden inside the long iron box. The golden box has no openings in its entire body, and is integrated into one piece, as if it was forged from a single piece of gold, and is shining with wisps of golden light. If you look closely, it looks more like a rectangular golden coffin. Grass. Hastur quickly retracted his hand and stood up, his face full of caution, and his heart extremely heavy. Is this ghost thing the golden box that those group of extraordinary people with destiny paths are after? Chapter 87: The Fateful Encounter with Bernadette. Shouldn't this thing still be on the 3rd floor of the previous home? What kind of unscrupulous guy sent this thing here? They even put an iron box on the outside of the golden box. What a scheming move! What kind of destiny guide is there? Someone is still doing something secretly. He didn't believe that this golden box came here by himself. Hastur had various thoughts for a while. After a while, when he saw that there was nothing strange about the golden box, he gradually returned to his previous calmness. Now that this thing has been delivered to him, he can no longer turn a blind eye. But he didn't want to open this golden box and just continue to let it sit in the dust. As for who sent it, it no longer matters. The more he ignores him, the more anxious the people in the dark will be. And sooner or later they will show up. Hastur covered the golden box again with an iron box and tied it tightly with packing tape. He was going to send this thing to the 3rd floor and put it in an unoccupied room. Let's see what trouble it can cause. Hastur originally wanted to call the servants outside and ask them to put this thing away. But then he thought about it and decided to do it himself. If any accident occurs, he can deal with it in time. Carrying the packing tape, Asta went up to the 3rd floor, found a sunny room, put it in a drawer, and locked it on the outside. After doing all this, he returned to the study on the 2nd floor, took out pen and paper to write and draw, sorted out his thoughts, and then burned what he had written. In the afternoon, Hastur was sitting in front of the windowsill, bathing in the breeze and reading the giant language book in his hand. "Lord Baron, someone has sent a gift." Butler Neil knocked on the door and heard an unmistakable voice. Why did someone else send gifts? Asta's face changed slightly. Was he in conflict with the gift? I just opened 2 gifts this morning. One was a war emblem extraordinary item, and the other was a golden box. They all look precious, but are actually dangerous. Bring it in. Hastur finally closed the book and let Butler Neil come in with the gift. This gift is from a Mr. Merrick. Butler Neil placed the gift on the table and then backed out. Merrick's gift was a rare gift that he was thoughtful about. Hastur felt much more relaxed, as long as it wasn't something of unknown origin. As usual, he scanned it with his spiritual vision first, and only opened the gift after confirming that there was no danger. It's not that he can't trust Merrick. It's just that he is on guard against it out of habit. Lying quietly in the box is a flower shaped like a baby, with a root like an umbilical cord, and a small red flower blooming from the pale yellow petals. It smells like a fresh fragrance. Hastur looked at it for a while, and finally determined that this thing was the crying baby flower he had been looking for. This gift comes at a really timely time. Hastur was very satisfied with this gift. He admired it for a while, then recovered the box and sealed it with spiritual power so as not to affect the quality of the crying baby flower. After the joy, he felt something was wrong. He had already asked Merrick to help find this thing, but he had never been able to find it. How could he happen to find it at this time and be able to use it as a gift for himself? Could this gift be prepared by Miss Sharon? She should be repaying her kindness for helping her last time. The more Hastur thought about it, the more he felt that this gift was prepared by Sharon. Only Sharon would be so considerate. Merrick, a rough guy, would probably notify him as soon as he found the flower. Now that all the Sequence 7 Briber's extraordinary materials have been collected, all he has to do is wait for himself to fully digest the barbarian potion. Hastur was in a good mood and took out his pocket watch to check the time, which was close to 3 o'clock. It's just enough time to go out for afternoon tea. Maybe you can meet something extra on the way to speed up the digestion of your barbarian potion. In order to avoid the small chance of encountering Bernadette, Asta deliberately avoided the Inta-style restaurant and went to taste Lundborg's special snacks. Lundborg is a country that believes in the god of knowledge and wisdom and retains the characteristics of the old times in many aspects. The same goes for food. Hastur arrived in a carriage and walked briskly into this specialty restaurant. After ordering a few special delicacies and sipping sweet and sour drinks, Asta looked out the window and admired the passers-by. After a while, several delicacies were served. Just when Asta was about to look away, he suddenly spotted Huang Bebe. She has long chestnut hair that hangs freely. She wears beige trousers and a pair of black leather boots. Her figure is in excellent proportions. There were many people on the street, secretly looking at her figure, but no one dared to strike up a conversation, probably because her aura was too strong. Hastur pretended to be nonchalant and looked away, his heart beating faster, and he took a deep breath before calming down. It's not that he's afraid of Bernadette. It's just that he felt a little guilty because of the incident with the gin some time ago. First, he smoked the gin in the middle of the night, causing Bernadette to worry every night. Then he held a meeting between the Jinn and the Mother Tree of Desire, indirectly facilitating the deal between the Jinn and the Mother Tree of Desire. It can be said that the reason why the divine evil came to Backlund to cause trouble this time was because of him. After all, she is the daughter of a fellow villager, so it doesn't seem right to trick her like this. Thinking of this, Hastur felt even more guilty. He had no choice but to focus on the food in front of him and no longer think about Bernadette. But by chance, Bernadette also walked into this restaurant and sat not far from him. When Bernadette glanced at her, Asta tensed up and continued to eat, pretending that nothing happened. Fortunately, Bernadette's eyes did not remain on him. Not far away, Bernadette was sipping a Lundborg-style drink. Although his eyes did not fall on Hastur, he kept looking at him from the corner of his eye. If her information was correct, it was Baron Campbell who saved Sharon that night. It is indeed not easy to prepare to be promoted to Sequence 7 Briber at such a young age. Looking at her appearance, she matches Sharon very well. She didn't mean to meet anything by chance today. She just happened to come out to taste the delicious food and relax. And she happened to meet this Baron Campbell. This has to be said to be a kind of fate. Fate. This kind of thing is really wonderful. Bernadette stood up and walked directly to the position opposite Hastur. Mind sitting together for a while? Asta raised his head, showed a decent smile, and said with a smile, I don't think anyone will refuse such a request from a lady. In my heart I was shouting, I mind very much. Quite a lot. You seem to know me? Bernadette's eyes were calm, but seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Asta said calmly, I should be the one to say such words of conversation. You know Sharon well? Asta nodded and said, Miss Sharon is very kind and lovely. It is my honor to get to know her. You tell me so frankly because you know that I have no ill intentions toward Sharon? Are all of you old hunters turned spirits? Are you so good at cheating? Can't it be simpler? It's very tiring to keep fighting like this. Asta cursed a few times, but still had a smile on his face. Miss Sharon has always been kind to others. Unless she is a crazy person, no one would be willing to hurt her. What if I am from the Rose School? Bernadette's gaze was so compelling that it was difficult to look directly at her. Asta said as calmly as possible, I prefer to believe that you are Miss Sharon's friend. Good judgment, but still a little too naive. Bernadette withdrew her intimidating gaze and made a light comment. Oh, you are all a bunch of old guys who have lived for who knows how many years. In front of you. Don't I look naive? Huang Bebe. I will find an opportunity to return this comment to you in the future. Hastur has a lot of inner activities and said, simple mind is not a shortcoming. Maybe? Bernadette glanced at Hastur again and prepared to get up and leave. Before leaving, she said again, they are all Sharon's friends. It's up to you to treat me this time. Certainly. Hastur still maintained a kind and generous smile. Just as Hastur stood up to check out, another voice came to his ears. If he were a normal person, he would definitely ask for my name and confirm my identity. But you didn't. So you already know who I am. Grass. Huang Bebe. Haven't you already left? Why are you still quietly observing in the dark? You are really free. Hastur's body was slightly stiff, and he was cursing. But his face was not panic at all. I once saw a poster about a mysterious queen of the sea offering a huge reward. Chapter 88 The Law of Aggregation of Extraordinary Characteristics. The response has been good. Bernadette emerged from the darkness again. And the people dining around did not feel anything was wrong. Because in their eyes, Bernadette has always been sitting on that chair, and has never left. Does this mean we should continue chatting? After Asta paid the bill, he walked back to his seat, and faced Bernadette directly. He was now convinced that Bernadette was really free today. So she had the time to play hard to get tricks with him. Speaking of which, her being trapped in Backland was also her own masterpiece. Alas, what else can I do? Just continue acting with her. She should be of the same generation as Lao Wang, so she can be considered his niece. Acting with your niece is like playing house. Asta's mentality changed, and he regained his previous calmness and confidence. Since you know who I am, haven't you thought about reporting it and getting a considerable reward? That's what I would do if I wanted to die. You are not simple. This was the second time Bernadette said this sentence, and Hastur could hear the different meanings contained in it twice. He asked curiously, is there anything weird about me? Bernadette looked at Hastur seriously for a while, and said, destiny. Your destiny is very confusing and difficult to pry into. I've always felt like I was lucky by fate. The good fortune of an advance often comes with danger. Advance? Knowing too much will disrupt your original destiny. Bernadette did not continue to discuss this topic in depth. She drank the drink in her hand, and disappeared like a phantom. Hastur has mixed emotions. He knows that Bernadette possesses a Wheel of Fortune card. With her strength and status, it is normal for her to be able to use the Wheel of Fortune card to see the fluctuations in her destiny. Luck of an advance? Have extraordinary people with destiny paths ever imposed luck on themselves? That should be the debt owed by the original owner. Right? Could it be that the reason why I met Bernadette here today was because of the law of aggregation of extraordinary characteristics? Bernadette owns the Wheel of Fortune card, which can be regarded as a high-sequence path of destiny, because she formulated the second rule. She is also involved in the path of destiny, according to this law. In the same way, high-sequence items will intermittently and unconsciously attract medium and low-sequence extraordinary beings to its vicinity. It does explain today's chance encounter. Oh, I obviously just wanted to come out to taste delicious food and relax. But it made me feel even more depressed. Hastur sat in the restaurant for a while longer before getting up and leaving, heading to the Hillston area. After walking around, he found that his law firm had been almost renovated, and he could open it on a good day. Then he went to Backland University, and met 2 other lawyers through lecturer Fulin. After working hard until 8 o'clock in the evening, Asta returned home. At night, Hastur fell into sleep, and came to the Palace of Stars. A lot has happened recently, and he is ready to peek into the future of related aspects through the eyes of destiny. The first thing to peek into the future is the war emblem said by someone unknown. With his eyes closed, a dark world flashed through intermittent war scenes. A disaster of weapons. The protagonist in the picture should be a general wearing black armor, wearing the war emblem on his chest, as he fought bravely on the battlefield. Blood stained his armor, and the war emblem on his chest red. The final scene is fixed on a tombstone. Hastur wanted to see clearly what was written on the tombstone. But the scene ended here, making him exit the state of spying on fate. Recalling the scene he just saw, Hastur made some guesses about the origin of the war emblem. First of all, the war emblem, an extraordinary item, must have come from the general who killed the enemy on the battlefield. Since he was born, the only person or thing he has come into contact with related to war is the old man who told his story. It is reasonable to speculate that the old man is the general, and he gave this war coat of arms to himself. The only thing that puzzled him was that the old man had already gone to the court to seek death. It is not ruled out that someone who is close to the old man gave this war emblem as a gift to him. The last tombstone may refer to the fact that the old man has died. Hastur thought for a while, and then felt relieved. This proved that the person who sent the thing had no ill intentions towards him. His original intention was probably to give him an extraordinary item for self-defense. After taking a short rest, Hastur prepared to pry into the origin of the golden box. This thing always kept bothering him, and sooner or later it needed to be dealt with. Originally, he didn't pry because he didn't want to have too much to do with the thing. Now that the thing was returned to his hands, he could no longer turn a blind eye. With his eyes closed, new changes began to take place in the dark world. This time, I didn't peek into the details of the war emblem, and could only vaguely see a vague picture. With just one glance, Hastur felt that his spiritual power was completely drained. He had a splitting headache, and his whole head was about to explode. He had experienced this feeling before, when he first spied on his fate related to the Mother Tree of Desire. He had been hurt by such a degree of backlash. This proves that the origin of the golden box is far beyond my previous imagination. It most likely comes from an alien god. Hastur lay on the table and rested for a long time before he recovered from the pain just now. It's actually like this. The origin of the golden box is too surprising. But this shouldn't be the case. Something of this level will definitely cause huge changes once it comes to the world. How could it be turned into an ordinary box and lie quietly on the third floor for so long? Could it be that my interpretation was wrong? Hastur murmured silently, gradually recovering from the scene just now. The starry sky cracked, and a golden box turned into a stream of light and fell. That's all the content in the first half of the picture just now. Yes, it should have a bottom half. This is Hastur's inference based on that picture. At first glance, he felt that the painting had a sense of incompleteness. When he saw that the lower half was dark and lightless, he became even more convinced of his idea. The things falling from the starry sky are definitely related to the outer gods deep in the starry sky. When this kind of thing comes into the world, it definitely causes quite a stir. Didn't the 7 righteous gods take action and watch it fall from the starry sky? Or is it that the 7 gods have already taken action, but they just failed to completely stop it? What terrible thing is hidden inside the golden box? Hastur thought carefully for a long time, and felt that his idea might have been wrong from the beginning. Just because the golden box fell from the starry sky, it doesn't mean that it looked like a golden box in the first place. The golden box may be a seal. Its function is to completely seal off the contents inside. This can also explain why this golden box did not have a huge impact on the surroundings, but lay quietly. It can be explained, but it may not be the correct truth. Prying into destiny is such an elusive thing. With only half of the picture, it was difficult for him to restore the truth. Only through constant assumptions and inferences can your guesses gradually get closer to the truth. Those who spy on destiny will eventually be controlled by destiny. Hastur's heart became a little heavy. Now that he was peeking into the corner of his destiny, he might get his future into greater trouble because of this peek. However, this also made him more determined to never open the golden box. Perhaps my encounter with Bernadette today was not driven by the Wheel of Fortune card in her hand, but because of the relationship between the golden box and me, which led her to join me. In terms of personality, the contents of the golden box are definitely higher than the Wheel of Fortune card. It seems like we should go see the young angel. Well, he hasn't been reincarnated yet, so it shouldn't be a bother. Hastur thought for a while, and decided to visit tomorrow with delicious ice cream. I believe that he will be satisfied with his meeting gift. The only thing to note is that he may deliberately avoid him. After all, his destiny was messy, and he probably didn't want to take the initiative to get involved, so as not to cause more trouble. After thinking for a while, Hastur looked towards the star where the djinn was. The appearance of Bernadette gave him a bold idea. Maybe he can make Bernadette the apostle of the stars. If he succeeds, he will have a truly high-sequence expert under his command, and many things will become simpler and more convenient. Otherwise, it would be difficult to stop the cooperation between the djinn and the Mother Tree of Desire by yourself. Nowadays, the evil god Ca is still lingering near Backland. Unless the 7 gods descend, he will continue to chase Bernadette. Once Bernadette is unfortunately caught by Ca, the doomsday disaster may come early. Asta thought about it, and felt that this idea was very feasible. But how to make Bernadette willingly become the apostle of the stars? Tell her directly about Russell? Will she be more afraid of herself in this way? After thinking for a long time, Asta felt that we should proceed step by step. Being too aggressive can easily scare Bernadette away. He stayed in the Hall of Stars for a while, until his spiritual power dried up, and he returned to the real world. Chapter 89 Snake. Will Onstein. Chapter 89 Snake. Will Onstein. I want to go out and play today. Not stay at home. No. We all have to work today, and we don't have time to accompany you. In order not to distract us, you have to stay at home today. But today is the only time I really want to go out and play. Then you can only go to Mrs. Bryn's house next door to play. We will tell her in advance, and let her take good care of you. Can I go somewhere farther away to play? No. Will. You are not young anymore. Don't be so willful all the time. We will take you out to play on Sunday this week. Don't you always like to eat ice cream? All right. In the end, the little boy couldn't convince his parents, so he reluctantly agreed to play at Mrs. Bryn's house next door. Before going out, he took his tarot cards and put them in his pocket. After watching his parents leave, he put on his shoes and went to the neighbor's house next door. Boom, boom, boom. After knocking on the door for a while, his neighbor Mrs. Bryn opened the door and welcomed him with a smile on her face. Mrs. Bryn is at home full-time and has no children at home. Every time he comes, Mrs. Bryn always makes Mrs. Bryn happy for a long time. Mrs. Bryn, I'm going to bother you again today. Your present always makes me happy, and this is the best gift I received today. Thank you for your compliment. The little boy politely thanked him, then walked into the door and closed the door smoothly. After entering the door, Will sat quietly next to the sofa and played with the tarot cards he carried with him. After playing for a while, he looked out the window and held his chin with one hand in a daze. Little Will, what are you thinking about? Mrs. Bryn came over with a plate of fruit, bent down, and placed the plate of fruit on the table in front of Will. Will bit his lower lip slightly and thought for a moment. What method does Mrs. Bryn usually use when she doesn't want to see someone? Just close the door and don't let him in. But isn't that impolite? Then when he comes to visit, you can go out to play in advance, or go to other people's homes, as long as you avoid seeing him. What if I can't escape? Then politely invite him to have a cup of tea and send him off politely after finishing the tea. What if he stays and refuses to leave? Mrs. Bryn laughed, walked to Will, stretched out her hand to stroke his head, and joked, Is there anyone you don't want to see? Little Will, it's not that I don't want to meet. I just think it's not good to meet too soon. Will tilted his head slightly, showing a troubled expression. Who makes you so distressed? A very troublesome man. It's troublesome. Then don't see him? It's better to live a happy life. Will raised his head. His eyes were clear, and he smiled sweetly. I think so too. Mrs. Bryn touched Will's head again and said with a smile, I'm going to prepare some desserts for you. I just learned 2 desserts recently, just in time to make them for our little Will to try. The smile disappeared from Will's face and his mouth slumped, but he still said happily, Thank you, Mrs. Bryn. He likes desserts very much, and will not refuse them as long as they are not too hard to swallow. Mrs. Bryn's cooking skills are very good, and the dishes she makes are delicious. The only pity is that she has never had any talent in making desserts. Although it's not hard to swallow, it's not that delicious either. Oh, I just said I need to hide somewhere further away. Will sighed, picked up an apple and ate it. He was going to eat more fruit so that he would have an excuse to eat less dessert later. Alas, the ice cream is still delicious. Ice cold, sweet, and there are many flavors to choose from. The only drawback is that it's a bit expensive. His parents usually only take him out to play on Sundays, and then they buy him ice cream to try. You may not be able to eat it every week. Well, Will sighed, thinking that his next reincarnation would be in a better-off family, where he could at least have ice cream at any time. Near noon, Mrs. Bryn prepared 3 courses and 2 desserts. She thoughtfully placed both desserts in front of Will, and said that these 2 desserts were for him, and no one would compete with him. Will naturally smiled and thanked him, then dug out spoonfuls of desserts. It's either too sweet or tasteless. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, there was a knock on the door, and Will's parents came to pick him up. When they returned home, they discovered that someone had given them a gift, which was ice cream. It must have been delivered not long ago. Otherwise the ice cream would have melted. Will frowned and looked at the 3 ice creams that were extremely well packaged and thoughtfully mixed with ice cubes to keep them cold. Will, don't you like ice cream the most? I just had it at Mrs. Bryn's, and I don't really want to eat it now. That's a pity. These 3 ice creams look very expensive. I don't know who sent them. Will looked up and looked at 3 ice creams of different colors. One was sprinkled with chocolate chips, one was sprinkled with peanut chips, and one was decorated with a big strawberry. They all look delicious. I'll just eat a little more. It's all for you. As long as Will is happy. Alas, tasting ice cream is naturally a joyful thing. But fate is always fair. Free things are often the most expensive. At night, Hastur was lying on the bed to rest. He deliberately did not enter the Hall of Stars tonight. He was waiting for someone. To be precise, he was waiting for a little snake. The snake of fate. Around 12 o'clock, Hastur's dream began to change. The fog covered and rolled, and a giant snake seemed to be writhing in the sea of clouds. Hastur's arrival did not disturb the giant snake's elegance. But when he was about to step forward to say "Hello," a voice rang out. "The ice cream tastes good. Please remember to give me some other flavors next time." Before Hastur could ask anything, the giant snake disappeared. And then, the misty dream world began to collapse. Hastur woke up from his dream, and came to the Palace of Stars. He tapped his fingers on the table, and said with a smile, "I like to eat ice cream. But I have always avoided seeing him. No wonder I couldn't see him as I wished today. Even in a dream. Block the questions you want to ask one step ahead of time." This kind of performance proves that he is not completely ignorant of his own affairs. It is possible that he knows too much and does not want to communicate with him. He was not frustrated by Will's polite refusal. He was just giving it a try. It would be best to ask him in person. If not, he could confirm his suspicions. Judging from Will's performance, the extraordinary person who secretly covets his destiny path is probably not from his lineage. Then it should come from another Mercury snake. Perhaps it was because Aurelius kept staring at him that Will didn't want to meet him, in order to prevent his own destiny from fluctuating and allowing him to be found by Aurelius. Mr. A. Aurelius, I really have a destiny with the true creator. It seems that when the original owner held the resurrection ceremony, he indeed prayed to the true creator. And the true creator also responded. When you think about it this way, don't you become the favored one of the true creator? Then Mr. A's strange behavior of always trying to get himself to join the Aurora Society can also be explained. He probably felt the aura of the true creator in himself. So he considered himself a favored one who had received the gift of the true creator. As for Aurelius, it may be that the Beyonders under him were selfishly eyeing the golden box, and had nothing to do with Aurelius. After all, he is the Serpent of Mercury in Sequence 1, the Angel of Destiny, who sat on the throne of the ancient Sun God. A favored person, who has been gifted by the true creator, is not enough to be taken seriously by him, let alone observed in secret. Hastur carefully organized his thoughts, and speculated on various possibilities. Finally, I agreed with my guess that Mr. A was so kind to him, because of the true creator's gift to him. The dark path of destiny for extraordinary people has nothing to do with Aurelius. This can also explain Will's behavior of not refusing to give him ice cream. If Aurelius is really watching him secretly, then giving ice cream to Will is an extremely dangerous thing. Will did not refuse, which proved that Aurelius was not paying attention to what was going on here. After solving a troublesome matter, Hastur once again looked at the star where the djinn was. He was going to take a peek at the fate of himself and Bernadette to see if she could become an apostle of the stars. Closing his eyes, a scene slowly emerged in the dark world. A starry sky was filled with starlight. Under the gaze of the stars, Bernadette was concentrating on praying. A little further away, a cage trapped a twisted and blurred wishing lamp. Chapter 90: The Gift of Destiny from the Stars. Just look at this scene. Under the gaze of the stars, Bernadette sought the help of the great Lord of the Stars. The Lord of the Stars cast his gaze, waved the chain of order, turned into a cage, and imprisoned the evil djinn. Well, this is a very reasonable interpretation. Hastur silently thought about this scene. Of course, there can also be other interpretations. For example, Bernadette is not yet an apostle of the stars. She just seeks help from the stars through some kind of ritual, or is communicating. The djinn is not necessarily evil, but the power of the stars obscures his perception of the outside world, making it impossible for him to find out what happened to Bernadette. But no matter what interpretation, Bernadette's connection with herself will be deep in the future. This means that it is indeed possible for him to develop Bernadette into an apostle of the stars. The future is looking to the bright side. As for how to guide Bernadette to become an apostle of the stars, he already had an idea in his mind, and was ready to try it the next time he brought the djinn to a meeting. Hastur was in a happy mood and scanned the stars where the mother tree of desire and the fallen mother goddess were. Everything was normal, and nothing unusual appeared. Hillston District, the most prosperous commercial center. A new law firm officially opens today, and Gleick's campaign for Osta's platform has led to opening gifts from many nearby firms. Lecturer Falun said with emotion. This used to be my dream. Asta smiled and said, don't you also have a share in this dream now? After thinking about it for this period of time, he has decided on the method of distributing the interests of this law firm. He had the lion's share, with one person accounting for 51%, the other 49%, Lecturer Falun accounting for 25%, and the remaining 24% being divided equally between the other two lawyers. This is the distribution method of total income. Each lawyer participating in a case can directly receive 60% of the commission, and the other 40% of the income is included in the total income of the law firm. At the end of the year, distribution will be made again according to each person's share. As for the lawyers who join later, they can only be normal workers. This was decided by Haster after combining the opinions of Greg and Lecturer Foreign. Greco was thinking about possible future expansion and investment issues, so Asta must occupy more than half of the share. Lecturer Falun gave a relatively reasonable suggestion based on the lawyer he worked for. With Greg's help, this lawyer will definitely have more business orders than he can handle in the future. As long as he is a qualified lawyer, he can receive a large number of cases here. He even believed that the 60% commission was too much and should be reduced to about 40%, with the other 60% going to the law firm. After finishing the business opening matters, I received more than 30 business orders today alone. Many companies took advantage of Greco's reputation and specially sent it to the lawyer's office to improve their performance. At the same time, they are also testing the professional level of this law firm. If the level is too strong, a large number of orders will tilt here in the future. After all, this was a law firm founded by a baron himself, with a duke's heir acting as the back end. When going to court in the future, as long as it is not obviously at a disadvantage, the judge will give this law firm some face. Just this slight inclination is enough to influence the outcome of a case. Haster asked Lecturer Falun to coordinate all the affairs of the law firm, while he himself acted as a hands-off shopkeeper. When he was free, he would come to the law firm to pick out a few cases of interest to practice his skills. As for whether Lecturer Falun can be busy, Asta is not worried at all. If he is too busy, Lecturer Falun will recruit new lawyers to join him. After finishing all these things, Asta would inevitably invite Greco and the heads of some nearby companies to go out for a party in the evening. Hibbert also came specially to support him, which made the law firm famous in the Hillston area on the first day it opened. In the evening, Asta came home drunk. I sat in the study, drank a bowl of sweet hangover soup, rested for a while, and then went to the bathroom to wash up, and my whole body returned to normal. He has now mastered many ways to resist drinking, such as pretending to have a bloated stomach after drinking for a while, pretending to go to the bathroom, but actually sneaking out for a walk in a deserted place. When you are almost drunk, you should pretend that you are too drunk and look drunk. This can effectively refuse other people's toasts. Finally, he pretended that he couldn't drink anymore, said H. Lowe, and then he could get in the carriage and go home. He seemed to have drunk a lot tonight. In fact, his barbarian physique was enough to suppress the alcohol. After all, he had other things to do tonight, and he didn't want to spend most of the night drinking with Greg. Go back to the bedroom, lie on the bed, and enter the Palace of Stars. With a thought, 2 chains of order pulled the Jinn and the Mother Tree of Desire forward respectively. During this process, Haster kept staring at the star where the Jinn was. Just as he thought, Bernadette had been staying by the magic lamp to prevent any accidents from happening. When he sends the Jinn back later, he can try to communicate with Bernadette. Soon, the Jinn and the Mother Tree of Desire arrived at the Hall of Stars and sat in their seats. Not long after the Jinn sat down, he asked, "Don't you think your followers are too stupid?" The Mother Tree of Desire remained silent. It was impossible for it to keep staring at what was happening below. It had to go through the necessary rituals before it could send down the oracle. A sequence one actually ran directly to and wandered near Backland. Does he really think that the goddess of the night and other gods are idiots? With such a big fanfare to deal with Bernadette, I believe it won't be long before we attract the attention of the 7 gods. By then, if we want to complete the plan, the difficulty will increase several times. Hurry up and call your stupid son home and ask him to set a trap near the dawn in advance, so that you can deal with Bernadette. Faced with the angry accusations and suggestions from the Jinn god, the Mother Tree of Desire did not get angry. He himself also knew that the wisdom of the god Ca was not too high. After all, chaos and madness had occupied most of his mind. He rarely does anything autonomously except his own oracles. The Mother Tree of Desire said, "I will send down the oracle to guide you." The Jinn nodded with satisfaction. "If you want to deal with Bernadette, You need to outsmart her. She has a lot of good things in her hands. Some of which even I don't know. Asta listened silently, feeling worried about Bernadette. If the evil god Sia really did what the Jinn said, Bernadette would most likely be blocked. There was a huge difference in strength between her and the god Sia. So even if she could escape, she would still have to pay a huge price. He should give Bernadette a warning. The wishing lamp must not fall into the hands of the Rose School. Otherwise the Mother Tree of Desire will inevitably hold a ceremony to help the Jinn regain its strength. At that time, the genie of the lantern will be freed, and the end will come. Hastur glanced at the Jinn and said with a smile, "How does it feel to betray your beloved with your own hands?" The Jinn god said nonchalantly, "You don't need to use this to mock me. Beloved ones, sacrificing everything for the god they believe in is their greatest glory. He has been in Bernadette's hands for many years, and they have indeed spent a long time together day and night. But he will not have any unnecessary fragile mentality because of this. All moral restraints only exist between mortals. They are essentially different from mortals, and they will not restrain themselves according to the many morals they have formulated. That's just ridiculous." The Jinn god thought for a moment and said, "If it were you, you would make the same choice as me. Your beloved is equally worthless in your eyes," he said, and glanced at the Mother Tree of Desire again. "Even if it is a life conceived by your own hands, you will choose to sacrifice it when it's time to sacrifice it." The Mother Tree of Desire said calmly, "You talk too much." "Humph. There are only 3 of us here. One of us is standing up and not talking. And you are calm-minded. If I don't say anything, then are we going to sit here and stare at each other?" The Jinn was quite critical of this. Without him to liven up the atmosphere and bring up the topic, this so-called party would have been completely silent. His many words are a necessary complement to this gathering. It's definitely not because he was completely sealed by Bernadette during this period, and it was difficult to even come out for air. The Mother Tree of Desire looked at Hastur, signaling to him, the host of the party, to say something. This is obviously an opportunity to test yourself. This is a very reasonable saying. Rather than raising the topic himself, he prefers the Jinn to start the topic. He will only guide and summarize when necessary. But now, the Jinn and the Mother Tree of Desire were obviously waiting for him to speak. If he says anything wrong, or asks too low-level questions, the Jinn and the Mother Tree of Desire will see the flaws. Asta tapped his finger on the table and said with a smile, "The starry sky once dropped a gift." The Jinn god was not impressed by this. The Mother Tree of Desire pondered for a moment and said, "Is that your masterpiece?" "That's a gift from fate. Destiny. No wonder it completely disappeared without a trace after breaking through the initial barrier. Only those whose destiny is related to it can see its existence." The Jinn listened for a while and wondered, what kind of gift of fate was there in the mist? Why didn't he have any impression at all? He couldn't help but frown and said, "What are you talking about?" Seeing that Hastur had no idea of an answer, he looked at the Mother Tree of Desire. The nameless being who briefly appeared once dropped something from the depths of the starry sky into the initial barrier. Although it was intercepted, he still managed to break through the blockade of the initial barrier and reach the real world. Chapter 91 Bernadette. Become the Apostle of the Stars. The Nameless One again? The Dane god was slightly disturbed. But then he became relaxed. Before, he had doubted that the indescribable person would have something to do with him. But after listening to what the Mother Tree of Desire said, he understood that the indescribable person had nothing to do with him. If it is relevant, even if he is sealed in the magic wishing lamp, he still has a vague sense of this matter, and it is impossible not to be aware of it at all. Destiny? The Ring of Fate? If it were him, the Mother Tree of Desire should know it. After all, he is also eyeing this place, and is also entrenched outside the starry sky. If it wasn't the Ring of Fate, then it should be his enemy. The Jinn was a little gloating. He was looking forward to the Ring of Fate turning over in this matter. How interesting it would be for someone who claims to be the master of fate to be teased by fate in the end. Except for people related to fate. No one can find the location of that thing. Rather than bothering to find it, it is better to wait for the arrival of the fate node, and it will naturally appear in the field of vision. The Jinn god simply made a suggestion. Anyway, he has no ability to look for it. The Mother Tree of Desire looked at Hastur. "Do you know where that thing is?" "Destiny loves the Promised Land." Hastur thought about it, and decided to give some information. Otherwise the Desire Tree and the Jinn would doubt his ability. If that thing was really a gift from fate, then even if they were told that the thing was in Backland, the Mother Tree of Desire and the Jinn would not be able to find it. He had just heard from the Mother Tree of Desire that the golden box was related to the King in Yellow. He had only had doubts before. Now it seems that the connection between himself and the King in Yellow is getting deeper and deeper. This is not a good thing. Backland. The genie obviously knew a lot about the real world. And he quickly realized that the Land of Hope refers to the metropolis of Backland. Except for Aurelius's Mercury snake, which has some hope. Others are basically unable to obtain that thing. The djinn smiled. He was a little curious about the so-called gift of destiny. But he didn't care much. He just wants to return to the starry sky as soon as possible now. And doesn't want to cause any more trouble to himself. Who can completely see through fate? The ring of fate is still trapped in fate. The mother tree of desire sighed, not showing much interest in this gift of destiny, because he knew very well that with the wisdom of the god Ca, he would not be able to obtain the favor of fate in Backland. It is quite possible to suffer a severe beating from fate. Hastur chuckled and said, the witch dies due to love. The hunter dies due to loyalty. And those who spy on fate will eventually be controlled by fate. TSK. If you had worked harder, maybe you could have pulled that witch into your camp. The lantern god's lazy tone revealed a hint of sarcasm. The mother tree of desire said calmly, they have always been consistent in maintaining the original barrier. This is impossible to say. Chaos and madness are eternal. Even gods are no exception. Otherwise, you would not be able to devour the bound god. And the fallen mother goddess would not be able to pollute Roselle. The initial barrier was still very strong at that time, and the impact we could have was limited. It's not that we can't work together. On this choice of camp, the seven god stance is much firmer than yours. Not all beings can retain their sanity. In the depths of the starry sky, where it is difficult for anyone to reach, battles between alien gods and alien gods are not uncommon. There are not many people who have the wisdom and sobriety to calm down and plan for the doomsday. Chaos and madness are the main themes of this universe. The djinn laughed and said, in the final analysis, it's not your abilities that are limited. The mother tree of desire looked at the djinn quietly for a while and said, you were also very incompetent back then when the sky was full of mystery. The djinn snorted twice and stopped provoking. He really couldn't continue talking today. Asta said with a smile, let's end the party here. It was better to send the djinn and the mother tree of desire away first. If he was expected to bring up the topic to liven up the atmosphere, he wouldn't have much information to reveal. Neither the djinn nor the mother tree of desire had any objections, and allowed the two chains of order to lead them away from the Hall of Stars. This time, Hastur's attention was mainly focused on the chain of order that led the djinn. When the djinn was sent into the wishing lamp, the chain of order did not disappear immediately. Instead, it emitted starlight and touched Bernadette, who was guarding the side. A new connection is made. Hastur did not communicate with Bernadette immediately, but took back the chain of order and restored everything to normal. On the clouds, inside a house made of pea vines, Bernadette looked solemn, staring at the magical wishing lamp that was completely sealed by herself. In recent days, every 15 days or so, the starry sky will appear, pulling the djinn to the party, and then sending the djinn back to the wishing lamp. Apart from this, nothing changes. This also gave her a new guess about the so-called Lord of the Stars. This mysterious existence seems to have no intention of helping the djinn out of trouble. Otherwise, with the ability he showed, he would have been able to help the djinn break through the seal long ago. But it's just a guess. She wouldn't use words like kindness to describe this kind of existence. She thoroughly checked the seal of the wishing lamp again, and only when there was no problem, she left the hut. In the past, she still had the desire to communicate with the djinn god. After the incident with the evil god Sia, she understood that the djinn god had sold her to the mother tree of desire. Therefore, she was too lazy to listen to the djinn's lies to fool herself. Walking on the clouds, with a slight move of her right hand, several pea vines stretched out and intertwined into a gently swaying swing in front of her. The word swing is the name given by her father Russell to this thing that looks like a seat but shakes. Sit on the swing. Hold the pea vines on both sides with both hands, and use gentle force to make your whole body sway with the swing. This was a toy she loved to play with when she was a child. Her extremely respectable father stood behind her with a smile and kindly, pushing the swing again and again, pushing her to grow up little by little. Now the swing is still there, but the person pushing it has long since disappeared. Only the little girl sitting on the swing was left, growing into a mysterious queen whose true identity was difficult for people to pry into. In a flash, the worries seemed to be thrown away. Suddenly, she felt herself sway slightly, and the starry sky changed in front of her eyes. The starry sky is bright, and the stars are twinkling. Here, there is no light of the crimson moon. This place belongs to the stars. Lord of the Stars. Bernadette's heart sank. Her face was solemn. But she was not panicked. She knew that there was a huge gap between herself and such a mysterious existence. And resistance was just a desperate struggle. The first time the stars appeared near the wishing lamp, she had a premonition of such a day. Not even the jinn could resist the call of the Lord of the Stars, let alone her. Become a believer in the stars, and you will be protected by them. A voice descended from the depths of the starry sky. And in the bright starlight, a magnificent palace loomed. Bernadette looked up, still sitting on the swing, making no unnecessary movements. Before she could say anything, a scene played out among the stars. It is the scene where the jinn tells how he plans to plot against himself. The stars are the direction you always need to pursue. There was another majestic sound, and all the surrounding phenomena suddenly disappeared. In the starry sky above our heads, the crimson moon still shines high, and the stars are dim and dim, far less dazzling than before. As if everything just now was just an illusion. Become a believer in the stars, Bernadette murmured softly, her eyes showing confusion. And then she laughed to herself. The jinn and the mother tree of desire teamed up to plot against her. And now, even this extremely mysterious Lord of the Stars also extended an olive branch to her. She is like the protagonist in this legendary story, belonging to this turbulent era. Even I don't know what's special about me. Bernadette sighed and continued to swing on the swing, looking disappointed. She did not think that the Lord of the Stars was deceiving herself. Based on her understanding of the jinn, it was normal for the jinn to make such a choice. What puzzles her is, what does the Lord of the Stars value in him? Is an extraordinary, who is barely even close to reaching sequence 2 worthy of his special oracle and calculation? Apostle of the Stars. This is to make yourself his favored one. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't understand what happened tonight. We can only take one step at a time. As for whether you want to become an apostle of the stars, it all depends on whether you need it in the future. If the Lord of the Stars can really satisfy all his needs, then becoming his favored one is not without negotiation. Before that, she needed to know more about what kind of existence this Lord of the Stars was. The Hall of Stars. Hastur, whose spiritual power was completely drained, returned to his original appearance, closing his eyes and leaning on his seat to rest. Just establishing a connection with Bernadette consumes a lot of his spiritual power, and the remaining spiritual power can only support him to make this communication. At present, he is still unable to talk to Bernadette for a long time, let alone communicate in other aspects. The matter of being promoted to Sequence 7 Briber must be advanced as soon as possible. As for Bernadette, there is a long way to go. We will take the next step when we can communicate normally. Phew. Log off and go to sleep. Hastur exited the Hall of Stars, pulled up the quilt, and soon fell asleep. Chapter 92. Audrey becomes the audience. When he woke up in the morning, Asta was in a pretty good mood. Last night's party allowed him to learn many secrets from the Mother Tree of Desire, especially the golden box thing. The attempt to guide Bernadette also went smoothly. I could really communicate with Bernadette alone without the prying eyes of the jinn. This gave him a direction. He has been worried about how to deal with the matter between Mr. Dor and the fallen Mother Goddess. If the relationship between Mr. Min and the fallen Mother Goddess is regarded as the relationship between Bernadette and the jinn, can she try to communicate with Mr. Min while isolating the fallen Mother Goddess? Or simply drag Mr. Min to the Hall of Stars for a meeting as a fallen Mother Goddess? He had this idea when he first arrived at the Palace of Stars. The exchange with Bernadette last night gave him a vague glimpse of the key point. But he won't try it easily. At least, he has to wait until he is promoted to a high rank. Take a shower and go downstairs to enjoy some delicious food. Butler Neil sent 2 invitations. One from Mrs. Germany and one from Earl Richard, who lived nearby. There is no need to think about where to go for the meeting. At around 9 o'clock, Hastur arrived at Earl Richard's house in a carriage. He originally wanted to walk here directly, but considering that he had to go to the law office in the afternoon, it was more convenient to take a carriage. Earl Richard welcomed his arrival and came to the door to greet him. When he entered Earl Richard's house, Hastur silently turned on his spiritual vision and scanned around to make sure there was nothing unusual before following Earl Richard through the door and into the hall. Earl Richard said awkwardly, after the last lesson, I seriously studied a lot of occult knowledge. I also specially invited the Bishop of St. Samuel's Church to come to my place and asked him to help perform an exorcism and blessing for the entire house. How much does it cost to exorcise evil spirits and give a blessing? It is a donation, an act of piety to the goddess, and cannot be measured simply by money. Hastur smiled and did not continue to ask. According to his estimate, The cost of hiring a bishop was about 500 gold pounds. Earl Richard is obviously richer than himself, and he has recently converted to worship the goddess of the night. He may donate 1,000 gold pounds to round up the figure. It is still easiest for the church to make money. After Hastur chatted with Earl Richard for a few words, he asked him about the purpose of inviting him as a guest today. He didn't believe that Earl Richard just came here to thank him for helping him last time. Earl Richard lowered his voice and said embarrassedly, "I dreamed about my lord again recently." Hastur immediately became alert, knowing that Earl Richard was not a simple guy. It's only been more than a month since the last big toad. Right? Now there is another lord. Even if he is really the one favored by God, the gods will not live in his dreams every night and guide him forward. Right? Earl Richard knew what Hastur was thinking from his expression, and hurriedly explained, "You misunderstood. This time the Lord did not talk to me. He just showed a vague shadow." "Is it another toad? Or is it another small animal?" Earl Richard was stunned for a while, then smiled bitterly and said, "This time it's not an animal. He is the Lord, the God who gives all living creatures sleep." Although he did not want to undermine Earl Richard's faith, Hastur still adhered to the principle of honesty and said, "Is there a possibility that the gods are not so free? But I think that's the Lord. People are very good at deceiving themselves, especially when it comes to dreams. Maybe you just dream about the so-called Lord because you think too much." Earl Richard remained silent. He also knew that this matter was too unbelievable, so he came to Hastur to discuss it. "Grayland is concentrating on researching some medicines recently. You can go to him to get some tranquilizing medicines to try. This will ensure your sleep quality. Thank you for the offer." Earl Richard could only smile bitterly and nodded. After thinking for a while, Hastur said seriously, "In mysticism, don't keep thinking about things about gods. This can easily affect people's minds, and eventually lead to contamination without knowing it. If you don't want to attract another one, if you're a big toad, try not to think too much." Earl Richard expressed his gratitude for such heartfelt advice, and left Hastur to have lunch at home before watching Hastur leave. "If I don't pursue the gods, wouldn't it be meaningless for me to step into the extraordinary world?" Earl Richard sighed, and decided to let nature take its course. Maybe this time, the Lord was really a kind God. In the afternoon, Asta came to the law office in Hillston District. Inside the law firm, Lecturer Falun is very busy with the newly opened business and the dozens of cases. He needs to sort out a lot of information. The other two lawyers have already gone out to handle the cases. The arrival of Asta made Lecturer Falun's eyes light up, and he quickly asked Asta to help organize the information. Asta asked curiously, "Why not recruit more lawyers? It's too wasteful to let lawyers do things like sorting out information. I'm going to recruit a few assistants." Fair enough. He was busy at the law office until 6 o'clock, and then Asta escaped by having dinner. He couldn't maintain as much energy as Lecturer Falun for this kind of thing. Before leaving, he picked up a case and planned to go home to study it. Back home, Grayland had a letter delivered to him. The letter stated that he had developed a drug that could prevent drunkenness and asked him to go there whenever he had time. This is great news. At the same time, he also mentioned that this Friday, that is, tomorrow, he is going to invite Audrey, Forsey, and Zio to have an extraordinary little party together. After reading the letter, Hastur wrote a reply, saying that he would attend the appointment on time. Judging by the time, Miss Audrey should have become an audience member and the future fantasy dog. Susie has already entered the extraordinary world. Should she speed up and find an extraordinary animal that suits her heart as soon as possible? After thinking about it, he felt that it would be more suitable to raise an extraordinary cat. Cats have the potential to pry for information, similar to private detectives, and you can let them help you collect information in the future. As for which extraordinary path the cat should choose, wait until he meets the cat he likes, and then choose based on its personality. Hastur asked Butler Neal where he could purchase a suitable cat. After learning about it, I checked the time and found it was a bit late. The next day, Hastur took a carriage and went straight to the place where Butler Neal said. This is a trading market located in the East District. There are many cats and dogs for sale here, and there are even more unique pets such as lizards, snakes, and spiders. Asta did not go directly to the place where cats were sold, but walked slowly from stall to stall. If he encounters other very suitable pets, he may give up keeping cats and cultivate other pets. Unfortunately, after shopping around, he didn't find a particularly suitable pet. So he went to a specialty store that sold pet cats. The shop owner was very enthusiastic and introduced him to a lot of knowledge about raising pet cats. Hastur kept a gentle smile on his face and listened silently, his eyes moving across the pet cats. He frowned slightly, not very satisfied. He only has 3 requirements for pet cats. First, they should be beautiful. Beautiful little things are good for the eyes. The second is intelligence and sensitivity. If your IQ is too low and too stupid, your brain will explode the moment you take the magic potion. Third, the personality must be good, and those who are brave, aggressive, and have a bad temper will not be considered. He didn't want to be surrounded by a little guy who could spit out fragrance at any time. The pet cats here still tend to be for ordinary working-class families. Although the prices are not expensive, the quality is only average. Asta then visited several pet stores, but couldn't find the little guy that matched his heart. I can only give up for the time being and just let it go. Or ask Miss Audrey. She may have a deeper understanding in this area. At night, at Grade Lindy's house, Audrey came with brisk steps, and her joyful mood added a bit of charm to the smile on her face. She followed the attendant to the study room where the party was held. All the party members were already there. Only her was waiting for her. Audrey came in and said hello first, then sat opposite Asta and next to Forsey. Grayland asked curiously, Audrey, have you encountered anything happy recently? Ah, is it so obvious? It's just about taking the magic potion and becoming a real audience. Audrey, you can't get too carried away. Audrey whispered something in her heart and said with a smile, well, Susie, take it out to play in the afternoon. It has caused a lot of interesting things. I would also love to have a puppy like Susie. Gray Lindy smiled and praised, then raised his eyes to look at Susie lying at Audrey's feet. His expression was startled. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but he could feel that Susie seemed to be extra smart today. Audrey's right foot slightly kicked Susie's belly slightly, asking her to pay more attention and not to arouse Gray Lindy's suspicion. Susie slowly turned around, wagging her tail in the direction of Gray Lindy, her head lying on her 2 front legs, her ears twitching quietly. Gray Lindy withdrew his gaze. Audrey smiled, and quickly put himself into the audience's state. Chapter 93 Audrey, I know this question. Asta also cast his gaze over and took a look at Susie. Susie, who was lying on the ground, her fur all over her body was taut, stood up, looked left and right for a while, then shook her body, turned to the other side that Hastur could not see, and continued to lie on the ground to rest. She's so perceptive. But why does she feel like Susie is afraid of herself? You haven't done anything outrageous to it, right? Although I thought about finding a male dog for it before. I finally gave up the idea and did not take action. Asta was slightly surprised and looked back at Audrey tonight. When Audrey first stepped into the study door, he realized that Audrey had become an extraordinary person. The audience of Sequence 9. A way that will affect the fairness of the game if it is not cut. I have recently developed a lot of medicines that are beneficial to the human body, and I would like to give you a taste, Gray Lindy said, opening the box in front of him. And inside were 7 or 8 bottles of unknown drugs. Seeing everyone's eyes turned over, Grayland straightened his back, and with a confident smile, he began to introduce one by one what he had gained during this period. For example, Kai and Shinjian pills can be taken to keep fit even if you are not sick, and they can effectively replenish your blood. Alcohol avoidance medicine. This is a medicine that Hastur had previously led him to specialize in. It is in the form of a light green liquid and smells of a pungent herbal aroma. There are also brain-boosting pills, which are said to enhance memory and improve intelligence. Then, there are some special medicines that can be rubbed on the wound to effectively stop bleeding and produce flesh. Zio was more interested in this type of medicine. During the arbitration process, she would occasionally get into trouble with others, and bumps and bruises were inevitable. Audrey and Furs were interested in one of the drugs that could effectively repel mosquito infestations. This thing is in the form of medicinal powder, and it only needs to be ignited to emit wisps of smoke. Reptiles such as mosquitoes will smell the smoke as if they have drunk poison, and they will soon lose their lives. Asta's heart moved slightly. Isn't this a modern mosquito coil? Unexpectedly, Graylet also possesses the research spirit of a scientist. If this thing can be mass-produced and not expensive, it should be very popular. Maybe you can use this to start a small business and increase some extra income. As the host tonight, Graylint was very satisfied. He also gave Hastur a look, indicating that he still had some good things to bring out. Looking at Graylinty's proud look, Hastur immediately understood what the so-called good things meant. That should be a drug that can effectively maintain the dignity of Graylint men. Asta thought for a moment and asked, Is there any medicine that can cure middle-age baldness? He was asking this question for Professor Wayne. Recently, he discovered that Professor Wayne already had a tendency in this regard. Not yet. I will definitely be able to develop it in the future. Graylint said it was not a big problem. Hastur took a deep look at him and felt that when Graylint developed this medicine, he would probably use it himself. The pharmacist's ability is really enviable. Forsey sighed. In her opinion, pharmacists have great prospects. As long as their skills are excellent, they will definitely make money. It is really good to live a life where you can make money just by making medicine at home. It's just average. Graylint seemed modest, but his eyebrows were almost raised to the sky. Audrey kept silent and took in all their tiny expressions. Even if she is not an audience member, she can get a rough idea of Graylint's character. Ms. Furs looked like she was short of money, had a lazy attitude, and seemed not very interested in anything. She should be someone who likes to stay at home all year round. Ms. Zio may seem short in stature, but in terms of spirit, she cannot even compare to a man like Graylint. Her personality should be impulsive and violent. I heard that she is also an arbiter, so she probably often fights with others. Mr. Hastur, looks very quiet, always maintains a kind smile on his face, and his eyes seem to contain a pool of water, making it difficult for people to accurately see his depth. And it is difficult to pass through the eyes, which are the windows to the soul. Read his mind. Hey, it seems hard to see anything from Mr. Hastur, although he behaves very casually. Once you look deeper, you can find that he hides himself tightly, making it difficult to really spy out anything. Could it be that Mr. Hastur knew that he was already a spectator, so he specially responded to his observations? Then Mr. Hastur should also be an extraordinary person. Right? Sequence may be higher than him, but he doesn't like to show off his abilities in a high-profile way like Graylint. This kind of character is in line with her imagination of a true extraordinary person. Faced with Audrey's careless observation, Hastur looked calm on the surface, but secretly sighed in his heart. Sitting across from an audience is a very painful thing. If you are not careful, your true thoughts will be seen through, especially since Audrey has just become a spectator. She likes to look at others from the perspective of a spectator. After thinking for a while, he prepared to bring up the topic to attract Audrey's attention, so that she would not keep observing him secretly. I have become an extraordinary person some time ago. Audrey, Forsey, and Zio were not surprised. They had already guessed this. Graylint's reaction was bigger and he asked, Asta, what extraordinary path did you choose? I am now a Sequence 9 lawyer, and I just opened a law firm in Hillston District some time ago. Graylint was stunned for a moment and asked innocently, does it mean that you need to open a law firm to become a lawyer? I know this question. Audrey was excited. A smaller version of Audrey couldn't wait to raise her hands. For fear of being invisible, she stood up and shook her arms. Mr. Fool had told her and Mr. Hangman during the second meeting. It's not about mastering. It's about digesting. It's not digging. It's acting. The name of the potion is not only a symbol, but also an image. It is also the key to digestion. Take Mr. Hastur's becoming a lawyer as an example. Lawyer is not only the name of the potion, but also the key to digesting the potion. Opening a law firm is to better act as a real lawyer as a lawyer, so as to speed up the digestion of the magic medicine. This is very high in occult knowledge, and even the experienced Mr. Hangman was shocked by it, and therefore owed Mr. Fool a favor. Mr. Hastur actually knows such high-end mystical knowledge. His knowledge is really profound. Asta said with a smile, my teacher is Professor Wayne from Backland University. He is a law professor. I learned a lot from him. And then I took this opportunity to open a law firm. I feel that becoming a lawyer will deepen my understanding of the extraordinary path of being a lawyer. He didn't mention the acting method directly, but just mentioned it vaguely. So that's it. No wonder when I started developing the drug, my head would be very clear and comfortable. I would no longer have headaches, hear murmurs and other strange things. Graylint felt a sudden realization. Audrey wanted to tell him that this was the key to digesting the magic potion. This was the key to advancing to a higher order. This was the acting method. But she still tried to restrain her impulse and pretended to be curious. So the lawyer path is to become a lawyer. So the pharmacist path is not to become a doctor? She looked at Forsey and Zio, letting them think for themselves. Shio thought for a moment and said, I have always been strict with myself as an arbitrator. Forsey frowned slightly. She was in Sequence 9 and was an apprentice. Could it be that she was asked to become a real apprentice? Isn't it too hard to be an apprentice? She is a writer of novels, and often goes out to collect materials. She has some understanding of the life of apprentices at the bottom of various industries. That kind of life is simply too difficult. Graylint asked again, Asta, why did you choose to become a lawyer? In my opinion, lawyers are people who understand and master the rules and order. They have the right to interpret the law. Graylint, don't you think such people are cool? Hastur once again used this topic to mention Graylint, Forsey, and Zio. As for whether they can understand it or not, that is their own business. Forsey and Zio were deep in thought, while Audrey looked innocent like, what are you talking about? I don't understand anything. As for Graylint, he had no idea what kind of message was contained in that sentence. Instead, he laughed and said, I still think the pharmacist's ability is cooler. The ability of a pharmacist can be used to help others treat diseases. But you are not like a doctor who can cure diseases and save people. Hastur still gave Graylint a special hand. After all, he was the one who brought him in. Although his understanding was not that good, he still gave up on treatment. I'm not short of money. And I have a doctor at home. It's more interesting for me to concentrate on researching new drugs. Hastur saw that Graylint's problem-solving process was wrong. But the result was still correct. So he didn't say anything. Once the topic was brought up, Zio started talking about some of the things he had heard or experienced during this period. Among the 5 people present, she has the most experience. After all, she is an arbiter who specializes in fighting on the front line. She also talked about the extraordinary party held by Mr. A. She said that Mr. A suddenly disappeared some time ago, and the extraordinary party could not be held as scheduled. But a few days ago, news came out that Mr. A was back and preparing to hold another extraordinary gathering. Audrey was moved. She wanted to see what other extraordinary gatherings were like, and how the extraordinary people there compared with Mr. Fool and Mr. Hangman. Graylint also said that he wanted to participate. Last time he was unable to go with Hastur, and he always wanted to go once to make up for the regret. Hastur stayed away from this. Chapter 94, Imitating Russell's Diary. Although he is determined that Mr. A has no ill intentions towards him, he still does not want to get too close to Mr. A. Who knows if Mr. A will suddenly go crazy, or it would be better to stay away from him. Soon, Audrey, Graylint, and Zio decided to go to this extraordinary gathering, while Forsey and Hastur chose to stay at home, while the other chose to keep their distance. Audrey asked curiously, isn't Mr. Hastur interested in this extraordinary party? Zio covered her mouth and chuckled. He is afraid that Mr. A will take notice of him. Forsey also added, actually, Mr. A is a pretty good person. He has never caused any problems at so many extraordinary gatherings. The story between 2 beautiful men makes people blush when thinking about it. But the excitement makes people want to stop. Forsey's face turned red, and she quickly calmed down, no longer imagining the story between Asta and Mr. A. Hastur just smiled and didn't explain anything. The few of them chatted for a while. Zio glanced at Forsey, coughed slightly and said, we recently collected 2 more manuscripts of Emperor Russell. Audrey was immediately interested. This is something that even the mysterious Mr. Fool is interested in. They just call it the manuscript. It seems that they don't know that the so-called manuscript is the diary. I should also collect part of Russell's diary, so that I can pay off my debt to Mr. Fool. You could also exchange some knowledge and help with Mr. Fool through Russell's diary. Before she could ask, Asta said with a smile, okay, 50 gold pounds per manuscript. The purchase price remains unchanged. Audrey opened her eyes slightly. But she didn't expect that Mr. Hastur was also collecting Russell's diary. How can I bid for Zio and Forsey to help me find Russell's diary? If you offer a higher price, wouldn't it be equivalent to taking business from Mr. Hastur? You can't do this kind of thing yourself. But I also need Russell's diary. So I can't let this channel go to waste. Audrey couldn't help but puff up her cheeks, but soon realized that this was very indecent. After thinking for a while, she felt that she could discuss it with Mr. Hastur privately in the name of learning and discussion. I don't necessarily need the original manuscript. As long as the content above is correct, I can definitely ask for a few copies of Russell's diary. But Mr. Hastur offered 50 gold pounds to buy one. Is it really okay for me to take advantage of Mr. Hastur for nothing? Mr. Hastur taught himself a lot about occult knowledge. It's not that I have no money. I can definitely pay a higher price to buy a few Russell's diaries from Mr. Hastur. For example, A ticket worth 100 gold pounds. The price is a bit expensive, but I don't need to buy every Russell diary. Occasionally, you can use the method of study and discussion to get a few of Russell's diaries for free. If it's just a few pictures, it shouldn't be a problem. Right? Audrey glanced at Hastur with a guilty conscience and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was completing the deal with Zio and didn't pay attention to her side. After their transaction was completed, she smiled and said, Mr. Hastur, I am also very interested in the manuscript left by Emperor Russell. Can I ask you for relevant knowledge in the future? Asta also smiled and said, Of course you are welcome. The two people who achieved their respective goals had extremely bright smiles on their faces. Graylint asked curiously, Can you understand the manuscript left by Emperor Russell? Can't read. Audrey and Hastur answered this question at the same time. Hastur added, I have always been a follower of Emperor Russell's knowledge. I also admire the influence that Emperor Russell has had on this era. Audrey also added, I always think you guys are weird. Graylint murmured softly and said nothing more. Asta and Audrey had a tacit understanding and did not bring up this topic again, and turned to talk about other things. Next, Hastur shared some simpler occult knowledge. Before leaving, Audrey was not far from Hastur and said, Mr. Hastur, I think the manuscript left by Emperor Russell looks like an entire diary torn into pages. Mr. Hastur taught her a lot about occult knowledge, and she felt that she could also reveal a little bit of high-end knowledge to Mr. Hastur. It's definitely not because he wants to show how smart he is in front of Mr. Hastur. I can't completely rule out this mentality. Sometimes she also wants to be the person who stands at the top of her IQ and overlooks others. She wanted to see Mr. Hastur show such a surprised expression. Well, let Mr. Hastur feel a little shock. Hey, did Miss Audrey find out too? Hastur's rhetorical question made Audrey's head blank for a moment. This reaction was different from what I expected. She forced a smile and said, Does Mr. Hastur think so too? Well, I have always had this conjecture. This is one of the results of my research on the original manuscript of Emperor Russell. It turns out that I accidentally discovered this secret. Miss Audrey is so smart. Audrey just smiled and said nothing at this compliment. Yes, she is so smart. She naively thought that she could occupy the peak of IQ in front of Mr. Hastur for a while. She didn't expect the clown to be herself. Alas. So, it's better not to use areas that you are not good at to win applause and flowers. Hastur admired Audrey's little expression for a while, then continued, Miss Audrey is so interested in Emperor Russell. Does her family also collect Russell's diaries? Audrey was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded, We can study and study together. She was afraid that Hastur would suddenly propose to acquire Russell's diary in her home. In this case, she will be very embarrassed and won't know how to reply. Fair enough. Hastur glanced at Audrey with a smile, feeling a little happier. Before getting in the car, Audrey thought for a while, but still did not directly ask Hastur about his recent financial status. He just said with a smile, I recently have some spare money that I want to invest. Does Mr. Asta have any better suggestions? The mosquito repellent powder developed by Graylint tonight should be very popular, and it will be a good investment project. But I have a lot of spare money. I don't think I can use 20,000 gold pounds for this Graylint business. Right? I'll think about it after I go back. Audrey showed a troubled expression, and then drove away in a carriage under Hastur's slightly shocked and envious eyes. On the carriage, Audrey quietly waved her fist, feeling a little proud. It turns out that Mr. Asta's financial situation is not very good. But soon, she felt very embarrassed, and her cheeks turned red and hot. In order to save some of the embarrassment just now, I actually learned to make fun of Mr. Hastur's financial situation. And he also deliberately admired Mr. Hastur's shocked expression. Audrey, you have changed. You would not have done this before. We need to change. We can't act like this again in the future. Audrey deeply reflected on what had just happened. But after a while, she muttered, but except for money, I can't beat Mr. Hastur in other aspects. He obviously looks about the same age as me. Study. Asta sat at the desk and read through the two newly acquired Russell diaries. After reading them, he put these two diaries together with the previous diaries and locked them in the drawer. Now that Audrey understands the importance of Russell's diary, it's time for her to start revealing a little bit of information to Klein. I took out a pen and paper, thought about it for a moment, and then began to imitate Russell's diary style and start writing. On August 12th, I attended a dinner party hosted by Viscount Reed. At the dinner, Viscount Reed drank a lot of wine, and kept showing off how good he was in that field until I saw his wife following a baron. When I walked out of the back garden with a blushing face, I realized that what people like to brag about is often something they don't have. On August 15th, I heard something interesting from Mr. Min. It was a sealed object. An extremely magical pen. It can write scripts, and make the stories in the scripts play out in reality. Isn't this the otherworldly version of the magic pen Maliang? Mr. Min also specially told me that if you often encounter coincidences, accidents and other events in your daily life, you should be careful whether you are written into the script by that pen and become a character in someone else's story. On August 19th, I took Green and Edward to enjoy the performance of the cabaret troupe. Well, it was an adult version of the cabaret show. It was very shocking. After writing these 3 items, Hastur stopped writing, reviewed them carefully, and then made up 2 more short stories to fill the entire paper. Then he put down his pen and admired his masterpiece. The other 4 short stories are not important. Only what happened on August 15th is more important. That was the first reminder and guidance given to Klein through the character of Mr. Min. He did not directly state that the pen was called 008, but planned to wait until a few times later to specify it. This is also consistent with the fragmented record characteristics of Russell's diary. As for stigmatizing Russell, does he still need to smear Russell's romantic behavior? Chapter 95, Looking Up at the Stars. As small as an ant. For example, the classic saying, "The taste of a witch is really good." It comes from Russell's personal experience. The style of Intis and the absurdity among the nobles can be said to be vividly reflected in Russell. If there is a chance in the future, Hastur is planning to write a diary full of sayings, "The taste of a witch is really good." It is estimated that it can bring quite a shock to the young Mr. Fool's heart. Hastur just thought about it for a moment, and he couldn't hide the smile on his lips. He could already imagine Klein's disgusted and helpless expression. These are all things that will happen later. For now, let's stop here and continue imitating if necessary later. Asta thought for a moment, dried the ink on the diary he copied, then took out the original manuscript left by Russell and put it on the table for comparison. Well, my handwriting is much prettier than Russell's, and you can tell it's imitation at a glance. But for Miss Audrey, there is not much difference between the two, as long as there is content to fill a piece of paper. When she went to Sapphire Castle for a meeting, she just remembered the shape of these words, and then wrote them out in her own handwriting. It had nothing to do with her. After confirming that there were no omissions, Hastur placed the imitation of Russell's diary on top and locked it together in the drawer. Hastur, who had accomplished a big thing, checked the time, went to the bathroom to take a bath, and then went back to his room to rest. The next day until 8 o'clock in the evening, Audrey had not come to exchange information about Russell's diary, which made Asta a little disappointed. Instead, Sharon appeared in his study, which made his mood instantly improve. This time, Sharon was still hiding in the mirror, and Hastur could only sit on the sofa opposite to communicate with her. Hastur regretted placing a sofa in front of the mirror. If she hadn't been so well prepared, Miss Sharon would have been chatting with her face to face instead of hiding in the mirror and hearing only the sound. The people from the Rose School have left Backland. Merrick and I need to go out for a while. How should I contact you when something happens? You can contact me by writing. Hastur pretended that he did not understand the meaning, and asked curiously, "I don't know where you are. How can I deliver the letter to you?" In the mirror, Sharon showed her own figure, staring at Hastur with her blue eyes, not revealing his not-so-serious acting skills. He reached out and threw a copper whistle from the mirror to Hastur, and said calmly, "You are already a Sequence 8 barbarian and have mastered spiritual vision. As long as you blow this copper whistle, you can summon a spirit that belongs to me. World Messenger. Write the letter and give it directly to it, and it will automatically bring the letter to me. It's been a long time since I said something so long at once." Sharon glanced at Hastur, and Hastur coughed guiltily, pretending that he fully understood. When it comes to acting, you have to do the whole thing. It's so convenient. I also want to summon a messenger of mine. Faced with Hastur's unabashed thoughts, Sharon knew that he was waiting for her to take the initiative to say the words to teach him how to summon the messenger. We'll have the opportunity next time. Asta was startled for a moment and blinked. Wasn't his thoughts obvious enough? Sharon pretended not to see Hastur's signal, and said calmly, "You are too low in sequence now. Wait until you are promoted to sequence 7. Sharon, you've learned too much now. I learn it from you." Asta sighed. Who made him not act seriously just now, before trying to summon a messenger? You'd better learn some relevant knowledge. Be careful and don't make mistakes. Sharon still reminded her kindly. Although the ritual of summoning a messenger from the spirit world is not complicated, there are always some unlucky people who encounter uncontrollable accidents, leading to tragedies. I'm not very familiar with this aspect. I need an extraordinary person who is proficient in this aspect to teach me. You can ask Merrick for advice. After saying that, Sharon's figure disappeared from the mirror. Hastur opened his spiritual vision and scanned around, finding that Sharon had completely left. Damn it. Let you not tell the truth in the first place. Hastur smiled helplessly. He still knew about summoning spiritual messengers, but he didn't want to try it now. First of all, among the people he knows, currently only Sharon needs to be contacted, and the messenger is of little use. Secondly, he was worried about causing unnecessary changes. Since Klein is in the Source Castle, he can attract an angel to take the initiative to be his messenger. He also has the Hall of Stars, whose status is definitely not lower than that of Origin Castle. Once the summoning ceremony is held, something might come to him. With his current Sequence 8 strength, he is unable to suppress possible accidents. If he were to attract a malicious spirit messenger, he would probably have to say goodbye to this world with just one punch. It is better to wait until he is promoted to the rank before trying to summon the messenger. Well, this is also because he is afraid that summoning a too powerful messenger will scare Miss Sharon. In this regard, I am still very considerate. Asta thought a lot about himself, got up and went to the window, opened it to let in some air. Tonight, Backland is still shrouded in the light of the crimson moon, and the stars in the sky are emitting weak and dense light. After looking at the stars for a while, Hastur couldn't help but think of the Palace of Stars. If the gaze of the outer god in the starry sky can directly penetrate the initial barrier, then is the gaze of the king in yellow staring in his direction. He is using a condescending perspective, watching himself step by step into the script he has written. It was like he was sitting in the Palace of Stars, looking at the Jinn from a bird's eye view. Each star represents an alien god. Hastur somewhat understood how Luo Ji felt when he raised his head and looked up at the stars in the dark forest. Having just understood the laws of the dark forest, fear and powerlessness, it was like an ant raising its head and staring at a giant that was far out of reach and rival. Their situation may be worse than that of ants. After all, the ants still have a chance to climb on the giants, and they are separated from the stars by a bright starry sky, difficult to cross. It would be nice to find a star that represents the king in yellow. This way I can also observe the daily life of the king in yellow from a bird's eye view. It's a pity that every time I get promoted, the stars that light up in the Hall of Stars are not chosen by me. Hastur thought for a while, and closed the window again. Although this is Queen's, you still have to be careful about Mr. A knocking on the window in the middle of the night, especially during this time. Mr. A became active again. In the early morning, after breakfast, Asta took a carriage to a club. Gordon's club, which Greco recommended to him, is equivalent to a modern fight club. It mainly allows you to practice some fighting skills. Although he has been promoted to barbarian for some time, he has not systematically learned any force-generating techniques. Fighting relies purely on brute force. Although this is very suitable for the role of a barbarian, he also has to learn how to protect himself when facing some truly powerful characters. For example, which part of the body is more deadly to hit? How to dodge when someone punches you? How to counterattack when you are attacked from behind? There is still a lot to learn. Moreover, proper exercise can also tap into the stronger potential of the barbarian body. The only drawback is that the annual fee for this club is 100 gold pounds, and you need someone to recommend you to join. It is equivalent to an exclusive circle for nobles. The instructors here are all retired officers from the kingdom's front lines, and their level is quite high. Asta paid the fee and attracted the attention of many people as soon as he entered the club. Thin, with not much flesh on his arms, and a good-looking charlatan. This is the first impression most people have of him. I've obviously grown a lot during this time. Hastur felt sorry for himself in his heart. A tall instructor with a shaved head and exposed arm muscles took the initiative to introduce Asta to the basic situation of the club. Members enjoy high rights here and can freely choose an instructor to teach them. They can change it at any time if they feel it is not suitable. Every time you come to exercise, it is a one-on-one service, and there will not be a situation where one instructor teaches many members at the same time. In addition to fighting courses, there are also firearms courses here. Basically all the firearms in the Kingdom of Lone are available here, with unlimited bullets and no additional payment required. As for basic things like drinks and food, They are all provided by the club for free. In addition, there are many other conveniences, but Haster does not understand them in depth. He directly signed up for 2 courses, one in fighting and one in firearms. As for using equipment to exercise his own muscles, he really has no idea. He is very satisfied with his current body and does not need to develop into a muscular man. The person responsible for teaching him is called Instructor Hyman, codenamed Moray. From his own introduction, he is like an eel in the sea. On the surface, it looks like a delicious ordinary eel, but it's actually an electric eel with powerful attacks. Moray eel. Ahem. Instructor Hyman's teachings are very strict, and at first glance, it is a style that has been trained in the military for many years. Haster's basic skills are very poor, so this kind of basic teaching suits him very well. After practicing for half an hour, Instructor Hyman asked Asta to stop and rest first. He looked around him and said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to be so thin and weak. But your basic physical fitness is still very good. I'm not naturally very fat, so I have a lean physique." Haster found a random excuse to cover up his problem with the strong physique of a barbarian. In the end, in order not to attract other people's attention, he only practiced for an hour before going to practice firearms. Chapter 96. Audrey. Poor Mr. Haster is so pitiful. Yet he could score 90 points in the combat class. Then, he couldn't even get a passing score of 60 points in the firearms class. After half an hour of theoretical lessons, he tried target shooting. Unfortunately, 5 out of 10 shots missed the target, let alone a few hits. It was obvious that he was aiming seriously, but his final result was not optimistic. Relax, be casual, and don't care too much. The more you care, the more likely it will be a slight jitter the moment you pull the trigger. Instructor Hyman looked at the empty bullet casings on the ground with some distress. If this were on the battlefield, he would like to break a bullet into 10 and shoot it. Be casual? That's just letting it happen. Haster cursed, took a casual look, and pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out like a meteor, and instead of missing the target, it hit the 8th ring. Haster fell silent. That's how it should be. Your arm posture is very stable. What's missing is that mentality. Instructor Hyman was very satisfied with the result and signaled Haster to continue practicing. This time he aimed again casually, and it was about right. Then he pulled the trigger and hit the target again, with a score of 7 rings. Instructor Hyman became more and more satisfied, and Haster became more silent. Finally, after a lot of experiments, he came to the conclusion that his gun felt very good and he didn't need special aim. Well, the truth is that he is very suitable for random shooting. As long as he doesn't deliberately aim, his results will not be too bad. Once he aims seriously, the probability of missing the target is very high. In this regard, Instructor Hyman's advice is to relax. Don't be nervous. Be casual and practice more. After practicing until noon, Asta stayed at the club for lunch. The dishes are rich and taste pretty good. Not as good as the chef at home, but at least they are above the passing mark. The key is that lunch is free. After lunch and an hour's rest, Haster practiced another hour of fighting class and 1 hour of firearms class, then left the club and took a carriage to the law office. Lecturer Falloon's work efficiency is very fast, and the law firm has hired 3 new assistants, 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom are young in appearance. After asking, I found out that these 3 assistants were all students at Backland University. Fortunately, the weekly salary offered to them by Lecturer Falloon was not low. Otherwise Asta would really have a sense of déjà vu, as if the instructor asked the students to work overtime for free. In the following time, Haster stayed with Professor Falloon, learning how to be a lawyer who could handle various matters independently. For example, when a case is entrusted to a law firm, what needs to be done first, and then what to do, instead of going directly to the court after receiving the case. The opening of the court is the result, and the important thing is the effort in the process. Understand the whole story of the case, down to the details of what time and what time to eat, and look for effective legal basis that can stand firm in court. You may also want to look through some more obscure legal provisions to see if you can find a key to a surprise victory. It's very troublesome, but it's also very training. In just half an afternoon, Asta gained a lot. As dinner approached, Haster personally paid for a sumptuous dinner for all members of the law firm. Without drinking, 7 people spent 13 gold pounds, an average of less than 2 pounds per person. After waiting for 3 days, Audrey finally sent the greeting card. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Earl Hall's carriage slowly arrived at the door of Asta's house. Judging from the distance between the two houses, it only takes 20 minutes by carriage, which is not too far. Audrey got off the carriage. Susie did not follow her today. The maid next to her was closely accompanying her, with a serious look on her face and alertness in her little eyes. Is this because he is afraid that he will abduct Audrey? Hastur read the look in her eyes. It was clearly like an old father guarding against his son-in-law. That's right. I have been in frequent contact with Audrey recently. The simple and kind-hearted Audrey was Backlund's pearl, so it was normal for her to be afraid of being abducted by herself. After all, I am young, outstanding in appearance, unmarried, and have a good reputation. I am familiar with Greco and Hibbert. Thinking about it carefully, in the eyes of outsiders, he and Audrey are really a good match. Thinking of Hibbert's previous performance, he may not have had the idea of getting closer to Audrey. What were you thinking? There was an audience standing next to you. Hastur quickly suppressed these messy thoughts and led Audrey to the study on the second floor. This time, the personal maid did not guard the door, but stood behind Audrey, looking at Hastur from time to time. The two briefly chatted for a few words, and then brought the topic to Russell's diary. In order to show his sincerity, Hastur took out the top 3 sheets from the pile of Russell's diaries in the drawer. One of them was the Russell's diary that he specially copied. This is the crystallization of knowledge left by Emperor Russell. It has survived through the years. Just by touching it, you can sense the context of that era. Audrey tried her best to use words of praise to express her love for Russell, while staring at the 3 Russell diaries carefully. He silently memorized the contents in his mind. Asta didn't bother and let Audrey pick out her wool. He believed that with Miss Audrey's generosity, she would not keep prostituted to him in vain. After confirming that she had completely memorized the 3 Russell diaries, Audrey raised her head and said sheepishly, I was fascinated by them for a while. Many people say that the manuscripts left by Emperor Russell have magical powers that make people unable to extricate themselves from studying them. Hastur gave Audrey a step down. Audrey said with a smile, Yeah, I think so too. Even though I don't understand them. I just want to find out the meaning of each of their symbols. That's why I started this job. That's great. I also want to try to decipher these mysterious words. Audrey paused and said, Are there any other Russell diaries? Can I buy a few and go back to study them? Asta did not answer immediately, but just looked at Audrey, filled with emotion. Miss Audrey, you are planning to prostitute the 3 Russell diaries from me for free. You are a bad person. You are so rich. Why don't you just throw gold pounds at me? Are my demands too much? Audrey's eyes dodged slightly, feeling a little guilty. No. I'm just happy that I suddenly found a like-minded partner. Hastur still chose to compromise. He had to sell Russell's diary to Audrey. Right? So this is all. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mr. Hastur didn't realize that she had taken advantage of him. I don't have many manuscripts of Emperor Russell here, so I can only sell you 2 for research first, and we can study them together when we collect more later. This time, Asta did not dare to pretend to be generous and say that he would give it to Audrey. If Audrey really accepted it, she would lose several hundred gold pounds. Audrey smiled and said, I can buy them for 100 gold pounds each. 100 gold pounds apiece, which she thought was a more appropriate price. After all, Mr. Hastur only paid 50 gold pounds apiece from MS. Furs and Hugh. By simply changing hands, you can earn double the profit. For Mr. Asta, who is currently in financial difficulties, it is also a considerable income. Right? Hastur sighed. I have always had a high respect for Emperor Russell. What he left behind, even if it is just a piece of paper, is of extraordinary significance to me. Audrey was stunned for a while, and after thinking about it, she understood the meaning of Asta's words. Russell's diary is very precious to him and has extraordinary significance. You can buy it if you want, but you have to pay more. Is Mr. Hastur's financial situation that dire? Pitiful. I can understand this feeling. I am also an admirer of Emperor Russell, and I have always wanted to collect the things he left behind. Even a piece of paper, Audrey said, doubling the price of each Russell diary to 200 gold pounds each. In this case, these 2 diaries of Russell will be handed over to Miss Audrey for collection. Hastur agreed to the deal without raising the price. In order to show his generosity, he also gave Audrey the 3 copies of Russell's diary that he had originally taken out. Thanks. Audrey didn't feel happy at all, but instead felt a little angry. If she had known that these 3 Roselle diaries would be given to her for free, she wouldn't have had to work so hard to memorize them just now. It was very hard to memorize such symbols. And once she memorized them, there were 3 sheets full of content. Honesty is really a beautiful character. Audrey sighed sincerely in her heart. At the end of the transaction, Hastur received 400 gold pounds, and Audrey received 5 Russell diaries. On the surface, both parties were satisfied with the transaction. The two chatted for a while, and then Audrey got up and left. Staying too long in the house of an unmarried baron can easily lead to bad rumors. Audrey, who has always attracted much attention, knows this well. This is why she waited for 3 days before visiting Hastur. When those noble ladies have nothing to do, they like to discuss these things behind their backs. Chapter 97 Will's Destiny Choice. After sending Audrey away, Hastur returned to the study and counted the 400 gold pounds he had just earned from Audrey. During this period, he entrusted Zio and Forsey to search for Russell's diary, and obtained a total of 6 diaries, each worth 50 gold pounds, with a total expenditure of 300 gold pounds. Now, he has earned another 400 gold pounds from Audrey, which adds up to a net profit of 100 gold pounds. Although it's not much. If he doesn't lose money, he has already made money. Or is Miss Audrey so generous? That look in her eyes when she left at the end seemed to be full of pity and pity. Asta thought about it carefully, and felt that it was probably his illusion. After checking the time, it was almost evening, and I had no intention of going out. The next day, Hastur took a carriage at around 8 o'clock and headed to the place where Will Septon lived. During this period, he had been fed ice cream many times, and he had a tacit understanding not to appear near Will. But except for his first dream, Will never came to see him again. This made him understand that he needed to take the initiative to find Will. Otherwise Will would pretend that nothing happened and then happily taste the ice cream he had specially prepared. He was worrying about his fate, but Will was enjoying delicious food at home. This was absolutely intolerable. Will lives in the south area of Dachau. Both his parents are workers in a nearby factory. The salary is decent, and he can take 2 days off every month. This is a very good condition. Bridge South District. Will sat in front of the windowsill of the bedroom on the 2nd floor, folding paper cranes slowly. He likes this paper crane invented by Emperor Russell very much. It is very easy to fold and relieves stress. To him, most people are like paper cranes in the face of fate, which can be folded by those who are willing to do so. But there is always a paper crane that will suddenly undergo a mutation, causing the paper crane to activate, break through the paper body, and become a cloud crane that truly soars into the sky. He doesn't know where Yunho will end up, whether it's good or bad. After all, he still can't fully understand his destiny. When a carriage slowly passed under the windowsill and stopped in front of his house, Will strung the newly folded paper cranes on the wind chime. Sighing, he stood up and walked out of the bedroom, went downstairs and opened the door to greet the guests. Of course, he could avoid the guests in advance, but he couldn't avoid them every time. That would make him look too ruthless. And the ice cream was really delicious. Opening the door, Will showed a sweet and innocent smile. "Excuse me, what are the guests doing at my house? Want to find someone to chat with. Then come in." When Will glanced at Hastur's empty hands, his face fell, and he said resentfully, when visiting others, "Shouldn't you bring some gifts? The best ice cream is eaten in-store. Distinguished guests, please come in." Will's cute smile once again appeared on his face. Hastur came in. Will closed the door and invited Hastur to sit on the sofa. He was holding a toy bear, sitting opposite Hastur, lowering his head and playing with the furry hands and feet of the toy bear, without any intention of speaking actively. Asta smiled and said, "When guests come to visit, shouldn't they prepare some tea and snacks? I didn't invite you here." Will mumbled with his mouth slightly flattened. "But you didn't choose to avoid me this time." "Well?" Will sighed, looked up at Hastur, frowned and said, "I really don't want to see you now. If I can avoid it, I will convince my parents to move earlier. With your ability, why can't you avoid it? Destinies are always interconnected. Even if I can avoid them every time, my destiny has already changed. Does this level of interference with fate also work for you?" Will stared at Hastur for a long time. His little eyes were watery, and he said aggrievedly, "Do you think you are an ordinary person? Will the fate you bring only a little bit of interference?" Regarding this issue, Hastur still has some ideas in his mind. If he was just an ordinary person, he would not need to come to this Mercury snake to talk about his fate. "Look, you know that you are in trouble, and you still want to bring trouble to me." Will hugged the teddy bear tightly. feeling even more aggrieved. Well, what I bring may not necessarily be trouble, but may also be a miracle of fate. Asta boasted a little. Will did not refute this time. Hastur could indeed affect his destiny. If it would only bring trouble, then he would never let Hastur find him. Look, you yourself know that you need my help. So we can only achieve a win-win situation by helping each other. Asta returned what he just said. Will hummed softly. I am at the end of my destiny. How can you help me? If you tell me, I might be able to help you. My destiny does not lie with you. On the contrary, your arrival will disrupt my original destiny. When fortune improves, it always has to go through the downturn first. What if the trough turns into an abyss? I don't want to be swallowed up by fate. Hastur can't even see his own destiny, let alone guarantee Will's. Perhaps just as Will worried, he helped himself, but would be implicated in his own fate and thus be swallowed up by fate. Hastur didn't speak for a long time. Will secretly raised his head and glanced at Hastur. Seeing that he was a little depressed, he coughed and said, Of course your arrival is still a little bit of help to me. What help? Will rubbed the teddy bear's head. And after a while he said, I've been thinking about something recently. And it's hard to make a decision. Especially when you show up. Tell me the story. Will looked at his left leg and hesitated before saying, There are some problems with my left leg. In my future destiny, I will have my left leg amputated for surgery and die on the operating table. I can interfere with this fate, but I think it's better to let nature take its course. After all, this is the rule of fate that I have always believed in. But I'm afraid I'll miss something because of it. Hastur's eyes narrowed slightly. He could really give Will some advice on this issue. But he did not give his own advice immediately. What are you afraid of missing? I don't know. If I could know, I wouldn't be so entangled. Will showed a troubled expression. Maybe it's good to just let nature take its course. Will's face became serious. And he said in a deep voice, Is this your suggestion? Hastur shook his head and said, No. My suggestion is to change your fate this time. Keep it as it is now. And then stay in Baklan to wait for your destiny. If he continues on his original trajectory and is reincarnated again, Will miss his most important destiny because his body has not yet fully grown, maintaining the status quo. With his current age of less than 10 years old, he can just grow into a young man when the opportunity of destiny comes. This is the best golden time. It is also the fate that suits him best. Can you see into my future? Will's face was full of shock. He could only vaguely know that Hastur could bring about changes in his destiny. But he didn't expect Hastur to be able to spy on his fate, and gave him an extremely positive advice on this matter. Hastur reached out and stroked Will's little head, and said softly, The advice I gave you will also change your future destiny. At this moment, Will seemed to be able to feel that the invisible fog of fate was dissipating, and his future was undergoing new changes. A change for the better. Being able to cause such a degree of fluctuation in destiny shows how much the advice Hastur just said brought about a huge change in his destiny. Will stood up and said sincerely, Thank you for your advice. Hastur laughed, and said rather arrogantly, This is the guidance of fate. Thank fate. Will's face was full of smiles, and he was in a very happy mood. At this point of fate, just this simple sentence may be better than his thousands of years of hard work. Destiny is so magical. Will, who had settled his own affairs and owed a favor to heaven, said frankly, What do you want to know? Tell me first about my father. Voltaire. You are so rare and wonderful. Will glanced at Hastur in surprise. He thought Hastur would eagerly ask about his own fate, but he didn't expect that he would ask about Voltaire's fate. Only those who know how to restrain themselves in the face of fate can go further in fate. Your father Voltaire was indeed a gambler with bad luck. Those with extraordinary destiny who hide in the dark acted more as spectators during his gambling career. His luck does not require guidance or curses. It was his luck that he finally slipped and fell into the river. There was no extraordinary factor in it. When Asta heard this, he frowned slightly and said, Is he born with bad luck? He didn't believe that a person's gambling luck could be that bad. If he hadn't been cursed by the extraordinary destiny, how could he be so unlucky? The entire family's property was almost lost. Will did not answer immediately, but looked at Hastur for a while and said faintly, No. His luck, his destiny, only changed when you were born. Chapter 98 The Monk in Yellow Clothes. This sentence made Hastur instantly feel creepy. His whole body stiffened, and a cold feeling crawled all over his back. He really didn't expect that he was the originator of Voltaire's bad luck in gambling. No, not him, but the original owner. When he was born, He had not yet traveled to the mysterious world and brought about all changes. The person who changed Voltaire's luck and destiny was the original owner. The original owner had been complaining that Voltaire had lost the family fortune by gambling, and was even mad at his mother. But in the end, the root cause of everything was himself. What kind of fatherly kindness and filial piety is this? The name of the original owner, Hastur, was probably filled with destiny from the moment he was born. Could it be that the original owner died and was replaced by himself because he could not bear his fate? But why should I bear this fate? Asta's throat was hoarse, and he said, "Why do you know so much about Voltaire's life? When you were born, your destiny changed. It was only then that I noticed you. As for Voltaire, I just observed it." Will waved his hand again and said, "There are so many babies born every day in Backland. If it weren't for fate, I wouldn't have the leisure to observe a newly born baby. Then what fate do I carry? I don't know. I don't know." Will thought for a moment, and then added, "I don't dare to pry, for fear of being affected by the fate you carry. Does Aurelius also know that there is something unusual about my fate? That stupid snake didn't know that he wasn't in Backland at that time. Only I, who was in Backland, could feel the subtle changes in fate up close." Will's mood became even happier when he mentioned Aurelius. He and Aurelius had been playing a hide-and-seek game for an unknown amount of time. He usually hid while Aurelius chased him. Now, hiding in Backland, he knew the change of fate earlier. And that stupid snake is probably still staying with the true creator, being a good baby. In this game of destiny, he has already taken the initiative. If he meets me, will he notice anything unusual about me? We meet face to face, not from a distance. Why? There is something about you that can hide your destiny. If I hadn't paid attention to you when you were born, I wouldn't have been able to detect your abnormality. After clearing up some doubts, Hastur's heavy heart became much lighter. Are those destiny extraordinaries hiding in the dark your subordinates or members of the Aurora Society? Neither. Just a group of ordinary extraordinary people? No. Will denied Hastur's speculation one after another, and then said solemnly, "They claim to be monks in yellow." The monk in yellow? Asta recited it silently twice. The expression on his face instantly froze. His mouth was dry, and his whole body was filled with a biting chill. If before, he only suspected that he had a connection with the king in yellow, now, he has confirmed that Hastur Campbell does have a fateful connection with the king in yellow. And this connection is very deep. Not only fate, but also life and soul are all connected. Because the monks in yellow are the believers in Hastur. What they call themselves. Hastur still refused to give up and asked, "What are the characteristics of these yellow monks?" They like to wear yellow clothes, and they often have a yellow mark engraved on the back of their hands. As for the other things, I don't know very well. Those guys are very cunning, and I suspect they are not simply destiny path extraordinaries. I don't want to get into too much trouble. Will spread his hands for the last time, indicating that there was only so much information he knew. This little information is enough. He likes to wear yellow clothes and chase the yellow seal. He is definitely a believer in the king of yellow clothes. They are indeed not simply a path of destiny. And the path they are on does not belong to the 22 extraordinary paths today. But it comes from the outer god path where the king in yellow is. Destiny abilities are only part of this path, and may not even be the main extraordinary ability. Asta was silent for a long time, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. This was good. It was clear, and he would save himself from guessing and wasting brain cells. "Do you know the yellow monk?" Seeing Hastur's expression was different, Will cast a curious look. "There is some understanding. It seems that you have a deep destiny bond with him. It's really deep. They are so entangled that they can hardly tell who is who. You have to be careful. That group of people gave me a bad feeling." "I will." Hastur smiled, and did not discuss the issue further. "Anything else you want to ask?" Will gave Hastur a look, indicating that he could ask the most critical question, regarding his own fate. He no longer needs to ask Will, and the information Will knows may not be as good as him. Hastur thought for a moment and said, "Did you know that something fell from the depths of the starry sky?" "Only a little bit." Will said with a solemn expression, "Something once fell from the depths of the starry sky, and the place it landed was in Backland. This is why I know about it. But when the thing arrived at Backland, there was no trace at all, and I couldn't figure out where it was. Even if it appeared in front of me now, I probably wouldn't be able to recognize it." Will stared closely at Hastur, telling Hastur clearly what he really thought. The gift from the stars and Hastur's abnormal birth are all located in Backland, and they are all related to fate. It is difficult not to connect the two. If Hastur had not known that the golden box had not been opened, he would have suspected that the thing was on him, and even guessed that the thing was the Palace of Stars. But he can be sure that what's inside the golden box is definitely not the Palace of Stars. If the King in Yellow owns the Palace of Stars, does he still need to send things across the starry sky? With the ability of the Palace of Stars, it is possible to bypass the initial barrier and do some extraordinary things. The group of extraordinary people who called themselves the monks in yellow only gathered in Backland after that thing arrived. Will gave Hastur another reminder to prepare him mentally. Do you know what that thing looks like? I don't know. Will smiled awkwardly and whispered, I just had a feeling. I didn't witness it with my own eyes, and I didn't dare to pry into related matters rashly. It turns out that even Will, the darling of fate, didn't know that the thing was the golden box. Hastur looked up at the ceiling and whispered, everything in Backland is watched by the gods. Can they know all this? Will lowered his voice and said, except for the Dark Knight. It is difficult to know other existences. That's something that belongs to fate, and none of them have the authority over fate. In addition, they are far away from Backland. In this aspect, they cannot compare to me. Will is quite proud of this. For existences at his level, gods need to be vigilant. But they are no longer something that cannot be discussed. Why can only the night be aware of it? Hastur felt very curious. This goddess of the night seemed to be one step ahead in many aspects, for his eyes are always upon this place. Will gave his own answer. Although you are quite special, you should not explore this aspect too much. Otherwise you will easily encounter danger. Will warned, lest Hastur continue to ask questions about the goddess of the night. With his current sequence 8 strength, there is still a long way to go before he is a god. The more he knows in advance, the more dangerous he will be. I'll pay attention. Hastur has always paid great attention to this aspect. Only when he arrives at the Hall of Stars will he think about issues related to the level of gods. Today, it was also because Will was here that he was bolder. Is there anything else you want to know? Will planned to answer Hastur's questions once, so that he would not bother him all the time. One fateful encounter is enough. Meeting too many times can easily cause a chain reaction of fate. It is safer to meet in a dream. Otherwise a nobleman often comes here, and it is easy to arouse other suspicion. No problem for now. That's good. Enough is enough. It's a good moral character. Will was very satisfied with Hastur's answer, which could save him a lot of trouble and time. He stood up, put the teddy bear on the sofa, came to the door, and urged, let's go quickly. Are we about to see off guests now? Didn't you say you wanted to treat me to ice cream? You're not saying that staying with me isn't a good thing? The exception is ice cream. Hastur smiled, stood up, led Will out and into the carriage, under the influence of Will's extraordinary ability. The coachman did not notice that there was an additional child on the carriage. In his destiny, he will not have anything to do with the little boy Will accept. It didn't happen before. It won't happen now. And it won't happen in the future. Chapter 99 Will Bernadette. A family of 3? Will, who was ready to pluck a handful of wool, asked Hastur to head to Queen's as soon as he got in the car. There were many aristocrats in that place, and the ice cream sold in the shops was the best. His parents usually only took him to the East End. The ice cream in the East District tastes average, far less delicious than the ice cream sent by the Hostado people. Hastur naturally did not refuse Will's small request. After all, raising a mercury snake is also a very interesting thing. How much could a mere ice cream cost him? But it turned out that he was wrong. Very wrong. Ice cream looks like a small portion, but ice cream sold in big stores costs several sols. For luxurious points, the price starts in gold pounds. Will is small and thin, but when it comes to eating ice cream, he especially chooses the expensive ones and eats one portion after another. The belly seemed to be a bottomless pit. I had eaten a lot, but it didn't feel bulging. I haven't had such fun eating in a long time. Will held a piece of ice cream in each hand, licking it and closing his eyes comfortably, feeling very happy. Asta advised politely, children's stomachs and intestines are prone to catching cold. Eating too much ice cream is not good for your physical development. I'm not an ordinary kid. Don't you want to just let nature take its course and be an ordinary kid? You need to give yourself a vacation once in a while. While talking, Will had already finished 2 portions of ice cream worth 10 sols and 6 pence, and took Hastur to another ice cream shop. Asta followed behind silently, preparing to pay. Seeing that Will was eating happily, he also bought himself an ice cream. He couldn't pay for it, and he had to watch helplessly. Will came over and asked, how does it taste? I think this strawberry ice cream is better. The chocolate version is more delicious. But the strawberry version is too sweet, and makes you feel tired after eating too much. Chocolate is a bit bitter, and not delicious. It starts with bitterness, and then sweetness. The stimulation of bitterness can make the sweetness more prominent and full of aroma. Haster seriously discussed with Will which ice cream was more delicious. A big and a small person were walking on the street. Just like a father and his son. Whenever passers-by cast such glances, Haster always smiled kindly. Will curled his lips and disapproved of this. Who stipulates that two people, one big and one small, must be father and son? Can't it be the snake of destiny and his full-time breeder? When they passed by a newly opened restaurant, Will stopped and walked to Haster. He lowered his voice and said, "Bernadette is here too. Please pay attention. Bernadette is here too? This is really fate. Backlund is still very big. Even Queens is not small. To meet him on the street can only be described as fate. Can she spot you? She'll just think I'm a normal kid unless I let her know," Will said, as he licked the ice cream again, with a slight smile on his face. Bernadette carries the Wheel of Fortune card, which is the tarot card of the Path of Destiny. It should have automatically belonged to him and the stupid snake. But in order to protect Bernadette, Russell deliberately left this card to her to protect her fate. Bernadette herself is not an extraordinary person of the Destiny Path, and the effects she can exert are limited, and there is still a long way to go before him. Then just pretend we didn't find her. Asta knew it in his heart. So he had no scruples, and took Will straight into the newly opened restaurant. If he turned around and left directly, it would be more likely to arouse Bernadette's suspicion. After entering the restaurant, the two found a table and sat down. Will stood up, flipped over the menu, and ordered every ice cream on it. Haster only ordered a drink for himself. He didn't have as good an appetite as Will. Not long after the two sat down, Bernadette came to Haster and Will like a breeze without disturbing the others. She looked at Haster with interest. Logically speaking, I shouldn't meet you often. Haster thought for a moment and said, "This is fate. It's not just fate. There may be something special about you." Bernadette's tone was calm. Her eyes were moving like lightning, and her whole person had a threatening aura. Will smiled sweetly and said, "This big sister is so beautiful." With a compliment, Bernadette's aura dissipated a lot. Bernadette deliberately teased, "Is this little boy your son?" Haster did not explain. Anyway, he did not suffer from this title. Will smiled very sweetly and asked innocently, "Sister, can you be my mother? Then we will be a family of 3. Bernadette and Haster were shocked by this sentence at the same time. Bernadette never expected that the little boy in front of her would suddenly say such a sentence. Being a mother? Does she look older? Haster was impressed by Will's shamelessness. He really deserves to be a person who has lived for countless years. On this kind of issue, I can still talk about it lightly without any embarrassment. Kid, you and him are not father and son. Do you think I can't tell? He is my eldest brother, otherwise eldest sister. You should be my eldest sister-in-law." Will's watery eyes lit up, full of hope. Ahem. Haster coughed twice and signaled Will to stop talking nonsense. He really couldn't bear it anymore. He finally noticed that Will was having a lot of fun now, taking advantage of his status as a child and making fun of him and Bernadette as much as possible. Even if Bernadette gets angry because of this, she will only settle the score with him, not with a childlike child like Will. A faint smile appeared on Bernadette's face, but she was not angry because of it. She flicked Will's little head with her finger and said, "Do you, a kid, talk like this every time you see a beautiful sister?" "No. I just think you and my eldest brother are a good match. Weren't you talking about fate just now?" Will covered his head and took a small step back, showing innocent eyes. Bernadette stopped talking about this topic with Will and glanced at Haster again. "If I can meet you a third time in Backlund, then I will really be interested in you. Sister, I heard from eldest brother that the sign that a woman likes a man is that she is interested in the man." Will smiled and gave Haster a black and shiny black pot. Asta refuted righteously, "It's nonsense. I never said such things." "Oh." Will lowered his head in frustration and whispered, "Brother, don't you think that my eldest sister is very beautiful and suitable to take home as a wife?" Asta showed an awkward yet polite smile, and said with an apologetic smile, "Children always like to talk nonsense." Bernadette ignored these words, and her whole body disappeared like a puff of smoke. After confirming that Bernadette had left, Haster stretched out his hands to pinch Will's little face, rubbed it twice, and said viciously, "You little brat has really grown up. Didn't you find it interesting just now? Speaking of which, Bernadette is also the one whom fate loves. If you can really marry her, You might even be able to become the Black Emperor Dang Dang. Stop worrying and eat your ice cream quickly. It's almost melting. My judgment is based on fate. And it is based on fate. Will muttered something dissatisfied and started fighting with the 7 or 8 servings of ice cream in front of him. It was past 7 o'clock in the evening when Hastur returned home. Mainly because Will's home was a bit far away. He would take Will to South Bridge and then back to Queens. And the time spent on the road alone would be calculated by the hour. Fortunately, all the hard work was not in vain. Before leaving, Will gave him a paper crane to use to communicate in dreams. He felt that one paper crane was not enough. So he just took a bunch of them. There should be more than a dozen. On the way back, he bought an ordinary wind chime for 1 sol and 3 pence. Just enough to hang this string of paper cranes on it. Not to mention, Will's handiwork is really good. Carrying the wind chime upstairs, Hastur hung it on the windowsill of the study. The bedroom is a place for rest. And he doesn't want Will to observe his sleeping posture through the paper crane. And it is hung on the windowsill. If Mr. A knocks on the window again in the future, Will be the first person to be alarmed. After doing these things, Hastur came to the Hall of Stars, sat at the long table, took out a pen and paper, and sorted out the content of today's chat with Will. This conversation solved many of his doubts, such as Voltaire's question and the connection between the golden box, the monk in yellow, and the king in yellow. The biggest threat to him now is the organization of the monks in yellow. Believe in the king in yellow, the path of outer gods that walks beyond the 22 extraordinary paths. No matter from which aspect, it is something worthy of vigilance. Should we report this organization to the Church of the 7 Gods? Asta thought about it for a while, and then gave up the idea. Now the monk in yellow has done nothing. And his relationship with the king in yellow is more like the true creator and Adam? Chapter 100 Humanity and Divinity. The true creator and Adam. True creator and Adam? Humanity and divinity? The more Hastur thought about it, the more likely he felt that this was possible. But he felt something was wrong. If he really has the humanity of the king in yellow, he must at least start as a true god now. Right? How is it possible that he is still in sequence 8? Relying only on his own humanity. The king in yellow has long since fallen into eternal madness and chaos. And it is impossible to stay awake like Adam. Moreover, the name Hastur Campbell belongs to the original owner. Even if there is any fate, the original owner should bear it. What does it have to do with him? Asta thought about it for a long time, but still felt that this guess was unreliable. The situation between the real creator and Adam is rare. Otherwise the 7 gods would not be unaware of it. Because chaos and madness are normal. And the separation of divinity and humanity is abnormal and alien. Thinking of the true creator, Hastur felt curious and wanted to know more about it. What does the true creator do every day? It feels like his presence is everywhere. But it doesn't seem like he has much presence. Adam could go out and walk around as he pleased. But it seemed like he never really went out. Right? I don't know how the human aspect of the true creator is reflected. And how he and Aurelius perform a tender father-son relationship. This is seriously inconsistent with the style displayed by the Aurora Club. After thinking for a while, Hastur gave up thinking about the true creator. He turned his attention to the monk in yellow. This group of devout believers in the king in yellow has been hiding in the dark. What fate are they waiting for? Or rather, what kind of fate do they want? Could it be that Andrew, who had rashly come to his home to defraud him, was a chess piece they deliberately introduced? Otherwise, Andrew is not even sequence 9. How could he possibly know about the golden box? That is something that even Will, the snake of fate, cannot spy on. Perhaps Andrew was deliberately introduced by them as a punishment for themselves. They probably wanted to use Andrew's incident to tell themselves that the golden box existed. And only people with a destiny related to it could get it. If it were the original owner, in order to resurrect his mother's paranoia, he would definitely find the golden box, open it, and use the things hidden inside. Is this what those monks in yellow are looking forward to? But they didn't expect that they were too cautious. Not only did they not look for the golden box, but they also deliberately ignored the existence of the golden box. Even when I moved to a new house, I deliberately put my things on the 3rd floor of my old house and didn't touch them. So they deliberately packaged the golden box as a gift and gave it to themselves? But how did they get the golden box? Doesn't it mean that only people related to destiny can see its existence? Maybe it's because the king in yellow gave them different powers. Hastur deduced carefully and felt that this was a more logical sequence of actions. Then the purpose of the group of monks in yellow became clear. They were waiting for their fate of opening the golden box. Could it be that as long as the golden box is opened, The king in yellow will come? As a devout believer in him, it is very possible for you to do such a series of things for your own beliefs. After thinking for a long time, Hastur's thoughts jumped to Hastur and the king in yellow. In his occult knowledge, Hastur is not equivalent to the king in yellow. The king in yellow is just an incarnation of Hastur in the game, and Hastur is the real outer god in his past. In addition to the vest of the king in yellow, he also has other vests, such as the well-known distant reveler, Emerald Lama, etc. The god the monks in yellow believe in is Hastur himself, not the incarnation of the king in yellow. But this is the occult knowledge he understands. And it does not mean that it is the same in the mysterious world. Perhaps in this mysterious world, Hastur is the king in yellow, and he only has this identity. The god the yellow monks believe in is not Hastur, but the king in yellow. Hastur felt it was a pity. If the god that the yellow monk believed in was Hastur himself, then he could at least be a favored one in the organization of the yellow monk with the name of Hastur. Maybe he can also be the leader of an organization, an evil leader or something like that. As long as they don't come out against you, then wait until you become stronger and then deal with them. Hastur still felt that he had to put his own strength first, given his current speed of digesting the potion. In about 10 days, the barbarian potion will be completely digested. Try to arrive before the next gathering of stars, so that you can give the djinn a small shock in person. Hastur thought a lot more before leaving the Hall of Stars and lying on the bed to sleep. In the morning, Asta had breakfast and went to Gordon Club for training as usual. It's still a regular two-piece set, fighting and firearms. After enjoying a free lunch at the club, he did not go directly to the lawyer's office as usual, but returned to the West District and went to the police station. He wanted to find Andrew to confirm his suspicion and see if Andrew was deliberately pushed out by the group of monks in yellow to attract his attention. When he arrived at the police station, Hastur directly asked the police officer on duty about Chief Reed. In this police station, he was only familiar with Chief Reed. After all, he had dealt with him several times. I even treated him to a meal last time. Baron Campbell, why are you here? A police officer who had once had a meal with Chief Reed found Hastur and trotted over with a happy face. I heard someone said that you arrested the fraudster Andrew. I happened to pass by today, so I walked in to take a look and asked about the specific situation. Hastur behaved very kindly, and did not mention at all that he was the one who hung Andrew above the drain in the first place. The police officer looked embarrassed, looked around, pulled Asta to the outside of the police station, and found a corner where no one had passed. He lowered his voice and said, "The fraudster named Andrew died in prison more than half a month ago." Died? Hastur was surprised, but not very surprised. If there is a special reason for Andrew's death, then his guess can be confirmed. Andrew was pushed out to attract his attention, and his death was most likely caused by the group of monks in yellow. A thumbtack happened to be accidentally put into the water he drank that day. When he drank the water, the thumbtack got stuck in his throat and cut his throat. He died not long after. The police officers carefully reconstructed the specific details of Andrew's death for Hastur. It's such a tragedy. Asta sighed with emotion, already determined in his heart that there should be extraordinary factors in Andrew's death. He didn't believe there were so many coincidences. With the power controlled by those monks in yellow, it was too easy to kill a prisoner in prison. Extortion and even planning to steal a nobleman should have been sentenced to death for his crime. Dying like this may be the goddess's last mercy for him. It's a life after all. Hastur showed a look of shameless mercy. The police officer sighed, yes, but who told him not to take the right path? Before leaving, Hastur asked about Sheriff Reed's recent situation. Only in this way can he show that he values Chief Reed more, and it will be easier for him to ask for help in the future. The young police officer sighed, and then said slowly, "Something happened at Chief Reed's house, and he has not come to work at the police station during this time." What is the specific reason? Chief Reed's wife was pregnant. This was originally a good thing, but his wife's health became worse and worse after becoming pregnant, which forced Chief Reed to go home to take care of her. Not feeling well? The condition of Chief Reed's wife is not very good. The last time I met him on the street, it was obvious that Chief Reed's face was much haggard and his eyes were dull. It must be because his wife's condition has not improved. So, the young police officer said a lot about Chief Reed's current situation in person. In the police station, Sheriff Reed may not be the most successful sheriff, but he is definitely the most popular sheriff among these young police officers. Every time he goes on a mission, he will try his best to give opportunities to young police officers, allowing them to take action at critical moments and earn plenty of flowers and applause. When dealing with older police officers, he would let them do as easy a job as possible. When there was danger, he would go first. For young police officers, Chief Reed is a boss with few faults. If Chief Reed needs it, I can introduce him to a doctor with excellent medical skills. Thank you for your kindness, Baron Campbell. You are really a good person. Unlike other nobles. The young police officer was very happy. He just said so much just because he wanted to ask Hastur to lend a helping hand to Chief Reed. But he knew that this kind of thing couldn't be forced directly. So he told the truth about Andrew. After all, Andrew's death in prison was not a glorious thing for the police department. Hastur asked Sheriff Reed where he lived and then left. After returning, he asked Butler Neal to arrange for a doctor to go over and see if he could help. Chapter 101 The Upcoming Baby. 18, Lewis Street, Chorewood District. Inside a townhouse, whose exterior walls have been eroded by wind and rain and are slightly blackened. Sheriff Reed was squatting at the door of the room, lowering his head and smoking a cigarette. There were 7 or 8 half-smoked cigarette butts scattered on the ground. When the number of cigarette butts on the ground reached more than a dozen, there was slight movement in the room. Chief Reed immediately put out the cigarette he had just lit, stood up, wiped his hands on his clothes, and then looked at the doctor who opened the door. He suppressed his anxiety and asked as calmly as possible, "Dr. Lord, how is my lover's condition?" Dr. Lord closed the door, shook his head slightly, and sighed. The situation of the fetus in the mother's body is not optimistic. You must go to the hospital for surgery as soon as possible. In this case, it depends on what you choose. Sheriff Reed's head felt stuffy and his throat was dry as he said, "What to choose? Save the child or the loved one?" Chief Reed's face turned pale. His lips moved twice. He thought for a long time, and finally said, "Is this the only way? This is just the most ideal situation. With your lover's current physical condition, both parties may not be able to survive." Chief Reed's face turned even paler. He obviously wanted to say a lot, but all he could say was, "I will discuss it with my lover. We must make a decision as soon as possible, and do not delay the timing of surgery." "Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lord." Sheriff Reed tried his best to put a smile on his face and said, "Thank you, Baron Campbell, for your kindness. I will." Dr. Lord didn't stay long. Left some medicine and left. Sheriff Reed looked at the closed door and wanted to take a step, but he only felt the weight of 1,000 pounds. He leaned against the wall next to the door. His whole body went limp, and he collapsed on the ground regardless of his appearance. After a long time, he spat, swore a few curse words, stretched out his hands to rub his cheeks and the corners of his eyes, then stood up, straightened his clothes, and then slowly opened the door and walked in. In the hall, on the sofa, Hastur listened to Dr. Lord's description and asked, "Is there no other treatment method? It's very difficult. With the current state of medicine, it would take a lot of luck to save even one of them. If you're lucky enough, you can save both lives at the same time. The probability is very low, unless it is really a blessing from the Mother Goddess. I believe that the Mother Goddess will not sit back and watch any new life die." "Does the Baron also believe in the Mother Goddess?" "No. My faith is the Goddess." Dr. Lord finally left disappointed. You need to be lucky enough. Hastur was thinking about whether he should help with this matter. After all, a doctor had been sent to help, so he couldn't give up halfway. Needing luck is actually very simple. Just ask Will to borrow some luck. But this kind of thing requires trouble with a sequence 1 Mercury snake. It always feels too outrageous. It's better to go to Grey Lint and ask about his recent results. Maybe he has some medicine that can help. You can also go to Sheriff Reed's house and make a relevant rule. This can be considered as doing your best. It just so happened that he also wanted to ask Grey Lint about the research on mosquito repellent powder. Grey Lint's house. In order to study drugs, Grey Lint specially built a new basement in the backyard of his home. According to him, researching drugs can only have that mysterious atmosphere if it is built underground. When Hastur walked into the basement, Grey Lint was still fiddling with his bottles and jars. From time to time, he had to worry about the liquid in the cauldron over there. He was as busy as a top. Hastur, who stood behind and stared at him silently for a while, waited for Grey Lint to stop what he was doing. And then he said, "Grey Lint, what good stuff have you researched recently?" "Asta, you're here. Wait for me. I'll make some adjustments here." Grey Lint continued to fiddle with the instruments without raising his head. After about 10 minutes, he finally ended today's experiment. After washing his hands and face, he said happily. Asta, I feel that my mental state has been much better recently. As if I have broken through some kind of bottleneck. Do you think I have completely digested the medicine master's potion? You should know this kind of thing better than me. That's completely digested. I once had the feeling you described. Hastur said with a smile. Congratulations. You are ready to be promoted to Sequence 8. Graylint was also very happy, waving his arms, and said, I have gathered the extraordinary materials for a Sequence 8 beast tamer. After I rest for a few days, I will try to be promoted. Asta congratulated him on this. Graylint can have such speed. It is not in vain that he can give him a small stove from time to time. By the way, Hastur, why did you come to see me today? After being happy, Graylint asked Hastur about his purpose, regarding the mosquito repellent powder business and a medical incident. The ingredients of the mosquito repellent powder are very simple. I will also add some fragrance according to your suggestion. As long as the workers are summoned, it can be put into production soon. Graylint then handed the improved mosquito repellent powder formula to Hastur, and then asked about Sheriff Reed's lover. After listening to Hastur's introduction, he frowned slightly and said, Use your extraordinary abilities to help others. Hastur, I suddenly feel the greatness of life. Hastur said with some deep meaning, Perhaps this is your extraordinary path. The pinnacle of the medicine master path. The vampire Queen Lilith is the mother goddess of the earth. It's normal to be affected accordingly as you embark on this extraordinary path. Maybe it's my misunderstanding. I don't have so much time to help others. Graylint gave a reason that he could accept. I happen to have a medicine here that can regulate physical weakness. Well, this is an unexpected product. You should understand. Graylint looked embarrassed. In order to prevent Hastur from misunderstanding, he hurriedly explained, My body is in good health in all aspects. There is no problem at all. I am just purely interested in this aspect. Graylint, I have always believed in you. I believe you are indeed physically weak. Hastur added silently in his heart. I used a lot of precious medicinal materials to refine this medicine. It is very nourishing to the human body, and can be taken by both men and women. Graylint chuckled and said, Asta, do you want to try one too? Graylint, I am different from you. Graylint's face turned slightly red, and he explained to himself again, reiterating that there was nothing wrong with his body. Can pregnant women also use this medicine? Of course. This is a medicine I carefully prepared. I even gave it to 2 doctors at home. They both said it was very effective. Asta still believes in this. The medicine developed by the pharmacist is far more effective than ordinary medicine. In the situation of Sergeant Reed's lover, he could nourish his body with medicine first, and then perform the surgery. And the success rate would be much higher. Coupled with the rules he has established, he should be able to ensure safety. Hastur did not stay long and led a doctor from the Graylint family to Sheriff Reed's house. This doctor had taken Graylint's medicine and could make a more accurate judgment based on the condition of Sheriff Reed's lover. Hastur's arrival made Sheriff Reed's eyes turn red. He suppressed his gratitude and greeted Hastur and the doctor. Everything will get better. Hastur comforted him, and secretly made a rule. The general idea is, mother and child must be safe and sound. Finally, he also gives his own blessing. The mother celebrates the birth of the baby, and the baby is happy to be born into the world. After all, he is considered half an extraordinary person in the destiny path, and his blessing should have some effect, although it is far less than Will's blessing. Adding some luck can still be done. Soon, the doctor came out of the room and said that the problem was not serious, and that he could take the medicine developed by Graylint. You can recuperate at home for a few more days, and then go to the hospital for surgery when your body gets better. The probability of mother and child being saved should be very high. Doctor, everything you said is true? After being affirmed repeatedly, Chief Reed burst into tears, and couldn't believe the good news. Obviously this morning, everything was so gloomy, especially Dr. Lord's statement about whether to protect the child or the child, which made him feel like he was in a cold H.L. But now, his situation suddenly flew from H.L. to heaven. The joy in this cannot be expressed in words. All thanks to Baron Campbell. It was he who helped him change this desperate reality. He was very lucky to have taken on Baron Campbell's case, and successfully protected Baron Campbell. Take good care of your loved ones, and believe that miracles will happen to them. Hastur did not stay long, and took the doctor with him, before walking away under the extremely grateful eyes of Chief Reed. With no outsiders present, Chief Reed could no longer suppress his emotions. He lay on the wall at the door, and wiped his tears. Then he straightened his clothes, and walked into the room, with firm steps. Chapter 102 Klein's Daily Tarot Session. Source Castle. Klein will hold a tarot session, as usual on Monday afternoon at 3 p.m. This is a suggestion made by Miss Justice, which is very appropriate. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. Miss Justice greeted her politely as usual. She seemed to be in a good mood. She must have been going well recently. Mr. Hanged Man was as calm as ever. Klein sat at the top of the bronze table, and naturally looked at Justice and the Hanged Man respectively. Today, Miss Justice was the first to speak. Mr. Fool, I recently got 5 pages of Russell's diary. But with my current memory, I can only remember 3 pages. The remaining 2 pages will have to wait until the next party to be written. Can. Klein's tone was calm, but his mood was very happy. Finally, he could read Russell's diary again. He can always obtain a lot of useful occult knowledge from Russell's diary. And the knowledge gained every time can effectively increase his knowledge base. It only takes a portion of knowledge to make Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man convinced of their great and mysterious existence. This is a very good cycle. I have to say that Russell, a fellow countryman, has helped me a lot in many things. It's a pity that this fellow villager seems to have been dead for many years. It's a pity that we didn't get to see him again soon. Miss Justice wrote down 3 pages of Russell's diary. She remembered this part of the content very well. After all, she had memorized it many times in advance. Good. Your debt has been paid, and you have a chance to ask questions. Klein raised his right hand and let the parchment appear directly in his palm. He turned his eyes to Russell's diary and slowly began to read it. On August 12th, I attended a dinner party hosted by Viscount Reed. At the dinner, Viscount Reed drank a lot of wine and kept showing off how good he was in that field until I saw his wife following a baron. When I walked out of the back garden with a blushing face, I realized that what people like to brag about is often something they don't have. On August 15th, I heard something interesting from Mr. Men. It was a sealed object. An extremely magical pen. It can write scripts and make the stories in the scripts play out in reality. Isn't this the otherworldly version of the magic pen Ma Liang? Mr. Men also specifically told me that if you often encounter coincidences, accidents and other events in your daily life, you must be careful whether you are written into the script by that pen and become a character in someone else's story. On August 19th, I took Green and Edward to enjoy the performance of the cabaret troupe. Well, it was an adult version of the cabaret show. It was very shocking. Klein read this page of Russell's diary with an expressionless expression. Emperor Russell's daily life is really luxurious. He is either attending banquets or watching song and dance performances. It's just that this content always tends to be in an unhealthy direction. Fortunately, there is also an important person like Mr. Men. The magical pen mentioned in it is quite interesting. It is similar to the effect of the magic pen Ma Liang. This thing is really powerful. Pay special attention to unusual events such as chance, coincidence, etc. Why does this sound a bit like my own experience? Since his birth, everything that has happened around him has been filled with many accidents and coincidences. Is it possible that my destiny was also arranged by a pen? Klein smiled and didn't pay too much attention. You can't just encounter the things Russell just mentioned in his diary in the real world. Right? That's too much of a coincidence and accident. Klein suppressed his thoughts and continued to flip through the remaining 2 pages of Russell's diary. After reading them all, he looked at Miss Justice and said solemnly, "Now, you can ask a question. I want to know how to crack Russell's diary." Miss Justice actually wants to decipher Russell's diary by herself? These are Chinese characters, and they have undergone changes and modifications over thousands of years. They are no longer the way they were originally created. In this world of writing dominated by letters, it is basically impossible to decipher the secrets of Chinese characters with the help of traditional deciphering methods. Moreover, this is his secret trump card to establish himself in this mysterious world. And it is impossible for him to teach Miss Justice. Otherwise, how can I use the knowledge in Russell's diary to show off in the future? Only ancient beings can decipher it. The method of learning this script has been lost today. After thinking for a while, Klein gave his answer. If next time Miss Justice finishes her contribution and wants to learn Chinese characters from herself, she will tell her that her contribution is far from the standard. As for how much contribution should be accumulated, then it's all up to you. But I guess Miss Xingyi won't be able to make any contribution to learning Chinese characters in her lifetime. Unless you don't need Russell's diary at all to maintain your status. Is that so? No wonder no one can crack the secret of Roselle's diary now. Audrey was a little disappointed. The hangman chuckled and said, if anyone could learn this kind of writing, then Russell's diary would not have been preserved to this day. It would have been collected and shelved long ago. As he spoke, he glanced at Mr. Fool with respect and awe. Only an ancient being like Mr. Fool can fully understand this kind of writing. Perhaps this kind of writing is used for communication between gods. And it is divine writing. Ordinary people cannot learn it at all. And there is no place to learn it. I thought that by exhausting the wisdom of future generations, I could gradually decipher this kind of writing. But I didn't expect it would be so difficult. Audrey sighed, worried about Mr. Haster's research career. It would be very sad if you spend your whole life still unable to find the answer. Mr. Haster is so pitiful. Klein also sighed secretly in his heart. The birth of Chinese characters is the wisdom of countless descendants. And it is the most important part of cultural inheritance for thousands of years. This is the crystallization of wisdom that belongs exclusively to their world. Only they can understand how much wisdom is contained in every stroke and stroke of this small square character. In the following normal communication session, Klein maintained a mysterious and ancient posture, listening to the conversation between Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman. Expand your knowledge of the world through their conversations. Backland. Haster has asked butler Neil to prepare for the factory. He plans to build a factory to recruit workers, and then produce the mysterious world version of mosquito coils. In order to make the mosquito coils appear more high-end and meet the needs of nobles and wealthy people, he specially asked Grey Linny to add various flavors to the mosquito repellent powder. There are various flavors such as rose scent and tulip scent. Make sure that after lighting the mosquito coil, there will be no mosquitoes in the room to harass you, and the fragrance will fill the entire room. At the same time, he also prepared a soothing sleep product, which not only repels mosquitoes, but also assists in sleeping. He believes that once such a product is launched, it will definitely gain huge returns. Nowadays, Backlund's environment is getting worse and worse, and mosquitoes are also increasing. Even if others don't buy it, he still needs it. In the next few days, Asta went to the Gordon Club to exercise in the morning, went to the law firm in the afternoon when he had more free time, and then spent all his other thoughts on this mosquito coil. After gathering the raw materials and following the manufacturing method provided by Clarent, we successfully prepared mosquito repellent powder with various fragrances. Haster was the first to experience it. The smell was better than the mosquito coils in the original world, and the fragrance not only filled the room, but also adhered to clothes. It's like the incense used in ancient palaces, but the effect is even more extraordinary. After some calculations, Butler Neil, who was in charge of the busy work, found that the various materials were not too expensive, and the mosquito repellent powder that could be produced was very easy to use and effective. He bluntly said that this mosquito repellent powder will definitely become popular among Backlund's aristocratic circles in the future. Haster also mentioned it to Greylant, and finally decided to share the profits 30/70ths. Haster, who was responsible for everything, would get 70%, and Greylant, who only had to stay at home to collect the money, would get 30%. After finishing the work of building the factory, Haster originally wanted Butler Neil to keep an eye on it. Steward Neil said that he has limited energy alone and cannot fully manage this business. Asta thought for a while and asked Butler Neil to find a suitable manager who would be responsible for this business. Somehow this news reached the ears of Harley's manager, who immediately approached Asta and said he was willing to take charge of this business. The position of bank manager has a generous salary, good prospects, and is relatively stable. Asta didn't expect Harley's manager to be so courageous. The behavior of the Harley manager is equivalent to giving up his iron job and going into business overseas. Later, while drinking, Harley's manager talked to him about the reasons for making this choice. He is approaching 40 years old this year, and he has already reached middle age. If he stays in the bank, he will basically be fired after working for another 10 years. It is better to go out and make a career while he is young. The main reason is that he no longer sees opportunities for promotion in the bank and cannot move up a step further. This reason is very practical. Asta eventually hired Harley managers to help him manage the business. I believe that with his management experience and the great prospects of this business, he will definitely make a lot of money. Chapter 103 Sequence 7 Briber. Gordon Club. Fighting ring. Two figures were fighting at close range, with a crisp sound of hitting the ground. The stronger figure was hit by someone's back shoulder and fell to the ground unable to move. The instructor who acted as the referee came forward to announce the winner of the competition. Arriving at the rest area, Haster took off the tightly wrapped body protective gear, pulling a towel to wipe off the sweat, then put on cleaner training clothes. Recently, as his fighting skills improved, Instructor Heyman asked him to try a real fight, and thus this ring battle was born. Just now, he was obviously inferior to the opponent in terms of skills, but with his own brute strength, he could easily break through the opponent's defense and throw him to the ground. As the saying goes, great efforts produce miracles. After this period of training, his barbarian body became more solid, powerful and strong. The original slightly youthful temperament has gradually dissipated with constant training, and it has become more masculine. Instructor Heyman praised him as a talent suitable for practicing fighting, but Haster just laughed and said nothing. If his physique as an extraordinary person is compared with that of ordinary people, he is inherently bullying. If it wasn't for the experience of actual combat, he wouldn't have stepped into the ring. After a few fights, he realized that it was not interesting and that the performance was more important than real combat. Fortunately, his barbarian potion was also completely digested today. When he returns home in the evening, he will prepare to be promoted to Sequence 7 Briber. If it weren't for the thorn in the side of the Jinn god in the Hall of Stars, his barbarian potion might not have been digested so quickly. He had always felt uncomfortable playing the savage, too restrained to ignore rules and order like a true savage. Fortunately, the Jinn helped him. The Mother Tree of Desire should also be considered one of the heroes. A Sequence 8 summoned 2 outer gods for a meeting in the Hall of Stars, which in itself was subversive of the rules. Not to mention that he still occupies a dominant position in the Hall of Stars. Well, we should indeed thank the Jinn and the Mother Tree of Desire for their help. At night, in an empty room, Haster carefully counted the extraordinary materials on the table. Extraordinary materials: a crying baby flower, a strange-faced marijuana crystal. Auxiliary materials: 5 drops of golden datura juice, 5 drops of black datura juice, 4 drops of psychedelic grass essential oil, 80 milliliters of red wine. After counting several times and confirming that there were no problems, Asta relaxed. He had no objections to other extraordinary materials, but the 80 milliliters red wine made him slightly stunned. Remember, starting from Sequence 9 Lawyer, every potion recipe needs to use wine. From beer at the beginning to wine today, the quality of wine is getting higher and higher. If it comes to the later sequence, what kind of wine should be used as an auxiliary material? This Black Emperor's extraordinary path seems to be full of luxury and chaotic passion. Think about it. The Black Emperor path is naturally suitable for nobles. The more powerful you are, the more drunken and luxurious you become. Right? The Corrupted Baron, Chaos Mentor, and Corrupted Earl in the later sequence are indeed more closely related to the element of wine. Wine can mess with sex, and this sentence is vividly reflected here. Asta thought about it for a long time, then calmed down and calmed himself down. After adjusting his mentality, he started to prepare the medicine. With the experience of preparing potions twice before, this time I was familiar with the process, and I quickly prepared the Sequence 7 Bribery Potion. It is still a slightly turbid liquid, with the main color being dark red, much like a bowl of wine. It smells like a strong and pungent aroma of wine. Haster expressionlessly picked up the small bowl and drank it in one gulp. Thick, turbid liquid passes through the esophagus, causing a numb and dry feeling. It felt like taking numbing powder, and even my tongue started to feel numb and bitter. After entering the stomach, there is a burning sensation, but this burning sensation is different from being burned, but an indescribable. To use a metaphor, it is like being surrounded by boiling water vapor. What it brings is not sobriety, but doubly intoxication and confusion. Not only was my head feeling dizzy, but my internal organs were also in chaos. It is upside down, left and right, and cannot tell the difference between south, east and west. I have always wanted to wake up, but my reason has been shaky and dizzy. The murmurings that were vague at first seemed particularly clear now. Every whisper seemed to follow his ears and get into his head. In the confusion, he seemed to hear the murmurs of the alien gods coming from the depths of the starry sky. The sound is like a spell. You can't understand it, but you feel that the sound is filled with terrifying power that can drive people crazy. This is like a call. An unknown existence is calling from the depths of the starry sky. In these calls, his sanity gradually returned to zero. His soul left his body at the call of the curse and floated to the sky. Float away. Drift deep into the starry sky, high above the mountains, reaching the clouds, passing through the biting wind, as if trying to break through some kind of barrier. At this moment, the stars in the sky are shining brightly. The stars are bright, but they contain a warmth that restores sanity. His soul gradually returned to his body, and his reason gradually awakened. When Hastur regained control of his body, he was already lying on the ground, and 2 hours had passed. Is that feeling really just the after effects of taking the magic potion? Or has your soul really left your body and been floating deep into the starry sky? The ravings from an alien god? Hastur murmured softly. But no one could answer these questions for him. After lying on his back on the ground for a long time, Hastur felt that he was alive again. As for any new extraordinary abilities he had acquired, he was not in the mood to check it now. He just wanted to take a shower first, and then have a good sleep. After taking a shower and sleeping again, Hastur just got up from the bed and slowly realized the extraordinary abilities he had after being promoted to Sequence 7 Briber. Sequence 7 Briber. Problems that cannot be solved through law and force can be solved through bribery. Bribery. Identify the pain points of the other party, and form an unfair interest relationship with the other party through money, words, etc. Hastur understood this quickly. There are 5 extraordinary abilities of Sequence 7 Bribers. First, weakening. Using this ability can significantly weaken the target's attack, defense or control against itself within a certain period of time. Second, bribery. By giving actual or symbolic bribes, the target can have a strong favorable impression of itself, disrupt the other party's hostile intentions, and even give up the fight. If the conditions are right, the person who receives the bribe can become his companion. Follow your own lead. Third, influence. Through necessary bribes, influence the target's sanity, causing the target to have a series of negative emotions such as pride, arrogance, mental degradation, and wrong judgment. Fourth, link. Once a bribe is successfully implemented, a link will be established between the briber and the bribee. Both will be prosperous and both will suffer losses, which is equivalent to a link to bear the consequences. Fifth, ineffectiveness. After the bribery is successful, each has a shady handle on the other party, and has a probability of invalidating the target's various attacks. Hastur silently felt these 5 extraordinary abilities, except for the first weakening ability. The other 4 abilities were all based on bribery. Once the bribe is successful, and a connection is established between them, the briber's extraordinary ability will be greatly enhanced, especially the 5th extraordinary ability, which can neutralize the target's attack. This is a life-saving skill. As for the so-called probability, for him who is halfway through the path of destiny, it is very simple to enhance his luck and increase his probability. The 3rd extraordinary ability effect should be similar to a passive buff, which can impose various debuffs on the enemy to help you better fight against the enemy. Hastur didn't find it difficult to pay bribes and play the role. On the contrary, he found it much easier than playing the role of a barbarian. In a great country with a culture of 5,000 years, the word bribery has always appeared in the annals of history, and it has been constantly being performed in real life. When a baby is born, his parents may bribe him to choose a better hospital. When you grow up, your study life in kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, etc., is full of the atmosphere and behavior of bribery. In the future, whether in business or official career, learning how to bribe is the only way to success. In addition to these aspects, bribery also involves all aspects of life. For example, when you go shopping on the street, you deliberately say something nice about your boss, and the boss will sell you the stuff cheaply when he is happy. This is bribery through words, and an act of bribery. The relationship between men and women can also be regarded as a form of bribery. Before falling in love, by understanding each other's preferences in all aspects, and then adapting to their preferences to increase the other person's good impression of you. This is also a kind of bribery. It's just human emotions that serve as bribes. Generally speaking, any creature with certain intelligence is within the scope of bribery, and pets such as cats and dogs are no exception. The owner wins the favor of the pet through raising and caring for it, thereby gaining the pet's loyalty. This can also be regarded as a kind of bribery. In his view, the essence of bribery is the exchange of interests. Chapter 10 for the star representing the true creator and Adam. It's finally Sequence 7. Hastur was in high spirits and walked around the room twice, then opened the window and breathed in the fresh night air. The greening project in Queens is pretty good, and the environment here is much better than the West End. There is no smell of sewage or mixed food in the air. It is quite clean. After admiring the night sky for a while, Hastur closed the window again. I'm so happy today. I must treat myself to something good. Hastur left the room, ordered the chef to arrange a few dishes, and asked the maid to deliver the wine to the back garden on the first floor. Drinking alone was a bit boring. But it was a pity that Merrick was not here. Asta thought for a while, and called Butler Neal to drink together. Butler Neal wanted to refuse, but he couldn't resist Haster's enthusiasm. After sitting down, Haster prepared to try to bribe Butler Neal, which was also a preparation for the upcoming performance. Asta poured Butler Neal a glass of wine and said with a smile, "Butler Neal has been working here for more than 3 months. Right?" "Yes, Lord Baron." "Do you feel happy working here?" "Of course. The Baron has a good temper. He never beats or scolds his servants at will. His salary is generous, and he has few demands on weekdays. He also gives me a lot of freedom and power." Butler Neal did not hide anything, and spoke directly from his heart. He understood that the Baron in front of him valued his honesty. Never lie. It has been listed as his top priority rule. Asta thought for a moment and said, "What are your expectations for your future work?" "I hope I can stay and work for the Baron until I grow old." "Very good. You know, I have always been very generous to my own people. If Butler Neal stays here to work, I will pay you a gold pound that is enough to support you in your old age." Butler Neal's calm expression finally changed slightly. But he still suppressed his excitement and thanked Haster for his kindness. The bribe worked? Haster narrowed his eyes, feeling the special feeling coming from Butler Neal. An invisible illusory chain is linking himself to Butler Neal. This is the 4th extraordinary ability he obtained. Link. Through the link, he can exert various influences on Butler Neal, such as imposing a series of negative emotions on him. He can also be weakened. But Butler Neal has no ill intentions towards him, and is not an enemy. So this ability cannot be reflected for the time being. Haster tried to exert some influence on Butler Neal to increase his negative emotions of sadness. Butler Neal, who was still trying to calm down, took a sip of wine from his wine glass and said with a sad expression, "To be honest with you, Lord Baron, I have always been worried about my future pension problem because my son is really too hopeless. I dare not place all my hopes on him." "Hey, is this effect so significant?" Asta was shocked in his heart and said with a smile on his face, "If you don't mind, I am happy to be a listener tonight." As he spoke, he poured Butler Neal another glass of wine. Butler Neal sighed and said, "I have been working diligently so that he can enjoy a good education since he was a child. But his academic performance is very poor. He often contradicts the teacher at school, and even learns to fight with others. He is not good at all. Don't learn well." Later, after he came out of school, he was arrogant and always wanted to make a career. I also supported him to go out and make a career. But he lost a lot of money and failed to achieve anything famous. He does not reflect on his own shortcomings, but instead complains about this and that, as if the whole world is wrong in his eyes, and he is the only one who is right. He has been in a bad mood recently. He has made a lot of drinking friends and goes out to have fun all day long. He has no ambition at all. Well, although I still have a pension fund, I am always worried about how he will take care of me when I am gone." Butler Neal's voice was full of emotion. His eyes were slightly red, and he picked up the wine glass and drank a full glass. Haster saw that the effect was surprisingly good, so he did not continue. Dispel his influence on Butler Neal and let him recover from his melancholy and sentimental state of mind. Butler Neal looked at the empty wine glass. His expression blanked for a while, and his face began to turn red. Apparently he had recalled what he had just said. "My Lord Baron, I have always been a bad drinker." "Which makes you laugh." Butler Neal was terrified. No matter what Haster said, he would not drink another drop of wine, and had to find a reason to leave. In this regard, Haster could only let him go and drink some wine and taste delicious food by himself. After drinking, go back to the bedroom. Haster habitually checked the time. It was past 11 o'clock. Just in time to see the new changes in the Palace of Stars. Go to bed and fall asleep. The Hall of Stars. Haster sat in the first place, inspecting the changes in the Palace of Stars. There are 2 biggest changes. A new chain of order and 3 newly lit stars. He hadn't yet thought about what kind of rules to make, so he just left it alone and looked at the 3 newly lit stars. The field of vision is zoomed in, and the stars are magnifying in the eyes. The 3 stars shine with their own different lights. One of them is the brightest, emitting a dazzling white light, like a white dwarf star. One star emits very faint light, which is in sharp contrast to the white dwarf star next to it. Haster observed carefully for a while, and found that this faint light was more like a circle of almost colorless and transparent ripples, formed by the convergence of multiple spatial ripples. The last star is more interesting. It is divided into two distinct colors, black and white. To be precise, it should be black and white gold. It is similar to the yin and yang eyes in the Tai Chi diagram. Their colors are distinct from each other, but they blend into each other, like a symbiotic state of yin and yang. Hastur was most interested in this star, so he focused on it first. As he watched, the scene inside the star also appeared before his eyes. In the black part, below is a black ocean like an abyss. There is a big mountain sitting on the ocean. A cross is erected on the top of the mountain. A man hangs upside down and blends with the cross. In the night sky at the top, there is a curtain of shadow. Behind the curtain of shadow, there is a pair of eyes that contain the depravity of all living things. And in the platinum part, there is a clearly identifiable figure, wearing a simple white robe. He has a pale golden beard that covers the lower half of his face, has eyes as clear and simple as a baby, and has cross pendants hanging on his chest, just like the most ordinary priest in the church. When Hastur's eyes were cast on him, he seemed to notice something and raised his head. Those pure eyes, like a baby, seemed to meet Hastur's sight through endless time and space. Hastur looked at him and looked away from his prying eyes. He tapped his fingers gently on the table and murmured, "It turns out to be the true creator in Adam." In fact, when he saw the image of the hanged man, he had already guessed the identity of the true creator. The appearance of Adam later only confirmed his guess. The two different lights presented by this star really reflect the true state of the true creator and Adam at this moment. Human nature and divinity are separated from each other, but they are also connected with each other because they are born as one. Now the three pillars in the universe have awakened two stars in their own place, and only the star that symbolizes mystery is still dim. Mr. Fool, you are the only one left now. Hastur chuckled and looked at the other two stars. The brightest star, like a white dwarf star, looked closer and the light became brighter and more dazzling, turning Hastur's entire sight into white. I really can't stand it. It's too bright. This feeling mainly comes from the bottom of my heart, rather than truly being unable to bear it. He could keep staring if he wanted to, but he still subconsciously looked away. Who would keep staring at a light bulb? When it was cast towards the last star, the multiple space ripples reacted, as if it sensed the prying eyes, and was making its own resistance to it. Hastur found it very interesting, so he kept staring at the star from a proper distance. At this moment, his relationship with this star was like he was watching the characters in the video with his mobile phone. The owner of the video can only see the prompt that the playback volume is increased by 1, but he does not know who contributed to this playback volume. In this case, he would not be able to follow the network cable to find him. The ripples in space are constantly flashing. It should be that the existence represented by this star is constantly traveling through time and space, trying to get rid of the feeling of being spied on. But he shouldn't have thought that Hastur had installed a radar on him. No matter where in time and space he escaped, Hastur would be able to find him immediately. Because of the ability of the Hall of Stars, Hastur can also spy on the world around him, which makes Hastur not want to disturb this existence even more, and wants to take him to travel in the depths of the starry sky with him through his constant transfer of space. If I were a wanderer in the portal now, I would probably be able to easily digest the magic potion and get promoted as long as I keep staring at this existence. Hastur sighed with emotion, and his eyes continued to fall on the star where this mysterious existence was. Chapter 105. Follow the high-dimensional overlookers to roam the starry sky. Even after observing for so long, he could not see where the mysterious existence was. He could only see ripples in the space constantly radiating out, and the surrounding scenes constantly changing. As if he is the space itself? Or should we say that the real him is hidden in multiple ripples of time and space? Hastur was observing and thinking. Finally, it was locked on an alien god, the high-dimensional overlooker. The so-called multiple time and space should be the superposition of different latitudes. High-dimensional overlookers are hiding in the depths of different latitudes, so it is impossible to see his true existence clearly with such simple observation. The more Hastur thought about it, the more he felt that he was a high-dimensional overlooker. Apart from him, there should be no other outer god who was so good at changing time and space in the past, and kept running around in the starry sky. Right? Judging from the authority he holds, he is located at a high latitude and overlooks all creatures at lower latitudes. But now, he has become the only creature being observed. That's why his reaction was so huge. After all, those who hold the same authority are mortal enemies. Moreover, I can observe him, but he cannot observe me. If it were me, I would definitely be on guard and constantly try to fight back. Unfortunately, I am just like the spirit behind him. No matter how much he hides, I can still follow him closely. Asta puts himself in his shoes and thinks about it. If he is walking on the street, and there is an invisible person following him, he will not communicate or actively contact him, but he will keep staring at you. The most terrifying thing is that you can still detect his eyes sizing you up. But when you turn around to look, you still can't see anyone. Gee, this feeling is indeed very permeating. The scene in front of him changed again, and a familiar figure appeared around the multiple ripples of time and space. Fallen Mother Goddess. The high-dimensional overlooker actually went to the territory of the Fallen Mother Goddess? Hastur has observed the Fallen Mother Goddess many times, and is very familiar with the starry sky area where she is located. Could it be that the high-dimensional overlooker wants to use the power of the Fallen Mother Goddess to find himself? It's a pity that the Fallen Mother Goddess herself can't find the Hall of Stars along the network cable. So how can she possibly help the high-dimensional overlookers? For the sake of safety, Hastur's gaze retreated some distance to avoid being discovered by the Fallen Mother Goddess. Hastur could not see any communication between them, and the high-dimensional overlooker did not appear. But there must have been communication between the two of them. But it is impossible to know what they were talking about. The high-dimensional overlooker did not stay long with the Fallen Mother Goddess, and the surrounding scene changed again. In the picture, the high-dimensional overlooker is constantly passing through the vast starry sky, which allows Hastur to truly get a glimpse of the true face of this universe. After a while, the high-dimensional overlooker stopped again and arrived at a new starry sky. The gray mist spreads here, mixed with countless stars and gravel. Deep in the gray mist, there seems to be a golden mist with no specific shape. Could this guy be the other half of the jinn? The uncertain mist? Before Hastur could observe carefully, he also noticed that the golden mist that was being observed quickly escaped from the depths of the gravel star belt and deeper into the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Hastur's visible field of vision. The high-dimensional overlooker stayed here for a while, and then began to continuously travel through the starry sky, seemingly trying to find the next doubtful outer god of the past. This made Hastur's eyes very complicated, and he said sincerely, "The high-dimensional overlooker is really a qualified wide-angle lens." Ridicule aside, Hastur had to admire the speed of the high-dimensional overlooker in searching for the outer god's past. It had only been a short time before he had easily found the Fallen Mother Goddess and the hidden mist of uncertainty. Could it be that this guy usually left marks near the old days of the Fallen Mother Goddess and other outer gods, and then used his authority to spy on the daily lives of other outer gods in the old days? Hastur tried to imagine. In an empty room, there are dozens or even hundreds of LCD screens, which play the daily lives of various outer gods in real time. Isn't this the monitor becoming a genius? Of course, the methods used by those looking down from high dimensions will definitely not be so obvious and inferior. But the general situation should be very close. No wonder we have never heard of any legends left behind by the high-dimensional overlookers within the initial barrier. Perhaps in his eyes, observing the old life of the outer god was more interesting than entering the original barrier and fighting to the death. Could it be that he gathered here from the depths of the universe because there were many outer gods in the past? Hastur thought for a while, and then put away these distracting thoughts. Because the high-dimensional overlooker had found another outer god from the past. This outer god was hidden deep in a star in the past. With the arrival of the high-dimensional overlookers, a big mouth that can swallow planets was revealed on the surface of the star, as well as a pair of eyes that had no sense of existence compared to the mouth. The two parties talked for a while, and then the high-dimensional overlooker left again, embarking on a journey to find the past of other outer gods. In the following time, the high-dimensional overlookers continued to shuttle back and forth in the depths of the starry sky, and found a total of 8 outer gods of the past. Hastur can only vaguely guess at the identities of the 2 outer gods. One may be the original hunger, and the other may be the unquenchable raving, because in the book Mystery, only 9 old outer gods are introduced, and the real old outer gods in the starry sky are definitely far more than these 9. So even if they meet, Hastur doesn't know what to call them. To Hastur's regret, the high-dimensional overlooker did not find the King in Yellow. Otherwise, he would like to see where the King in Yellow is hiding now through the perspective of a high-dimensional observer. Perhaps after wandering around, there was no gain, and the high-dimensional overlooker turned back from the depths of the starry sky. This time, he came to the territory of the Mother Tree of Desire. When Hastur saw this, he knew that this journey to the stars might come to an end briefly. The Mother Tree of Desire may reveal the existence of the Hall of Stars when asked by those looking down from higher dimensions. Knowing where the prying eyes come from, the high-dimensional overlookers will naturally no longer be so anxious to search. Of course, It is not ruled out that the Mother Tree of Desire will deliberately not tell the high-dimensional overlooker the truth and wait to see how furious he is. Sure enough, the Mother Tree of Desire lived up to his expectations. The high-dimensional overlooker obviously did not obtain any useful information from the Mother Tree of Desire, and escaped into the depths of the starry sky again. This time, he came to an area where all kinds of time and space were broken and mixed. Distortion and chaos filled the time and space here. Time and space have lost their original concepts here. Heavy ripples of time and space rippled out, as if a transparent cocoon had formed around him, trying to block prying eyes in this way. A transparent cocoon formed, standing deep in the chaos and distortion of time and space, and then stood still, like a dead thing that had lost its life. Is this the self-defense method of high-dimensional overlookers? Hastur looked at it for a while, and saw that the high-dimensional overlooker had no intention of continuing the journey. So he withdrew his gaze. Set your sights on the brightest star. Hastur stared outside for a long time, until he mentally adapted to the intensity of the light. And then, he looked inside. As the stars continued to expand in front of his eyes, Hastur was shocked to find that the existence inside this star was also a star. A star that emits dazzling white light, and is shaped like a white dwarf. In the deepest part of this star, there is a ball of light that gathers endless light. It is like a point of light that is extremely bright and compressed to the top, as if it will explode in the next moment. Superstar Dominator. This was the first name of an outside god that came to Hastur's mind, and it was also the most suitable identity for the being in front of him. Facing Hastur's prying eyes, he didn't care at all, and he didn't even have the desire to open his eyes and take a look. He seemed to be falling into a deep state of sleep, unless there was a big explosion in the universe. He could sleep until the end of the world. It is also possible that he has long been accustomed to the looks from other foreign gods, and as long as there is no threat to him, he is too lazy to pay attention to them. As for being spied on in your daily life, he can sleep for tens of millions of years in a relaxed sleep. If anyone wants to spy, just let him spy. This is simply two extremes from the performance of a high-dimensional overlooker. One is very good at running and moving, and the other is too lazy to even look at it. This pairing is actually more interesting than the pairing of the real creator and Adam. Appear in pairs? Hastur had an inexplicable strange feeling in his heart, but it quickly disappeared. He stared closely for a while, and after confirming that the Superstar Master really had no desire to open his eyes, he withdrew his gaze. He has already chosen the next member of the party. Superstar Dominator. He really wanted to see how the Superstar Lord, who had been sleeping and ignoring external interference, would perform when he arrived at the Hall of Stars. The combination of the true creator and Adam is too dangerous. It is better to wait until they become stronger before bringing them to a meeting. As for the high-dimensional overlooker, he doesn't want to bring him to the meeting for the time being. Even the Mother Tree of Desire knows how to watch the excitement. His curiosity is no less than that of the Mother Tree of Desire. Perhaps one day, the high-dimensional overlooker will break out of the cocoon, continue to roam the depths of the starry sky, and embark on a journey to search for the old outer gods. He can also follow the vision of a high-dimensional overlooker and learn more about the world outside the stars. Hastur thought about it in the Hall of Stars for a while, then went offline to sleep. Just now, he had been roaming with the high-dimensional overlooker. His spiritual power was greatly consumed, and he needed to recover through sleep. Chapter 106, The First Letter to Miss Sharon. The next day, when Hastur went downstairs to dine, although Butler Neil behaved as usual, Hastur still found that his expression was a little unnatural. It seemed that what happened last night left a deep impression on him. After breakfast, Hastur originally wanted to reward himself with a day of relaxation. But thinking about what Bernadette said some time ago, if he meets her again when he goes shopping this time, she will target him. As for whether he would encounter it, Hastur's consciousness told him that he would. This is the mutual attraction between fates. Even if Hastur and Bernadette each want to avoid it, they will meet again somewhere. Unless Bernadette leaves Backland, the pull of fate will weaken. As long as she is not too close, she will basically not encounter her again. Asta thought for a while, and decided not to provoke Bernadette. She was currently idle, and had nothing to do. If she targeted him, it would be troublesome. As usual, Asta went to Gordon Club to exercise all morning. Although he has completely digested the barbarian potion, and the club's effect on him has weakened, he has already paid the money. It would be a big loss to leave the club like this. It's better to come a few more times while you still have some enthusiasm. After another lunch at the club, we took a short break and went to the law office. With lecturer Falloon's enthusiasm, all the work of the law firm is on track. Lecturer Folin can also take a break from his busy schedule and occasionally return to Backland University to give lectures. After asking about the current situation of the law firm, Hastur asked about Professor Wayne's current situation. During this period, Asta did not go to Backland University, and it had been more than half a month since he had seen Professor Wayne. Teacher, he is busy writing a new book. What book should I write? On how to formulate laws in the new era. Lecturer Falun gave Asta a detailed overview of the situation. With the abolition of the previous corn laws, there was a big shock in the aristocratic circle. Some aristocrats, who only knew how to enjoy and play on weekdays, were so depressed that they had to sell real estate to support their lives. Sensing an opportunity to be promoted to a new nobility, some wealthy businessmen spent heavily to purchase large amounts of land in preparation for becoming nobility themselves. Recently, the king has discussed with several powerful figures such as Duke Negan, the Prime Minister, and Earl Hall to prepare a bill to purchase the title. Lords, barons, and viscounts can all purchase items at clearly marked prices. As long as you can afford enough gold pounds, you can become a noble regardless of your status, as long as you are a citizen of the Kingdom of Loan. Emerging aristocracy. It is said that the king is even preparing to take out several earl titles and put a clear price tag on them. However, the price is basically over several million gold pounds, and only the top businessmen have such strong financial resources. Professor Wayne and other professors who studied law smell the flavor of change in this trend, and they met to study the law of the new era. If nothing unexpected happens, Professor Wayne may be directly involved in revising the laws of Lone Kingdom in the future. After hearing this, Hastur said with a smile, "Have you ever wanted to buy a title?" At first, he was just joking. But after thinking for a long time, Professor Fulin said, "I have this idea. Although noble status is no longer as valuable as before, it is a noble after all. No matter how the Kingdom of Loan changes in the future, nobles will always have special characteristics. How many gold pounds does it cost to buy a lord? In addition to the necessary land, it will cost about 100,000 gold pounds." Hastur said no more, and looked at Lecturer Falun with a more curious look. 100,000 gold pounds. Lecturer Falun is not very young yet. Has he already accumulated such a rich net worth? Ahem. The teacher said he plans to support me a little bit. How much support? About 30,000 gold pounds. Professor Wayne is so rich. Asta sighed with emotion, and then said sternly, "Since it is the teacher's support, you must not let him down." Lecturer Falun looked at Hastur in confusion, not understanding the meaning behind his words. "I am also the teacher's student, so he should also support me a little." Asta blinked. Lecturer Falun smiled and said, "Yes, I believe the teacher will not be biased against any student. Praise teachers who uphold the principle of fairness." Hastur and Lecturer Foran looked at each other and smiled. He was just joking and didn't really want to ask Professor Wayne to fund him. The greater the favor you receive, the greater the karma you must repay. He is not that short of money now, and does not want to owe Professor Wayne a favor for this matter. Moreover, he never thought of relying on the payment of gold pounds to improve his title. With so many gold pounds, why not keep it for yourself and spend it slowly? Not to mention 100,000 gold pounds. He didn't want to pay even 10,000 gold pounds. For 1,000 gold pounds, you can consider it. At night, Hastur sat at the desk and took out a pen and paper. He was going to write a letter to Miss Sharon. After all, he even gave himself the bronze whistle to summon the messenger from the spirit world. If he didn't write a letter, wouldn't it appear that he didn't care about them at all when Miss Sharon and the others came back? He brewed his emotions for a while before starting to write. "Miss Sharon, I am sitting at my desk at the moment, bathing in the breeze blowing from the window, and writing this letter in the unexpected moonlight. Long time no see. Everything is fine here. Everything is fine in Backland except that the sky is still so gray. I wonder if your trip went well. Did you encounter any danger? Is there anything you need help with? Even though I'm in Backland, I can't really help you with anything. Well, this doesn't mean that my concern for you is false. Well, I just said that. After all, I don't know what to say at the moment." As he wrote this, Asta paused for a moment, thought for a moment, but still did not erase this rather offensive sentence. Being a little poorer would make it less serious. After all, this is not the last letter of farewell. Recently, I met a woman who claimed to be your friend. She has long chestnut hair, is fashionably dressed, and has a strong into style. The first time I met her was in a Limburg specialty restaurant. I even treated her to a meal. Although she took the initiative, I was still the one paying. The second time we met was in a dessert restaurant. She seemed to be very interested in me, and even asked me if I had any close relationship with you. Well, the last sentence is my own guess. Although she didn't say it clearly, I know that this is what she wanted to express. At this point, Asta stopped writing and thought for a moment before continuing to write. I did not intend to spend a lot of time describing an unknown woman in a letter to you. Just because this is the only thing that I have encountered recently that is related to you. I wrote it as clearly as possible, so that you can understand what exactly happened. Unconsciously, I have written almost a page. It seems that there is nothing left to say. Miss Sharon, you must pay attention to your safety, and don't show off when you encounter something that cannot be solved. If it is convenient, you can also write to me to discuss it. Sometimes if you think about the same thing with another person, you can have different solutions. By the way, say H. Low to Merrick for me, so that he won't complain in the future that I didn't mention him at all in the letter. It's a bit late. Go to bed early. Haster finally habitually wanted to write goodnight, but after thinking about it, he decided to change it to rest early. I checked it carefully twice, and found nothing that needed to be modified. Haster folded the letter, blew the brass whistle, and sent the letter under the illumination of the same crimson moon. The messenger traveling through the spiritual world delivered the letter to its contractor. Sharon opened the letter and read it slowly. Who sent the letter? Merrick came over curiously. Your good friend. Asta? When will you give him the bronze whistle? Before leaving Backland. Sharon calmly answered Merrick's questions while reading the letter. After Sharon read it through, Merrick asked, Did I be mentioned in the letter? Yes. Sharon's lips curved slightly. He still has some conscience. Merrick did not explore what was actually written in the letter. It was a letter sent by Haster to Sharon. If there was anything important, Sharon would tell him. Are you going to write him back? If you have time. That's it. It seems that Haster won't receive a reply. Do you look like someone who can't write a reply? Sharon glanced at Merrick, thought for a moment, and then handed the letter to Merrick. You really only mentioned it once. Merrick clenched the letter tightly with a fierce look in his eyes. And Sharon felt much happier. Chapter 107 Superstar Dominator. The Hall of Stars. Haster sat at the top in the form of a star-dominated figure, with 3 chains of order hanging faintly behind him. And above the dome, the starry sky shone brightly. 2 chains of order were waved out at the same time, attracting the arrival of the Mother Tree of Desire and the Jinn. The Jinn sat happily in his seat and seemed to be in a good mood. The Mother Tree of Desire first raised her eyes and glanced at Haster before sitting down in her seat. This small detail was noticed by the lamp god, who turned sideways and asked, Have you been in touch during this period? No. The Mother Tree of Desire simply replied, with no intention of talking in depth. The Jinn curled his lips and said, Oh, you clearly have something hidden in your heart. The Mother Tree of Desire glanced at Haster again, and saw that he seemed to be indifferent to this matter before saying, I recently met a high-dimensional overlooker outside the starry sky. High-dimensional overlooker? Doesn't that guy usually hide far away? What kind of courage does it take to let him come to trouble you? A gaze from the stars. Such a simple answer was understood instantly by the Dane god. He recalled the dark history of being whipped every night before he was pulled into the Hall of Stars. The words of the Mother Tree of Desire mean that the high-dimensional overlooker has also suffered the same treatment as him, and that he has also been targeted by the Lord of the Stars. It is estimated that he was unable to find out which mysterious existence was hiding in the dark. So he searched for confirmation from the outer gods in the starry sky, and finally found it on the top of the Mother Tree of Desire. That guy is best at peeking into other people's privacy. Now, it's finally his turn to taste this. The genie was in a happy mood and formed a pair of long golden legs, straddling the table and swaying slightly. Haster was also in a good mood. Through the reaction of the Jinn, he also confirmed a fact. The Jinn sealed in the wishing lamp cannot always contact the uncertain fog hidden deep in the starry sky. Otherwise, the uncertain mist will definitely know about the existence of the Palace of Stars. And the Jinn god will definitely know that the high-dimensional overlooker has already found his significant other for confirmation before finding the Mother Tree of Desire. The Mother Tree of Desire confessed, I didn't tell him the truth. Don't tell him. Just let him keep vigilant and run around in the depths of the starry sky, thinking that the high-dimensional overlooker was hiding now. The Jinn felt even happier. Aren't you afraid that he will find your other half? Oh, I'm afraid he doesn't have this ability. The genie was very confident in his other half's ability to hide, and his tone was full of pride and disdain. Gee, I can't stand someone pretending to be cool in front of me. Haster looked at the Jinn and said calmly, Gravel Starbelt. The excitement of the Jinn god was instantly extinguished by a basin of cold water. He glanced at Hastur in disbelief, then quickly returned to his normal posture and changed the subject. Gravel star belt? High-dimensional overlookers are very good at choosing places. Hide. He was smiling on the outside, but in his heart, he was already scolding this useless guy. Gao dimensional overlooker. There is no way to find the instigator of the Lord of the Stars. But it also exposes the whereabouts of his other half. At the same time, he was also alert, and he was unable to discover that the high-dimensional overlooker had left a mark on the secret location where he was hiding. Aren't many of my secrets exposed to the eyes of high-dimensional overlookers? This time, Hastur did not expose the Jinn's forced composure, lest the Jinn become angry later. The Jinn god said something right before. Without his enthusiastic speech, this gathering of stars would definitely be a lot more embarrassing. The Jinn can be beaten a little, especially when it's about to swell. Hastur now understands a little bit why the Jinn, the son of chaos, was so miserably trapped by the mystery. With such a character who insists on saving face and suffering, it would be strange not to be deceived by the secrets until even his hair is left. The next person coming to the party is a high-dimensional overlooker. The Mother Tree of Desire did not notice anything strange about the Jinn. The Jinn couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and hummed softly. Why do you want the guy to come here? You should let him feel the gaze from the stars more. Hastur said with a smile. Don't worry. I'm just playing a game with him. The Jinn's mood instantly improved a lot. And he said with a smile, yes. That's how it should be. It's best to destroy the guy completely. The Mother Tree of Desire didn't say anything about this. She just thought that other foreign gods would come here in the past, so as not to have to deal with the idiot Jinn all the time. However, you can call another being first. Hastur's eyes looked at the starry sky above the dome, and a chain of order waved out, straight towards the star where the Superstar Lord was. After a while, the chain of order returned. At the end of the chain of order, there is a miniature planet that emits dazzling white light. Superstar Master. The Jinn and the Mother Tree of Desire immediately recognized the origin of this planet. The only outer god who likes to turn into a sleeping planet is the Superstar Master. Other outer gods, who have transformed into planets, do not have such a good temper as the Superstar Master. Most of them are irrational and chaotic, devouring everything around them crazily. It is indeed this foreign god. Hastur has only finally confirmed the true identity of this white dwarf star, which was only a guess before. The chain of order was retracted, and the planet emitting white light remained motionless, like a dead thing. As the most active and lively Jinn, he floated out from his seat and landed on the planet transformed by the Superstar Master. He jumped a few times before shouting, "The end is coming. The universe is shattered." The Superstar Master seemed to move for a moment, but soon returned to his dead silence. The Jinn became interested and continued to jump on the head of the Superstar Master. He kept shouting, trying to wake up this sleeping planet through his verbal attack. Neither the Mother Tree of Desire nor Hastur spoke to stop them. They just watched the Jinn jump up and down. This scene is like a monkey discovering a chestnut that has not yet been opened. TSK. Just hide in your turtle SH.L. Helpless to do anything. The Jinn dominated by Superstar kicked him a few times with his long golden legs, and then floated back to his seat. Seeing that the Jinn stopped making noise, the Mother Tree of Desire calmly spoke, "Now that you are here, it is impossible for you to fall into a deep sleep. If you want to pretend to be asleep to get through, you are looking down on the three of us." The Superstar Master, who had been silent all this time, rolled his body and uttered a distant and ancient voice. "The Mother Tree of Desire. Are you finally willing to speak out?" The dang god cast a disdainful look. He just deliberately tormented the Superstar Master. Do you really think that he didn't know the details of the Superstar Master? Many outer gods who were born later were accustomed to regard the Superstar Lord as a being who was honest and fearful of trouble, and did not like to compete with others. Only those ancient outer gods left over from ancient times understand how forbearing and powerful the true Superstar Lord is. Russell once said something that is very suitable for a Superstar ruler. A dog that bites doesn't bark. If the Superstar Master does not touch what he really cares about, then he will be an inconspicuous planet in the universe. But once his murderous nature is really provoked, the power he unleashes will make the entire starry sky tremble. In an era when God and mystery reigned supreme, he had also caused the fall of the outer gods in the past. And there were more than one. Son of Chaos? The Superstar Master was slightly confused, and then slowly said, "It turns out he is a defective one." The Jinn felt offended, but this was a fact. He was indeed an incomplete existence now. After replying to the Jinn, The superstar lord jumped up, landed lightly on the table, rolled a few times, and faced Hastur. A dark red eyeball appeared from inside the planet. Who are you? You may call me Lord of the Stars. Is there a being above me? Although the tone of the superstar master is still slow, both the desire tree and the Jinn know that the superstar master is getting serious at this moment. TSK. There's another good show to watch. The Jinn crossed his hands on his chest, as if watching the excitement. He didn't think that the superstar lord could still be the opponent of the star lord after he got here. Judging from his observations during this period, even if the fallen mother goddess was dragged here, she would not be able to make any waves with just a clone. Of course, with the ability of the fallen mother goddess, she might be able to resist the call from the Hall of Stars. Otherwise, with the ability displayed by this Lord of the Stars, he should have brought the fallen mother goddess to this party long ago. After all, outside the starry sky, the fallen mother goddess is the most powerful outer god. You want to fight me? With the Jinn god as a warning, Hastur is not afraid of the provocation from the superstar lord. In the Hall of Stars, the superstar master's clone has no ability to threaten him at all. The superstar lord sighed. I just want to ask for a clear explanation. He is called the superstar master, and the mysterious being in front of him claims to be the star master. His superstar name is also included among the stars. If this is not a face-to-face provocation, then the other party has the same authority as himself. In addition, it was him who pulled him to this mysterious palace, so the possibility of being an enemy was extremely high. Anyway, it's just a clone, so he has nothing to fear. The Mother Tree of Desire prevents this situation from continuing. This is a place where the stars gather, a place of communication, not a place for you to do anything. If the Lord of the Stars really had ill intentions towards you, he would not invite you to this party. Put away your hostility. Chapter 108. You can call me the Returner of the Stars. The opening of the Mother Tree of Desire frustrated the Jinn god's desire to watch the fun. But he still said, put down your guard first. You are just a clone here. There is nothing to be afraid of. I just need an answer. The dark red one eye of the superstar master was still staring at Hastur closely. Hastur described his expression, tapped his fingers on the table, raised his head slightly, looked at the starry sky on the dome from the most beautiful angle, and said calmly, you can also call me the Returner of the Stars. This is the information he got from sitting on this seat for the first time. The one who returns the stars. This is the true identity of the Master of the Hall of Stars. As for the Lord of the Stars, it was just the title given to him by the Jinn god and the Mother Tree of Desire. He thought this title was okay, so he did not refuse. After all, it makes sense for the owner of the Hall of Stars to be called the Lord of the Stars. Now, since the Superstar Master has asked this question, he doesn't mind giving them a little shock. Although he himself could not fully understand the meaning of the stars returning. In the book Call of Cthulhu, he once read this sentence, when the stars return, R'lyeh will rise from the bottom of the sea, and the great Cthulhu will awaken. In the book Lord of Mysteries, I saw this sentence, when the stars return, chaos will rise from the ground, and the great original will awaken. This is a mysterious world. So logically we should read it according to the second sentence. The star returner literally means the one who guides the stars to return to their proper place. But in the mysterious world, under the original creator are the three pillars, and there is no such thing as the returner of the stars. Therefore, it is difficult for him to fully understand the meaning of the return of the stars. But this does not affect his certainty that this sentence is a very powerful sentence. When the right occasion and the right opportunity comes, speaking it in an ancient and mysterious tone will definitely bring an extremely huge shock. Sure enough, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Jinn, and even the Superstar Master, who was highly wary, fell into silence at this moment. They are all thinking about the return of the stars, and what this existence represents. Hastur also hopes that they can help him expand his thinking. Perhaps they, these ancient beings, really understand what the stars have returned to represent. Silence is the palace of stars tonight. After a long time, the Jinn spoke first, which allowed Hastur to retract his slightly raised vision and look at the Jinn. Does the star returner really exist? The tone and eyes of the Dangshan were very complicated, ranging from fear to relief and confusion. Faced with such a sentence, Hastur naturally had no need to speak, and he still maintained a faint smile. When I heard this sentence, I was suddenly touched in my heart, which made me certain that the returner of the stars is a real existence, and he is in front of us at this moment. The Mother Tree of Desire spoke immediately after the Jinn god's words. The gaze it cast on her was similar to that of the Jinn god. They were both complicated, but less guarded than before. The stars, and we're all one of them. It's unbelievable. The superstar master stared at Hastur with one eye, and then said in a complicated tone, "It turns out that you are not only above me, but also guide the existence of all stars." Hastur still maintained his mysterious posture, but he couldn't help but start to vomit in his heart. What an answer this is! How come everyone is becoming the Riddler? Can't you explain clearly in one sentence what exactly the Star Returner represents? This kind of behavior of half-talking and half-telling, which is tempting, will definitely deserve a beating. Damn it. From now on the Riddler will hit one after another every time I see him. It's also interesting to witness the stars aligning, the Superstar Lord said, rolling his round body to the position next to the Mother Tree of Desire, and floating on the seat. He also chose his place. The Jinn looked at the other side, then at himself. After a moment of silence, he chose to change positions. He floated to the right side of Hastur and sat down opposite the Mother Tree of Desire, facing the gazes of Hastur, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the Superstar Lord. He completely turned a blind eye. Since he dared to change positions, he was naturally not afraid of being looked at. There was no way. He sat in the original position, alone, as if he was standing on the opposite side of other existences. And if this trend continues, all the future outer gods will sit in front of him. He was obviously the first one to arrive at the Hall of Stars. So how could he give up his position to other outer gods? In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, he looked at the Mother Tree of Desire and said, "Let your stupid son stop working now." Bernadette didn't know where she got the news that an ambush would be set up near the dawn. Now she is hiding in Backland and refuses to do anything. Come out. You need to find a solution. The Mother Tree of Desire threw the problem to the Jinn again. In this matter, the Jinn was already suspected of colluding with Bernadette. Okay. Next, I will try my best to break through the seal of the wishing lamp. With Bernadette's ability, she is not absolutely sure that she can suppress the wishing lamp, and will inevitably leave Backland to seek help. When she tries to strengthen the seal of the wishing lamp, let your stupid son come quickly. Believing that Bernadette can be kept, the Jinn once again gave his advice, and the Mother Tree of Desire had no objection. The Superstar Master listened quietly, a little confused, but one can clearly hear what the Jinn and the Mother Tree of Desire are plotting to do, and it should happen within the initial barrier. This made him interested in things that lay within the original barrier. He looked at the Mother Tree of Desire and said, "Through the connection between you and the believers, send my power into the initial barrier." Okay. The Mother Tree of Desire did not refuse help, and did not even ask for it. The Jinn laughed and said, "Why? You finally couldn't help but get involved? I just want to see your incomplete appearance with my own eyes." The Superstar Lord's tone was very calm, but it hit the Jinn's pain point quite accurately. "Don't let me meet any of your followers. I'll kill everyone I meet. Let's wait until you can come out of the wishing lamp." After saying this, the Superstar Master ignored the Jinn, leaving the Jinn alone and sulking. The Mother Tree of Desire is very satisfied with the arrival of the Superstar Master. Finally, he does not need to face the idiot Jinn in person. It is up to the Superstar Lord to deal with him. After all, they have dealt with each other more than once, and know each other's nature well. Then the Superstar Master discussed matters related to descending within the initial barrier with the Mother Tree of Desire. According to the Superstar Master's vision, he only needs the Mother Tree of Desire to help him establish a certain connection, and he can send part of his power to the earth. I remember that among the 7 gods who guarded the cracks in the original barrier, there was a god of the eternal blazing sun, who just used his extraordinary way to exert influence on the world within the original barrier. After just a few words, the Superstar Master had already set his sights on the eternal fierce sun. If you don't move, that's it. If you move, it will shock the stars. This is the way the Superstar Lord behaves. Hastur's heart was heavy, judging from the confidence displayed by the Superstar Master. His strength was not damaged, but remained intact. This is a powerful being who truly stands at the top of the old days of outer gods. Although the path he is on is inconsistent with the eternal blazing sun, the authorities should be involved. If he really takes action, Eternal Fierce Sun will definitely be in a very difficult situation. Perhaps in the future, the shining sun in the sky will no longer be the eternal blazing sun, but a superstar. The Jinn also fell into silence. The resolute Superstar Master made his current situation very passive. If he doesn't return to the starry sky soon, it will be really difficult for him to compete with the Superstar Master. He desperately needs a true ally. At the moment, the relationship between the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master is obviously closer than his own. Although he has an appointment with the Mother Tree of Desire, there is no guarantee that the Mother Tree of Desire will place all its hopes on the Superstar Master. The Mother Tree of Desire is no longer a suitable ally. His eyes glanced at Hastur again, and he sighed secretly. From the neutral standpoint of this returner of stars, it is difficult for him to achieve cooperation with the other party. Now, he regrets that he had run against the high-dimensional overlooker before. If the being who comes to the Hall of Stars tonight is a high-dimensional overlooker, then he will take the initiative before the Mother Tree of Desire. After all, the high-dimensional overlooker has a closer relationship with himself than the Mother Tree of Desire. He needs to fight back. And he really can't stand the arrogant look of the Superstar Master. Haha. Don't blame me for not warning you. The secrets have begun to awaken, and your careful plans will come to nothing. Hearing this, the Superstar Lord didn't care, but said thoughtfully, God, the Lord of the Star Realm, should wake up earlier than him. Can you sense God? The Jinn himself was surprised. It's just a vague feeling. He should have woken up a long time ago. But for some reason, he fell into a deep sleep again. But his condition should be better than being mysterious. It was no secret to ancient beings like them that God was at odds with the mysterious. The mystery is about to wake up. How can God keep sleeping? When the chaos and madness reach its peak, they will start a new round of game. Chapter 109 Bernadette's Ridiculous Speculation. Hastur just listened silently, and did not express an opinion. God and mystery are indeed hostile to each other. After all, they are both existences at the apex of the universe. Their instincts of hostility and devouring make it impossible for them to choose to live in harmony. But what the Superstar Lord doesn't know is that the future God and mystery are fellow villagers. The human side temporarily overpowers the madness and chaos within them. In terms of protecting the original barrier, they have the same position. The Jinn laughed again and said, the fallen Mother Goddess is really pitiful. The earth is the testing ground for God and mystery. And she can only stay outside the starry sky and cannot enter. He even had to watch God and the mystery awaken under his nose. Hey, it's a shame that he could keep his composure. He is accelerating erosion. The Mother Tree of Desire added. Which true God is going to suffer disaster again? The Earth Mother. It's him. That's right. He also has the authority to reproduce. This is an extraordinary way for the fallen Mother Goddess to exert influence. The biggest reason why the fallen Mother Goddess failed is because she likes erosion and pollution. The Superstar Master also joined this topic. He is entrenched outside the starry sky. He has personally seen the methods of the fallen Mother Goddess, and knows his shortcomings. With the behavior of the fallen Mother Goddess, by the time both God and mystery have awakened, he may not have completely eroded the Earth Mother Goddess. In his view, the erosion and pollution of lower-level beings have no meaning at all. The Jinn also agreed. Filth and reproduction have become his instinct, and he will not change his behavior, even if time is not on his side. This is why he lost to God and mystery. The tone of the Mother Tree of Desire was also full of disdain and sarcasm. When the original creator awakened, he attracted a large amount of source material in the universe to converge on this small planet. God and mystery not only preserved their own essence, but also successively became the masters of this planet and started experiments with it. Only the fallen Mother Goddess was not only damaged in the mother nest, but also torn apart in both pathways, and was blocked from the initial barrier. Just looking at his achievements along the way, he is on the same level as the Son of Chaos. Perhaps this is the same line of descent between them. After all, it is the relationship between mother and son. Feeling the look in the eyes of the Mother Tree of Desire, the Dane God felt very complicated. Hastur ate in silence. The Jinn thought for a while, and then said, can the predicted doomsday day be changed? Can. The Mother Tree of Desire gave an affirmative answer, but looked at Hastur. The one who returns the stars has the power to change the time of the end and usher in the end early. Unfortunately, he is only a witness, impartial and neutral, and will not lead the end to come early. The eyes of the Jinn God and Superstar Master also followed. Hastur's pressure doubled, and he felt that he should say something. He chuckled and said, the end of the world? It's just a trivial prophecy. After sending away the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Lord, and the Jinn, Hastur returned to his original appearance, sitting at the top with a slightly worried expression. If the Superstar Lord hadn't lied, the 7 gods stationed at the cracks in the initial barrier would have faced a test. Especially the eternal blazing sun, which should not fall, but will definitely suffer heavy losses. After just thinking for a moment, Asta focused on Bernadette. The affairs of the 7 gods are still far away from him, and it is imminent to guide Bernadette to become an apostle of the stars. His gaze penetrated the starry sky and landed on the star where the djinn was. With the connection established last time, his communication with Bernadette was now much simpler than before, and it was also easy to block the djinn sealed in the wishing lamp. Under the light of the crimson moon, Bernadette checked the wishing lamp again to confirm that there was no problem. Then followed a pea vine from the clouds to fall by the river. Looking at the night scene reflected in the river. The Taysok River is the largest river flowing through Backland. Under the crimson light, it changed from rushing during the day to flowing slowly. Maybe he is tired and needs a rest. She is the same. Her sleep quality has been very poor recently, although she no longer needs to rely on sleep to adjust her state. On such a beautiful night, sleeping peacefully can allow her soul to enjoy true peace, just as she was enjoying a moment of peace from the flowing river. The crimson moon reflected in the river had changed into a starry sky. The light belonging to the stars began to shine in the river, and the stars intertwined to form a mysterious and magnificent palace. The Hall of Stars. Bernadette looked solemn and sighed slightly. She knew that the Lord of the Stars had arrived again. The stars are awakening, and everything will begin again. The familiar voice of the Lord of the Stars appeared, still so mysterious and ethereal, as if he was having a conversation with himself after so many years. Why does the Lord of the Stars, who lives in the starry sky and overlooks all living beings, only favor me? Bernadette finally asked her doubts. The extraordinary path she was on had nothing to do with the power of the stars. Why does the Lord of the Stars want to be his favored one? Do you just want to control the djinn by yourself? Because you are the daughter of my fellow villager. Hastur shouted in his heart, but said calmly, because of fate. Destiny? Bernadette frowned slightly, thinking of the Wheel of Fortune card on her body. This was her father, who had specially left it for her to defend herself. The greatest use for her was to cover up the related fate and prevent others from interfering with her fate. Could it be that touching the Lord of the Stars was the true meaning of the Wheel of Fortune card given to him by his father? Want to know the true meaning of these two symbols? Hastur borrowed the power of the Palace of Stars to form two words on the river. Hometown. Bernadette looked at them for a long time, her heart churning. She didn't know the specific meaning of these two symbols, but she knew clearly that her father attached great importance to these two symbols and often looked up at the stars at night. At that time, the complex emotions revealed in his eyes made her daughter feel distressed just looking at him from a distance. She said calmly, "What do these two symbols mean?" The place where the heart and soul rest. Bernadette was in a trance and daydreaming. Could it be that these two symbols refer to the stars? My father likes to look up at the stars. Is this also related to the Lord of the Stars? There were many people, including later historical researchers, who believed that their father had knowledge beyond that era. That is not something that can be achieved through the extraordinary path of a simple generalist. Otherwise, there would not have been only Russell, an unforgettable emperor. Until now, could it be that his father was blessed by the stars and then rose to prominence? Did his father give him the Wheel of Fortune card so that he could inherit the corresponding destiny? He wants to let himself take his place and continue the agreement with the Lord of the Stars? And this is the reason why the Lord of the Stars found himself. Bernadette thought a lot at this moment, and some questions that were difficult to explain in the past seemed to have clear answers at this moment. According to what she later learned, her father did not perform very well at first. On the contrary, he was mediocre. Until one day, he suddenly rose rapidly and mastered a lot of incredible knowledge. In the end, he single-handedly promoted the advent of the steam age. Could this be the beginning of his father's contract with the Lord of the Stars? Later, his father became the respected Emperor Russell, but he often looked up at the stars and was lost in thought, and even risked a trip to the stars. Is it to find the Lord of the Stars? Or do you want to go to the starry sky to help the Lord of the Stars and fulfill the agreement? It must have failed in the end. And not long after, his father died in by Maple Palace. Maybe he expected something, and his father specially handed the Wheel of Fortune card to him. At that time, his eyes were full of expectations and blessings. He should hope that he can also carry his destiny. Get in touch with the Lord of the Stars again through the Wheel of Fortune card, and fulfill the unfinished agreement. She has been unable to find where the last tomb is, and now it seems that only the Lord of the Stars knows the specific location of that tomb. Perhaps, as long as he fulfills his agreement with the Lord of the Stars, his father can be resurrected and return. All of this seems to be connected in series, and can be justified. However, this is just her unilateral bold idea. Except for the person involved, it is difficult for anyone to know what happened in the past years. Bernadette tried her best to suppress the violent emotions rolling in her heart, so that she could think about these things with a calmer mind. Not long ago, the Lord of the Stars contacted the Jinn. But instead of helping him out of trouble, he beat him many times. This question seems to have an answer. Perhaps the Lord of the Stars is not looking for the Jinn, but is looking for himself. In the end, he finally locked himself through the connection between the genie and the wishing lantern. Could it be that when he whipped the Jinn god, he wanted to warn the Jinn god that he had any bad intentions towards him? Did he tell himself about the conspiracy between the Jinn god and the Mother Tree of Desire to protect his own safety? All this is to continue the agreement between his father and him? But is this possible? It seems too ridiculous. Bernadette's mood was complicated. But she still said calmly, "Do you know where my father built the last mausoleum? Know that everything is under the gaze of the stars." Asta was not sure why Bernadette suddenly mentioned this matter, but he still gave an affirmative answer. After all, if you want Bernadette to become an apostle of the stars, you must give her some benefits. Russell occupies a great weight in Bernadette's heart, which is why he chose to write the words hometown. He just wanted to use Russell as an entry point to guide Bernadette to become an apostle of the stars. Bernadette stood there, falling into complete silence. Chapter 110. Bernadette, have you met my father? He actually knows where the last tomb is. As expected, his father did not completely fall. He did jump to the path of the Black Emperor at the last moment and left behind the last tomb. According to the special characteristics of the Black Emperor, as long as no new Black Emperor is born and the order and influence left by the past are not completely dissipated, the Black Emperor can one day return. As long as he finds that tomb, his father can be resurrected and come back. Bernadette's mind was shaken, but she didn't dare to completely believe what the Lord of the Stars said. Maybe he was just deceiving her. How can you guarantee that what you say is true? I don't bother lying on this issue. Bernadette was silent for a while, then said, since you have a close relationship with him, why don't you save him and allow him to resurrect from the tomb? Close relationship? As fellow travelers who traveled through time together, the relationship is indeed close. Hastur thought for a moment and said, he has been contaminated. Bernadette's mind was in turmoil again. Sure enough, something went wrong with her father later on. No wonder he felt more and more strange to me. Although he looked the same, his behavior was completely different from before. For this reason, I broke up with him, and even remained hostile to him for a long time. It turned out that I had misunderstood him. He was just contaminated and couldn't help himself. But she left his side at the most critical moment. Can you tell me which one exists? Bernadette's calm tone contained anger accumulated over the years. Pollution from the stars. Fallen Mother Goddess. Thank you for informing me. Bernadette suppressed the emotions that were about to overflow and bowed to the Palace of Stars in the river. The title was also changed from you to you. Is this the beginning of trusting yourself? Finally, my efforts were not wasted. Hastur was in a good mood and showed the new plan of the Jinn and the Mother Tree of Desire in front of Bernadette. Bernadette read it quietly and said calmly, I know how to deal with it. She thought for a moment and then said, have you ever had the same goal as my father? A series of questions arose in Hastur's mind. How to say this? Russell's goal should be to return to his hometown, to the original Earth, which is why he was bewitched by the fallen Mother Goddess, went to the starry sky, and encountered pollution. If you don't know that this is Earth, you probably want to go back to the original Earth. After all, life there is very convenient and safe, and there are still many games on his computer that he has not finished. I used to have the same goals as him. Sure enough, the Lord of the Stars had made an agreement with his father. But something happened to his father later, and the agreement was temporarily invalidated. Bernadette became more certain of her guess, frowned slightly and said, is becoming an apostle of the stars a new agreement? This is a new beginning. New beginning? Many speculations in Bernadette's mind gradually became clear. This is indeed a new beginning, because this will be the agreement between yourself and the Lord of the Stars. She thought for a moment and then asked, have you met my father? Asta always felt that something was wrong with Bernadette's situation tonight. She was asking all kinds of random questions. Is this some new method of circumventing the situation? He thought for a moment and said, unfortunately, I haven't met him face to face yet. After hearing this, Bernadette fell into silence again. After a long time, she whispered softly, I still can't completely believe you. I need time to confirm the guess in my heart. The stars will guide you. The words have reached this point, which means that tonight's talks can be concluded successfully. With these last words, Hastur dispersed the power of the Hall of Stars. The gurgling river water once again reflected the light of the crimson moon. Bernadette's mood was like the gurgling river, unable to calm down for a moment. Through her conversation with the Lord of the Stars tonight, she understood many questions and doubts that she had not been able to figure out before. All these things seemed to be connected, but she did not dare to believe in the kindness of such a mysterious existence, even if what he says is true. For this reason, she stated that she needed time to verify. What exactly to verify, and how long it would take, were all excuses she had come up with to leave a way out. As for becoming the apostle of the stars, she could only take it one step at a time. After standing still by the river for a while, Bernadette summoned the pea vines to return to the clouds. Inside the room, the wishing lamp was still quietly sealed. Sensing Bernadette's return, the wishing lamp gave off a hazy golden light. The jinn struggled to manifest his figure from the wishing lamp, but was unable to do so. In the end, only a mouth appeared on the surface of the wishing lamp. Bernadette, the stars are beginning to align and everything will start again. It's not too late for you to send me back to the stars. Bernadette just glanced at the jinn, without saying a word, directly strengthened the seal, and sent the jinn's mouth back into the wishing lamp. He just teamed up with the mother tree of desire to set a trap for me, and now he wants to trick me into sending him back to the starry sky. What a nice idea. Inside the wishing lantern, the genie snorted coldly. Tonight, I stepped on the head of the superstar master, so that he didn't even dare to say a word of resistance. After the spiritual victory, the jinn felt much better and began to think about his plan with the mother tree of desire. At the speed at which the mother tree of desire dropped the oracle, it would take 3 days to reach the vicinity of Backland, the sinister CA. Within these 3 days, he needed to accumulate some strength and try to deceive Bernadette into leaving Backland and falling into the giant open net. As for whether he could catch Bernadette, he was not sure. Being sealed in the wishing lamp made it difficult for him to exert his true power. Intervention in the real world can only be achieved through the medium of a wishing magic lamp. Humph. What a damn secret. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur reached out and rubbed his eyebrows. He felt that the conversation tonight was very strange. First, the mother tree of desire, the superstar master, and the jinn all acted as Riddler. Later, Bernadette was also very weird, with a vague tendency to be a Riddler. What a strange night. Hastur sighed and left the Hall of Stars. The next day, in the morning, Asta went to inspect the newly opened factory. With the management of the Harley manager, everything started to go on the right track. According to Harley's manager's estimate, the first batch of mosquito repellent powder will be completed in a few days. As for the smoker that matches the mosquito repellent powder, it still needs to be customized from outside. Making such a smoker yourself would be too time-consuming and the development costs too high. Asta came to inspect today. In addition to seeing the operation of the factory, he also wanted to discuss the selling price with the Harley manager. After final discussion, Asta set a different price for each product to reflect differentiation. Currently, they only sell to the aristocratic group, so they have to be particular about the materials used, and the smell must be good. For nobles, this is more important than the effectiveness of repelling mosquitoes. Asta decided to raise the initial price a bit. After all, the output is limited and things are rare and expensive. The higher the price, the better the room for decline in the future. After finishing all these things, Asta rushed to the lawyer's office in the afternoon. He asked Butler Neil to prepare some gifts in advance before heading there with the gifts. Bribes are given in the name of gifts. This was a very common approach in his time. Although later on, gifts and bribes could not be given openly. But the behavior of using gifts in lieu of bribes only went to the dark side. Hastur's arrival and the gifts he gave quickly established a bribery link with the members of the law firm, and he could clearly sense the emotional fluctuations of each of them at the moment. As long as he wanted to, he could influence their mood at any time. This experiment allowed him to conclude a truth: money is the best bribery bargaining chip. As long as there is enough money, enough benefits can be given to complete the bribery act. There is no way. The charm of money is too tempting. No matter whether you are poor, rich or powerful, you will not find it too much. Unfortunately, Lecturer Falun and these people are just ordinary people. Bribing them is too simple and cannot effectively promote the digestion of the potion. Therefore, Hastur set his sights on Will again. This snake of fate, who likes to eat ice cream, has a high enough status that it is very easy to bribe. All he has to do is be willing to spend money. With this realization, Hastur asked people to prepare more and more delicious ice cream for Will to enjoy. With Will's wisdom, he should know what he is doing. But Hastur soon discovered that this kind of acting was only superficial. The real bribery was a special solution that bypassed the law and used brute force when encountering difficult problems. His behavior of sending gifts and ice cream is more like a purposeful attempt to win people over. And it is not a real bribery. Hastur thought for a long time, and finally set his sights on being promoted to a peerage. In the aristocratic power game, the matter was resolved through bribery. This should be considered a qualified briber role. Chapter 111 Game of Thrones. Drawing of Hell. Inside Greco Villa. Hastur tasted the fine wine from Greg's collection while listening to him talk about how to promote his title in the current environment. Among the people he knew, Greg was the most proficient in this kind of thing. So when he decided to digest the potion through the process of being promoted to a peerage, he naturally listed Greg as his first choice. After sending a thank you note and waiting for a day, Greg had free time. The fastest way to advance to your title is to donate enough gold pounds. This is the current mainstream trend in promoting your title. But I don't think you will choose this method, Greg said, giving Hastur a thoughtful look. Asta coughed lightly and said, Greg, my current financial situation is much better than before. Oh, so you chose to be promoted to a peerage by donating gold pounds? No, I choose another way. Hastur directly vetoed this path. Greco was not surprised and said with a smile, in addition to this promotion method, there are 3 other ways. The first is to gain enough credit. For example, when you solve the workhouse incident, you can accumulate a certain amount of credit. Of course, the fastest way to accumulate merit is to go to the battlefield and make meritorious deeds. Many earls and dukes have been promoted because of their major meritorious service. But this method is too dangerous. You are still young and have no experience on the battlefield. In addition, there have been no large-scale wars recently. It is better to stay in Backland and wait for other opportunities. Greco drank a glass of wine and gave Hastur some time to think before continuing. The second way is to become a vassal of a great noble. This is the fastest and easiest way for you to be promoted. As long as you can convince my father, you will have the opportunity to become an earl. This is the greatest limit of power in his hands. Becoming a vassal of the Negan family means that you will lose a certain amount of freedom. And in the future your family will advance and retreat together with the Negan family and maintain consistent interests. Greco said in a gentle tone, from my personal perspective, I very much hope that you will choose this promotion path. Greg, you know me. Hastur smiled and rejected the proposal. He wanted to strengthen the Campbell family, but he did not want the Campbell family to become a vassal of the Negan family. Moreover, becoming a vassal of the Negan family is the only way to be promoted to earl, which is not in line with his pursuit of the future. By then, unless he is willing to bear the crime of betraying the Negan family, there will be basically no other opportunities for promotion. Of course, there is an extreme way. That is to put the Negan family on the throne, establish a new kingdom, and become a prince or grand duke with their own contribution in the new kingdom. Then he will overthrow the royal rule of the Negan family and achieve his own path as the Black Emperor. Unless he has no choice, he would prefer to directly overthrow the current royal family. After all, when he reaches sequence 2, he will inevitably become their enemy. Asta, I recognize your pride. Greg smiled and proposed the last way. Hastur obtained the recognition of the powerful people with real power in the Kingdom of Lone, including the royal family represented by the king. After all, whether you want to be promoted to a noble title or not, all you need is the nod of the person above you. As for how much credit you have made and how much contribution you have made, these are all reasons that can be made up for later. Many people tend to fall into a misunderstanding, which is to reverse the order. It is not that you have to make contributions first and then get promoted, but that the small group of people who hold the top power must recognize you first and then look at your contributions. If your merits are sufficient, you will be promoted directly and openly, and no one can find fault. If the credit is not enough, then work a little bit to add a few more credits to your resume. It doesn't even need to be to this extent. Anyway, it will only attract a few insignificant criticisms. Hastur also agreed with Greg's words, but when he heard others say it, he still felt a little sad. He did not forget his simple character, and asked in surprise, can the game of power still be played like this? Greg was silent for a while, then said with a smile on his face, Asta, it is precisely because this is a power game that we can play it like this. After leaving Greco Villa, Hastur sat on the carriage with an extra piece of information in his hand. It was a gift given to him by Greg. It contained basic information about several powerful nobles in the Kingdom of Lone, and even recorded their likes and dislikes. This was a very heavy gift, and even Greco specifically told him to remember to destroy this information after reading it. He finally chose the last promotion path. which was also the one that best met his needs. But when it came time to start implementing it, he was still a little hesitant. Once the power game begins, it must be followed to the end, and there is no room for turning back halfway. At the moment, he only needs bribes. But in the future, there will be two sequences, corrupted Baron and corrupted Earl, waiting for him. In this regard, my awareness is far inferior to Russell's. Hastur sighed, closed his eyes, and was silent for a while. When he opened his eyes again, there was no hesitation in his heart. There is a saying that goes well, those who keep moving forward may not necessarily die, and those who keep hiding behind may not necessarily die. But those who hesitate halfway will definitely die. Now that you have chosen to move forward, you can no longer hesitate. Back home, Hastur asked the chef to prepare a midnight snack, and asked the maid to bring it to the study. Hastur sat at the desk and began to look through the information on the powerful people given by Greg. After memorizing all the contents, he burned them all with a candle. Taking out a pen and paper, he wrote 3 names on the blank paper. Prime Minister, Earl of Hall, Duke Georgina Augustus. According to Greg, as long as he can establish a good relationship with these 3 powerful people, it will not be difficult to be promoted to Earl, let alone Viscount. Among them, the Prime Minister represents the Negan family, and Earl Hall is Audrey's father. He is a powerful nobleman with equal emphasis on power and wealth, and has recently been deeply trusted by the king. The last Georgina Augustus was an important member of the royal family, and the only woman among the 3 nobles. Hastur had a reasonable suspicion that Gleich had deliberately mentioned Georgina Augustus for amusement. After thinking for a moment, Hastur placed this Georgina Augustus last, and the first person was the Prime Minister. Prime Minister August Negan is the younger brother of Duke Negan and Gleich's uncle. Based on his relationship with Greco can help introduce him. He is the most accessible, powerful person. Because of Greg's relationship, it shouldn't be difficult to successfully bribe him, as long as he finds out the Prime Minister's likes and dislikes. Earl Hall. It's a bit difficult. He does have a good relationship with Audrey, but this is not a bonus. On the contrary, it may trigger Earl Hall's hostility. A handsome baron who is not yet married deliberately pleases Earl Hall, and also gets very close to Audrey. No matter who it was, he would inevitably have endless thoughts. As for the last one, let's establish a good relationship with the first 2 first. After enjoying the supper at night, Hastur took a bath, lay on the bed and fell asleep, and came to the Palace of Stars. He was ready to take a peek at his fate with the Prime Minister and Earl Hall. See if you can get any corresponding inspiration from it. His eyes were closed, and the world in front of him was dark. Only a picture of the future appeared, with Prime Minister August Negan standing on a high position and himself standing below. Placed between the two was a box full of treasures. Isn't this a revelation to yourself that you have to send a large sum of money to the Prime Minister in order to have a good relationship with him? Hastur frowned. This was not a good revelation. Although it was just a rough look just now, the property in the box must be at least tens of thousands of gold pounds. I don't want to give such a large sum of money to the Prime Minister. It's better to try other methods first. If it doesn't work, let's try again. After taking a short rest, he closed his eyes again, preparing to have a glimpse of his fate related to Earl Hall. There is also only one picture of the future, which also represents an ominous revelation. Under the light of the crimson moon, in a beautiful and exquisite garden, flowers were blooming in the wind. On the cobblestone path, he and Audrey had a great conversation, almost walking side by side. This was originally a beautiful scene, but behind the two of them stood Earl Hall, whose face was ashen. What kind of HL drawing is this? Hastur opened his eyes in shock. If this scene really happened, Earl Hall would be too kind if he didn't chase him with a knife. Under the hazy moonlight, a man and a woman are alone. The path is full of flowers, walking side by side. No matter how you look at it, the relationship between the two is unusual. When Earl Hall saw this scene, he would be lucky if he could make friends with him. This scene must not be allowed to happen. Hastur was alert in his heart. Before Earl Hall helped him to be promoted to the title, such a thing must not happen. If a baron like himself is targeted by a powerful nobleman like Earl Hall, it will be too difficult for him to be promoted to a peerage. Even with Greg's help, it would be difficult. As expected of a briber. Give me 2 sticks before it even begins. Hastur sighed, not wanting to think about these troublesome things for the time being, and turned his gaze to the stars of the high-dimensional overlooker. He was still hiding in the light cocoon, and the light cocoon seemed to have more life than before. It seems like something is brewing. Chapter 112, When the Superstar Shines in the Night Sky. Cocoon of Light. Breath of Life. Brewing. Do high-dimensional overlookers also want to imitate the mother tree of desire and start giving birth to children? Asta was surprised. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. It is estimated that the high-dimensional overlookers are planning to use their own authority to give birth to new life. Then let this new life be born on Earth, among the known old days of outer gods. High-dimensional overlookers should be relatively easy to be born on Earth. Just because he didn't do that in the past doesn't mean he doesn't have this ability. Just like a superstar. Once he changes his mind, he immediately shows terrifying power of action. Is this equivalent to pushing the stars to come to the Earth? Hastur's heart suddenly trembled. Because of his own appearance. The superstar master woke up from his slumber and chose a proactive approach to bring his power to the Earth. It was also because of his own reasons that the high-dimensional overlooker chose to take the initiative to be born on the Earth from a monitor that quietly peeked at the life of the outer gods in the dark. The stars have aligned? Is this the true meaning of the stars returning? Hastur found it difficult to accept this speculation for a while. But if you think about it seriously, this is indeed in line with the meaning of the stars returning. The star returner is the one who guides the stars to their correct positions. If the Earth is in that correct position, then it all seems to make sense. All of this is my own choice. Although I have no thoughts in this regard. Some of my actions have indirectly or directly contributed to the return of the stars. Asta was silent, remembering his previous conversation with Bernadette. Because of destiny, the stars will guide you. What he said came true for himself. Destiny. I deceive and guide others in the name of destiny. But I am also trapped in destiny without knowing it. What a travesty. Hastur closed his eyes, and was silent for a long time before opening his eyes and looking at the star where the high-dimensional overlooker was. It seems that I will have to come to the Hall of Stars to observe every day from now on, so as not to miss any important information. Hastur observed the high-dimensional overlooker for a while, confirming that there was no change in him for the time being, and then withdrew his gaze and left the Hall of Stars. Late at night, an unprecedented feeling spread from the starry sky, and Hastur immediately woke up from his deep sleep. He first took a cautious look at the windows. The two windows were closed. It was not Mr. Who came to knock on the window late at night. This feeling. Does something big happen? Hastur stretched out his right hand to cover his heart. The wonderful feeling made it difficult for him to fall asleep. He got up, took his cane and went to the window, opening it carefully. Outside the window, the light of the crimson moon shone brightly like never before. The crimson moonlight spread endlessly in the sky without covering up, intertwining a huge blood-red net, which seemed to be intercepting something. In the crimson moonlight, the stars were eclipsed, but one star burst out with a white light that could blind one's eyes. The white light is invincible, rushing through the blood-red giant network, and all obstacles seemed to have become a joke. Seeing this, Hastur immediately understood why he couldn't sleep tonight. Because the Superstar Master actually chose to take action at this time. It has only been 3 days since he proposed this plan in the Hall of Stars. For the ancient outer god who has had a long time. This shot of the Superstar Master is definitely a resolute move. Judging from the current situation, a true god cannot stop the Superstar Master at all. Even if the power of the Superstar Master is weakened when it passes through the initial barrier, it is not something that a true god can resist. Soon, the stars also lit up in the crimson light. It should be the goddess of the night and the mother goddess of the earth taking action together. But the star represented by the Superstar Master is still shining with extremely dazzling light, and it is getting stronger and stronger. In the night sky, the star continued to grow in size, and finally appeared next to the crimson moon like a white gold sun. More intense fighting broke out, and the light of the crimson moon and stars gradually dimmed. Just when Hastur was looking seriously, the starry sky shown by the window was too narrow, preventing him from seeing the scene on the other side. He quickly left the bedroom and came to the balcony. The view here was wide, and he could take in all the movements happening in the starry sky at this moment. Only then did he realize that the battle in the starry sky was divided into 2 battlefields. One battlefield is where the crimson moon joins forces with the stars to block the star transformed by the Superstar Lord. On another battlefield, the 3 true gods of the White Tower, Tyrant, and Sun should join forces to face a black curtain that can pollute everything. The black curtain should represent the fallen mother goddess. As for the god of war, the god of steam and machinery did not participate in this battle, possibly to prevent possible changes. The 2 battlefields shook the entire starry sky, awakening countless extraordinary people. The more high sequence beyonders you are, the more you fear tonight's anomaly. Because the more you understand, the more fear you bring. The relatively ignorant extraordinary people and ordinary people can only see the various light groups in the starry sky colliding and swallowing each other. I can't understand what this kind of vision represents. I just watch it from a distance and treat it as a new thing. Strange. Doesn't the superstar master want to target the eternal blazing sun? Hastur frowned slightly. The two battlefields in the starry sky should be swapped to make it more normal. Right? Could it be that the night goddess and others realized that the target of the superstar master was the eternal blazing sun? So they deliberately changed the battlefield? Wrong. Asta's face changed slightly. And he realized that there must be a fraud here. It is impossible for the seven gods to know the true action goal of the superstar master. Nor can they make accurate arrangements for it in advance. The reason why such a battle situation occurs must be the deliberate guidance of the superstar master. Moreover, the Mother Tree of Desire also knows this matter very well. And it is impossible for him not to be involved in it. But on the starry sky battlefield, no shadow of him was seen. The star that is fighting with the night goddess and the earth mother goddess is not the real superstar master. The real superstar master should hide in the battlefield where the eternal blazing sun is. Based on the current situation, Hastur guessed the true plan of the superstar master. As expected of Lauimbi, who even the jinn is afraid of. He is indeed very scary when he plays with his own mind. The eternal sun is in danger. Hastur sighed. He had already predicted the direction of this battle. But he was powerless to change all this. And it was impossible for him to run to the church of the seven gods now and confess everything to the seven gods. Unless he wants to die. He is just as he once said, he is just a witness. Lord Baron, do you need any help? Butler Neil also woke up from his sleep. He had slept well. But there was a loud noise outside, which woke him up. After asking what exactly happened, he came to Hastur and waited for Hastur's instructions. Steward Neil, what are your beliefs? I have always believed in the Mother Goddess. Mother Goddess. Hastur sighed with emotion and said nothing more. His eyes still stayed on the ever-changing starry sky. Butler Neil also looked up. Although he couldn't understand, he felt greatly shocked and couldn't help but ask, Lord Baron, do you know what this vision is about tonight? Perhaps the gods are performing miracles. Butler Neil thought carefully for a while, and felt that being able to interweave such a magnificent starry sky phenomenon could only be achieved by the miracles of the gods. He closed his eyes and prayed devoutly to the Mother Earth. Asta just watched all of this quietly, seeing that it was difficult to tell the outcome of the melee in the starry sky for a while. And his eyes swept over Backland at this moment. Are the extraordinaries hiding in Backland already awakened at this moment? In the luxurious villa of Earl Hall, Audrey woke up from her deep sleep. Before she understood what had happened, she heard Susie shouting with panic, Audrey, get up. Look outside. The sky is bright. Audrey rubbed the corners of her eyes blankly a few times, and was about to tell Susie that when night turned to day, the sky would naturally light up. But when her eyes glanced at the clock, she suddenly woke up. It's still late at night. She quickly got out of bed, followed Susie's guidance, and came to the window. The first moment she opened the window, her mouth opened slightly, and her eyes were filled with colorful lights. She said excitedly, Susie, the starry sky is so beautiful tonight. Woof woof woof. Susie made a confused sound. Susie, you still don't understand the concept of aesthetics, do you? Just as Audrey was giving Susie some science knowledge, Susie shook her head and said, Audrey, don't you feel a kind of fear coming from the bottom of your heart? How can you be afraid when you can see such a wonderful and magnificent scenery? It's more like joy and happiness. Woof woof woof. Susie felt that this shouldn't be the case, but she didn't know how to explain it. After all, she was just a dog. Chapter 113. Two suns in the same sky. Forsey and Zio's poor little house. Zio, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the noise coming from Forsey next door. Forsey's voice sounds so uncomfortable. Isn't it the full moon tonight? Zio quickly got up from the bed and rushed to the room where Forsey was. She didn't find Forsey, so she quickly followed the sound to the bathroom. Sure enough, she saw Forsey's figure lying on the ground. At this time, she seemed to be undergoing some kind of horrific torture. She was lying on the ground, grabbing her hair with her right hand, and pinching her thigh flesh with her left hand, as if she wanted to use it. What to fight against? From time to time, one or two painful and suppressed wails came out of his mouth, and his facial features were pulled together in pain, showing no trace of his usual delicate appearance. As you can imagine, The pain and suffering was sweeping through her body at this moment. Forsy, how are you? Is there anything I can do to help you? Zio quickly came to Force's side, squatted down, and held Force's shoulders. His face was full of distress, and his eyes were filled with crystal tears. Her past experience told her that Forsy was in a very bad state at the moment, and his life was very likely to be in danger. Zio's call made Forsy regain some consciousness. She struggled to say something, but she still couldn't form a complete sentence. The crazy raving was stronger than ever before, and the pain and madness were occupying every corner of her body, especially her head, which was constantly swelling and aching, as if it was about to explode at the next moment. She felt herself more vulnerable than ever before. She felt that her life had come to the edge of the cliff. With just that slight push, she could no longer open her eyes. Forsy! Forsy! Don't scare me. Shio was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. But she didn't have any solution to the situation. In the past, Forsy relied on one person's will to get through it, and the price paid is just a handful of hair. But this time it was obviously different. Finally, she took Force's head into her arms and kept whispering encouraging words. She hoped words could take away the pain. Tinjin, Klein, who was sleeping soundly, was also shocked by the crazy warning from spirituality and was unable to sleep. He woke up from his deep sleep and touched the sweat on his forehead. His spirit was still beating, as if something terrible was happening. He took a short rest. In order not to affect Melissa and Benson's rest, he got up quietly and went out to drink a glass of cold boiled water. Then he opened the window and prepared to blow some wind to calm himself down. The breeze was blowing, cooler than ever, and along with it, there was a picture in the starry sky that looked like colorful dyes. His intuition told him that tonight's spiritual warning was a vision from the stars. After looking at it for a while, he frowned because he couldn't understand what those colored light groups meant by fighting and melting against each other. But that star, which was brighter and bigger than the crimson moon, reminded him of it. This should be an astronomical phenomenon caused by the explosion of a certain star. Right? It's so beautiful. It's so lucky to be able to observe such astronomical phenomena in a short life. I don't know how many lifetimes it takes to cultivate. Klein admired it quietly. At this time, he really wanted to have an astronomical telescope by his side. After all, the lifespan of stars is almost measured in billions of years, and the lifespan of a human being is only 100 years. The probability of the two meeting each other is harder than winning the lottery jackpot 10 times in a row. Of course, if it were a lottery from a major country, the chances of ordinary people winning would not be much smaller than the scene before them. After admiring it for a while, Klein frowned again. Wrong. If it is just an astronomical phenomenon caused by a simple star explosion, why is spirituality always restless? Could it be that there are extraordinary factors involved? The extraordinary factors that can affect the explosion of a star should be the only 7 righteous gods. Right? Klein just thought about it for a moment and hurriedly gave up these thoughts. He did not dare to think about things about gods in the real world. But it's none of my business. Right? There really must be some disaster falling from the stars, such as a meteorite falling from the sky. Even if he had the intention to avoid it, this thing would not change according to his will. Whether you can survive or not depends entirely on your luck. Klein thought seriously for a while and realized that it was indeed none of his business. But Mr. Fool's business. With such a big movement happening, Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman will definitely be eager to know what happened tonight during the tarot session next Monday. In their eyes, Mr. Fool must be able to understand the causes and consequences of tonight's vision. I have to prepare a few answers first so that I won't be exposed when the time comes. With my knowledge of astronomy, I should be able to hide it from Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman. Well, let's talk about it in as big a way as possible. Anyway, with the extraordinary strength of Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman, it will take a long time to understand the starry sky, while admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him. Klein was thinking about how to excuse Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman. He had also thought about whether to go to Origin Castle and try to do a divination for what happened tonight. In the end, he gave up the act of seeking death, spying on gods, and there may be more than one god. Even Source Castle would have a hard time protecting him. Blackthorn's security company, Leonard, who was on duty at Channy's gate tonight, also felt uneasy, and his spirituality was also reminding him that something big was happening tonight. Starry sky. A mysterious voice sounded inside him. Leonard looked calm. Said H. Low to another night watchman, said he wanted to take a short rest, and came outside the street. When he looked up and saw the starry sky, his eyes were completely attracted by the scene before him. The crimson moon, the sky full of stars, and the unknown star shining with dazzling light. On the other side, 3 different colors of light are tearing apart a black curtain. Or it should be said that they are surrounded by a black curtain at the moment. I don't know why, but I feel inexplicably shocked. According to the prompt from the voice in his body, he naturally understood that the big event that happened tonight was related to the starry sky. He first scanned the surroundings and found no one, then lowered his voice and asked, "Old man, you should know what exactly happened tonight, right? There is some speculation. Can you tell me? You are too weak. The truth is just poison to you. Can't you even mention it? Hey, do you really want to know about things related to gods?" Leonard was shocked by this sentence. Although he really wanted to know what happened in the starry sky tonight, he did not dare to gamble with his own life. A new era has begun. If you don't want to be abandoned by this new era, seize the time to become stronger. Oh, I will. Leonard only responded perfunctorily to this sentence. After a long silence, the mysterious voice said again, "One day you will understand how naive you are in being wary of me today. Old man, if you were me, you wouldn't be able to completely believe in another unidentified mysterious existence. Right? Whatever you think. But I want to remind you again. If you want to survive, hurry up and become stronger. Otherwise you will definitely regret it in the future." Leonard was silent for a moment, thought for a while, and smiled. "Old man, you seem to be much more active than usual tonight. And you even talk a lot more. You can stay quiet because you don't understand what is happening in the starry sky at this moment. Is what happened tonight really that important?" Leonard also put away his thoughts, and his expression became solemn. "The whole world will be destroyed together. What do you think?" With a last chuckle, the voice inside Leonard completely calmed down. No matter how much Leonard shouted, he never spoke again. Is what happened tonight really that terrible? Leonard looked up at the unfamiliar starry sky, feeling a chill in his heart. The old man also said that the world will be destroyed together. He must be trying to take this opportunity to trick me. It is indeed important to build strength, but it is also important to maintain yourself. Old man, I still can't completely believe you. Leonard sighed, looked at the starry sky for a while, and returned to guard duty at Channy's gate. The starry sky full of visions gradually came to an end. Just when the 2 battlefields were in a stalemate, the night was about to dissipate, and the scorching sun was about to take over the daytime world. An extremely dazzling white gold sun suddenly appeared near the 3 gods, White Tower, Tyrant, and Liang. The dazzling and vast light first suppressed the light belonging to the blazing sun. Then he dispelled the darkness that stretched across the starry sky, and finally took one step ahead of Liang, spreading light to the world in advance. The light of the crimson moon was obscured, and the stars could no longer shine dazzlingly. At this moment, the night has come to day, and there is only that round of white gold sun in the whole sky. The whole world becomes brighter at this moment. There seemed to be a roar in the starry sky, and a blazing sun with orange light rose quickly. At this moment, a rare phenomenon of twin suns appearing in the sky appeared in the starry sky. But soon, the white gold sun disappeared, and only the flashing orange sun was still shining directly in the sky. The time when the 2 suns are in the same sky is very short. Only those who have been staring at the stars can observe this magical scene. Chapter 114, when the Jinn starts to act like a demon. That's awesome. Asta sighed with emotion, said H. Low to butler Neil, who was still with him, and returned to the bedroom. Go to bed and enter the Palace of Stars. What happened last night was too terrible, and he didn't dare to think about it in the real world. Only by staying in the Palace of Stars can he feel safe enough. Although he already knew the answer in advance, he was still shocked by the wisdom of the Superstar Master. Regardless of whether it is in terms of strength or wisdom, the Superstar Dominator has the upper hand, especially when he suddenly appeared at the end. He did not choose to attack the eternal blazing sun first, but took the first step and took advantage of the critical moment of the transition between night and day to spread his light all over the earth in advance. The meaning symbolized here is really terrible. This is not to pollute the eternal fierce sun, but to directly replace the eternal fierce sun. Although it seems from the back, the eternal blazing sun has dispelled the influence of the Superstar Lord, stabilized its position, and still controls the power of the sun. But even if it's only for such a short time, eternal blazing sun will pay a heavy price for it. Moreover, it may be that the goal of the Superstar Master has been achieved, and he chose to leave on his own instead of being driven away by the eternal blazing sun. During this process, although the Night Goddess and the Earth Mother Goddess kept trying to stop it, at the last moment, the first star that appeared should have really exploded. With the help of the powerful force generated by the explosion, the combination of the Night Goddess and the Earth Mother Goddess was blocked. Even the God of War and the God of Steam and Machinery, who protected the initial barrier, allocated part of their power to help. The Superstar Master can temporarily suppress gods such as the Goddess of the Night by simply manipulating a star. His strength is terrifying. If there was no initial barrier, even if the 7 gods joined forces, they would probably not be able to defeat the Superstar Lord. This is a gap in status, coupled with the fact that the power held by the Superstar Master is too terrifying. Take charge of the stars and detonate them at critical moments. This should be one of the powers of the Superstar Master. No wonder the Superstar Master at the beginning didn't have much interest in the Earth, because once the initial barrier disappears, he can detonate the entire Earth at any time. Hastur has begun to worry that one day in the future, when he wakes up in the morning, the sun in the sky will suddenly change. That feeling is absolutely terrifying. In addition to the Superstar Master, the movements of the Desire Mother Tree last night were also very questionable. He never appeared from the beginning to the end. This shouldn't be the case. In the previous gathering of stars, the Superstar Master had obviously formed an offensive and defensive alliance with the Mother Tree of Desire. Perhaps what happened last night was not the most important purpose, Asta murmured, having a more terrifying guess in his mind. After the battle last night, the power of the 7 gods to protect the initial barrier was bound to weaken. The Mother Tree of Desire has a deep connection with the Earth, and its influence is even greater. Perhaps the Superstar Master's real plan had been hidden from many existences last night and arrived on Earth secretly. Thinking of this, Hastur looked towards the star where the Superstar Lord was. The white light was extremely dazzling, making it difficult for him to see clearly what was going on inside the stars. After staring carefully for a while, Hastur gradually got used to the bright light. The Superstar Master still looks like a white dwarf star, and it still seems to be sleeping. But now, Hastur will not believe that the Superstar Lord is sleeping. This alien god looks gentle, but his actual actions are as fast as lightning. Very scary. Very dangerous. Hastur didn't see anything unusual, so he withdrew his prying eyes. Peeping for too long will arouse the vigilance of the Superstar Master. Perhaps the Superstar Lord simply lets part of his power enter the Earth through the channel built by the Mother Tree of Desire. There was no appearance of his own clone descending in person. It may also be that it was too difficult to lower the clone, so this practice was abandoned. Hastur thought for a while, and then glanced at the fallen Mother Goddess, the Desire Mother Tree, the high-dimensional Overlooker, and the Jinn. When he landed on the star where the Jinn was, he was shocked to find that the Jinn was acting like a demon. Bernadette, no matter how you impose the seal, today I will break through the seal and return to the starry sky. The voice of the genie is full of majesty and grandeur. At this time, he seemed to have completely occupied the wishing lamp, and his whole body was emitting golden light. In the golden light, rules and order are being reorganized. Uncontrollable power is erupting, constantly impacting the seal of the wishing lamp. Beside her, Bernadette looked calm as she methodically created seals with her hands, using the wishing lamp to suppress the power of the Jinn. You should also be aware of what happened in the starry sky last night, right? The Lantern God spent a lot of power to manifest his shadow in the sky above the wishing lantern. The Superstar Master has awakened. Last night it was he who joined forces with the fallen Mother Goddess and other entities to attack the initial barrier. Of course I am one of them. If you are willing to break the seal now and help me return to the starry sky, when the doomsday comes, I will definitely protect your life. The Jinn's tone was full of condescension, as if this was the last chance he would give to Bernadette. Oh, do you think I will believe you? Bernadette replied calmly, and then concentrated on maintaining the seal of the wishing lamp. Although she knew the Jinn was bluffing, the powerful pressure revealed by the wishing lantern at this moment was indeed extremely real. Do you think you still have a choice? If it weren't for the fact that we have been getting along harmoniously during this period, I would not have given you such a gift. Let me tell you, the eternal blazing sun has been affected by the Superstar Lord. Next, his power will continue to spread through the sun, and the end will come early. The Jinn released another bombshell news in an attempt to influence Bernadette's mind. Just keep showing off. Let me see how long your accumulated strength can support your squandering. Bernadette wiped the sweat from her forehead and continued to protect the seal of the wishing lamp. If it were in the past, If she encountered a sudden attack from the Jinn god, she would indeed seek help from other powers just in case. But now she knows that the god Ca is waiting for her near Backland. Once she leaves Backland, she will inevitably be attacked by the god Ca. Therefore, she would never leave Backland at this time. I don't believe I can't scare you. Seeing that Bernadette was not seeking help from others, the Jinn became furious. The golden rules and order turned into chains and were drawn towards Bernadette. This is the bad taste he learned from the Lord of the Stars. Bernadette threw out a sealed object. A triangle of time and space. The small square iron cage transformed into an inverted pyramid structure, forming a golden barrier to block the attacks of the Jinn. Every time the golden chain was pulled out, Bernadette's body trembled slightly. It was obvious that the power of the Jinn could affect her even across the triangle of time and space. The Jinn whipped him several times before stopping, and said disdainfully, "Bernadette, with your own strength, you cannot stop me from breaking the seal. You can try it. Oh, how much more whipping can you take? Oh, how many more whips can you whip out?" Bernadette responded unceremoniously, assuming a tough attitude that would mean the fish would die and the net would be broken. This made the Jinn couldn't help but mutter in his heart, did Bernadette eat a weight? Why would she rather fight to the death with herself than leave Backland to find others for help? Does she know that she asked the god Ca to guard outside Backland? Or am I not putting enough pressure on her? Only then did the Dangshan realize that he was in a dilemma. Should we continue the stalemate with Bernadette? Or should we stop temporarily and reduce the consumption of strength? There was a mysterious seal placed on the wishing lamp, so it could not pose a real threat to Bernadette. Otherwise, Russell wouldn't have dared to hand over the magical wishing lamp to Bernadette. He just wanted to use the momentum of last night's Starry Sky battle to force the shocked Bernadette to walk into the trap set by himself and the Mother Tree of Desire. Finally, the Jinn decided to continue the stalemate with Bernadette. After all, it may be difficult to encounter such a good opportunity again. Well, it would be great if the stupid son of the Desire Tree suddenly appeared here at this time. The Jinn sighed. After the stalemate continued for a while, his expression suddenly changed, and he said very confidently, "Bernadette, this is the last chance I give you. He has sensed the aura of the evil god Ca coming here. If he moves fast enough, the god Ca can defeat Bernadette and take away the wishing lamp before the divine drop. His opportunity has come." Bernadette also felt the aura of the god Ca approaching, but she did not feel panic. There was a hint of ridicule in the corner of his mouth. "You are only allowed to hunt me, but I am not allowed to hunt you in turn?" Chapter 115 Punishment of the Storm. Mercury's Snake. At this time, in the clear sky of Backland, unprovoked storms gathered, and layers of black clouds piled up. A silver-white spherical lightning shone brightly in all directions, striking down like the wrath of heaven. Ball lightning pierced the sky and struck a seemingly empty space with precision. The space shattered into pieces, and then turned into countless small electric currents, spreading further along the shattered space. Dark black blood gushes out from a space, and at the same time, an arm as thick as a mountain was severed here. Tiny silver-white electric currents wrapped around the black arm, constantly shattering it into powder. At the cost of an arm, Ca the abomination fends off the Storm Lord's attacks. He didn't dare to stay in Backland any longer. Otherwise, he would attract the Lord of Storms to descend. When he traveled through the spiritual world, preparing to stay away from Backland, in the distant sky, a silver circular track suddenly bloomed. If you look closely, you will see that it is a giant snake with its head and tail holding each other. Mercury's snake. The silver circular trajectory circled in midair. Time was reversed, and the figure of the sinister Ca was reversed back into Backland. Boom! Several more ball-shaped lightnings carrying the fury of huge thunder fell from the sky. It was more powerful than the one just now, and hit the body of the evil Sio more accurately. With a roar, the god Ca turned into a monster with black mucus flowing all over his body and thousands of arms. A small blood-red tree was inside his body. He opened thousands of eyes and focused on the incoming sphere. Lightning! Soon, thousands of eyes crackled like a string of firecrackers. Although it was only a short moment, it was enough for the god Ca to react. After paying the price of hundreds of arms, he finally escaped from the scope of the storm. After a while, the clergy of the Holy Wind Church came in groups and jointly sacrificed a sealed object to collect the dark black blood scattered here, and at the same time expel and purify the possible pollution here. This scene disappeared just as quickly as it came. Many people only hear a bolt from the blue, and then know nothing else. In the wishing lamp, the genie no longer appeared as a shadow, and came out to challenge Bernadette. Instead, He stayed inside the wishing lamp and put away his aura. Bernadette took a breath and frowned slightly. He is indeed a sequence one divine evil. Even if the Lord of Storms suddenly rains down divine punishment from the air, he cannot be left behind. She felt regretful that she could not keep the God Ca. But she also knew that it was difficult to completely eliminate the threat posed by the God Ca with just one divine punishment. However, after this painful lesson, he should not dare to approach Backland again in the short term. After thinking about it, she still didn't choose to leave Backland immediately. She couldn't guarantee whether the God Ca was still hiding outside Backland at this moment. Putting aside her speculations, Bernadette looked at the magical wishing lamp that was completely silent. There was a hint of sarcasm in the corner of his mouth. What did you say just now? I couldn't hear you clearly. After a while, the voice of the genie came from the wishing lamp. When did you contact the Storm Lord? When I destroyed the divine descending ceremony last time. I gave them a favor. Shouldn't they return the favor? That's not enough to impress a god. Isn't there still you? Bernadette sneered, causing the djinn to remain silent. His alliance with the Mother Tree of Desire was indeed worthy of the seven gods' attention. Existences like the evil Ca have always been the target of the seven great gods, especially when the evil Ca was hiding near Backland. If the god Ca could be left behind, the Storm Lord would naturally be willing to take action. It's a pity that the battle last night should have involved a lot of the Storm Lord's strength. Otherwise the god Ca wouldn't be able to escape so easily today. But what about that Mercury snake? That should be Aurelius the Tail Eater. Right? I didn't invite him to take action. So how could he happen to appear here and take action against the sinister Ca? If it hadn't been for his sudden attack, the god Ca would never have been so seriously injured. Was it really just passing by? After all, there is a Wheel of Fortune card hidden in him. And fates attract each other. Even Aurelius has come to Backland. What kind of fate is hidden here? Is there another Mercury snake hiding in Backland at the moment? Bernadette thought carefully for a long time and felt that this was a very possible guess. There was only one other Mercury snake that could attract Aurelius's attention. This is a fateful battle between them. No matter what, it can be regarded as solving a troublesome matter. Bernadette thought for a moment and decided to go out for a walk just to relax. Put away the magic lamp and the triangle of time and space, and use the pea vine as the road. After just a few steps, the scenery in front of you changes. With one step, you arrive on the streets of Queens. Backland brings together special foods from many countries. The most exquisite restaurants are basically opened in Queens. Generally, only the nobles living here can afford to spend money. Bernadette walked into an Inta-style restaurant, ordered a table of dishes, tasted a few bites of each dish, then paid and left. When passing by a shop selling clothes, she would go in and choose the style she liked like any other aristocratic lady. Like many girls who only shop but don't buy, she just enjoys the process of choosing clothes. In the end, she picked out a suit of clothes that were pleasing to the eye and left. When she walked to a shop selling small items, she thought that Sharon would be back in Backland in a few days, so she would buy some small items for her. As soon as she walked into the door of this store, she felt a familiar scent. Just taking a quick look, she saw the familiar figure of Asta. This time, she did not directly come forward to disturb, but observed in the dark. As she said last time, if she could really see Hastur for the third time in Backland, it would arouse her interest. Now, it happens to be the third time. She was curious as to why she kept meeting this young baron. Obviously, he and I are not on the same extraordinary path. And he is not an extraordinary person on the destiny path. Logically speaking, they shouldn't meet so frequently. This can no longer be explained simply by fate. There must be some reasons that she doesn't understand. After watching for a while, she discovered that Hastur also came here to buy some small items. Judging from the things he picked, he probably wanted to give them to Sharon, who was about to return to Backland. Right? He had the same idea as himself. And it seemed that he knew Sharon very well. Until Hastur paid and left. Bernadette still didn't bother. Instead, he hid in the darkness and followed him. Immediately afterwards, Asta went to the store she had been to before and asked the clerk directly for 2 sets of the most exquisite and beautiful black Gothic palace dresses. Bernadette frowned slightly. She was already sure that this was by no means a coincidence, but an inexplicable pull. Even if he didn't meet Hastur first, judging from Hastur's trajectory, he had a high chance of meeting him. But she still didn't choose to show up. When passing by the Inta-style restaurant, Asta paused for a moment, then sped up and left the nearby area. Are you afraid of meeting yourself around here? He also seems to know that as long as he goes out for a stroll, there is a high chance that he will meet him in Backland. It seems that this young baron is not as simple as he seems. Bernadette had some guesses in her mind, and continued to follow behind. This time, she felt much more relaxed. When Hastur was about to leave in the carriage, Bernadette appeared directly in the carriage, and sat opposite Hastur. I shouldn't take any chances. Asta was shocked when he saw Bernadette suddenly appear, and already regretted that he should not go out for a stroll today. But he can't stay at home forever. Dear madam, we meet again, Asta said low first with a smile on his face. You should remember what I said last time. Bernadette's calm eyes stared at Hastur, which made him feel a little scared. Asta said in surprise, Madam, did you really not come to me on purpose? What do you think? Destiny is really magical. It seems that we are very destined. The word fate alone cannot explain this situation. But this is the most likely scenario I think of. Hastur smiled bitterly, pretending that he didn't know anything. Bernadette just looked at him calmly. Don't you know that it's easy to meet me once you go out? Hastur tried his best to explain. I just don't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. When you were buying those little things, I was always following you. The clothes stores you went to, and the restaurants you passed were all the places I just left. Hastur couldn't think of any suitable reason for a while. He guessed that Bernadette's closer connection with his destiny should be related to the 2 exchanges he had with her, as the Lord of the Stars. The fate between him and Bernadette has reached the point where they cannot dodge, and they will inevitably meet. There was a smile on Bernadette's lips. It seems you know the reason yourself. Chapter 116 I am also the Apostle of the Stars. Well, Hastur sighed heavily. Then his expression became serious, and he said word by word, because I am also the Apostle of the Stars, and there are stars between you and me as guides. He felt that he needed to show off a bit. Otherwise he would always be caught by Bernadette, which would affect his normal life. Apostle of the Stars? Bernadette's heart moved slightly, and she glanced at Hastur with a smile. What does Apostle of the Stars mean? Asta looked calm and chuckled. You are also a person favored by the stars. If there were no stars to guide us to each other, there would be no so-called coincidence and fate. Do you know what the consequences will be if you believe in gods other than the 7 righteous gods? Bernadette still hasn't confessed her connection with the Lord of the Stars. Hastur said calmly, the Aurora Society believes in the true creator, and the witch sect believes in the original witch. There are not only 7 righteous gods worthy of belief. Bernadette's eyes flashed coldly, and her tone was compelling. Such disrespectful words are enough to get you judged by the church. Dear lady, do you also believe in the 7 righteous gods? Hastur didn't care. He knew that Bernadette was still testing him, so he had to show his devout faith in the stars. When did you start believing in the stars? Half a year ago. Without the blessings of the stars, I wouldn't be where I am now. Have you seen him? I have seen it. He has always guided me in the direction I want to go. Aren't you afraid that he has any harmful intentions against you? Dear lady, if he really wants to do something against you, I don't think you can appear in front of me. With these answers, Hastur can guarantee that he is not lying. Without the appearance of the Palace of Stars, he would most likely have died. The direction you go forward has always been determined by yourself, and you represent the stars. He indeed had no ill intentions towards Bernadette. He just wanted to guide her to become an apostle of the stars, so that she could do something for him. Bernadette was deep in thought, and she could also detect that Hastur was not lying about these issues. How do you know of my existence? Hastur breathed a sigh of relief at this question. As long as he answers this question well, he can even use his identity as Baron Hastur Campbell to influence Bernadette to become an apostle of the stars. If Bernadette was the only one among the star apostles, she would definitely be wary. But once there were other believers, she would let down some of her wariness. The stars have been watching you, and he is watching me. He is watching every believer equally, and it is he who informed me of your existence. Hastur thinks there is nothing wrong with this sentence. Anyway, until now, there is no true believer in the stars. Bernadette's blue and deep eyes stared at Hastur and said calmly, Then you know my true identity? Bernadette Gustav, the owner of the dawn, the mysterious queen of the sea, and the eldest daughter of Russell Gustav. Bernadette didn't speak. She leaned back against the carriage, her slender right leg wearing black leather boots straddling her left leg, and her toes were dangling slightly. The sitting posture is casual, but it also reveals a deeply hidden elegance. This move will not make people feel frivolous, but will feel very pleasing to the eye. The carriage rumbled forward, but the carriage driver outside could not hear the sounds inside, so he still concentrated on driving the carriage forward. After a while, Bernadette slowly spoke. Don't you know that sometimes knowing too much is a very dangerous thing? Sharon and I are very good friends. In the reply she sent, She mentioned that you are a trustworthy person and said that if I am in danger, I can come to you for help. As Hastur said this, he took out the reply letter that Sharon had just sent this morning and handed it to Bernadette. It was because of Sharon's reply that he thought of going out to buy some things as gifts for Sharon. And that's when he met Bernadette. Bernadette did not open the letter. She held the letter between her fingertips and turned it twice before flicking the letter back into Hastur's arms. You have a good relationship with Sharon? Bernadette's slightly curious voice made Asta suddenly become alert. Is it engraved in everyone's genes to like to listen to gossip? Not bad. That is it. We helped each other a few times. Sharon rarely replies to letters. Maybe she was afraid that I would offend you if I didn't know the situation. So she wrote a letter to inform me. Did you buy those 2 black Gothic palazzo dresses to give to Sharon? Yes. Do you think Sharon will accept it? Probably not. Are you so unsure of yourself? She doesn't like receiving gifts from others. Then why did you still buy it? It's my freedom to give gifts. It's her freedom to accept them or not. After asking several questions in a row, Bernadette mentioned the Lord of the Stars in a solemn tone. Asta, who was already tired of dealing with it, somewhat understood Bernadette's mood. She was probably just thinking about how to deal with her future relationship with the Lord of the Stars. Asking about his relationship with Sharon was just a casual question to satisfy his curiosity. Regarding the dominion of the stars, that was one thing that she really valued. This character is really bad. Russell, you seem to have failed to educate your daughter well. Hastur cursed in his heart. How do you usually communicate with the Lord of the Stars? In the dream, I couldn't see his face clearly. I could only vaguely see him sitting in a mysterious palace. He was mysterious and powerful, majestic and sacred. He was an ancient being deep in the starry sky. And he was also kind, and a wise guide. Hastur tried his best to express his impression of the Lord of the Stars in a pious tone, and also praised himself. Bernadette glanced at Hastur with slight surprise. You actually believe in the kindness of gods? He has never had any ill will toward me. He has always guided me forward. And to me, he is the most special being. Hastur spoke very frankly. But Bernadette felt that Hastur was already a qualified devout believer, and had learned to beautify his beliefs. For the sake of your good relationship with Sharon, I will give you a piece of advice. Don't trust any god easily. Is this why you refuse the kindness of the stars? Hastur asked back. And he was about to start preaching. As the first and most devout believer, it is normal to promote your beliefs to others. Bernadette nodded and said, yes. I will not believe in any god, no matter whether he comes with good intentions or not. With a smile on his face, Hastur said in a calm tone, don't you have anything that needs help from the power of the stars? Bernadette was silent. This sentence hit her hardest. She needed help. So she hesitated. We need help. And the stars have the power to realize our needs. In my opinion, the essence of faith is to help each other and achieve each other. What you said is not pious at all. I have never shied away from this in my communication with the stars. And he has never been angry about it. I believe in him. And he has given me help. Isn't this a very reasonable thing? All help comes at a price. And you may not be able to afford that price. Then why not make it clear in advance? Just treat the process of faith as a transaction? Bernadette's heart moved inexplicably, and she said nothing. Hastur continued, what help do you need? And what do the stars need you to do? If the two are equal, then this is just a very ordinary transaction. You have good eloquence. Bernadette took a deep look at Hastur. But approving the transaction is itself a kind of erosion and pollution. But you need help. Hastur said the same words again to silence Bernadette. Asking for help naturally requires paying a price. You should understand this better than me. Hastur raised his eyes and stared into Bernadette's blue eyes, and said with a smile, you have enjoyed help more than once. Right? You calmly accept the benefits given by the stars, but are unwilling to give a little faith to the stars. If you are wavering, you are in a more dangerous situation than me. Bernadette returned to the clouds and walked into the house made of pea vines. Hastur's words still echoing in her mind. The Lord of the Stars had warned her twice and helped her avoid 2 dangers. Whether she wanted it or not, she was already enjoying the benefits. As Asta said, the real danger lies in the unsteady self. Everything is under the gaze of the stars, and she can no longer avoid it. Destiny. Is this my destiny? A tarot card appeared on the palm of Bernadette's right hand. Her father was holding a sword, majestic and sacred, standing on a golden round wheel of fortune with a solemn expression. This is the Wheel of Fortune card, one of the 22 tarot cards. Chapter 117, When the Sun's Brilliance Begins to Dim. The headquarters of the Rose School. In the dense forest, There was a huge black tree, with vines spreading out in all directions, completely covering the entire hill. The countless human-faced fruits on the tree trunk opened their eyes one after another at this moment, looking from bottom to top, looking at the top of the tree crown with eager and longing eyes. A platinum-colored star was hanging there from some unknown time. It is as big as a house, and the whole body emits silvery white light. When the light shines on every corner of the black tree, it can promote the further growth of the big tree. Sunlight is the best nourishment for plants. Around the big black tree, there was a circle of devout believers. They knelt down to worship and dedicated their faith and lives to the existence in front of them. On that night, the god sent an oracle, and at the same time a star broke through the starry sky, hanging on the top of the tree crown without anyone noticing. The gods told them that this was a star of life that could bring reproduction, but it was also a star of destruction that brought war. It seemed like they had two gods overnight. While the believers were worshipping devoutly, the space in the distance shook slightly, and the god Ca appeared dragging his disabled body. He looked very embarrassed. His right arm was severed. The wound was charred black. Dark mucus flowed from the broken arm like blood, and the blood-colored eyes on his body exploded from time to time. Lines of maggots gathered at the broken arm, seeming to be licking the wounds and reconnecting the broken arm. The god Ca brought a trail of black mucus to the big black tree, and allowed the vines to tie him up and pull him to the middle of the tree. At the crown of the tree, white gold stars sprinkled beams of light, shrouding the whole body of the god Ca. His body began to grow rapidly, with the rhythmic breathing and breathing. The flesh and blood on the broken arm squirmed, and soon a new arm grew. The god Ca opened his eyes and looked at the star, just like looking at a sun. The dazzling light made him only dare to look at it for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and remained silent. When the alternation of night and day comes, when the sky finally shines with the first ray of light, the white gold star hanging on the big black tree shone brightly, constantly absorbing the light of the orange sun in the sky. The god Ca couldn't see clearly what was happening, but he seemed to be able to feel that the sun in the sky was constantly weakening, and the white gold star in front of him was constantly growing. It is preparing to become the next sun hanging in the sky. The god Ca closed his eyes and allowed himself to be nourished by the silvery white light. The sun hangs in the sky, promoting the reproduction and growth of all things in the world. He is also a member of all things in the world. Republic of Intis. Today, all the clouds over the headquarters of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church have been dispersed, leaving only a golden sun shining endless light. The sunlight passes through the colored glass and disperses into colorful rays of light, falling on a golden holy crown in the main hall. The top of the golden holy crown is inlaid with various gemstones, among which a colorless and transparent gemstone is the largest. It has no color, but can carry more colors of light. Under the golden holy crown stood an old man dressed in gorgeous and noble clothes. White and golden silk threads were at the collar of the robe, and the hem of the clothes was intertwined into small suns. Her hair is golden, the same color as the sun. He is the Pope of the Eternal Burning Sun Church. Behind him, at the foot of the steps, stood 6 devout archbishops. Except for the archbishop, who was still responsible for guarding churches in various places and could not rush back. The other archbishops arrived here the next day after receiving the order. This is a place where you can listen to the oracle. Everyone, I have received the oracle. God said that for all dirty and corrupt evil churches, we will burn their bodies with flames and pierce their chests with the sword in our hands. There are also blasphemers who dare to steal God's authority. Death is the most suitable destination for them. God gave us a reminder that the enemy is in the southern continent, in that chaotic and disorderly area. Go. Take God's blessing and your loyalty to God. Go and destroy all enemies, and bring God a victory. The Pope's voice became louder and louder, activating the power of the golden holy crown and turning it into golden rays of light, allowing the 6 bishops present to bathe in God's gift. Praise the sun. After the 6 archbishops left, the Pope walked up the steps, stretched out his hands, picked up the golden holy crown, and put it on his head. Golden light flashed all over his body, and the old Pope gradually regained his youth in the holy light, and his wrinkled face began to become fuller and fuller. When the golden light dissipated, the old Pope could no longer be seen. Only a young man in his early 20s, with a kind face and a well-proportioned figure. He was wearing a white robe, with bare feet, and the holy crown on his head turned into a golden ribbon, curling up his dazzling blonde hair. Praise the sun. With a cry of praise, he stepped out of the main hall and left the sacred temple that he had guarded for decades. Backland. At night, Asta sat at his desk and looked through the plan sent by Harley's manager regarding the factory's subsequent business activities. Pick up the pen, revise some unreasonable content on it, and put forward some small suggestions of your own. After finishing it, he handed the plan to Butler Neal and asked him to send someone to deliver it to manager Harley. At about 11:30, Asta finished taking a shower and started to go to bed. He first went to the Hall of Stars for a tour and found nothing unusual, then left the Hall of Stars. When he fell asleep, the wind chime hanging in the study swayed slightly. In the dream, Will suddenly appears. Eurolius has arrived in Backland. If you have nothing to do recently, don't go out and wander around anymore. Although he is not very smart, he doesn't like to talk when doing things. And he doesn't like to talk to people about big things. If we really meet him in person, you will be miserable. Asta was surprised. How did he come to Backland? Because the aura of destiny here is too strong. He should have felt the unusual destiny here. So he came here specifically. Can you lead him away? It takes some time. So I came here specifically to tell you to be careful in the near future. Hastur nodded, thought for a while and said, is there any way to cover up the fate here? Otherwise, there will always be existences related to fate coming. And I will keep encountering them. One Bernadette was already difficult to deal with. And here came the Mercury Snake. And he couldn't leave Backland. This life was really torturous. The solution lies within you. In myself? Don't underestimate yourself. After Will finished speaking, he took 2 steps and hesitated before whispering, don't let anyone send you ice cream anymore in the near future. When that stupid snake leaves Backland, remember to double the compensation to me. Can. After receiving Hastur's promise, Will waved his hand and disappeared from Hastur's dream. After being disturbed by Will in this way, Hastur no longer felt as sleepy as before. Returning to the Hall of Stars, he stretched out his hand to summon the 3rd chain of order. Just now Will said that the solution to the problem lies within himself. And he wondered if it had something to do with the chain of order. Perhaps he could avoid these fateful distractions by creating a new rule. But I have already formulated a rule about fate last time. Is it too wasteful to formulate a second rule about fate? Hastur thought for a moment and summoned the chain of order that had previously determined the relevant fate. He wanted to try to see if he could modify the previously established rules. If so, he could keep the 3rd chain of order. When he revealed his will, the 2nd chain of order trembled slightly, and enlightenment emerged from the depths of his heart. The general meaning is, the main part has been decided. Only slight additions and deletions of rules can be made. But the previous rules cannot be completely overturned. Only slight additions and deletions. It seems to be enough. Hastur thought for a while, and added another sentence after the original sentence. The Hermit of Fate. He can always avoid coincidences and accidents caused by fate. Such a sentence should be able to try to avoid the intersection of one's own destiny with the destiny of others. This makes it easy to avoid existences like Bernadette and Eurolius. The modified rules are generated, and Hastur has no special feeling. He waved away the 2nd chain of order and looked at the 3rd chain of order, which had not yet formulated new rules. Originally, he wanted to keep it for emergencies. But now it seems that he still needs new abilities to protect himself. In formulating the first rule, he made for himself something like a general rule. The 2nd rule is that he formulated rules about destiny, which gave him the ability to master part of the path to destiny. Which aspect of the 3rd chain of order should be better developed? Is the extraordinary path, where the goddess of the night is located? His secret authority is very useful whether it is used to protect oneself or to plot against the enemy. The original Rose of Redemption, the goddess of the night, relied on her secret power to become the 2nd key figure in the plan. That is an authority that even in existence, like the ancient sun god, would find difficult to pry into. How should we formulate rules that only involve secret authority? Hastur was lost in thought. Chapter 118 Mr. Fool, a star is destroyed. Source Castle. The weekly tarot session will be held again. This time, Klein came to Origin Castle in advance. He first carefully recalled what happened that night, and then began to organize his remarks about that night. Because he really didn't know what happened that night, and needed to rehearse it in advance to avoid ruining his high status in the hearts of Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman. After everything was ready, he summoned Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman. Miss Justice was as polite as ever, and it was easy to see from her expression that she probably didn't have any big doubts about what happened that night. Mr. Hangman's expression was very complicated. He seemed to be afraid, and mixed with excitement and confusion. he should still be scared of what happened that night. Klein took note of their performance, and was already thinking about how to explain what happened that night. Of course, he would not take the initiative to mention what happened that night. Miss Justice brought 2 of Russell's diaries, and Mr. Hangman brought 3 of Russell's diaries. Just from the Hangman's positive performance this time, Klein knew that Mr. Hangman would definitely ask about what happened that night later. Fortunately, I had made preparations in advance, so I got 3 Russell diaries for nothing. Klein suppressed the small pleasure in his heart and began to read Russell's diary. The 5 Roselle diaries record a lot of content. The more valuable one is the mention of a man named Zareth. He is the leader of the ancient organization's secret order and an extraordinary person in the diviner path. It also mentioned that Zaradil sought Russell's help, hoping that he could steal a dangerous sealed object from the Church of the God of Artisans, which was a relic of the Antigonus family. What's more interesting is that Russell angrily said that he would beat up any fortune teller he met in the future. Memorizing the contents of the diary, Klein pressed down the 5 Russell diaries and looked at Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman. You can continue. Then Miss Justice asked some questions, and the Hangman was responsible for answering them. Mr. Fool occasionally added a few words of high quality. Everything was just like any other tarot session. But Mr. Hangman finally couldn't help his curiosity, and exchanged 3 copies of Russell's diary for the answer to a question from Mr. Fool. I want to know what the abnormality in the starry sky that night means. This is indeed the problem. Mr. Hangman, I have predicted your thoughts in advance. Klein, who was still a little nervous, instantly relaxed. He tapped his fingers on the table and said calmly, This is not something you should know now. It will bring pollution to the starry sky for you. Alger hesitated for a moment, but before he could say anything, Klein spoke first. I can only tell you that a star was destroyed that night. A star destroyed? Alger murmured several times. His eyes were dull for a while, then became frightened, and finally looked at Mr. Fool sitting at the head with grateful eyes. It can cause the destruction of a star. Only gods have such power. What happened that night may have been a battle between gods, with a low-level sequence like mine. Once I learn about these contents, I am afraid I will lose control on the spot. Fortunately, Mr. Fool reminded himself in time to stop himself from delving into this matter. Thank you, Mr. Fool, for your answer and reminder. Klein just nodded calmly, but sighed in his heart. Look, we lied to him, and he still has to thank us. Audrey, who listened quietly for a while, expressed confusion. She only remembered that night. The starry sky was very beautiful, especially the star that could rival the crimson moon. The light it emitted made people want to reach out and touch it. Did something really big happen that night? Speaking of which, Susie once told herself that she felt a fear coming from deep inside. But I didn't take it seriously. Susie, it seems to be more suitable to be an extraordinary person than myself. I can't even compare to Susie. Her face turned red and hot. Fortunately, this was not in the real world. Otherwise, she would really be embarrassed to see anyone. But what exactly happened that night? Audrey calmed down, looked at Mr. Fool, and asked in a low voice, if a star is destroyed, will it have any impact on us? Klein's tone was solemn, and he spoke slowly. The sun's brilliance will be dimmed because of this. He did not deceive Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman about this. As far as he knew, massive clouds of dust and gas would be created after stars explode. Judging from the brightness and scope of the star's explosion that night, it was not too far from the sun. A large amount of dust and gas clouds spread and flow, which may block the sun's light shining on the ground. There may even be polar night scenes in some areas. Audrey said oh, indicating that she understood. In fact, she didn't understand it at all. Will the sun's brilliance be dimmed? Alger's heart trembled. And he trembled. Among the 7 great gods, there was the god of the eternal fierce sun. What he represents is the sun. The sun's brilliance was dim, which meant that in the battle that night, the god of the eternal blazing sun was severely damaged. This coincides with the information he recently received. According to intelligence, the Church of the Eternal Sun has recently launched a series of activities, especially in the matter of searching for and exterminating pagans, showing a firm attitude of rather killing the innocent than letting them go. There are even rumors that several archbishops have joined forces to go to the southern continent to completely eradicate the evil sect entrenched there. Now it seems. Alger took a breath and forced himself not to continue thinking. Mr. Fool had just warned him not to think about things about gods. Can't think about it. Can't think about it anymore. Alger tried his best to force himself to calm down. This unusual performance aroused the curiosity of Klein and Audrey, and they all looked at him. Alger took a deep breath before recounting the unusual behavior of the Eternal Sun Church during this period. Audrey opened her mouth slightly, very surprised. What happened that night was actually related to gods. Susie could actually notice it. But she didn't notice it at all. She fell into deep self-doubt. Klein's mood was very complicated. He really didn't expect that Mr. Hangman would connect the sun's loss of glory with the unusual behavior of the Eternal Sun Church. And he would say it with reason and certainty. This made him think deeply. Did he act a little unkindly in this matter? Backlund. After being warned by Will, Hastur has been staying at home honestly. In addition to eating every day, he reads in the study and occasionally walks around in the garden. He didn't go out further away. Who knew if he would run into Aurelius head-on? Let's wait until Will leads him out of Backlund. In the afternoon, a police officer came to report the good news that Chief Reed's lover had successfully given birth to a baby. A boy. And that both mother and child were safe. Sheriff Reed's words also revealed that he asked him to help choose a name. Naturally, he would not refuse such a happy event. It's just that he can't leave home yet. So he can only find a reason to postpone it for a few days. And then go to Sheriff Reed's house to take a look in a few days. At night, Will finally had a dream. He said that he had lured Aurelius away from Backlund. And Aurelius would not appear in Backlund in a short period of time. Hastur breathed a sigh of relief. Finally free. He asked again if his fate was being covered up at this moment. Yes. The aura of your destiny has become very weak. Even if you walk on the street, it will be difficult for you to be led by destiny, to meet other people whose destiny is related to you. Not only that, but Backlund's aura of destiny also seems to have weakened a lot. According to Aurelius, this should be a normal phenomenon caused by my leaving Backlund. After a pause, Will reminded, remember to ask people to continue to deliver ice cream. I want strawberry flavor. I really can't get used to chocolate flavor. No problem. After solving these troublesome problems, Hastur felt much more relaxed. After Will left, he entered the Hall of Stars. As before, his eyes swept over them one by one. There is still no change in the Superstar Lord. The Mother Tree of Desire is also very quiet. And the Djinn seems to be more honest after being sealed. High-dimensional overlookers. Hey! Hastur noticed a small group of unusual light spots on the stars of the high-dimensional overlooker. The light cocoon is still surrounded by the turbulence of time and space as usual. But at the end of a silk thread below the light cocoon, there is a small group of unusual light spots hanging. He quickly zoomed in to take a closer look. Inside that small dot of light was a baby. There are two figures around the baby, who seem to be his parents. Looking closer, the male figure looks a lot like Sheriff Reed. Taking another look at the surrounding environment, it does look a lot like Sheriff Reed's home. No way. The high-dimensional overlooker actually reincarnated into Sheriff Reed's newborn son? Chapter 119. Still a high-dimensional overlooker can play. Is it possible? Hastur looked carefully several times. The figure was indeed Chief Reed. And the surrounding environment was the same as what he saw when he went to Chief Reed's house that day. The high-dimensional overlooker really didn't know what method he used to occupy the body of Sheriff Reed's son. The newborn baby boy was lying quietly on the bed, enjoying the loving care from his parents. No one would have thought that within that extremely weak body, there was the power of a high-dimensional overlooker. If this is not the reincarnation of part of the consciousness of the high-dimensional overlooker, it should be the Son of God with certain power. But what makes Hastur curious is that if it is the offspring of a high-dimensional overlooker, then as soon as the baby boy is born, the ordinary people around him should have died. Right? At worst, it will be polluted. How could it not have any impact at all? Looking at him lying quietly on the crib, he looks like a very ordinary baby. Nothing strange about him. Sheriff Reed and his wife seemed unaffected and everything was normal. Is it related to the special authority possessed by high-dimensional overlookers? The high-dimensional overlooker has not been sucked away from the essence, and the extraordinary path has not been torn apart. It is difficult to guess what kind of authority he has. We can only think about the scope of his authority based on his title. Hastur thought for a long time and thought of a relatively feasible method, which was to find out the corresponding information from the mouth of the Djinn. With his temperament having traveled across the starry sky for so many years, he must have understood the abilities of high-dimensional overlookers. But how should I ask so that the Djinn wouldn't become suspicious? Send the baby's projection directly to the Djinn, and then say something interesting? But this would be too deliberate, and it would be difficult to hide it from the Djinn, and it might even make the Djinn doubt him. Perhaps you can ask Will, with his extensive knowledge. He might actually know something. Even though he is Will, he should be careful with his words, to avoid exposing the existence of the Palace of Stars. Hastur thought for a long time and thought it would be more reliable to ask Will first. If that doesn't work, he can just sit by and watch for a few days. If there's nothing wrong with the baby, he can wait until the day when the stars gather, and then pretend to say nothing about it as if nothing happened. After leaving the Hall of Stars, Hastur stood up and went to the study, picked a paper crane from the wind chime by the window, and then picked up a pen and wrote on it, "Come quickly." After finishing writing, he hung the paper crane on the wind chime again, and then returned to his bedroom to sleep. After almost 10 minutes, the dream came over me. Will, who was lying on the bed, sat up straight, pulled the quilt to cover his waist and abdomen, and said dissatisfiedly, "Although I am no longer a child, the necessary sleep can still promote my faster growth." Something unexpected happened. "What's the matter?" Will's expression also became solemn. He knew that something big must have happened. Otherwise Hastur would not have called for help from him all night long. After all, less than an hour had passed since their chat. "Do you know anything about high-dimensional overlookers?" "I have only heard of the name of this outer god, but I don't know much about other aspects." Hastur was a little embarrassed, but asked, "Then can you guess what kind of authority he has?" "Of course I can't do this kind of thing." Will honestly admitted his ignorance after all. "Well," Hastur sighed softly, making Will snore dissatisfied. "In this situation, who dares to run to the stars? It is normal to not understand them. And this high-dimensional overlooker has not actively invaded. Even about him very few records exist. Who knows him better? In addition to the current 7 great gods, there are only the 7 pure lights in the spiritual world. These 7 existences are quite kind, and they also know the ancient outer gods outside the starry sky very well. They should know about the high-dimensional overlookers. It's a bit troublesome." Hastur still sighed, and Will couldn't help but ask, "What happened to make you so worried?" "Chief Reed's son was born today. He wanted me to give his child a name. I didn't have a good idea at the moment, so I tried to pry into the fate of this baby." Hastur thought carefully about his words, so as not to sound too special. Will blinked and said softly, "Then you get the revelation about the high-dimensional overlooker?" Will rolled his eyes and curled his lips. "Then why aren't you dead yet?" "I am more favored by fate." "Are you sure you want to talk about fate with a mercury snake?" Hastur said nothing, letting Will use his imagination. "You are obviously only sequence 7. How dare you risk your life to spy on an existence at the level of an outer god?" Will was shocked. Even when he was at his most powerful, he could only peek into the little secrets of the gods. Outer gods? That was the terrifying existence that he avoided. If he dares to peek, he will definitely be contaminated. And there is a high possibility that he will die tragically on the spot. Hastur corrected, "I was just spying on the fate of the baby, and I accidentally got a trivial revelation." Will looked at him like he was a fool. "Do you think it makes any difference?" "Of course there is. One is proactive, and the other is passive and unintentional. No matter how careless you are still an alien god." Will's tone became much louder. He didn't want to argue with Hastur about this issue anymore. He thought about it and said, "What are you going to do? When I can't make up my mind, I will discuss it with you. Don't hold me back. I don't want to get into this trouble." "Well, let me think." Hastur had no intention of involving Will in this matter. He just wanted to learn about the high-dimensional overlookers from Will. Unfortunately, Will doesn't know either. After a while, Will whispered, "Let it develop naturally. Just stay away from it. Don't get involved. Otherwise people will die. Don't worry. I cherish my life very much, and will not take risks easily." "That's good." Will nodded and reminded, "You'd better not talk about tonight's events to others. Otherwise you will get yourself into trouble." Seeing that Hastur had his own thoughts, Will said nothing more, waved his little hand, and left the dreamland. With Will's warning and his own desire to continue observing, Hastur decided not to provoke this matter for the time being and stay away. As for baby names, Peeping Tom? This name should be suitable. Right? Hastur lay in bed and thought for a long time, and did not fall asleep until late at night. The next day, he told Negan's housekeeper that he was going out on a trip recently, and would not stay at home overnight. If anyone came to see him, he would politely decline for him. After arranging these things, he took a carriage to Gleick's villa. The security here is very strong, and it is impossible for people like Chief Reed to approach here, so that you can avoid possible contact with him. In addition, Greg wanted to introduce him to the Prime Minister, so it would be a good choice to stay here for a while. Faced with his arrival, Greco was obviously very happy, and invited him to drink a lot of wine in the evening. Fortunately, Hastur came prepared this time. He had taken a sobering pill developed by Grey Lint in advance. And with his barbarian physique, he could drink no matter how Grey tried to drink him. In the end, it was Greco who couldn't stand it anymore and raised the no-war card. Late at night, Hastur entered the Palace of Stars from his dream again. The other stars remained quiet as usual. Only the star where the high-dimensional overlooker was located had Hastur keeping a close eye on it, trying to find out the scope of the high-dimensional overlooker's authority. It was already late at night, and the footage showed that Sheriff Reed was sleeping on a single sofa next to the crib. His lover was sleeping on the bed, and the baby was lying quietly in the crib. When the two of them fell asleep, the baby, who was eating his fingers and drooling, turned over and stood up from the bed. It hasn't been more than 3 days since he was born. This scene made Austin feel like he was watching a ghost movie. The baby's body is shaky at first, and then gradually becomes more proficient until it stands firm. He walked to the bed, stretched his short legs out of the edge of the bed, reached out to grab the armrest, and swayed his little feet gently. He seems to be in a good mood. While swinging his little feet, he tilted his head and stared at his parents in this body. He seems to be thinking about how to treat them. In the dark night, the baby's eyes looked particularly scary. When Hastur saw this, he thought that the high-dimensional overlooker was going to directly kill his parents and make him an orphan just after he was born. But the little baby just stared and had no desire to take action. After a while, Sheriff Reed's wife shook slightly, stretched out an arm, and reached into the crib while half asleep and half awake, habitually wanting to confirm the baby's condition by touching it. The little baby stood up, staggered to the crib, and then climbed onto the crib with its short legs. The second before Sheriff Reed's lover woke up, he appeared under her arm, allowing her hands to touch him. And at the right time, a loud cry of a baby sounded. The crying soon woke up Sheriff Reed and his wife. They quickly got up. One was busy changing the diaper under the baby's buttocks, and the other was gently patting the baby, trying to calm the baby down and fall asleep again. Such a heartwarming scene left Asta speechless. I have to lament that high-dimensional overlookers still know how to play. Chapter 120: Bernadette's opportunity for promotion. Apart from being able to play, Hastur couldn't think of any words that could be used to describe the operation of the high-dimensional overlooker. Judging from his skillful appearance, it was obvious that he was a habitual offender. Playing the role of a baby was simply too much for him. He really is worthy of being the one who hides in the dark every day to spy on the other outer gods' past existence. When he really acts, he is really amazing. After a brief moment of slander, Hastur's expression became solemn. He didn't believe that the high-dimensional overlooker would suddenly get up from the bed and make the series of actions just now. This is obviously a provocation. He must have sensed that he was observing him just now. So he climbed up from the crib, sat on the edge of the bed, and dangled his little feet, including the subsequent series of actions. He did them all for himself to see. All he needs to do is point it out directly. I am here. Come and target me. This is a provocation, a temptation, and a trap. Hastur has not yet been able to discern the scope of authority of the high-dimensional overlooker, and he is not even sure what his current state is. Once you take action against him, it's easy to miss some areas that really need attention. If things are not handled well, high-dimensional observers can use this matter to find out the situation on their side. And this is where the trap lies. What if we ignore him and let him grow freely? Hastur is sure that the high-dimensional overlooker will definitely do some tricks in the future. For example, killing your own parents and polluting everyone around you. Or as time continues to grow stronger, the longer it is delayed, the more terrifying the power that his new identity can exert. By then, I am afraid that even the 7 gods will not be able to target him. After thinking for a long time, Hastur still thought that he could not let it go. Whether it was intentional or coincidental, the place where the high-dimensional overlooker was born this time was in Backland, and it happened to be within his network. If you let it go, this disaster will spread to you sooner or later. Is it difficult for a grown-up alien god clone to destroy a Backland? Absolutely not difficult. Of course, he cannot handle this matter by himself, but should let the Church of the 7 Gods do it for him. Hastur thought of a suitable person. Bernadette. Not only is she a powerful being in Sequence 3, but she is also connected to the Church of the 7 Gods. It is very appropriate for her to come forward to resolve this matter. Another point is that, according to Hastur's understanding, Bernadette is only one step away from being promoted to Sequence 2. Promotion Sequence 2 Sage. Need to prevent a disaster involving high-level power. As long as Bernadette can handle the disaster caused by the high-dimensional overlooker, she will definitely be able to take this opportunity to advance to Sequence 2. This is a gift from the stars, Asta murmured, already having an idea in his mind on how to persuade Bernadette. After thinking for a long time and confirming that there was nothing wrong with his words, he withdrew his gaze from Gao Wei, who was looking down at him. Feeling that he had plenty of spiritual power, Haster used the power of the Hall of Stars to contact Bernadette again. As before, first shield the Jin's perception of the outside world to prevent him from discovering that he is connected to Bernadette. Under the light of the crimson moon, Bernadette happened to be strolling by the Taysok River with Sharon, chatting about some of the things that had happened during this period, and occasionally mentioned matters about Haster. You seem to be paying close attention to him? Sharon's pretty brows wrinkled slightly. In the conversation just now, the mysterious queen asked her a lot about Haster. He is not a simple man, and I think you should stay away from him if you can. Why? He puts you in danger, and is a huge nuisance himself. Bernadette did not point out that Haster was the apostle of the stars. It won't be long before the Church of the Seven Gods will start looking for the apostles of the stars. That will be a trouble. A huge trouble. Sharon thought for a while, and was about to say something, but found that Bernadette's expression instantly became solemn. You go back first. Bernadette left her last words in a hurry, and a pea-vine would lead her to the depths of the clouds. Sharon looked up, her eyes unable to penetrate the clouds and unable to know what exactly happened just now. After just staring for a while, she left here. She also lacked the desire to explore things beyond her cognition. Above the clouds, the crimson moon has been replaced by stars. The vast starry sky has descended, and a mysterious palace is looming in the bright light. The Lord of the Stars is here again. This time, Bernadette was not as nervous as before. She stood quietly, waiting for the Lord of the Stars to explain his purpose tonight. Bernadette, are you willing to become the apostle of the stars? Can the stars grant me the same freedom? Bernadette did not refuse directly, but just put forward her own conditions. During this time, she thought a lot, even though she already owed 2 debts. Becoming an apostle of the stars was something she couldn't refuse. But before that, she needs to fight for certain benefits for herself. As Haster said, the essence of faith is the exchange of interests and mutual achievement. Bernadette breathed a sigh of relief. And the master of the stars deep in the starry sky spoke again. The stars will only guide, not force. Can you be more clear? You can also call me the returner of the stars. Bernadette was inexplicably shocked. At this moment, she seemed to have a glimpse of her own destiny. But she seemed not to have glimpsed anything. But her spirituality told her that she could believe it. Okay, I can become the apostle of the stars. This is your inevitable fate. In the Hall of Stars, Haster was in a happy mood. He finally managed to deal with Bernadette. Why does it sound weird? The stars will give you new gifts. A gift? Bernadette looked at the illusory figure in the starry sky in confusion. It's not that she has little experience, but that she has never seen such a generous spirit. Before she became an apostle of the stars, she had already received help twice. And now it was the 3rd time. The stars treated her too well. There is a disaster about to hit Backland. This is your best chance for promotion. Involving high sequence levels? Sir of the Outer God. Bernadette took a breath and felt a little numb on her scalp. The Outer Gods are even more terrifying existences than the 7 righteous gods. Even if I am sequence 3, I am in danger of falling due to this kind of thing. He is still very young. Only a few days old, Haster said, displaying the snooping screen in front of Bernadette and guiding her to confirm Sheriff Reed's home. He is not your responsibility alone. With one final word, Haster dispersed the power of the Palace of Stars, allowing the crimson moon to shed its crimson light again. You mean you want me to find cooperation with the 7 Orthodox churches? Bernadette understood clearly in her heart, and had a clear plan on what to do next. Thinking that the opportunity to be promoted to Sequence 2 was right in front of her. Even she couldn't help but feel a little excited. Only Sequence 2 and above can be called earthly angels, which are essentially different from Sequence 3. Once she is promoted to Sequence 2, she can block all interference from the Hidden Sage. Unless the Hidden Sage appears in front of her, he will no longer be able to affect her. This is something she has continued to fight against as she embarks on her extraordinary journey. Sheriff Reed's house. Baron Campbell has been busy with work recently and has been unable to come, but he has promised to name our child. While Chief Reed was talking to his lover, he stretched out a finger to tease the baby lying on the bed with its big dark eyes. What a pity. Baron Campbell is our benefactor. Don't worry. When Baron Campbell comes back from work, we will take this little guy with us to visit him. I believe he will also like this quiet and cute little guy. Sheriff Reed smiled and leaned down and kissed the baby gently on the forehead. Be careful of your beard piercing him, his lover reminded him with a smile. Well, I'll shave off my beard later. Chief Reed smiled and agreed. Soon. He said goodbye to his lover, stood up and left. He still needed to go to the police station for work. He took a lot of leave during this period, and things that originally belonged to him were assigned to other colleagues. He didn't like to cause trouble to others. When he came to the police station, he thought about his newly born child. Chief Reed was walking with a smile on his face. He took the trouble to tell every colleague who came to congratulate him how cute his child was. When he arrived at the familiar desk and was about to deal with the case on the desk, a police officer came to him and called him, saying that Inspector John wanted to see him for something. Chief Reed straightened his collar and walked briskly to Inspector John's office. John said with a smile on his face, Reed, congratulations on giving birth to a big fat boy. No, dear John, he is not fat at all. He is very handsome and looks very suitable for a clerical job in the future. The two exchanged brief greetings, and Inspector John told him about the case to be handled. Sheriff Reed happily agreed and said with a smile, I will go to the Holy Wind Church in the afternoon, and I will definitely help the priests catch those little thieves.